The summoners of ancient deities, the knights of bloodline legacy, yearn for the glories of yesteryear. The clamor of steam engines and the thunder of cannons herald the path to the future. Anson, cast adrift in this world, embarks upon an unimagined journey. Amidst the ashes of the old world, he shall undoubtedly be crowned as king. Chapter 1. The Damned Man. Cough. Cough. In any case, it seems I have traversed realms. Coughing. Anson feigned composure as he spoke to himself. Though anxiety and trepidation consumed him, he hazily recalled a throbbing headache upon falling asleep, unsure of whom he had offended or what supernatural phenomenon had occurred. Yet here he was, indeed transported. These inexplicably new memories, this uniform, this appearance, even his very body was altered. With raven hair and chestnut eyes, his complexion fair and somewhat slight, he resembled a musician. His anxious gaze drifted downwards, landing upon a name it bore no semblance to any symbol, letter, or character from his memory. Yet he recognized it. Anson Bach. Ah, how fitting for a musician, Anson thought, though laughter eluded him. The name bore the emblem of 3 interlocking rings, 1 above and 2 below, a symbol belonging to the so-called Order Church in his recollection. Taking a deep breath, Anson reattached the nameplate to the left breast of his uniform. Before him lay a makeshift wooden table, an overturned ink bottle spilling dark ink across 2/3 of its surface, soaking a stack of manuscripts piled at the corner. Even his uniform bore large splotches of ink, staining the sleeves, save for the diary laid open in the center of the table. Hastily scrawled words filled 2 entire sheets of paper memories he desperately inscribed the moment he realized his transmutation. A torrent of information, too vast to describe, together with countless fragmented memories, surged into his mind to discern the memories of both lives and swiftly grasp his current predicament. He instinctively drew upon the professional acumen acquired from his previous life as a copywriter drafting proposals. Anson Bach, hailing from the rural heart of the central province of the Kingdom of Clovis, a low-ranking noble, a captain in the royal army, a devotee of the Order Church. At 12, he attended the capital's church academy for further studies. At 16, he was discovered to possess special talents, entering the Royal Military Academy, and the following year, he was granted the rank of apprentice officer. After 4 years of distinguished performance, he rose to the rank of lieutenant and was dispatched to the southern fortress for training, lasting 1 year. Moreover, during his military tenure, he allegedly joined a clandestine, heretical sorcerers organization. Gazing at the contents hastily recorded in his diary, Anson felt his lips twitch. Divine beings, magic, the truth of history, the origins of bloodlines, an era of transformation. This body, sharing his name, exhibited no sign of panic for having inadvertently entangled with forbidden matters, yet it was acutely aware of the grim fate awaiting him should his actions be revealed. What a foolish youth, ostensibly a respectable individual. Yet he felt compelled to keep a diary, and to inscribe his innermost thoughts within it. Coughing twice, Anson let out a heavy sigh. This boat's former owner was expected to join the Royal Army as a graduate of the military academy and a captain following the completion of his internship at the Southern Fortress. With luck, he might secure a position at the academy or within logistics, promising prospects yet. If fortune turned against him, his hobby could be exposed, leading to his capture and execution as a heretic. In his memory, the Order Church's methods of execution were quite unique, not by firing squad or pyre, but rather bound to the exhaust valve of a steam engine, cooked alive before being sent to the afterlife. Anson shuddered. Having discerned his origins, he now faced the reality of his situation. Anson scanned his surroundings, seated within a tent, behind him a cot, beneath the wooden table a marching pack, a few books, utensils, and a military officer's sword leaning against the table's edge. Taking a deep breath, he noted the dust and the acrid scent of gunpowder mingling in the morning fog, aggravating his already uncomfortable throat. In the 99th year of the Saints' era, the Herald Empire declared war under the pretext of border disputes and simultaneously invaded the Kingdom of Clovis from the west, north, and southwest. On the day following the planned return of Anson Bach, he received grave news that the garrison, a crucial northern waypoint, had suffered an assault, subsequently falling to a small contingent of Herald imperial forces. This was a battlefield, and he found himself in the siege camp outside the Thimingbal fortress. Yet curiously, this camp, housing thousands of soldiers, was unexpectedly silent. No sound of hooves, footsteps, shouts, or musketry could be heard, save for the distant rumble of cannon fire, eerily reminiscent of a graveyard. Why? Pressing his discomfort throat, Anson shook his head, casting the question aside. At present, he had no time to ponder such external matters. The most pressing concern was to process the sudden influx of information in his mind, acclimate to his new identity, unravel the events that transpired in this body during the transmutation, comprehend his network of relationships, and address the hobby mentioned in the diary, all of which required time. After all, he was on the attacking side of the siege. With no need for fear of enemy assaults, he was merely a humble deputy officer of an infantry regiment, and once the conflict commenced, he would simply follow orders. Surely, it could not be that he had just traversed realms only to bear arms on the battlefield? Surely not. Cough, cough, cough. In an effort to reassure his still tense self, Anson resolved to venture outside the camp. Interacting with as many people as possible would aid in adapting to his new identity. Should any discrepancies arise, being in a crowd would facilitate finding excuses to cover his tracks. Remaining calm and composed, the officer's identity served as the best disguise. Ordinary soldiers would not question him as a regiment's deputy officer. Hiding within a tent and playing missing would only raise suspicion. Bracing himself against the table, Anson stood, casually closing the perilous diary, contemplating where it might be suitably concealed. Carrying it on his person was undoubtedly the safest option. Yet what if he were to inadvertently? His astonished gaze lingered on the diary's cover, where a dark red stain, unmistakably not ink, had seeped through, appearing more viscous than ink. Blood. With a dawning realization, Anson instinctively lowered his gaze to the uniform of the Clovis Kingdom's standard military officer winter attire, which, like the ink, was black, yet he could still discern traces of crimson upon it. This cough, 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 cough. A violent fit of coughing erupted, and an unidentified object took the opportunity to surge from his throat, landing upon the diary. As his gaze fell upon it, Anson's pupils dilated. It was a small fragment of a lead bullet, so diminutive that it would be lost upon hitting the ground. What had transpired to the previous owner of this body? Within the silent confines of the tent, a shaken Anson swallowed hard, his throat still aching. Suicide by gunshot? No, that couldn't be. Neither his memories nor the diary offered a shred of motive. If not self-inflicted, it could only mean he had been silenced in a military camp brimming with armed soldiers and stringent vigilance to gun down an officer. Cold sweat trickled down Anson's temple, and suddenly the eerie stillness outside felt overwhelmingly terrifying. Even if someone were to burst in at that moment to kill him, it would bring him 1,000 times more comfort than this oppressive silence. Thud. Chapter 2. New developments. There is no time to ponder. The moment the shadow dashed into the tent, Anson instinctively reached for his waist, where the exquisite wooden grip nestled firmly in his palm, his thumb deftly cocking the hammer. Drawing his gun, he aimed. In the next heartbeat, two dark muzzles were pointed at one another. Anson suddenly felt grateful to some entity that had allowed his soul to traverse rather than his physical form. Regardless of its wisdom, his reflexes and physical prowess were undoubtedly magnitudes superior to his former self. The intruder wore a military uniform similar to Anson's, albeit considerably tattered. His face and body smeared with dust and blood. Beneath a disheveled mane of red hair were equally tense eyes. He stood firmly, the muzzle of his gun pressed against Anson's chest, while a bayonet rifle rested on his shoulder. Recovering from his initial fear, Anson's gaze swept over the stranger's attire, indicating he too was an officer of the Kingdom of Clovis, and thus a potential source of information, though he might also be an enemy in disguise. It was worth the attempt. Ah, you are indeed here, my dear adjutant. Before Anson could finish, the officer interrupted. Disbelief etched across his features. Did you not receive the retreat order? Retreat? Anson replied, bewildered, his gun hand gradually lowering. This was not right. They were the attacking force. Yes, the knights from Thunderhold had charged out amidst the fog, breaching their lines. They had fled. Everyone had scattered, retreating in disarray, weapons strewn across the ground. Now, perhaps only our 1st regiment remains unwithdrawn. The regiment, like headless flies. I barely managed to gather them. And they had not turned into stragglers. I thought you would have retreated long ago. I came to check just in case, but I never imagined. Carl Bain, a local of Thunderhold, army captain, and commander of the 1st Infantry Regiment. In Anson's recollection, he was a reliable veteran, and given his seniority and equal rank, Anson trusted him immensely. "Where is the unit now?" Anson interjected, interrupting Carl, who appeared even more anxious than himself. At this moment, trusting Carl seemed to be the only option. If what he said was true, then outside there were undoubtedly enemies and stragglers everywhere. Entering the battlefield alone without the main force would surely be tantamount to suicide. The artillery position, behind the defensive line. There's a trench that leads directly to our regiment's position. Taking a deep breath, Carl Bain lowered his gun. I informed everyone to gather near the artillery position. The fog outside has cleared yet, and the Empire's knights, along with their ragtag soldiers, are searching trench by trench. It will take them some time to reach that far back. When did you notify them? Anson pressed on. Carl hesitated, frowning. About 15 minutes ago? By now, the entire regiment should be aware and making their way to the artillery position. And the Empire's army? They should be arriving here shortly. We cannot remain here any longer. We must depart swiftly. As for whether to regroup with the main force or simply defect, that will be a matter for later. Confirming their plan, Anson immediately began to organize his belongings. Truth be told, aside from his diary, dagger, and revolver, he had little else to take. Put away your sidearm. Keep it for emergencies. As he spoke, Carl removed his rifle from his back and handed it to Anson. Leopold rifle, a found item. Use this for now. Anson nodded slightly, accepting the weapon with both hands. It was a single-shot rifle about 1.5 meters in length, nearly 2 meters tall when accounting for the bayonet. Its cold metallic barrel affixed to a pure wooden stock. At the end of the butt, the same emblem as Anson's nameplate was engraved, 3 interlocking rings. In one fluent motion. You actually know how to use this piece of junk? I see many struggle with this breech loading mechanism. Carl remarked with a hint of surprise. Giving a thumbs up, truly commendable for one from the capital. His reaction speed, physical conditioning, and even his dominant hand, along with instincts honed in military training, which once needed verification, now seamlessly integrated into Anson's consciousness, allowing him to truly become the master of this new body. Anson glanced at Carl, casually tucking his diary into his chest. Let us go. Move. Carl nodded repeatedly, eager to leave without delay, turning towards the tent's exit. In that instant, as Anson followed closely behind Carl, his body suddenly jolted, a tearing sensation exploding beneath his temple, accompanied by a deafening hum. A headache. It felt as though a bayonet pierced through, ready to erupt. The pain was so intense that Anson gritted his teeth, desperately pressing his forehead. The agony surged like a tide into his eyes. In that fleeting moment, the searing sensation made him envision his pupils being pierced, pried open, shattered, invaded, and penetrated. Cold sweat streamed down his temples. Anson vaguely recalled experiencing something similar during his traversal, yet the intensity of the pain surpassed his memories by 1,000-fold, a 10,000-fold. He attempted to steady himself, but his body retained the posture of having just taken a step forward. Thud! Losing his balance, Anson collapsed to the ground, clutching his head. An unprecedented sensation surged through his consciousness, mingling with the tearing agony. Hearing a commotion behind him, Carl instantly crouched, raising his rifle while casting a glance backward. Before he could turn fully, he caught a glimpse of a shadow darting across his neck. Bang! A thunderous noise erupted alongside the billowing smoke of gunfire. Crimson blood blossoming on the perforated tent flap, and a thud echoed outside as someone fell. Imperial soldiers? Carl Bain's eyes widened in terror. If he had taken half a step forward, he would have surely been shot by this lurking scoundrel. How did you discover? Carl began. But Anson swiftly covered his mouth, pushing him back, his freed right hand drawn his revolver, aiming through the tent's flap at the spot where the enemy had just fallen. Pulling the trigger once more. Bang! Another deafening blast resonated, the smoke within the tent thickening to the point of obscuring vision. Yet Anson saw everything with startling clarity. Not only before him, but his vision had penetrated through the tent flap and earthen wall, vividly revealing 2 enemies lurking outside, poised for a sneak attack. X-ray vision? No. It was more than that. It felt as though everything around him was being reflected in a mental image without distinction. Just like that. Anson didn't need to turn his head to see Carl behind him, staring at him in sheer astonishment, maintaining the stance from his last shot. Anson's internal shock mirrored that of his companion. What is this? A supernatural ability? Magic? A golden finger? The premonition of its emergence bore resemblance to the symptoms encountered during his traversal. Could it be some sort of side effect from his soul's journey? Unsure whether to feel elated or anxious, Anson's expression stiffened as he turned his head slightly, meeting Carl's astonished gaze. Let us move. Chapter 3. The Power of Bloodlines. Bang. Bang. The sound of 2 gunshots pierced the tranquility of the morning battlefield, only to be swiftly engulfed by silence once more. An Imperial officer halted, furrowing his brows as he gazed in the direction of the shots. The persistent morning mist, shrouding visibility to less than 10 meters, rendered any judgment of the situation impossible. You, he directed at a nearby soldier, take your squad and scout the area. Understood. The remaining soldiers regrouped, forming 2 columns as they advanced along the trench. Meanwhile, the retreating Anson and Carl barely managed to flee a short distance before taking cover beneath a makeshift shelter at a trench corner. This rudimentary refuge, carved into the earthen wall and constructed of stacked wooden planks, was surrounded by scattered supplies. The 2 men hastily concealed 2 corpses within their hiding spot. An Imperial detachment, nearly a full company, was stationed ahead. Pressing firmly against the earthen wall, Carl Bane, his face contorted with unease, turned to Anson. This is troublesome. There's no way to circumvent the route to the artillery position. We must wait for them to pass before we can follow. Otherwise, we'll have to climb out of the trench and risk being spotted. Footsteps. Someone was approaching. 6 of them. Striving to maintain his composure, Anson clutched his rifle, his eyes unwavering. Although his back was against the wall, he could vividly envision a small squad of Imperial soldiers cautiously advancing from the trench behind him to the right. The thick fog and cramped surroundings made them exceedingly cautious, for men moved side by side, flanked by a soldier at the front and another at the rear, ensuring that each remained within sight of one another. Every nuance of their expressions, stances, and movements, even the density of the fog surrounding them and the extent of their visibility, Anson observed everything with acute clarity. Even if he stood before them, he doubted he could perceive them as distinctly. Remaining calm, he calculated the distance between them while pondering the extraordinary nature of his newfound abilities. Surely, it couldn't be related to his previous amateur interests, magic, truth, or the nameless ancient gods, could it? Outside the shelter, the footsteps drew nearer amidst the fog. With his back pressed against the trench, Carl Bane felt his heart leap into his throat as the sounds brushed perilously close. Anson, momentarily free of errant thoughts, began to scrutinize the movements outside. Indeed, the enemy had discovered the bloodstains outside the tent. The leading soldier glanced around, positioning a rookie to guard the tent while he entered with an experienced comrade. The other 3 remained stationed at the trench corner, merely 5 steps away from Anson's refuge. Anson realized that any movement would reveal their hiding place. A gunshot would lead to encirclement. The rookie and the 3 soldiers, separated by nearly 10 steps, could not discern details clearly, yet could still identify silhouettes. The 2 entering the tent could not linger for long. Thus, they faced a choice. Either gamble on remaining undetected until the enemy departed or adopt a more proactive approach. They could not alert the 2 inside the tent or be spotted by the rookie outside. Under these conditions, they had to eliminate the 3 adversaries who could detect their retreat. The opportunity was fleeting. Anson pressed his lips together, a clear plan forming in his mind. He raised his right hand, detaching the bayonet from his rifle with a soft click. At that moment, a torrent of scenarios flooded Anson's consciousness. Inside the tent, the sergeant and veteran exchanged puzzled glances in the empty space. One of the sentinels, having vaguely heard a noise behind him, turned toward the shelter, while the other 2 remained oblivious, their weapons resting at their sides as they engaged in quiet banter. The confused soldier slowed his pace. Glancing around as if questioning his own hearing, his back turned to his 2 comrades. Step by step, he approached the shelter. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps grew increasingly distinct, and Carl's heart nearly ceased its rhythm. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps halted. The soldier, inadvertently glancing down, widened his eyes in alarm upon spotting the shelter around the corner. In the next instant, a bayonet appeared at his throat. The gleaming blade pierced his windpipe. The dying soldier, unable to utter a cry, was swiftly dragged into the shadows by Anson, who effortlessly withdrew the blade. 6 steps away, the 2 soldiers, still jesting, remained oblivious to the unfolding events behind them. Anson advanced without hesitation, driving the bloodied bayonet through the mouth of the closest soldier. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, the last soldier could not even call for help before Anson silenced him with a swift hand. In the blink of an eye, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck. Hidden behind him, Carl Bane had slashed his throat with the blade. When the rookie on guard turned his gaze toward their direction, he saw nothing but thick fog. Within the quiet trench, it appeared as if no disturbance had occurred. Everything seemingly unchanged from moments before. Carl, trailing closely behind Anson, was rendered speechless by shock. Anson Bach was truly something extraordinary. In an instant, 3 men had been dispatched, leaving the remaining 3 entirely unaware of their diminished numbers. All the while, it was this remarkable individual who had refrained from taking direct action. To be honest, even if Anson had charged out and shot each of the 6 soldiers without sustaining a scratch, Carl believed he would not have been as astonished as he was now. "What is wrong with you? Why do you look at me like that?" "Nothing," Carl stammered, shaking his head in a flustered manner, a hint of flattery in his expression causing Anson to feel uneasy. Was it the legendary power of bloodlines? Anson furrowed his brow slightly. The so-called power of bloodlines was a rare force inherited through lineage, varying in form and characteristics among individuals. The powers passed down between different bloodlines could be vastly disparate. The age of the bloodline, whether one was a diluted hybrid or a noble pure blood, could significantly influence the potency of this power. Due to its rarity, coupled with the fact that almost all individuals possessing bloodline power in the kingdom of Clovis were nobility, it naturally became a symbol of the aristocratic class. Moreover, the inheritance and awakening of this power occurred probabilistically. Anson understood these intricacies because the former owner of his body had awakened his bloodline power early, gaining favor from the military academy and becoming a cadet officer at the tender age of 16. This was not the most astonishing aspect. In the powerful neighboring Herald Empire to the west of the kingdom of Clovis, it was decreed that anyone, be they noble or commoner, who awakened their bloodline power would immediately be knighted. Therefore, Anson's unique abilities were certainly not the power of bloodlines. Nodding slightly, Anson regarded Carl Bane with a serious expression, stating, "Indeed, this is my bloodline power. Within a 5-meter radius, no sound escapes my ears." Oh, no wonder. Chapter 4. The artillery position under the cover of dense fog, the 2 men swiftly navigated through the trenches, evading the searches of Imperial soldiers, occasionally encountering isolated sentinels. Anson opted to take detours. Only as a last resort would he devise a means to eliminate the adversary, subsequently making a hasty departure to avoid raising alarms. However, he soon discerned that this caution was somewhat superfluous. The enemy appeared entirely oblivious to their presence, as organized units hastily assembled in the same direction. Clearly, the enemy was preoccupied, too busy to concern themselves with these 2 minor targets. Yet, this was merely a temporary reprieve. Once the enemy achieved their combat objectives, the next step would involve a more extensive and thorough sweep of the battlefield. By then, with the fog dissipated, both he and Carl would be trapped in the trenches, vulnerable to a barrage of gunfire. On the other hand, Anson noticed that he was gradually acclimatizing to this new reality, adapting to his newfound identity. Not long ago, he had been consumed by anxiety due to his unexpected journey, his heart racing to the brink of cessation. Now, he could traverse the battlefield with composure, calmly dispatching any foes that obstructed his path, as if it were second nature. He pondered whether this was a fortuitous development or a troubling sign, letting out a quiet sigh within. Moreover, there was a certain individual's gaze directed at him that had grown increasingly peculiar. Coming to a halt, Anson glanced sideways at Carl Bane behind him, whose eager eyes sent a shiver down his spine. It felt akin to discovering that a seemingly ordinary coin was, in fact, a priceless artifact. 30 minutes later, having strolled boldly through enemy territory, the 2 finally arrived at the artillery position, the last bastion of defense under siege. This was a rather rudimentary makeshift structure. Lacking a roof, it consisted of piled and compacted earthen walls and rubble, with a substantial array of sandbags stacked at the front, alongside an obviously unfinished protective wall and gun emplacements. Although it appeared to be a shoddy construction, it still represented a formidable bulwark, capable of withstanding enemy artillery fire and accommodating 8 to 12 cannons. Gazing at the artillery position now within reach, Anson and Carl felt a sense of security wash over them. For safety's sake, they did not advance immediately. Crouched low, Carl Bane scouted ahead, while Anson, fully aware that no enemies lurked within the artillery, raised his Leopold rifle in readiness. Casting a tense glance around, Carl inhaled deeply. Ahem. As soon as the sound escaped his lips, Carl ducked behind cover, dropping to the ground. Moments later, footsteps echoed from within the fortification. "My king, Australia." A powerful voice resonated from inside the bastion. Upon hearing the command, Carl exhaled in relief, nodded at Anson, and, brushing off the dust, called out, "His daughter is remarkable." Anson. Soon, 7 or 8 beaming soldiers emerged from behind the cover, eagerly ushering Anson and Carl into the artillery position. Inside, the returning soldiers expressed surprise, though their faces betrayed an underlying anxiety and disquiet. Some stared intently at the 2 returnees, excitement mingling with a hint of daze, awaiting an unspoken cue. Others huddled in groups, whispering among themselves, while a few sat slumped against the defensive works, their hands gripping rifles, trembling uncontrollably. Expressions varied, yet all conveyed a shared sense of dread. Observing the unfamiliar yet similar faces, Anson surmised the cause of their distress. The army had suffered a complete rout, and with the thick fog enveloping them, no one knew when the enemy would emerge from their sweep of the position, or if they would encounter them head-on during a retreat. Moreover, they had no clear direction for retreat, as the previous Anson had fallen, and this assistant officer was utterly unaware of any retreat orders. With the army in disarray, the enemy advancing relentlessly, and only a handful of remaining troops obscured by the fog, the chaotic retreat occurred without a coherent plan. In such a dire context, the sole consolation lay in the fact that, despite their disheveled appearances, everyone had retained their sense of identity, none had discarded their weapons. And even in retreat, they maintained their original formations, signifying that, albeit morale was low, a semblance of organization persisted. Undoubtedly, this was not due to strict discipline, but rather because many, like Anson moments ago, were still grappling with the unexpected turn of events, having been brought here without clarity. The abruptness of the situation left the officers too astute to inform the soldiers of their defeat. Furthermore, the place they now found refuge was the artillery position. What resided within the artillery position? Heavy and light artillery, ammunition depots, emergency supplies. Even if much of this had been evacuated by the main force during their escape, it remained a defensible stronghold, equipped with a relatively intact defensive structure capable of withstanding artillery bombardment. Lieutenant Carl Bain. Yes? Upon hearing the voice behind him, Carl quickly turned to face Anson, who seemed to have resolved upon something, and inquired with curiosity, "What is it?" "Nothing," Anson replied, shaking his head as he surveyed the scattered soldiers around them. Let us have the soldiers assemble first." Regardless of their next course of action, he required the strength of these men. Thus, it was imperative to ascertain their combat capabilities without delay. Understood. As the words left his lips, Carl stood tall before the soldiers. "First-line infantry regiment, all personnel. Heed my command. 3 ranks in close formation. Assemble." "Yes." The scattered Clovis soldiers echoed back in unison, their voices subdued yet synchronized. "Report the status of the entire regiment, 1 battalion at a time." Carl continued to shout. "Here. 1st Company, 1st Platoon, 2nd Platoon, 3rd Platoon, all present, no absentees. 2nd Company, all present, no absentees. Quartermaster John Ness. Here." Carl then called out several more officers and sergeants, receiving affirmative responses, and nodded satisfactorily at Anson. "Well, excellent. The entire regiment is accounted for." "All accounted for." Anson stared at the seemingly relieved Carl, then glanced at the soldiers before him, who appeared to be awaiting further instructions from him, and he was momentarily taken aback. According to his recollection of the Clovis Kingdom's military structure, a fully staffed infantry regiment should comprise 2 battalions, supplemented by a skirmisher company and a grenadier company. Each battalion contained 2 infantry companies, totaling 6 companies, which amounted to approximately 600 to 800 personnel. Therefore, this first-line infantry regiment, while claiming to be a regiment, was in reality only 1 battalion with a force of slightly over 200 men, was it not? By the way, where is the regimental commander? As soon as the words left his mouth, Anson noticed Carl's puzzled expression, immediately realizing his blunder. For in the previous Anson's memory, there was no recollection of the regimental commander's existence. Oh no. Anson's heart tightened in an instant. The regimental commander? Never mind, let us set that aside for now. Carl first looked bewildered, then waved his hand dismissively, as if unconcerned by this minor slip of the tongue, his gaze fixed intently upon Anson. "Assistant Officer Anson Bach, I implore you to promptly announce the summons from the Thunder Fortress Command, providing our 1st Regiment with directives." "What?" This time, Anson was genuinely taken aback. He had not received any orders for retreat, nor did he possess any substantial knowledge of the unfolding events. Surely, Carl Bain, who had come to seek him out, was well aware of this. Why, then, was he insisting? Wait. Gazing into Carl's profound eyes, Anson felt he had grasped his intentions. Initially, his rescue was born from a lack of retreat orders, leaving him uncertain of where to break through or retreat. Thus, he had to rely on chance. Now, however, it was his faith in his bloodline's power that convinced him he could escape the battlefield amidst enemy searches, allowing the entire regiment to withdraw together. Of course, it was impossible for everyone to escape. A collective movement of over 200 individuals would undoubtedly reveal their position. Yet, under the cover of chaos, dense fog, and trenches, a small portion could successfully flee. As for the necessity of attributing the command to the headquarters, it was, of course, to bolster morale. At that moment, Anson finally comprehended why Carl Bane regarded him with the gaze of a savior. Gradually recovering from his stupor, Anson noticed Carl's somewhat obsequious expression and nodded slightly. Redirecting his gaze towards the soldiers before him, he observed them, their eyes filled with curiosity tinged with anxiety, panic, and fear, their breaths quickening. Retreat was not an option. It was absolutely imperative to stand firm. The memories belonging to another person incessantly reminded Anson of this truth. Retreating under the threat of the enemy was a grave and arduous endeavor, demanding clear objectives, effective cover, and meticulous planning. You must persuade the panicked soldiers to adhere strictly to orders that would preserve the lives of the majority at the brink of death. You must ensure that, in the face of peril, they remain obedient to command and prioritize maintaining their formation above all else. An uncoordinated, unprepared, and chaotic retreat would inevitably devolve into disarray. Your forces would disband alongside their structure, and both you and your soldiers would become hunted targets for the enemy, transforming casualties from mere percentages into total annihilation. Therefore, retreat was utterly out of the question. Now, as the deputy officer of the 1st Infantry Regiment, Anson Bach formally announced to all, by the command of the Thunder Fortress Recruitment Army Headquarters. Anson shouted with all his might, suppressing the last vestiges of his unease and casting aside all his concerns. The 1st Recruitment Army of Thunder Fortress, 1st Infantry Regiment, shall hold our ground at the artillery positions and await reinforcements. In coordination with our allies, we shall annihilate any Imperial enemy attempting to break through. Chapter 5. The prerequisite for advancing is victory. Hold your ground. Here in the artillery fortifications. Have you lost your mind? Within the artillery position, Carl Bane found a corner that was difficult for the soldiers to notice, and in a hushed voice, he shouted at Anson, "Are you mad, or am I mad?" The moment he heard Anson announce the orders, he was completely taken aback. Not just him, but all the soldiers in the regiment were equally astonished. How could a mere infantry regiment, in the midst of a complete retreat of the main forces, still be prepared to hold their ground and annihilate the enemy? Oh, wait, they only had 2 companies, not even a full battalion strength. What lunacy was this? Lieutenant Carl, please calm down. Anson looked at him with a serious expression. I understand you're feeling anxious right now, but trust me, this is not a spur-of-the-moment decision. It is a plan formulated after careful consideration of the current situation. A plan? Are you planning to send everyone to their deaths? Staring intensely at Anson, who remained completely unperturbed, Carl felt despair creeping in. He had thought he had found a savior who could help them escape with as many lives as possible, only to encounter this. Trust me, this is the best approach to ensure the survival of more people. Anson's eyes sparkled with confidence. Let me ask you this. If you were the commander of the defenders at Thunder Fortress, what would you do? What? If you were in command of the defenders at Thunder Fortress and your enemy, outnumbering you several times, was poised outside, would you lead your entire army out of the fortress in a desperate and uncertain assault, taking advantage of the sudden thick fog? Carl Bane fell silent. Surely, they wouldn't, right? If the enemy were to launch an assault with half their forces, what could their objective be? The enemy's objective? Gradually regaining his composure, Carl found himself lost in contemplation. This was the first time he had considered this question since waking up to the sight of the entire army in disarray and fleeing for their lives. Why would the enemy, having captured a key stronghold of the Kingdom of Clovey, choose to launch a surprise attack during such foggy weather? To seek reinforcements? That seemed plausible. Anson immediately displayed a very certain expression. But if their assault goes too smoothly, having taken the besieging position outright, would they still be thinking solely of breaking out for reinforcements? I think not. If that were the case, what would they do next? As their gazes locked, Anson awaited Carl's response. Looking into Anson's eyes, Carl, trembling slightly, realized his own pallor was far from favorable. Of course, they would aim to seize the artillery fort. Once they have captured this position, Thunder Fortress will no longer stand alone. It would find itself flanked, facing a double siege. This wouldn't merely be a matter of losing ground, but this fog could dissipate at any moment, and we have no prior plans for retreat. If the enemy discovers us, our flight could quickly turn into a rout, and that would spell certain doom. His tone was earnest. Before his transmigration, Anson was merely an ordinary individual who had participated in military training at university, enthusiastic about strategic games, occasionally attending lectures and following the news, entirely insulated from the realities of war. Yet, this incarnation of Anson Bach was a young man who had entered a military academy at 16, receiving a competent officer's education, and had trained for a year in a heavily guarded fortress, soon to graduate as a reserve officer. Thanks to this soul transmigration, Anson inherited the memories of his predecessor, allowing him to be acutely aware that a hasty and panicked retreat, without prior preparation, would inevitably devolve into chaos under enemy pursuit. The ensuing battle could become a one-sided massacre. What do you intend to do next? Hold your ground and wait for aid. Carl's expression was one of resignation. He understood the risks associated with such a hasty flight. What if no reinforcements arrived, or if they were delayed? Quite simply, we do not need reinforcements. Do not need reinforcements. Correct. Anson emphasized his point. Do you truly believe that the enemies who managed to breach the border and seize Thunder Fortress are in such abundance? 1,000, perhaps 2,000? In the worst-case scenario, there are at most 1,000 out there. 1,000. That's still nearly 2 battalions. Carl couldn't help but exclaim, but we don't even have 1 battalion. Yet we possess the artillery fort. Moreover, the enemy may not deploy their full strength to assault this position. Anson finally displayed a glimmer of confidence. Taking advantage of the fog to launch a surprise attack, the enemy will not bring heavy weapons and their ammunition will be limited in terms of firepower. We hold the advantage. What you say is easy, but Thunder Fortress has fortress cannons, unless they intend to blow up their own besieging troops. The defenders inside the fortress would never dare to fire during such foggy conditions. And if the enemy does not besiege us, if they refrain from besieging us, then we can retreat. Therefore, even for the sake of retreat, we must first repel the enemy. Looking at the self-assured Anson, Carl opened his mouth, struggling to find a counterargument. After a moment of silence, he seemed to finally grasp the situation and sighed, gazing helplessly at Anson. Lieutenant Anson Bach, you are issuing orders without proper authority. Quite the opposite, Anson shook his head earnestly. We are undertaking the highest mission of an army to defend our position, even in the absence of orders. Carl Bain rolled his eyes, choosing not to respond further. Nodding slightly, Anson began to leverage his previous experience of presenting PowerPoint presentations to explain his upcoming plan to Carl. 5 minutes later, the previously silent Carl Bain found himself persuaded. Despite the fact that Anson was merely a powerless adjutant and they were both lieutenants, he suddenly felt as though he was beneath Anson. This feeling left Carl somewhat disheartened and irritated, yet more so, it was one of resignation. Anson's plan appeared reckless, yet it undeniably held merit. Moreover, a noble from the capital and a military academy graduate would not so foolishly jeopardize his promising future for the sake of these men. Coming to terms with this, Carl Bain ultimately resigned himself to the situation. At that moment, a soldier stealthily approached the two from behind, standing straight and thumping his chest with his right hand. Captain, and esteemed supervising adjutant. What is it? Frustrated, Carl turned to glare at the soldier, speaking curtly. Speak. The startled soldier stood frozen in place, unsure of what mistake he had made. Could you, please, come over here? Seeing the terrified expression of the soldier and his incessant eye signals, Carl Bain reluctantly followed him. Glancing at Carl's somewhat peculiar demeanor, Anson inquired with curiosity, what is it? 2 pieces of news, good and bad. Carl raised his right hand, showing his index and middle fingers. Which do you want to hear first? The bad news. Let us hear the good news first. Carl waved his hand dismissively. When the main forces retreated, they took everything movable with them, but they left behind a 24-pound cannon, likely because it was too heavy. The soldiers checked it, and it is undamaged and operational. Oh, that is indeed good news. I presume the bad news is that we have no ammunition left, correct? No. We have solid shot and canister shot. It's not much, but it suffices. The propellant is also quite sufficient. Carl shook his head, smiling awkwardly. The bad news is, we have no artillerymen trained to operate a 24-pound siege cannon. Not a single person in the regiment knows how to use it. So, Lieutenant Anson Bach, Carl exclaimed with a clap. With a firm pat on Anson's shoulder, he spoke with a tone of profound regret. If you still harbor hopes of receiving artillery support, well, You might first need to establish a brave artillery battalion and be prepared for the unfortunate possibility of being accidentally obliterated by their fire. Chapter 6. Victory brings reinforcements. Within the vast expanse of the kingdom of Clovis, Thunder Fortress was but an inconsequential and impoverished outpost. Originally belonging to a local noble, it had become one of the gateways leading south due to the expansion of the Clovis kingdom's cavalry. To facilitate the transportation of supplies, it was transformed from a dilapidated wooden structure into a proper bastion over the years. For nearly a century, as the territory of the Clovis kingdom continued to grow, few deemed this barren land worthy of conquest. Thus, the surrounding hills and the fertile heartland cloaked in forests and fields went unnoticed. Until this war. Until this moment, its extraordinary allure was finally unveiled. As the kingdom of Clovis faced the dread of enemies on 3 fronts, it suddenly realized that this modest Thunder Fortress was the sole connection between the central provinces and the southern territories. Should it fall, the capital would temporarily sever ties with the southern forces, cutting off vital supply lines necessary for warfare. Amidst the fog-laden siege, Sir Louis Bernard gazed at the Thunder Fortress shrouded in mist behind him. The irises of the haired empire fluttered in the cold wind. His golden hair was tied back in a short ponytail, and his clear eyes were concealed beneath a deep blue triangular hat. Clad in a matching military overcoat, with a sidearm at his waist and a knight's saber in hand, his somewhat slender figure exuded an air of valor. "My lord." An imperial officer hurriedly approached and knelt a few paces away. "What news? Have there been any discoveries?" "Nothing," the officer replied, shaking his head. "We have scoured all forward positions and attempted to push deeper, but aside from the Clovis forces we initially encountered and routed, there have been no signs of resistance." "No." The officer quickly corrected himself. "To be precise, aside from a handful of deserters, we have not encountered any substantial Clovis army. They seem to have abandoned their positions and fled amidst the fog." "What about the positions? Any suspicious areas?" The young knight pressed further. The officer shook his head again. "Weapons, ammunition, and supplies are scattered everywhere. In several camps, we found personal belongings of soldiers and officers. This was not a premeditated withdrawal. They received orders to leave suddenly." Seeing the incredulous expression on the officer's face, Louis Bernard felt equally astonished. The situation had surpassed his comprehension. What he had believed to be a perilous breakout battle, fraught with heavy casualties for a glimmer of hope, had transformed into an exhilarating victory where the enemy had fled without a fight. Could it be that he had triumphed over a Clovis army several times larger than his own with a mere surprise attack, without encountering any noteworthy resistance? Yet, the truth before him confirmed that this was indeed the case. It was neither a dream nor a trap, nor were there any ambushes. The enemy had genuinely retreated. The entire position, along with the weapons, ammunition, and logistical supplies left behind by the enemy, now all belonged to him. This absurd victory rendered Louis devoid of any sense of reality. He felt no joy in triumph. They had won without a fight. Could it be that the enemy intended to seize Thunder Fortress while it lay unguarded? The next moment, the young knight dismissed this absurd notion. There remained more than half of the garrison within the fortress, making it impossible for the enemy to silently capture it in such a short span of time. What did the Clovis people truly intend to do? Lost in confusion, Louis Bernard's inner doubts urged him to exercise greater caution to fully comprehend the situation. Yet time no longer permitted him to linger. He retrieved a gilded pocket watch from within his coat, gently pressing open the cover adorned with an iris motif. The golden hour hand, powered by a multitude of gears, had already passed 6 and inexorably approached the pivotal 7. There was no time to waste. The appointed hour was fast approaching. The young knight gently stowed the watch and turned his gaze toward the officers anxiously awaiting orders behind him. Just as he was preparing to issue a retreat order and clear the battlefield, a sudden thought struck Louis, prompting him to look sharply toward the rear of the besieging forces. Wait, if the enemy has retreated entirely, does that mean, where have we searched so far? Startled, the officer looked at the young knight, whose expression was inexplicably agitated. "We have already searched the entire forward position and are moving toward the—" "Stop. No more searching, and don't bother with the battlefield cleanup. Have the entire army gather here." Louis interrupted decisively. "Immediately. Right now?" Yes, sir." Watching the officer hastily depart, Louis Bernard bit his lip to suppress his inner excitement. His handsome face flushed. Perhaps, just perhaps, he had truly found the key to victory. A single strike could compel the kingdom of Clovis to surrender, ending this war. In the artillery position, Anson squatted in a corner, wiping the firing mechanism of his Leopold rifle with a scrap of cloth he had found. After confirming its cleanliness, he locked the bolt and began to clean the barrel with a cleaning rod. Engaging in a small task during tense moments helped him regain his composure. "You really do have a fondness for that," Carl Bain remarked, approaching Anson with an exasperated look. It was Anson's idea to hold the position. Yet all the duties of defense and ammunition distribution fell to Carl. Is this breech-loading rifle truly so remarkable? It's not something that can be summed up in a single phrase. Putting away the cleaning rod, Anson examined the gleaming metallic bolt to the right of the rifle's action, completely ignoring Carl's dismissive glare. The merits of a breech-loading rifle cannot be encapsulated in mere words. Naturally, Anson was well aware of the drawbacks of his Leopold rifle: considerable recoil, inadequate sealing, and the necessity for paper cartridge ammunition. But it significantly simplified the shooting process, achieving a firing rate of 5 rounds per minute. That alone was enough to greatly enhance his chances of survival on the battlefield. Gazing at the rifle in his hands, he recalled the visions of this era: towering chimneys of steel mills, the thunderous clamor of steam machinery, the differential machine featured in his textbooks, and swift sailing ships venturing into the unknown. Each thought brought a glimmer of hope for his future. Beside him, Carl Bain rolled his eyes and sighed as he sat down. "I'll ask you one last time, Captain Anson, what are the odds of your plan's success? Or perhaps I should rephrase, how many must perish for the rest to survive?" Inserting the cleaning rod, Anson set aside his rifle. "I cannot claim certainty, but there are 2 possibilities. The first is that the enemy may not have given much thought to their objective of breaking through and seeking reinforcements, and attacking the besieging position is merely a desperate act to draw fire. At this point, they have likely succeeded in their breakout, which could be considered a significant gain." Sighing at this thought, Anson continued, "I sincerely hope this is the case." Carl nodded, anticipating further elaboration. "The second possibility is what we previously discussed. The enemy will spare no effort to capture the artillery position." Anson gestured to their surroundings and smiled at Carl. "Moreover, I have some good news." "Good news?" "Yes, have you not noticed that the thick fog is beginning to dissipate?" Carl furrowed his brow. What kind of good news was this? With the fog lifting, wouldn't the Imperial forces within the fortress feel emboldened to open fire without concern for hitting their own? Indeed. As the fog dissipated, the enemy dared to unleash their artillery. Anson nodded with a smile. "Are reinforcements coming to rescue us?" Carl's face reflected sheer astonishment. "Let us hope so." Both silently wished that, regardless of the circumstances, they must save their comrades. In the next moment, Anson, his expression now composed, retrieved a brass pocket watch from his coat. The rusted hands trembled momentarily before freezing in place at the 6 o'clock mark. Observing the watch face, marred by scratches and wear, a trace of resignation crossed Anson's features. Of course, before that. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed through the thick mist as a private, daring to lean out of the trench, cried out in agony and plummeted from the parapet, clutching his chest with his right hand. This sound acted as a signal, and amidst the fog-enshrouded battlefield, hurried and erratic footsteps erupted, accompanied by sporadic gunfire flickering like stars in a murky sky. Startled, the bugler immediately sounded the call to arms, the urgent notes shattering the deathly silence of the artillery position. "We must first win this battle." Chapter 7. Charge with Bayonets. The battle for the artillery fortifications commenced with the first round of futile exchanges between both sides. The chaotic gunfire crackled through the dense fog as soldiers from both factions, equally panic-stricken, raised their weapons and fired indiscriminately into the obscured void, using the sound of gunfire to bolster their courage. "Cease fire. Everyone, cease fire," roared Carl Bain from beneath the ramparts. "The bugler shall sound the call. Any disobedience will be met with immediate execution." Another urgent blast of the military horn pierced the air, and amidst the officers' angry reprimands, the disordered artillery positions gradually regained some semblance of order. The privates, ordered to stop firing, began to reload their weapons in unison. Soon, the sporadic gunfire faded into the fog, replaced by tightly formed ranks, their silhouettes faintly visible against the mist. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy, synchronized footsteps, though somewhat erratic, resonated with an overwhelming force. These foolish knights of the Empire, even after 99 years of the Age of Saints, they still clung to their dense formations, fearful of our marksmanship. Glaring at the aggressive Imperial ranks across from him, Carl Bain wore a scornful expression, yet his right hand, resting on the holster of his sidearm, trembled uncontrollably. A tightly packed formation also meant that once they charged, it would be nearly impossible to halt, particularly when outnumbered. Could they truly rely on that 24-pound cannon? He couldn't help but glance behind him, where several soldiers surrounding the cannon were in a frenzy, uncertain of how much powder to load, quickly dispelling that notion. Relying on such a contraption, it might very well blow them all to the heavens before even firing. Steady yourself, remain calm. The thudding of heavy footsteps reverberated through everyone's hearts, suppressing Karl's furious shouts entirely. The Imperial ranks, bearing the Iris battle flag aloft, appeared as a moving wall in the fog. Thud, thud, thud. The lively drumbeats resounded from behind the Imperial formation, urging the tightly packed ranks to quicken their pace. 400 meters, 350 meters, 300 meters. Karl Bane squinted, feeling a growing sense of disorder. Gauging distance in such fog was exceedingly difficult. 200 meters. Fire in formation, fire. Boom. The synchronized volley exploded from the artillery position. And in the fleeting moment of gunfire, the slowly advancing Imperial ranks stumbled as if they had collided with an invisible iron wall. Yet they had no time to pause, for the next instant brought another volley. Boom. With no aim possible amidst the fog and smoke, the soldiers behind the ramparts obeyed their officers' commands, firing volley after volley mechanically. Despite the relentless barrage, the Imperial formation maintained its tight ranks, yet soldiers continued to fall, struck down by bullets. The cacophony of gunfire only served to tighten their already crowded formation. Some attempted to flee, only to be shot down by stray bullets or the officers enforcing discipline. The privates fell like wheat in a field, the rear ranks stepping over the corpses of those in front, pressing forward towards the artillery as the drumbeats quickened and the volleys thundered. Boom! Seizing the opportunity between volleys, an Imperial knight suddenly broke from the ranks, drawing his saber and pointing it toward the artillery. For His Majesty heard, for the Empire. Warriors, forward! Boom! His words were abruptly silenced as a lead bullet struck his right temple, a dark crimson spray blossoming in the white fog. The saber he clutched fell to the ground, and the knight, drained of all strength, crumpled to the earth. Observing the fallen enemy, Anson, crouched at the trench's edge, calmly pulled back the bolt of his rifle as a new recruit beside him promptly passed him a magazine. Free fire. The next moment, chaotic gunfire erupted from the right flank of the Imperial formation. Then, they became living targets, as they witnessed their comrades screaming and collapsing around them. The once formidable Imperial knights suddenly grasped a terrifying truth. They were encircled. Their adversaries were not desperate, fleeing soldiers, but rather had set a trap for them, meticulously planned in advance. Casualties continued to mount, and amidst the unending gunfire, the Imperial knights struggled to maintain their formation, quickly realizing the futility of their efforts, which only hastened their demise. To maintain a tight formation while facing fire from two fronts was tantamount to seeking death. Boom! As the gunfire subsided, another Imperial knight, attempting to restore order and organize a counterattack, fell victim to Anson's aim. Unfazed, Anson pulled back the bolt, mechanically repeating the identical motion as he took aim. Memories of his former self flooded his mind. Gentlemen, before we commence our lesson, I have a small question. Suppose you and your enemy have equal numbers and firepower. What will you do? Charge directly? Brave. But can you make your soldiers willingly accept a third of them dying before they reach hand-to-hand combat with the enemy? Engage in a direct exchange of fire? That is the standard answer. Anyone who suggests such next time can consider themselves expelled, with no graduation in sight. We are training officers here, not fools who line up to be shot. Let me impart another standard answer. 1/3 of your soldiers spread out to create a firepower deterrent against the enemy. The remaining two ranks maintain their formation and advance swiftly to launch a flank attack. Remember 3 essential principles. First, ensure your soldiers only focus on the enemy before them. Second, instill constant concern in your enemy about their flanks and rear. And lastly, always remember that numbers and weapons are not the key. It is crucial that your soldiers believe victory is assured. Relentlessly strike the enemy, forcing them to cluster together under multiple assaults, instilling fear of division and counteroffensives, resulting in every volley claiming multiple foes, allowing your soldiers to fight with unwavering focus. These invaluable memories equipped Anson, an inexperienced time traveler, with the audacity to improvise and formulate battle strategies. Charge! 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 For the Empire! The resonating roar thundered across the battlefield, and under the encouragement and oversight of the knights, the Imperial soldiers abandoned their previously tight formation, raising their rifles to organize counter-volley fire while simultaneously charging directly at the artillery position. The Imperial Knights, vastly outnumbering the defenders, finally recalled their greatest advantage, recklessly ignoring the flanking fire as they surged like a tide toward the fortifications. Behind the ramparts, the defenders methodically continued to load ammunition, firing incessantly at the oncoming enemy under the officers' commands, though the disparity in troop strength was undeniable. In a mere 100 meters, after several volleys, the front line of enemies had already rushed to the base of the ramparts. Roaring Imperial soldiers brandished their bayonets, only to meet the fully loaded and poised 24-pound cannon. Boom. With no artillerymen present at the fortifications, Karl Bane opted for the less risky choice of using buckshot, deliberately reducing the charge to avoid a catastrophic explosion. Countless tiny lead pellets surged from the cannon's muzzle, sweeping through the air like a tempest, forming a fan-shaped barrage before the artillery. The first wave of Imperial soldiers who reached the ramparts was instantly torn to shreds. Blood sprayed through the air. Dismembered limbs shattered in the chaos, and stray bullets detonated, kicking up clouds of dust upon impact. Screams, cries, wails. After the storm, only a sea of crimson remained at the base of the ramparts, brutally shattering the momentum of the Imperial soldiers' charge and carving a grotesque breach in their advancing line. Gazing at the repelled soldiers of the Empire beneath the bastion's protective walls, jubilant cheers erupted from the ranks of the privates. Yet, Anson found no joy in the moment. The bastion housed but a single cannon, utterly insufficient to halt an enemy force that outnumbered them several times over. As long as the Imperial soldiers could withstand the volleys of musket fire and artillery bombardment, they would inevitably breach the bastion. Moreover, the thick fog was on the verge of dissipating. Once it cleared, the assailants within Thunder Fortress would be able to provide artillery support to their comrades besieging the position, unless he could devise an alternative method to dissuade the enemy from firing. All units, fix bayonets. Chapter 8. Swordsmanship. Louis Bernard found himself in a state of turmoil. He had initially believed that his first venture into battle presented a decisive opportunity, a chance to sway the course of war with a single, fervent effort. However, at the pinnacle of his confidence, he found himself battered and bloodied. Why? Why had the enemy retreated without cause? Why was there still a contingent holding fast at the artillery positions? And how could they still command a 24-pound cannon? What was the meaning of all this? The young knight, filled with trepidation, surveyed the chaos surrounding him. He witnessed the beleaguered troops caught in the crossfire of the enemy, the remnants of the artillery position scarred by the devastating assault. Bloodied corpses lay strewn across the ground, the once proud Iris flags now sullied and abandoned. The air was thick with the anguished cries of the dying and the relentless gunfire of defiance. The battlefield was not a place for the glory he had envisioned. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and Louis was thrown to the ground by a soldier behind him. The sound of another falling body echoed in his ears as he turned to see a comrade, shot through the neck, lying lifeless beside him, his vacant eyes staring blankly. Blood flowed from the gaping wound, mingling with the earth. "My lord." An officer who had witnessed the knight's fall rushed to assist him, urging, "Order a retreat, my lord. The entire 2nd Battalion is willing to cover your withdrawal until—" "No, we cannot retreat," Louis Bernard exclaimed, his gaze steely as he looked at the fallen soldier. "The enemy's firepower has been revealed. They have but 1 battalion and a single cannon. We must charge again. Our forces outnumber theirs 3-1. If we storm the artillery position, we can shatter them." However, before the officer could respond, a cacophony of horns and shouts erupted from behind them. The Clovis forces were surging from their right flank. "My lord, we must seize the artillery position, quickly." With a pallid complexion, Louis Bernard rose, his eyes fixed on the advancing Clovis soldiers. "I will hold them off," he declared, retrieving the flag that had fallen to the ground. The golden iris, now stained with dust and blood, fluttered defiantly in the smoke-filled air. The once frantic Imperial soldiers, upon seeing the flag, hurriedly gathered around the young knight. Under the sergeant's commands, they swiftly formed a tight defensive line in 3 ranks before him. "All soldiers, take aim." As the command was given, the front row knelt, while the previously standing 3rd row raised their rifles, taking aim through the gaps of the 2nd row. The Clovis soldiers, noticing the movement, also raised their rifles and quickened their charge. "Fire!" The young knight, eyes trained on the enemy, brought his blade down. With a thunderous roar, both sides erupted in a volley, and amidst the smoke, soldiers charged forward, trampling over the bodies of their fallen comrades. The chaos of close combat ensued. beginning with the first unfortunate soul to be pierced by an enemy's bayonet. Maintain formation. Do not falter, Lewis shouted, thrusting his blade into an enemy's throat. Do not let them breach our ranks. Keep them at bay. In that instant, the Clovis soldiers swiftly transitioned from a line to a column, piercing through the recently volleyed Imperial ranks like a knife through butter, encircling them from the sides. The Imperial soldiers, having just charged, were immediately met with a fierce flank assault. By the time Louis Bernard realized the dire situation, few of his soldiers remained standing beside him. Clovis soldiers, clad in black and red uniforms, wove through the disordered Imperial formation. Bang! Another gunshot whizzed past Louis's ear, claiming yet another soldier who had tried to shield him. Blood sprang forth. Damn it! Biting his trembling lip, the young knight swung his saber, ashamed of his own helplessness. Desperately, he scanned the battlefield for any means to turn the tide, or at least to momentarily push back the enemy, yet all he saw were lost souls in the fray, collapsing under the relentless barrage from the artillery. With a swift thrust, his blade pierced the chest of a Clovis soldier, hot blood splattering across his face. Just as he withdrew the blade from the corpse, a chilling sense of impending doom gripped his heart. Bang! Clang! He deflected a bullet aimed at him with a mighty swing of his sword. Maintaining his stance, Louis raised his gaze to the direction from whence the shot had come. A dark-haired officer with brown eyes stood before him, gun raised, his face a mask of shock. Is it him? Like a predator honing in on its prey. Louis Bernard lunged toward the figure. Stunned, Anson stood frozen. What is happening? He deflected a bullet. Is this even possible? Immobilized. Anson's hands continued their mechanical dance of reloading, a reflex born of instinct. Clang. Their blades collided, sparks flying. Just as Anson managed to lock his gun, the young knight surged forward, the force of his attack nearly disarming him. In that fleeting moment, Anson saw his opponent draw a sidearm. Bang! The bullet exploded in the dirt as Anson clumsily rolled away, regaining his footing just as he chambered a round in his Leopold rifle. Louis, sensing the shift, froze, preparing to evade the next shot. Yet Anson did not pull the trigger. Instead, he lunged forward, aiming the bayonet of his rifle directly at Louis. They were separated by mere steps, the bayonet's length reducing the distance to a swift thrust. In the next breath, the trembling tip of the bayonet hovered precariously before the young knight's throat. Both remained motionless, their weapons poised against each other. As expected, Louis thought, meeting Anson's gaze, his bloodied face revealing the anticipated realization. Those gifted with innate talent can sense one another. Though their identities remained shrouded, the power of blood coursing through Anson was palpable. You are the commander guarding the artillery position, are you not? Anson, expressionless, remained silent, turmoil churning within him. So, the reason he could deflect the bullet was due to his bloodline power? Potential activation? Physical enhancement? Perhaps there were limitations on usage. Anson felt a pang of frustration. His previous memories offered scant insight into bloodline abilities, leaving him without a reference point. In this moment of uncertainty, Louis spoke. You are indeed formidable, holding the artillery against my threefold forces, putting me in this predicament. He continued, yet I refuse to yield. I am Louis Bernard, a knight of the Empire. In the name of my family and the circle of order, whether you accept it or not, I hereby challenge you to a duel. Since we are both endowed with talents and commanders of our respective armies, let us determine the victor through a duel of one-on-one combat. With a serious expression, the young knight stepped forward, holding a lance in his left hand, while skillfully twirling his sword in his right, using the hilt to knock down the Clovis soldier who attempted a sneak attack. Observing the formidable demeanor of his opponent, who seemed resolute in deciding their fates, Anson paused for a few seconds, contemplated briefly, and then discarded his Leopold rifle onto the ground, drawing forth the dagger from his waist. Louis, with a solemn expression, felt a glimmer of admiration and a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. To think, as a noble of Clovis, you embody such knightly grace. It is truly humbling. With that, the young knight decisively cast aside his sidearm, elegantly concealing his gun behind his back. Thus, let us engage in combat as our ancestors did, with the art of swordsmanship. Bang! Standing with his sword drawn, Anson's hidden left hand pulled the trigger of the revolver. Chapter 9. A misfire at the moment the gun fired. Louis Bernard's expression was one of shock rather than anger. He was oblivious to the fact that, despite the ancestral bloodline's power coursing through him, he had failed to notice when his opponent had drawn his weapon. Blood gushed from his left shoulder, yet the concentrated young knight, fueled by sheer will and the strength of his lineage, managed to maintain his balance and did not fall. With astonishment, he glared at Anson. You. Almost simultaneously, realizing that his adversary had not been slain by the bullet, Anson decisively retreated a step, raising his left hand to aim and fire. Bang, bang, bang. The young knight, taken aback and feeling a chill run through him, hurriedly withdrew. 3 bullets detonated almost simultaneously around him, propelling his bloodline-augmented body to its utmost limits as he raised his saber. With a flash of fire, the gleaming blade emitted a piercing wail, just managing to deflect the bullet before it could strike his head. Yet this was not the end. Just as Lewis felt relieved to have escaped calamity, Anson charged forward, his blade aimed directly at Lewis's chest. Clang! In the instant their blades collided, Anson's sword veered unexpectedly in midair, aiming for Lewis's throat. The young knight, narrowly dodging to the left, barely evaded the blade's tip. In response, he swung his saber downward with the precision of a knight's sword, successfully parrying Anson's next attack. Unyielding, Anson raised his pained right hand to continue his assault. In the ensuing struggle, the bewildered and furious young knight found himself relentlessly on the defensive. He could not fathom why. Despite his bloodline strength, he could not see through the movements of this Clovis officer, leaving him to block and parry while remaining vigilant against Anson's concealed firearm. What he did not realize was that Anson was equally astonished. His opponent seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, evading or countering each of his attacks with impeccable precision. Anson's reflexes were terrifyingly swift, as he not only avoided Lewis's gunfire, but even managed to deflect bullets with his blade, a feat beyond human capability. All of this occurred while Anson was already bleeding from a shoulder wound. The only advantage Lewis could discern was that this Imperial Knight appeared to lack practical combat experience. He hesitated in the face of unexpected circumstances and displayed little desire to attack. Of course, Lewis himself was an undeniable novice in this new world. Oh. Bathed in blood, Louis Bernard thrust his sword straight at the oncoming Anson. No longer evading Anson's strikes, he cast aside his anger and fear. He charged headlong, aiming the blade at their chests, embodying the spirit of a true knight. Clang! Anson, using all his strength, managed to block Lewis's descending blade, narrowly avoiding decapitation. Yet it was not over. The young knight raised his weapon again, the blade whistling through the air. Anson retreated, dodging frantically. Once more, their blades clashed, and in that moment of sparking steel, he could almost hear his bones groaning in protest. It was not merely the speed of his reactions that astonished him. Anson's explosive strength was terrifying. After merely one exchange, Lewis's entire right arm felt numb, trembling to the point he could scarcely grip his hilt. With his remaining strength, the young knight offered no respite to Anson, striking his weapon aside and landing a blow on Anson's shoulder. Gritting his teeth in pain, Anson dropped to one knee, his ears ringing with the shrill sound of slicing air. He dared not contemplate further. His aching hands raised his longsword, bracing against Lewis's impending strike. In that instant, Lewis hesitated, abruptly halting his downward swing, then kicked Anson in the chest. Thud! Anson fell painfully to the ground, his sword slipping from his grasp. Breathing a sigh of relief, the young knight fixed his gaze on Anson's every move while kicking the sword aside. This time, it had to be foolproof. The outcome is decided, my lord. Pointing his blade at Anson's throat, Louis Bernard declared with resolute conviction, surrender, and relinquish the artillery position. I swear by the Empire and the Bernard family's honor that I shall not harm you or your men. Gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat, Anson furrowed his brow. Surrender? You and your men have fought valiantly enough. There is no need to continue this doomed battle. The young knight continued earnestly, to defend a position with inferior forces. Nearly defeating someone like me without utilizing bloodline power is already deserving of your honor. Wait. Interrupting the young knight's persuasive words, Anson proposed. May I offer a suggestion? Please, go ahead. While I am unclear about the nature of your bloodline power, could you do me a favor and look behind you? Gazing at Anson's earnest expression, Lewis could not help but smirk condescendingly. Do not attempt to struggle, my lord. The same trick will not work on me. Lewis chuckled lightly. I may not know how you managed it before, but the greatest characteristic of my bloodline power is that as long as I concentrate fully, I can perceive everything around me. Anything that poses a threat to me cannot escape my foresight. Just like now, your every move cannot evade my gaze. Oh, is that so? Anson, maintaining a stoic face, struggled to suppress a smile at the confidence displayed by his opponent. Yet I still advise you to take a look. Anson persisted. Look around. You cannot truly believe that I am fighting you out of necessity, can you? The young knight's expression faltered slightly. And how can you be certain that only our mere battalion is stationed at the artillery position? Anson's pointed inquiry instilled a twinge of anxiety in Lewis. Indeed, everything that had transpired today felt eerily strange. The desolate siege position, the solitary defense of the artillery, and Anson's confident demeanor. Could it be that this was a trap laid to seize Thunderfort? Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity when Lewis was momentarily distracted, Anson swiftly retrieved the Leopold rifle that had been knocked to the ground when Lewis had kicked it aside. As he stood and thrust the rifle forward, Anson did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Bang! The bullet grazed his left temple, mingling with a few strands of torn golden hair, slowly drifting downwards. Just as I suspected, the icy expression on Lewis's face turned as he retaliated with a swift strike of his blade, slapping Anson's hand and sending the rifle clattering to the ground. With his left hand numb and devoid of feeling, Anson stepped forward. Discarding the rifle as he swiftly drew his revolver, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at the young knight's forehead. Furious, Lewis furrowed his brow, locking eyes with Anson in a tense standoff. Do not struggle in vain any longer, my lord, the young knight stated coldly, desperately stifling his inner rage. Submit, and I will not kill you. I simply wish to end this war. Moreover, I know your gun is empty. You already. Bang! The sudden gunfire interrupted Lewis's words, a bullet narrowly missing his left temple. Feeling the sting on his cheek, the young knight stood frozen, watching Anson, who was panting heavily. As he leisurely cocked the hammer on his revolver, his finger resting on the trigger, and spoke in a slow, deliberate manner. Now, why don't you take a guess at whether my barrel is loaded? Despair enveloped Lewis as he fixed his gaze on the muzzle, his teeth clenched tightly. With a victorious smile plastered on his face, Anson was, in truth, gripped by an overwhelming anxiety. His aim had been directed at the young knight's brow, yet his hand had faltered painfully, causing him to miss. That last shot had been his final bullet. Motionless, Anson gazed at the young knight, who stood ready to sacrifice himself, frozen in place. Should the knight perceive any anomaly, a swift strike could end his life. What to do? Just as despair began to envelop him, a deafening roar erupted from the artillery position. Wait a moment. That sound did not resemble buckshot. Rather, it was a solid projectile. The imagery flooding his mind caused Anson's eyes to widen in astonishment as a streak of whistling darkness cleaved the battlefield in two, hurtling accurately towards him and the young knight. Boom! Chapter 10 Reinforcements arrive. As the shells struck the ground, the entire battlefield fell into a profound silence. Shadows, emitting a terrifying wail, descended near the two men, causing the earth to rupture, with heaps of soil and rock erupting skyward like a geyser. The shockwave from the explosion hurled both him and the young knight into the trench, landing them 10 paces away amidst the cacophony, as debris rained down from above, burying them beneath. Anson, lying on his back, felt a void in his mind. Every bone in his body ached as if they were about to fracture, compelling him to grit his teeth in pain. The young knight beside him lay motionless, seemingly unconscious against his shoulder. 10 minutes later, Anson, entombed in the trench, heard footsteps approaching from outside. Is it this way? I believe it should be here. What does believe mean? Judging by the sound, it must be Carl Bane. Anson exhaled deeply, struggling to prop himself up. Soon, a group of Clovier soldiers, amidst Carl's shouts and curses, hurriedly excavated him and the young knight from the trench. As Anson, still dazed from the blast, lifted his head, he was met with Carl's expression, a blend of embarrassment and joy. How does one explain nearly blowing up their nominal commander on the battlefield due to misfired artillery? What kind of justification could possibly be rational, convincing, yet not result in a bullet to the head? Well, I know you'd love to shoot me right now, but please trust me. Hear us what happened. It enough. Anson waved his hand in resignation, having mentally prepared himself for this artillery piece's catastrophic potential when he decided to employ it. Of course, he had braced for the scenario of a cannon misfire leading to the Army's rout, rather than being nearly obliterated by friendly fire. Thick smoke mingled with mist enveloped the surroundings, the battlefield strewn with chaos, where the only remnants of Imperial soldiers were the lifeless bodies scattered about, save for the tattered golden iris flag, which fluttered mournfully in the cold wind. Had the enemy retreated? Carl, standing beside Anson, coughed twice. Yes, those Imperial scoundrels. upon witnessing their knight lord alongside you being struck by artillery. Well, they all fled. I had yet to inquire about the casualties. But aside from that initial charge, there seemed to be little left. The corpses on the ground were predominantly Imperial. I cannot fathom how many would have perished had we chosen to break through at that moment, but it would have undoubtedly been far greater. Much greater. Carl sighed. Captain Anson Bach, we have triumphed. You have triumphed. Triumphed? Anson murmured, lifting his head, his still blurry vision scanning the battlefield. The thick fog is beginning to dissipate. Indeed, it's clearing, Carl nodded, now able to discern the artillery positions 100 meters away. Then, the enemy had indeed retreated. Yes, and there are still many fleeing. Before Carl could finish his thought, he froze, his complexion paling. With the fog lifting and the Imperial soldiers retreating, would the defenders of Thunderclap Fortress be able to bombard the position? What about this fellow? Carl, his face ashen, pointed at the unconscious young knight. Take him away. Almost simultaneously as they rushed into the fortress, a red glow reminiscent of a sunset illuminated the sky above Thunderclap Fortress. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar and a cascade of flying debris, the bombardment commenced. Mortars, howitzers, cannons, an endless array of heavy artillery unleashed a brilliant, deathly fire towards the artillery positions. Countless shells streaked across the sky, leaving vivid traces, plummeting like a torrential downpour. Some crashed violently into the ground, causing it to collapse and sweep everything away in a furious gust. Others detonated mid-air, sending hundreds of lead projectiles spiraling forth, or exploded upon impact, erupting into towering flames. Not just the artillery positions, the entire besieged area wailed in agony under relentless bombardment, with temporary fortifications either reduced to ruins or engulfed in flames. The cold winter soil fractured and caved under the onslaught of fire and shockwaves. The soldiers who had just repelled several times their number of foes barely had time to celebrate, scattering to hide in the corners of the artillery positions, trembling against the protective walls, utterly helpless. Even the seemingly elated Carl Bane wore a pale visage, panic evident in his gaze as he looked at Anson and the bound young knight behind him, an Imperial knight, and apparently a noble. Of course, it's evident he is a noble. What I'm asking for is his name. Carl's voice edged toward hysteria. I believe it's Louis Bernard. What? Instantly devoid of color, Carl lunged forward, seizing Anson by the collar, his eyes wide with a mixture of horror and anger. Fixated on Anson's seemingly carefree expression, my dear lieutenant, do you have any idea who the Imperial general in the fortress is? I don't know. Anson replied honestly, shaking his head. Krog Bernard, a high-ranking knight of the Empire, heir to the Duchy of Edron. You've captured his younger brother. With all his strength, Carl roared this revelation, and immediately, the lifeless Anson released his collar, as if all vitality had been drained from him, slumping to the side, muttering phrases of doom and despair. Leaning against the protective wall, Anson felt an unexpected sense of relief. The enemy opening fire meant they would not launch an assault until the bombardment ceased. The chaotic, indiscriminate carpet bombing across the besieged area indicated they had not adjusted their artillery positions before firing. This was merely a momentary vengeful retaliation, representing the least threatening of all attacks, while simultaneously depleting their ammunition. What truly warranted concern was what would transpire once the bombardment ended, although the likelihood was slim. If their main forces were indeed frightened into paralysis by a sudden enemy assault, knowing full well that the position had not fallen yet still refraining from counterattacking, that would spell utter disaster. With only a single heavy cannon and just over 200 troops on their side, facing fortress artillery support and several times their infantry, as well as rumored cavalry. Whether holding the fortress or retreating, there would be no escape. Though somewhat disheveled and bloodied in the trench, upon closer inspection, he still appeared rather handsome. His golden locks framed a face that bore a hint of youthful cherubic charm. One could only hope that the noble Krog Bernard would forego the prospect of claiming the lives of over 200 men for the sake of his beloved brother. Time passed, and at last, the cannon fire began to wane. Flames and smoke rose above the battlefield, which had been irrevocably altered. The scene fell silent once more. Within the quiet artillery position, trembling soldiers exchanged anxious glances, each yearning to comprehend the situation outside, yet none daring to peek out. Carl Bane, looking as though he had seen a ghost, lay prostrate, radiating despair. Anson surveyed the surroundings with a sigh and rose to his feet. In that instant, he sensed countless eyes fixed upon him. With a tinge of unease, he turned towards Thunderclap Fortress. What he beheld left him speechless. In the distance, the fortress opened its gates, yet no troops emerged to engage in battle. Only the recently defeated, fleeing Imperial soldiers could be seen. The absence of an offensive myth. Beneath the slowly rising dawn, under a clear sky, a familiar crimson and black hue gradually spread, painting the horizon before his eyes. The colors resembled the tranquil tide, cascading over the small hill at the edge of vision, unfurling in orderly strides and ranks across the land. At the forefront, the cavalrymen brandished their battle standards. On the black banners, a blood-red unicorn reared its head, letting out a fierce cry to the heavens. Gazing upon the meticulously arranged and spirited military formation, the impassive Anson curled the corner of his mouth, delivering a swift kick to the shoulder of the feigning Carl. Hey, rise and behold, our reinforcements have arrived. Chapter 11. A chaotic demise. Dense smoke billowed above the battlefield, gradually settling and dissipating. Thousands of Clovis soldiers maintained their ranks, marching into the ravaged stronghold under the fluttering of military flags and the sound of commands. Removing the nearly charred iris flag and replacing it with the unicorn of the Kingdom of Clovis. However, this had little to do with Anson and the entire 1st Infantry Corps. Over 200 men formed a 3-column square, surrounded by 1,000 soldiers clad in black and red uniforms, armed and vigilant, encircling them in a standard hollow square formation. The anxious soldiers were tense and alert. Their movements met with fierce shouts from their captors, yet none resorted to violence. Anson had no doubt that if they dared to show any sign of noncompliance, their so-called allies would not hesitate to open fire on their own. Within the stillness of the artillery emplacement, the atmosphere was grave and oppressive. The Grenadier Corps, the elite of the general's forces. Beside him, Carl Bane gasped, his pale face devoid of color. You mean, he specifically ordered his guard to hold us captive? Surely he does not intend to kill us? Anson, brow furrowed, was about to respond when a pair of icy eyes suddenly turned their wrathful gaze towards them. Silence! Barked the Clovis officer at the front of the ranks, his expression dark as he glared at Carl and Anson. If you wish to live, shut your mouths, you scum, and await your fate. With that, the officer, indifferent to them, stomped his foot and turned sharply. Brigadier Ludwig Franz, commander of the 1st Call Army of Thunderclap Fortress, has arrived. The hurried sound of hooves drew Anson's attention. The soldiers in formation suddenly parted, creating a pathway for a squadron of cavalry. Leading them was a knight clad in a black officer's uniform, flanked by his entourage as he approached the artillery emplacement. He was not particularly old. His deep brown curls and slightly unkempt beard, paired with his dark military garb and cape draped over his right shoulder, exuded an air of refinement. Yet all of this was overshadowed by the chilling and somewhat deranged look in his eyes. The moment he appeared, the already tense atmosphere within the emplacement grew even colder. Not only the terrified 1st Infantry Corps, but even the elite grenadiers tasked with guarding them stood rigid with unease. Amongst the trembling soldiers, Anson felt as though he could hear the heartbeat of every man. As he stepped into the artillery emplacement, the knight suddenly raised his head, his cold gaze locking onto Anson's face. I am most curious, the black-clad knight stated icily. At 5:30 in the morning, precisely 10 minutes after the enemy launched their assault, I issued orders to every infantry regiment to evacuate the stronghold within 30 minutes. Yet you members of the 1st Infantry Corps did not retreat. With his hands clasped behind his back, the knight's gaze swept across the terrified faces of the soldiers. His steady and resonant voice reached their quaking hearts with undeniable clarity. On the contrary, you chose to hold your ground, relying on the artillery emplacement to repel at least 3 times the number of enemies, enduring their retaliatory bombardments. I must concede, you fought commendably. The knight's icy demeanor shifted, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Thus, I am curious, who among you possessed the courage and determination to lead this steadfast defense? He paused, looking at each soldier. Step forward. As his words fell, the soldiers of the 1st Infantry Corps collectively exhaled in relief. However, Anson sensed an unusual tension in the air as he gazed at the knight's taut expression. General, the situation is such that our 1st Infantry Corps did not receive your enough. The anxious Carl Bane was abruptly interrupted as a resounding voice broke forth, stepping forward with conviction. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. The speaker was a man unknown to Anson, his corpulent figure straining against his uniform, his thinning hair revealing a robust and harmless face, with eyes that, though narrowed, reflected determination. I am Colonel Wellensmore, commander of the 1st Infantry Corps of the Thunderclap Fortress. It was I who ordered the defense of our position. The stout officer, fervent and trembling, continued. It was during the retreat that I suddenly realized, should the Empire seize the artillery emplacement, it would deliver an irreparable blow to our siege. Thus, I ordered the entire corps to hold firm and engage the attacking enemy to the death. Observing this unexpected display from the commander, Anson felt not anger but a dawning clarity regarding the situation. This explained why he had no recollection of his immediate superior. This was largely due to the intricate military structure of the Kingdom of Clovis, which was divided into elite professional legions and a myriad of other irregular forces. The Thunderclap Fortress First Call Army, indicated by its very name, was decidedly an irregular unit. They lacked a stable source of recruits and military pay. Instead, each officer was given a regiment-esque structure and a sum of money to recruit soldiers. This amount was insufficient for the soldiers' wages and equipment, leaving the remainder to be covered by the officers themselves. The arrangement allowed them to operate without interference, permitting them to privately raid enemy territories during wartime and granting them a significantly greater share of spoils compared to regular forces. Through this market-driven recruitment method, the expanding Kingdom of Clovis, alongside its few elite legions, also acquired a force adept at plundering and pillaging, willing to go to any lengths for profit. Unfortunately, this also resulted in commanders like the one before them, who inflated their numbers and were unskilled in battle, only emerging to claim glory and loot. Ah, I see. The knight mused, nodding slightly. Colonel Wellensmore, you are indeed brave, deserving of respect. Not at all. It is all thanks to your guidance, Brigadier, that we were able to. Roman, the knight interrupted coldly. Yes. The officer standing behind him immediately stood at attention, hand to his chest. Tell me, how should officers be punished for disobeying orders on the battlefield? Executed by firing squad. The officer replied coldly. The knight nodded and commanded his subordinate. Proceed. Yes. What? Colonel Wellensmore's eyes widened in shock, and the surrounding soldiers momentarily stood frozen in disbelief. Thud. The corpulent figure was roughly forced to his knees by 2 grenadiers, the cold muzzle of a firearm pressed against the back of his head. Colonel Wellensmore, I hereby sentence you to death for disobeying orders on the battlefield. The knight, unfazed, took a revolver from Officer Roman's hand and aimed it at the bewildered commander's face. If you have any last words, now is the time. The soldiers, who had just relaxed, believing they were safe, now trembled in shock, their eyes glued to their commander, who was being dragged along the ground like a dog. Wait. Just a moment. Wellen, drenched in cold sweat, fixated on the dark muzzle before him, stammered, General, I held the position. Indeed. And for that, I am grateful. You performed admirably. The knight's expression remained impassive as he let his right hand, still gripping the gun, fall to his side. But gratitude does not alter the law. Disobeying orders on the battlefield is a death sentence. Anything else to say? Wellen, his face a mask of disbelief, opened his mouth but could not produce a sound. Is that all? Very well. The knight raised the gun again, this time aiming for Wellen's forehead. Please, no. No. In a state of panic, Wellen exclaimed, Yes, I have something. What is it? Growled the figure cloaked in black. I have something to say. What? I have no command over the battlefield. You do not. Yet your troops are entrenched in the artillery positions. They are there, but I am not. I fled with you. Fled? No. It was a retreat, a strategic withdrawal. You abandoned your troops and ran away. The Dark Knight sneered, his gaze turning menacingly towards the rear. Roman, what is the punishment for an officer who abandons his troops? Death by firing squad. The serious-faced officer replied without hesitation. The Black Knight nodded, fixing a gaze upon Wellen, who trembled like a leaf. Colonel Wellensmo, I hereby sentence you to death for the crime of abandonment. Bang! The gunfire erupted, and before Wellen could react, his skull was pierced. A look of terror, confusion, and disbelief froze upon his face as he collapsed into the muddy pit before him. Now tell me, who was the one leading your counterattack? Step forward. Chapter 12. A lifeline. The tent of the Brigadier General was significantly more spacious than that of a mere deputy officer, boasting an area exceeding 20 square meters, thus ensuring that one would not need to exit the tent immediately upon rising. In the center of the tent lay a small-scale sand table, with a desk and dining table situated behind it, piled high with an avalanche of correspondence that spilled over onto the sand table. An abandoned brazier sat in a corner, crackling softly with minimal smoke. On either side of the walls hung maps of the Kingdom of Clovis, the southern region, and Thunder Fortress, illuminated by the warm glow of the bright lights. Standing under the flickering kerosene lamp, Anson surveyed his surroundings before his gaze slowly settled on Ludwig, who was seated behind the desk. The knight in black, arms crossed over his chest, scrutinized him in return, though his expression was far from amiable. "You appear remarkably composed," Ludwig remarked coldly, his gaze unwavering. "Are you not concerned about being shot down?" "Of course I am," Anson replied, taking a deep breath as he locked eyes with his counterpart. "But surely, you did not summon me to your tent merely to execute me, did you?" "I could easily have Roman take you outside for an immediate execution," Ludwig interjected with a huff. "However, I have already killed one officer today. I cannot afford to kill another. Thus, Lieutenant Anson Bach, consider yourself fortunate today, but do not expect such luck every day. You must swiftly prove your worth to me, so I may forget your insubordination on the battlefield." "If that is the case, Brigadier General," Anson shrugged, "I believe I have already demonstrated my capabilities." "Merely a stroke of luck in winning a battle," Ludwig retorted, straightening in his seat. "Tell me, how long would it take for a fully staffed regiment to deploy into formation?" "Depending on the situation, a marching column would extend between 500 and 700 meters. A stationary formation would measure between 230 and 260 meters. Anson answered without hesitation. "And if they were to deploy in line? That would be between 200 and 220 meters. I meant the time required for deployment. The slowest would be 4 minutes, the fastest, 1.5. Ludwig fell silent, a frown creasing his brow. He suddenly felt somewhat foolish, as these inquiries were common knowledge for an officer poised to graduate from the Royal Military Academy. Anson remained unflustered, having long since mastered the obscure questions that would have easily revealed his true identity upon his arrival. The atmosphere became strangely tense as both the examiner posing trivial questions and the substitute, who had copied the top student's answers, fell into silence. Anson could vaguely discern why this brigadier general had sought him out. His limited memories of Ludwig had provided enough insight for him to gauge the current predicament. After a minute of silence, Ludwig slowly raised his gaze, regarding Anson with an unusual intensity. 2 months before the war broke out, I was merely a major in the central provinces, commanding artillery. Now, I am a brigadier general, the commander of the First Call Army at Thunder Fortress. Do you know why? Yes, because your father, Lud Franz, is the Archbishop of the Church in the Kingdom of Clovis, and you are his only son and heir. Anson thought to himself, then tentatively spoke. It must be due to your strength and experience? As an artillery commander, a siege cannot be won without artillery. Artillery? Ludwig's expression darkened, a self-deprecating smirk gracing his lips as he fixed his gaze on Anson. If the Royal Army truly sought to appoint the most capable, they would have dispatched a seasoned artillery commander from the Western Front to lead. You need not disguise the truth. Everyone is well aware of it. I was sent here because no one understands how this Imperial army breached the defenses and seized Thunder Fortress. We won, and all is well. We lost, and no one would dare hold me, the Archbishop's son, accountable. They are merely waiting to witness my disgraceful defeat. Thousands of ruffians, only knowing how to fight and drink, abandoned their positions and fled in panic after a single surprise assault by fewer than 1,000 enemies. Ludwig's jaw clenched, his face contorted in a fierce grimace under the glow of the kerosene lamp. Had Roman not arrived in time to lead the grenadiers to my rescue, I, a brigadier general barely a week into my post, would have been killed by my own men. As for my officers, you have seen for yourself today. It is impossible to capture a fortress with such a crew. The knight in black rose slowly, his icy gaze turning resolute and fervent. I refuse to allow those who wish to see me fail to succeed. I will win this battle. For that, I require a commander, not a fool clinging to the saint's tactics of 55 years, merely executing orders. I need someone who can prepare thoroughly before battle, remain calm in the face of adversity, and possess the courage and determination to secure victory. A competent commander. Lieutenant Anson Bach, I wish to offer you this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Anson displayed a perfectly appropriate expression of surprise. I do not understand. Promise me you will become the new commander of the 1st Infantry Brigade, Ludwig declared solemnly. As for logistical matters, I will cover all the supplies and pay for the entire brigade. You will not have to spend a single copper coin. But I am still just a lieutenant, and I have yet to graduate from the Royal Military Academy. Anson lowered his head, retreating a step with his hands behind his back. A lieutenant? Just 2 months ago, I was a major myself, That is easily managed. Ludwig interrupted directly. As for the Royal Military Academy, I will write a letter to them, requesting that they prepare your records and graduation certificate. Congratulations, Lieutenant Bach, with a bit of luck. You may become the Academy's first graduate to achieve the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Gazing at the unyielding knight in black, Anson felt no elation at the prospect. Essentially, the outcome of the siege at Thunder Fortress bore no relevance to him. He was merely an intern on the verge of completing his studies and entering the workforce. The Brigadier General's actions resembled a recruitment drive, intent on headhunting. Anson did not oppose this notion. Unless he were to desert, departing the battlefield was simply not an option. In any circumstance, the survival rate of an officer would undoubtedly eclipse that of a mere private. However, such a fortunate opportunity of being headhunted would undoubtedly come at a cost. Of course, accepting this offer will likely offend many, Ludwig continued, shifting his tone as he walked from behind the desk to stand beside Anson, maintaining direct eye contact. Within the Kingdom of Clovis, the Order of the Church has both allies and adversaries. If you choose to align with us, do not expect them to treat you kindly. But consider this. How long would it take for a minor nobleman, who entered the military academy by virtue of talent, to rise to the rank of lieutenant colonel or even general? 20 years? 30 years? Assist me in winning this battle and in my father's name. I assure you that the Order of the Church will become your greatest support. His resolute words resonated with unwavering conviction. Anson discreetly glanced at Ludwig, realizing that this brigadier general was willing to risk everything to secure victory, even clutching at a lifeline as unexpected as Anson himself. This was precisely what Anson desired. And the reason was simple. He was the Archbishop's son. Regardless of how discreetly former Anson had concealed his amateur interests, it was nearly impossible to remain completely undetected. Even considering this aspect, joining the Order of the Church held significant allure for him. Moreover, the perpetrator responsible for the demise of the former owner of this body, which led to my own transmutation, deemed it highly improbable for anyone to stealthily infiltrate the battlefield. It is even more remarkable that such a heinous scheme could be executed with precision on the eve of the army's retreat, crafting an illusion of death by enemy hands or suicide. Anson has ample reason to believe that this individual is undoubtedly within the ranks of the military at Thunder Fortress, perhaps even in close proximity, and is already privy to the intelligence of my resurrection. For self-preservation, and to instill a sense of trepidation in this individual, he requires the backing of the ecclesiastical power behind Ludwig. Might I ponder this matter? I shall grant you 3 days. Ludwig inclined his head slightly, his tone softer than before. After 3 days, should you choose to heed my counsel, I will present you with a comprehensive strategy, one that is certain to seize Thunder Fortress. Anson responded with solemnity. This commander is certainly resolute. Chapter 13. Plans and Applications. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the battlefield lay ravaged by artillery, illuminated only by flickering glimmers of light. Traversing the muddy trenches, Anson's gaze swept over the soldiers marching by, rifles slung over their shoulders. The gaunt faces, far from exuding determination, bore no trace of despair over impending defeat. They were neither disheartened nor spirited, exuding an air of rigidity and numbness, their expressions betraying an indifference. They seemed to care little whether they would survive the night, as long as dinner at the barracks was on time. Gradually settling at a table, Anson ignited a kerosene lamp in a manner etched in his memory. Under the dim glow, he fell into deep contemplation. He had a mere 3 days to devise a plan capable of breaching Thunder Fortress. From the circumstances at hand, it was evident that the adversary had become aware of Anson's amateur interests. Their preemptive action before an impending assault indicated a desire for secrecy. Additionally, the fact that Anson's sidearm remained undisturbed in its holster at the time of his demise suggested a sudden attack, hinting at a possible acquaintance between the two. Thus, this individual likely had ties to the Old God sect. In light of this, it was understandable that the previous Anson, upon discovering his diary in the tent, did not react with immediate alarm, even as he was silently struck down. What was the purpose of a clandestine cult and magical organization mingling with an outsider like himself within the military? Regardless of their intentions, he needed to depart swiftly, equipped with sufficient abilities for self-preservation, whether through the church, the army, bloodline powers, magic, or the unique perspectives he had acquired through his travels. Distracted and overwhelmed, Anson retrieved a sheet of stationery from the corner of the table. Until the matter was resolved, he would refrain from writing in his diary. Since this was a plan, It was essential to enumerate both the strengths and weaknesses of the opposing forces. The most significant advantage lay in troop strength. From Ludwig's camp, Anson discerned the precise composition of the summoned forces at Thunder Fortress, which included 6 understrength infantry battalions, a fully manned grenadier battalion, an artillery company with 8 cannons, and a light cavalry company tasked with communication and reconnaissance, totaling nearly 5,000 troops. Among them, the artillery and cavalry were regular forces, while the 4 infantry battalions were shares held by other officers within the Thunder Fortress army. The fully manned grenadier battalion and 2 infantry battalions were almost entirely financed by Ludwig himself, who evidently had no shortage of funds, being the son of the archbishop. However, the disadvantages were equally apparent. The captured Thunder Fortress served as a military depot and supply warehouse, housing a considerable amount of supplies. Particularly, as long as the enemy's ammunition remained intact, their numerical inferiority could be entirely offset. Should Ludwig truly resolve to assault Thunder Fortress head-on, it was likely that before they even reached the fortress walls, the army would suffer at least a 2/3 casualty rate. Do I really need to point that out? A sharp crack echoed as Ludwig slammed the written plan onto the sand table, his eyes darting toward Anson with a mix of anger and embarrassment. I am well aware of the situation at Thunder Fortress. I don't need you to tell me. Yet, understanding the strengths and weaknesses of both sides and confronting the circumstances was indeed crucial. Anson regarded him calmly. The current situation suggests that those who wish to launch a direct assault should abandon such thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, a more composed Ludwig mused, "Are you suggesting a defensive counterattack? General, how many Imperial troops do you believe are stationed within the fortress?" "About 2,000. Why?" "Oh, it's nothing." Anson chuckled lightly, shrugging his shoulders. "I merely think that after the last raid, having lost several hundred men and a knight, the outmatched Imperial forces would not dare to venture far from the fortress again, making it improbable that we would be afforded the opportunity for a counterattack." "What exactly are you trying to say?" Ludwig's eyes widened in disbelief. "What I mean to convey is that now that we understand both sides' strengths and weaknesses, we ought to employ a strategy that maximizes our advantages while mitigating the enemy's artillery fire. The enemy's reluctance to leave the fortress presents us with an opportunity." In that instant, Anson caught a fleeting glimmer in the eyes of the cloaked knight. Ludwig gazed down at the sand table, his eyes darting back and forth between the siege position and Thunder Fortress, hesitantly inquiring, "You propose to advance by digging, shortening the distance of our attack through the trenches? This should be the most ideal and feasible plan among all." As Anson observed the page of the letter filled with written content, his demeanor remained increasingly tranquil, though within, his emotions churned like turbulent waves in a stormy sea. He had witnessed firsthand the devastation wrought by artillery. The formidable cannons and howitzers could easily reshape the landscape, but posed little substantial threat to those entrenched. Moreover, the trajectory of mortars always presented a challenge in aiming. Advancing through the trenches was the most effective means to mitigate the enemy's firepower. Pulling the front line into the trench beneath the fortress walls would render them blind to heavy artillery, allowing their numerical advantage to shine forth. However, this was merely a figment of imagination. Having witnessed the Imperial forces' reckless expenditure of ammunition within Thunder Fortress, Anson could vividly envision soldiers, paralyzed by fear, scattering in panic, or being blown to pieces as they surged from the trenches. They were human, capable of fear and valor, readily embracing courage yet equally susceptible to cowardice. They would not merely huddle behind cover at the click of a command or dig trenches amidst enemy fire. This reality must be taken into account. To advance through the trenches, it could not simply extend the siege position. They had little time and must also consider the threat from the fortress walls. Thus, countermeasures were essential. Anson's current solution involved constructing 1 or 2 temporary artillery emplacements near the fortress to suppress the enemy's fire as much as possible. On the other hand, the enemy's ammunition was not limitless, and they had no source of resupply, which could be viewed as a small advantage. "What kind of advantage is that?" As he spoke, he clenched his fist and slammed it onto the table, causing the entire sand table to tremble. Anson took a deep breath. Conversing with the frantic individual was quite exhausting. "As you mentioned, the enemy will not surrender easily until their ammunition is exhausted. They are well aware that it is only a matter of time before such an isolated fortress falls. Therefore, they will do everything in their power to prolong the battle." Advancing through the trenches appeared to be a strategy that would indeed take considerable time. This was merely a hypothesis. Yet if the enemy realized they were no longer intent on a reckless assault, but instead focused their energies on fortifying defenses they might not easily disturb them. Anson regarded Ludwig with utmost seriousness. Clinging to such a lifeline, Anson could easily imagine the Archbishop's son feeling despondent about the current predicament, yearning to capture Thunder Fortress swiftly to prove himself to all who awaited his failure. However, the proposal he put forth was clearly not something that could be realized overnight. The two men stood in the drafty tent, oblivious to the extinguished warmth of the fire pit. Is there truly no other way? Ludwig clearly wished to keep struggling for alternatives. There is. Anson nodded slightly. But I promised you that when I decided to accept your appointment, I would provide you with an infallible plan to conquer Thunder Fortress. This is my response. He spoke plainly, detailing strategies such as attacking in thick fog, launching a midnight raid on the fortress, utilizing tunnels, and relying on internal support. With his right hand, he gestured over the model of Thunder Fortress, indicating a strategy fraught with uncertainty and lacking feasibility. Hardly worthy of being called a plan, it resembled a gamble. What you require is a decisive and resounding victory. Is it not? Ludwig remained silent, yet his tightly clenched fist trembled slightly, the veins on the back of his pale hand standing out prominently. Can we win? A simple phrase, almost forced from between his clenched teeth. He dared not be certain, as one left with no alternative and reluctant to seek aid from the rear. He questioned whether he could truly rely on this lifeline that had preserved their position and instilled hope in his desperate moment to indeed turn the tide. We will win, Anson affirmed with conviction, nodding emphatically. We will surely win. As the flickering light of the oil lamp illuminated the small tent, Anson nearly burst into laughter. This exaggerated rhetoric aimed at encouraging the despairing, nearly hopeless brigadier was merely a means to lift his spirits. It was evident that such optimism was unfounded. Even if they were to incur casualties, the Imperial forces within the fortress would undoubtedly emerge from the city to engage in battle. As for their own counterattack capabilities, Anson was not particularly optimistic. Apart from Ludwig's 3 rifle companies, the remaining troops were the property of the various commanders under his command. While weapons and ammunition were manageable, should soldiers fall in battle, they would have to finance their own replacements, and a severe shortfall would lead to reduced pay. Such a force might manage well in favorable conditions, taking cover and exchanging fire with the enemy. But to expect them to adapt and repel an enemy assault was a futile hope. The enemy within the fortress would not exceed 2,000. Thus, at least 2 capable rifle companies were necessary to mount an immediate response to any enemy incursions. As this was his plan, Anson intended to undertake this critical core task himself. No problem, Ludwig replied without hesitation. Starting tomorrow, I will have Roman lead the Grenadier Company in patrolling the positions. If necessary, we can also reassign 2 cannons from the 8 positioned at the artillery base to establish a forward fortification. As for your first rifle company, while we currently cannot replenish manpower, I can assure you that any new recruits arriving at the rear will be prioritized for your unit. Is there anything else you require? Excellent. We have finally broached the topic of initial budgeting, Anson thought, feeling relieved. Having a well-funded ally was indeed a blessing. Insufficient manpower was not the gravest issue. The most pressing concern was the lack of weaponry and equipment. Anson stated with seriousness. When I arrived, I inquired with Captain Carl Bain. And every soldier in the regiment has only 1 rifle, with no spare arms. The weapons are old and varied, and some do not even possess bayonets. Furthermore, standardized rifles, equipped with bayonets and ammunition, along with a complete set of infantry gear. I will prepare that. Ludwig interrupted with a hint of indifference. Is there anything else? Well, you should know that the Imperial forces can swiftly breach the lines and seize Thunder Fortress. Relying not only on artillery but also on elite cavalry, and grenades are the best weapon against cavalry. Grenades? That is somewhat troublesome, but it should be manageable. I will arrange for logistics to allocate some supplies from the Grenadier Company to you, so you need not worry about that. Ludwig, focused on the model, spoke in a low voice, but upon raising his gaze, he noticed Anson still standing in place, his brow furrowed and expression somewhat displeased. Is there anything else? There is still. Regarding the replenishment issue, Anson attempted to infuse earnestness into his tone. If possible, could we expedite the allocation of a skirmisher company to support us? Ludwig took a deep breath, the atmosphere turning icy with his expression. You should know that I sought you out specifically because I did not wish to bow to the army, correct? Yes. And you understand that the equipment for a skirmisher company differs from that of regular riflemen, necessitating an application, right? Understood. Very well. I will write a letter to request the replenishment of the skirmisher company. Ludwig nodded slightly, his expression darkening. If all goes as expected, we should resolve this within 2 days. Besides this, you do not have any further requests, do you? Anson bit his lip, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he spoke quickly. Well, since you have made up your mind to establish artillery positions at the front, could you allocate a cannon to our regiment? It need not be of high quality. A small infantry cannon would suffice. Observing Ludwig's increasingly grim demeanor, Anson abruptly halted mid-sentence. The dark-clad knight slowly raised his right hand, pointing toward the door. Leave. Chapter 14. Prison visit. With a hint of regret for potentially missing out on the infantry cannon, Anson departed from Ludwig's tent. The officer guarding the entrance fixed Anson with a fierce, predatory glare as soon as he emerged. Colonel Roman, the commander of the Grenadier Regiment, was rumored to be a contemporary and colleague of Brigadier Ludwig. However, their relationship likely ran deeper than mere acquaintance. Anson felt a chill under the scrutiny. Uncertain of how he had offended Colonel Roman, who had displayed nothing but disdain since their first encounter. It seemed he reserved his ire not only for Anson but for others as well, save for Brigadier Ludwig. The predicament was that Anson required Roman's assistance. Raising his gaze, he smiled and inquired, "Could you please tell me where Louis Bernard, the captured Imperial Knight, is currently being held?" Roman's eyes, menacing as a wolf's, remained fixed on Anson, unblinking. "That information is classified. The Brigadier has tasked me with swiftly devising a plan to breach Thunder Fortress, and I require first-hand intelligence on the Imperial garrison within. Of course, if you feel uneasy, we can approach the Brigadier together with a formal request," Anson responded calmly, gesturing toward the tent's entrance. "While I doubt he would object, it seems rather unnecessary to disturb him over such a trivial matter, don't you think?" Under their mutual gaze, Anson maintained his composure, as though the earlier ire directed at Ludwig had no bearing on him. With a predatory glint, Roman signaled to a grenadier behind him, "Take him to see the prisoner." "Yes, sir," the grenadier replied, stepping forward. Anson nodded solemnly to Roman, eager to express his gratitude, only to be interrupted. "Captain Anson Bach, I have no idea how you survived that battle," Roman remarked coldly, "but if you wish to continue living comfortably, it would be wise to treat the success of this siege as the most important task of your life. Otherwise, the Order of Order and the Franz family's power are beyond your comprehension." What did he mean by that? A warning? A threat? Or merely a reminder? Anson's mind was tumultuous. 10 minutes later, Anson arrived at the location where Louis Bernard was imprisoned. The cell, a makeshift dungeon fashioned from a cellar, was shrouded in darkness, with only faint flickers of firelight visible within. The soldiers accompanying him chose a more secure method of confinement rather than handing him the cell keys. The sound of the heavy door locking behind him echoed, and Anson sighed. "If your intention is to interrogate me, I advise you to abandon that notion. I would never divulge any information regarding Thunder Fortress, even at the risk of the Bernard family name." A staunch and uncompromising voice rang out, and Anson followed it into the dim light, where he discerned the silhouette of a young knight sitting upright, despite his weary demeanor. Bloodstains and dirt had been meticulously cleaned from his visage, and his injuries were well bandaged. Ludwig clearly understood the identity of this captive. "Is it you?" The young knight furrowed his brow upon recognizing Anson. "It is I," Anson replied, nodding as he took a seat nearby. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Anson Bach, Army Captain, Deputy Officer of the 1st Grenadier Corps. It is an honor to meet you, Sir Louis Bernard." Extending his right hand, Anson smiled. After a handshake, he continued casually, "Now, the matter at hand is that I would like to consult you regarding. Even if you defeated me in our duel, you shall gain no information regarding Thunder Fortress from me." Louis interjected, sitting up straight with fervor. "I stake the Bernard family name. I will never." "I didn't intend to ask that," Anson replied, taken aback. Louis blinked, his youthful face contorted with confusion. "Then what do you wish to inquire about?" Seeing the knight's innocent expression, Anson felt a fleeting pang of compassion. Yet, impulses are often transient. "During our duel, you mentioned that gifted individuals can sense each other. Sir Louis Bernard, do you possess a deep understanding of gifted individuals and their bloodline powers?" Of course, one might say that any Imperial Knight, any heir of the 7 gifted knights, should hold this ancient power in reverence. Louis's face illuminated with a fervent, almost devout expression. "Surely, you are familiar with the legend of the 7 knights, Sir Anson?" "Somewhat," Anson nodded. This was a widely known tale akin to a creation myth. 6 knights from diverse realms allied with elves, uniting under the banner of a dragon knight. purging dark creatures and fallen gods from the world belonging to humankind, ultimately establishing 7 kingdoms on the rising human territories. These 7 knightly kingdoms gradually merged, forming an empire through marriage and alliances. Thus, it can be regarded as the empire's founding myth. It is said that all bloodline powers trace their origin back to the 7 knights who saved the world of order. Their bloodlines proliferated, giving rise to countless manifestations of bloodline powers. Although the Order of Order and many, such as your Clovis kingdom, harbor doubts about this, such skepticism is undeniably absurd. Lewis asserted with conviction, for instance, my bloodline power is inherited from one of my ancestors, the illustrious Sea Knight Bernard, with irrefutable evidence. Anson smiled in agreement. Though he was tempted to delve into the origins of the bloodline powers of the 7 knights, a rather convoluted inquiry. So, what exactly do you wish to know? Sir Anson? I seek your guidance in mastering bloodline powers, Anson stated earnestly. This was the true purpose of his visit to Lewis. From the very beginning, or rather from the moment he grasped the reality of his translocation, Anson's plans revolved around the fundamental premise of survival. Everything else was merely an extension of that premise. He could not afford to flee alone, thus he sought the army. He needed to conceal the secrets he bore, hence he relied on the Order of Order's backing. He wished to evade being branded a deserter, so he had to conquer Thunder Fortress. He needed to ensure his safety against those who might wish him harm. Thus, he required mastery over bloodline powers, even if it meant extracting knowledge from an enemy. You have yet to master your own bloodline powers. Lewis gasped, astonished, before a look of realization crossed his face. No, this isn't right. Your mentor never taught you? Anson blinked, pondering for a moment. What mentor? Your mentor? Who taught you how to be a qualified noble, an excellent knight, or who instructed you to become a competent leader? The Royal Military Academy. The Academy. They did not teach you how to harness bloodline powers? As far as I know, no. Louis Bernard sighed deeply, exuding a sense of helplessness as he shook his head. While in the imperial capital, I heard rumors that the upper echelons of the Clovis kingdom are obsessed with machinery, neglecting ancient traditions. I never imagined it had deteriorated to such an extent. Is this serious? Anson furrowed his brow. Of course it's serious. The fact that you even ask me indicates just how dire the situation has become. Lewis's eyes widened, his clear gaze and exaggerated expression betraying a palpable fear that Anson might still be oblivious. Without our bloodline, how can we prove the nobility of our lineage? Without our bloodline, how can we lead the weak and helpless people? Without our bloodline, wouldn't the order of the empire and indeed the entire world descend into chaos? Anson, momentarily taken aback, opened his mouth in astonishment. He was yet unaware of his own significance. So, Sir Louis Bernard, might you teach me the power of the bloodline? Anson chuckled casually. However, the righteous young knight fell silent in an instant. The flickering candlelight casting shadows on his troubled expression, his clear eyes glimmering with inner conflict. The dim light of the few remaining candles hinted at their impending extinguishment. Yet, Anson's smile remained unwavering. I understand your concerns. Assisting an enemy in harnessing power is certainly not a prudent endeavor, especially when that enemy stands before us. However, you must also consider, even if I do not step forward, will there not be others? Lewis appeared momentarily stunned. What do you mean? I have declared, wagering the name of the Bernard family, I will never. But I can circumvent this issue. Anson, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes at Lewis's innocent, yet martyr-like demeanor, interjected, I can persuade them to entrust all interrogation duties to me, thus freeing you from the burden of betrayal, for I assure you I will not inquire about such matters. Lewis's expression brightened, but he quickly followed with, and what might the cost be? You must teach me the power of the bloodline, and it must be done with genuine intent. Anson's lips curled into a sincere smile. He felt that if this continued, his mouth would soon cramp. Grant me mastery over the bloodline's power within a week, and I guarantee that not a whisper of information regarding the garrison at Thunderclap Fortress, including your brother Commander Krog Bernard, will escape my lips. Lewis, his eyes wide, regarded Anson's smile, and finally sighed softly. Originally, it was my uncle who was meant to execute this plan, but my brother. Well, let us not dwell on that now. Anson interrupted once more. Tell me, are you willing to accept this exchange of knowledge regarding the bloodline's power for intelligence on the garrison at Thunderclap Fortress? The significance of both propositions was evidently clear to Louis Bernard in his current predicament. Lewis's expression shifted to one of melancholy. yet as if resolute in his determination. He quickly regained his composure. First, allow me to correct a fundamental misconception one my mentor once imparted to me. The power of the bloodline cannot be taught, for it varies from individual to individual. Even among those of the same lineage, it remains unique. It is a force embedded within your blood, a power that belongs solely to you. Each manifestation of this power serves as a testament to its bearer's innate gifts. That said, he continued, his tone growing grave, this power does indeed have discernible paths, or else its transmission would falter. My uncle has informed me that each ancient family possesses a distinct method of mastering the bloodline's power, yet fundamentally, they share similarities. Anson nodded in understanding. The next step will be to fortify your body. You will notice a significant enhancement in both your physical and mental faculties when you channel the power of the bloodline, revealing unique abilities. While I do not believe there are hierarchies of strength among the bloodline powers, the manifestations of these abilities often surpass common expectations. Some focus on physical enhancement, others influence those around them, some exist on a mental plane, and others may even foresee impending events. The possibilities are myriad. Moreover, although each individual's bloodline power is distinct, these abilities may undergo transformations. As my uncle has stated, there exists a profound connection between the power of the bloodline and one's self-awareness. When Anson once again found himself outside the cell, night had fallen. Roman, with eyes as fierce as a hunting dog, stood immobile in the trench, hands clasped behind his back, watching Anson emerge. It seems to have gone smoothly, Roman squinted. Have you earned his trust? In the empty trench, it was only the two of them, the midnight darkness rendering even the chilling gusts that swept by ominous. The original commander of this imperial army was not Krog Bernard, but rather his uncle. A decent beginning. Anson spoke in a flat tone, devoid of any pretense. Could I trouble you to inform Brigadier Ludwig to refrain from assigning others to interrogate Louis Bernard? This trust is still fragile and cannot withstand any wavering. Roman's gaze softened slightly. I will relay your message to the general. With that, he turned, leaving behind a promise that felt uncertain at best. It was only after the figure vanished at the trench's end that Anson finally relaxed his left hand, which had been gripping his sidearm. Alone, he could finally grasp the perilous nature of his situation. What if that individual intent on his demise possessed similar capabilities? What if he wielded some power or magic entirely beyond Anson's comprehension? A mere sidearm could hardly provide a sense of security. The power of the bloodline, the old gods, and that ability to perceive all that surrounded him. A single trump card is never sufficient. Chapter 15. The grand scheme illuminating the kerosene lamp. Anson instinctively extracted a sheet of letter paper from a pile on the table, preparing to document the day's occurrences in their entirety. This was not only a remnant of his prior profession before his journey here, but also a means of preserving his life. Anson had little faith in improvisation. Adaptability was merely an excuse for inadequate planning. Understanding oneself, recognizing one's limits and objectives, and possessing a fundamental awareness of the circumstances enabled one to remain composed and purposeful, rather than being swept away in aimless confusion. Anson paused slightly, observing that the letter paper, previously haphazardly piled in the upper left corner, had been deliberately organized and placed in the upper right corner. Had he not instinctively reached out for it, he might not have even noticed this change. Someone had intruded into his tent and tampered with his belongings. Of course, it could merely be a soldier assigned to duties, for Anson was still a mere junior aide-de-camp, and his tent was not yet deemed worthy of a guard or a no trespassing sign. With a sense of trepidation, Anson took the topmost sheet of paper. The moment he raised his right hand, his pupils constricted sharply. Blood. A once spotless sheet was now marked by a three-ringed symbol splattered in crimson. The three-ringed symbol, known as the Order runes, served as a universal emblem of the Order Church. In stark contrast, the old god faction to which Anson previously belonged employed a red rune, identified as the primordial rune, symbolizing their belief that they were the true inheritors of faith, while the powerful Order Church was deemed heretical. Heart racing, Anson held his breath, listening intently to the slightest sound around him. After confirming that he was alone, he exhaled softly, fixating on the fresh bloodstain on the paper, contemplating the purpose behind this mark. The sequence of events was telling. If the intruder was not within the military camp, they could not possibly know he was still alive. An old god faction, wary of revealing themselves, would never dare to leave a sheet marked with the primordial rune in a tent that could be easily breached. There was only one explanation. The intruder was intimately familiar with his every move. Just as Anson pondered this, the primordial rune began to shift subtly on the paper. The entire symbol quivered slightly, as the blood-drawn lines writhed like the tentacles of a cephalopod, chaotically contracting and converging with remarkable speed towards the center. The once saturated blood seemed to vanish entirely before Anson's eyes. In the next moment, elegant blood-red script appeared on the pristine sheet. My dear fellow believer, may the ancient old gods bestow their blessings upon you this moonless night. I apologize for the lengthy delay in re-establishing contact, but you surely understand the reasons. This world, controlled by malevolent heretics, is not friendly to those of us who possess the truth. We must act with utmost discretion. Anson was taken aback. What was this? Magic? Sorcery? Chaotic energy? Or perhaps a dark curse, a text message? Moreover, if you understood the need for caution, why not come directly to me? Using such an enigmatic method to convey a message seems more likely to expose us. However, it appeared the sender could not discern his current thoughts. As the blood-drawn words continued to appear methodically on the paper. First, allow me to congratulate you on a timely and resounding victory that has restored balance to a precarious situation, without arousing any suspicion from the son of the Archbishop. Blessings of the old gods. He was indeed within the military camp. Anson felt a surge of elation at his accurate deduction, only to be suddenly struck by another thought, judging by the sender's tone. His success in that battle had taken him by surprise. If the one seeking his demise belonged to this old god faction, should he not be more astonished by the fact that he was still alive? Was there another layer to this situation? And what did the precarious balance imply? With a tumult of complex emotions, Anson continued reading by the light of the kerosene lamp. Dear fellow believer, your brave and decisive actions have prompted me. It is time. Indeed, I believe it is time, just as you anticipated during your initial encounter with this ancient organization. The elegant blood-red script trembled slightly, the splattered ink seemingly expressing the sender's excitement. It is time for you to genuinely partake in the grand scheme of the ancient old god faction as it rises from the depths of obscurity. As he beheld the fervently animated letters, Anson shuddered. He wanted nothing more than to point at the sender and declare, "Not me. I do not wish to be involved in this endeavor that would surely lead to dire consequences, potentially binding me to the exhaust valves of a steam engine. You would do well to seek another." Indeed, dear fellow believer, my emotions mirror yours. Yet I implore you to remain calm and permit me to convey this monumental mission to you in due course. The script gradually became more composed, perhaps due to a dwindling ink supply, as the once vibrant blood red began to fade, as we discussed previously. Not only within the kingdom of Clovis, but throughout the entire Order world and beyond, our presence is pervasive. The world has long awaited the resurgence of the ancient old gods. This war between the Empire and the Kingdom of Clovis is but a segment of the grand scheme, aimed at shattering the fragile facade of prosperity that the heretics strive to maintain, unleashing the wrath of the old gods upon every terrified heart. Dear fellow believer, your task is to swiftly seize the Thunder Fortress, allowing the steel war machines of the Kingdom of Clovis to demonstrate their rightful power. We must not allow the Empire to conclude this war with ease. The script hastened, becoming increasingly hurried and illegible. Through the paper, Anson could sense the fervor and obsession of the sender, accompanied by a cascade of questions. How extensive was the power of the old god faction? If they were truly omnipresent, why did he perceive so little around him? What connection did the ostensibly territorial dispute between the Empire and the Kingdom of Clovis have with the old god's grand plan? As for the previously mentioned precarious balance, did it imply that if the Kingdom of Clovis failed to capture the Thunder Fortress quickly, the old god faction might resort to direct action to further their grand scheme? In this exhilarating moment, dear fellow believer, I urge you to maintain your composure and vigilance. I shall endeavor to meet with you shortly to formally impart the glory of the old gods and embark upon the great journey of following the ancients. As if heralding a conclusion, the preceding content began to fade gradually, while new letters appeared with increasing speed. Additionally, although this may contradict divine prophecy, if it is at all possible, I genuinely wish for you, and not another, to achieve indelible merit for the old god's grand scheme at this pivotal moment. I shall pray for you. May the ancient old gods bestow their blessings upon you this moonless night. The message concluded as it began, and as the final stroke of the inkless pen marked the paper, not a trace of blood remained. The implication was clear. The sender desired it to be him rather than anyone else. Did that mean there were others from the old god faction lurking within the Thunder Fortress, waiting for their opportunity. In the dead of night, at the Thunder Fortress, within the supply warehouse, a heavy door slammed shut and locked, sending plumes of dust swirling like smoke, gradually dissipating into the air. With a deep exhalation of stale breath, the knight, still pressing his hands against the door, slowly turned to face the enveloping darkness before him. Tall and imposing, he stood there with an air of nobility, his golden locks tied back into a neat ponytail. Had Anson been present, he would have mistaken this knight for one of his unintended captives. The heavy thud of iron boots echoed as he gradually progressed deeper into the warehouse. In the center of a deliberately cleared space, he discovered the objective of his mission. 13 Clovian soldiers, shackled together with iron chains, gazed at the approaching Imperial Knight with a mix of fear and confusion. "You are quite unfortunate," he declared. "I had not intended to act so swiftly. The spoils of war have only just begun, and there was no need for the will of the great old gods to manifest so early. There are 1,000 reasons for the Empire and the Kingdom of Clovia to engage in a brutal struggle, but..." The knight's indifferent demeanor twisted into a grotesque mask of rage, his lips curling in a grimace as he gritted his teeth. "My brother, my dear brother, Louis Bernard, that naive, almost foolish Louis, died on the battlefield just days ago. I witnessed with my own eyes as he was obliterated by your Clovian artillery. So, do you comprehend the turmoil within me at this very moment?" The pale-faced Clovian soldiers exchanged terrified glances, each one paralyzed by fear, their tongues seemingly removed. "Of course, as the garrison of Thunder Fortress, you are innocent," Krog stated nonchalantly, gripping the hilt of his greatsword. "Yet, as humans, as those who have forsaken the old gods for millennia and become blasphemers, who among us can claim true innocence? Unforgivable, and utterly beyond forgiveness. Only the deepest terror and the most sincere sacrifice can atone for the sins we bear. What say you?" The Clovian soldiers, their faces ashen, fixated on the great sword in his grasp, realizing their grim fate. Desperate to escape, they recoiled, tugged at their chains, even resorting to grappling with one another to evade the knight's gaze. But no matter their struggles, bound by iron, they had no hope of escape. With a soft clang, the greatsword fell to the ground. "I have heard that the people of the Kingdom of Clovia are enamored with machinery, even daring to defy the heretical pontiff of the Order, creating iron monstrosities capable of racing along tracks." Krog's voice dripped with disdain as he twisted the hilt of his sword with fervor. "Interestingly enough, I too possess a fascination with machinery, albeit in a wholly different manner." A soft click echoed from the sword's hilt. Clang, 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 clang. This great sword, forged by a limping mechanic, was aptly named Rending Blade. "He told me it may not be the most efficient weapon for killing, but it is quite suitable for crushing. To the ancient old gods, I humbly offer this sacrifice worthy of your glory." The iron-linked rending blade, like a long whip, danced in Krog's hands. With a sickening squelch, the rusted serrations became stained with the remnants of dismembered flesh. There were no piercing screams, no cries of despair. The only sounds within the dark warehouse were the clash of metal against flesh, the shattering of ribs and skulls, the tearing, smashing, grinding, and battering of muscle. All of this discordant cacophony was sealed within the confines of the closed door. As the knight reveled in the swing of his great sword, he unwittingly became drenched in the thick, crimson liquid, calmly and fervently reciting his mad verses. "Only in darkness can light be revealed. Only through blood can one attain immortality. Only through destruction can greatness be achieved." As the blood cascaded from the blade, a colossal primal rune materialized beneath his feet. Chapter 16. At the age of 22, Anson, the commander, found himself sleepless throughout the night, finally managing to doze off just before dawn. When the sun rose, he awoke as any dutiful officer would, quickly roused from his uncomfortable bed, hunger gnawing at him. Reporting to Brigadier Ludwig, he recounted the interrogation of Louis Bernard and the unsettling messages from the old god sect. After an exhausting day, Anson had consumed nothing more than intellectual sustenance. No food that could be deemed proper had crossed his lips, dragging his weary body through the muddy trenches. He made his way to the mess hall he vaguely remembered. Although the Thunder Fortress army was a motley crew, being within the kingdom's borders ensured that Brigadier Ludwig, the commander and son of the Archbishop, provided commendable rations, standard fare that even many elite forces would envy. As an army captain, Anson was entitled to 700 grams of dry bread, 500 grams of fresh or cured meat, 300 grams of fresh or pickled vegetables, a small piece of cheese with jam, a bottle of beer, a pack of cigarettes, and every 3 days, a bottle of wine along with occasional fresh fruit. These provisions were not distributed directly to the soldiers, but were prepared by the cooks at the camp's kitchen and then delivered to the front lines by the quartermasters of each regiment. Unlike ordinary soldiers, Anson enjoyed the privilege of not having to huddle in the trenches with a steaming meal tray in fear of mud splashes. Instead, he could sit comfortably at a long table in the mess hall, sheltered from the muck, gazing at the hearty stew of cured meat and vegetables, the golden crusty bread, the frothy beer, accompanied by cheese and sweets. Anson felt quite satisfied with the military's provisions. If it weren't for the old god sect, this damned war, and the evident troubles at Thunder Fortress, his satisfaction would be even greater. Quite an appetite, my dear adjutant. Captain Carl, holding a meal tray, sat across from him, a cylindrical object wrapped in old newspaper tucked under his arm. With a hint of despondency, he scrutinized Anson. Ah, you didn't sleep well either? What's the matter? Anson, his hand poised over the beer, looked up at Carl, bewildered. Seeing that his friend was still grappling with the situation, Carl replied tersely, "We're about to be unemployed." Unemployed? Anson was taken aback, having barely begun his duties, still within his probationary period. What a predicament! Carl shook his head, speaking with a tone laden with envy. My dear supervisor, in a ragtag army like ours, once the battle is over, we will be disbanded. Of course, it usually doesn't happen that quickly. The issue is, our commander, Welland Smo, was executed by the brigadier that day. If no officer steps up to take command, our regiment will dissolve immediately. I suspect it will happen today. As despair crept into Carl's voice, he sighed heavily at that point. The soldiers might be absorbed by other regiments, and as for me, I suppose I'll just be sent off to some godforsaken place, serving as a hopeless militia captain. But perhaps there's no harm in that. After all, this war started under such strange circumstances, it will likely end soon, and then we'll still be disbanded. No, Anson thought quietly to himself. Although the specifics of the situation remained unclear, the war between Clovis and the Empire would not resolve so easily. Reflecting on the blood-red script, Anson furrowed his brow slightly. He had initially believed he was an unwitting participant in a conflict unrelated to him, yet perhaps the reality was far more intricate. Why had the previous owner of this body, Anson, sought to join the old god sect? Was it truly merely a matter of casual interest? With a thud, Carl tore away the old newspaper, revealing a bottle of rum which he slammed onto the table. He then grabbed 2 glasses, attempting to shift his focus. Let us think of brighter things. Where did you acquire this rum? Anson inquired, intrigued, as his memories indicated that such a beverage was typically reserved for the Navy, not for the Army. The military camp is a remarkable place. Anything you desire can be procured if you know the right people, Carl replied with a hint of pride. During my time as a militia captain in Thunder Fortress, even provisions meant for nobles and high-ranking officers could be accessed with the right connections in the kitchen. You served as a captain in Thunder Fortress? Anson exclaimed, springing up from his seat, dumbfounded as he stared at a startled Carl. Such crucial intelligence lay so close, and he had been utterly oblivious. Yet, amidst his astonishment, Anson quickly realized he had overlooked another pressing question. How many officers and soldiers in the current Thunder Fortress army had previously been part of the garrison? That's hard to quantify. Carl hesitated, his eyes darting. Aside from the artillery, cavalry, and grenadier regiments brought by the general, perhaps about a quarter of us? After all, Thunder Fortress is still a significant military post, with at least 1,000 to 2,000 troops stationed. 1,000 to 2,000 soldiers, along with heavy artillery. How had Thunder Fortress fallen? Anson pressed further. Looking up into Anson's intense gaze, Carl sighed as he poured 2 full glasses of rum. Taking his seat, Anson acknowledged that he had been overly hasty. The 2 men raised their glasses in silence, each absorbed in their thoughts. It shouldn't have fallen so easily. Setting down his glass, Carl sighed. I don't recall the details precisely, but 2 days before the fortress fell, we received intelligence from the front lines that a small contingent of Imperial soldiers was marching towards Thunder Fortress. They attacked at night, under a moonless sky. The noise was anything but stealthy. Carl's eyes drifted off as he recalled the chaos within the fortress. The alarm bells rang, soldiers were in a panic, unaware of what was happening. In the midst of the turmoil, Carl instinctively gathered his scattered troops, only to find when he assembled them that the gates had been breached and a tide of fleeing soldiers rushed past him. The Imperial forces seemed uninterested in pursuing, allowing the defenders to escape Thunder Fortress. An inside job? Anson blurted out. Possible, but it likely wasn't solely that. Carl replied, shaking his head in disappointment. Don't underestimate Thunder Fortress. Even if you manage to evade artillery and reach the walls through the narrow passages and countless firing ports, it could still inflict heavy casualties on the attackers. The enemy must have employed other means to incapacitate the sentinels. I've questioned many, but no one could offer a coherent explanation. They were all swept away with the fleeing soldiers, unable to resist further contemplation. Anson recalled the blood-red writing from the previous night. Could the old god sect within Thunder Fortress be aligned with the Empire? He realized he possessed far too little information. Don't overthink it. You young folks all believe you're unique, that you're masters of your destiny. Wait until you reach my age, and you'll understand you are merely the ones being sacrificed. Across from him, Carl continued to sip his rum, still despondent. In any case, our regiment is bound to disband. Even if you uncover the truth and learn how to seize Thunder Fortress, it will matter not. His words trailed off abruptly. As Carl stood frozen, Anson, still holding his wine glass, involuntarily shifted his gaze behind him. Brigadier Ludwig, with an expression of icy indifference. Ludwig fixated on the enamel pocket watch in the palm of his right hand. Behind him loomed the fierce-looking Roman. The two had remained in place for an indeterminate duration. I give you 30 minutes. Within this time frame, I expect to see the first column corps assembled and ready at the front lines. Otherwise, before he could finish, Ludwig slowly lifted his gaze, only to find the two had vanished. 15 minutes later, the fully armed and assembled first column corps stood before Ludwig. The biting morning wind chilled the anxious soldiers. Their heads bowed low. It was only days since their commander, yearn, had been executed in public, and none dared to meet the brigadier's gaze. With hands clasped behind his back, Ludwig Franz's silhouette resembled that of a rifle, a cold snort escaping his lips as he meticulously scrutinized each face in the ranks, desperately imprinting their visages in his memory. The oppressive silence lingered until Ludwig finally spoke. I am aware that many among you believe I executed your commander and will not spare you, nor this first column corps. His resonant voice cut through the howling wind. I also know that each of you is prepared for disbandment, convinced that you will soon be absorbed by another regiment, dismissed, and cast out like vagrants into the desolate wilderness beyond the lines. I am also aware that rumors circulate within the barracks, suggesting that your defense of this position reflects my incompetence as a commander. Thus, your commander's fate yesterday foretells your own tomorrow. For the sake of my pride, I, Ludwig Franz, will ensure that you meet an unmarked grave. With a sardonic smile, Ludwig raised his chin defiantly towards the soldiers of the first column corps, bellowing, I now officially declare to all of you, they are utterly mistaken, gravely mistaken. Standing resolute against the biting cold, Ludwig inhaled deeply. I, Ludwig Franz, shall never betray the loyal soldiers under my command, nor will I punish any unit that dares to hold their ground in the face of a formidable enemy. The first column corps is a valiant unit, capable of standing alone in battle. The soldiers of the first column corps are those who dare to confront 3 times their number, charging forth with bayonets raised. Indeed, some have articulated a truth. Your bravery demonstrates my ineptitude. To command such an army is my honor, and a privilege for the first call of Thunder Fortress. Anson, positioned at the far right of the ranks, subtly turned his head. In mere minutes, even without looking, he sensed a palpable shift in the soldiers' demeanor, markedly different from before. This sudden kindness astonished them, who had prepared for the worst. Therefore, rest assured, I will not disperse you among various units. Ludwig's voice remained resolute. Starting tomorrow, a steady stream of supplies and equipment will be delivered to you, and new soldiers will join your ranks. The first column corps shall embody excellence. I assure you, whatever the Grenadier Corps possesses, you shall have. Whatever they lack, you shall possess as well. Ludwig grasped the hilt of his sidearm, the gleaming blade piercing the sky. First column corps, Lieutenant Anson, step forward. Anson hesitated slightly before advancing to the forefront, under the gaze of all. Behold, by the decree of her sovereign, I hereby appoint Academy Cadet Anson as the commander of the first column corps of Thunder Fortress, with the rank of Major. This appointment shall take effect immediately from the day the order is issued by the Privy Council of the Kingdom of Clovis. With that declaration, the astonished soldiers, bewildered by the sudden turn of events alongside a dumbfounded Carl Bane, turned in unison towards a supervising officer. Ludwig, with an impassive expression, stepped closer to Anson until only the two could hear one another. He nodded slightly. Originally, this was to take place in 3 days. But I decided to grant you a surprise. Now, it is your turn to surprise me. Feeling the ominous gaze directed at him, Anson's lips twitched, suppressing a smile. In the next moment, Ludwig stepped past him, addressing the soldiers ahead in a low voice. "Soldiers of the 1st Column Corps, salute your commander." "All present," was the immediate response from Karl Bane, stepping forward, his gaze filled with a complex mix of emotions as he looked at Anson's back. "Salute." Over 200 soldiers uniformly slammed their rifles to the ground, their right hands striking their chests. Though everything unfolded as anticipated, when Anson turned to face his comrades, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. According to his recollection, in this world, he was merely 22 years old. He was a commander. Chapter 17. Has the aide-de-camp been promoted? Congratulations. In the dim confines of the cell, Louis Bernard regarded his companion, clad in a military uniform that starkly contrasted with the previous encounter, with a sincere smile. "It is quite rare for someone as youthful as you to be a commander, even in the Empire. However, such a position comes with its price." Anson, seated across from him, bore a wry smile. "Unlike myself, my elder brother is occasionally a tad irritable, yet he remains a rather composed and rational individual, not easily deceived as I was last time." "Indeed." The commander of the Imperial garrison at Thunderfort is a man of cool temperament, one who refrains from impulsiveness without certainty. "Today, I shall use this to placate Colonel Roman." With a silent resolve, Anson shrugged and steered the conversation to the crux of the matter. The silence between them hinted at Anson's sense of helplessness. Engaging in dialogue with Louis Bernard was cumbersome, as it necessitated providing Roman with a reason and outcome each time. Had it not been for necessity, he would have preferred not to squander such a precious opportunity on redundant inquiries. More accurately, he could not grasp the existence of what was termed the bloodline power, although this seemingly forthright individual before him steadfastly insisted on possessing it. Similar to bloodline power, this peculiar ability also required him to maintain an acute focus and a state of mental clarity amidst exhaustion, rendering the chances of success exceedingly slim. Furthermore, its mode of operation diverged entirely from the bloodline power Louis mentioned or the one Anson recalled. It was not subject to his conscious control, and once activated, it would not cease until a certain point, naturally fading away. The results of several tests indicated a duration of approximately 2 hours. Labeled as an ability, it resembled more a kind of affliction. Could it be a side effect of crossing over? It is a force embedded within your bloodline. More precisely, it is an intrinsic part of your being, akin to your limbs or organs. After a pause, Louis, deep in contemplation, proposed a possibility. Perhaps it is intrinsically linked to your bloodline power itself. Can you elaborate? Anson felt a twinge of irritation. The explanation was no more illuminating than mere chatter. "Your Excellency Anson, you have already witnessed my bloodline power on the battlefield." Louis smiled faintly. "It significantly enhances my reaction time, speed, and strength, and allows me to instantly perceive any imminent danger surrounding me. The prerequisite for utilizing this power is that I must remain rational and physically invigorated. Conversely, in states of fatigue or heightened tension, I find it utterly inaccessible. If we were to frame it this way, it may be that the conditions for your bloodline power's activation are rather stringent. This is not surprising, for bloodline powers are inherently diverse. I have personally witnessed the Imperial Royal Bloodline's Dragon Knight shatter boulders merely with a roar, the shockwave alone capable of sending those nearby sprawling. Yet, the following day, that royal individual suffered a sore throat, and the formidable bloodline power diminished drastically. Thus, I speculate that your bloodline power cannot be activated in a normal state, or perhaps it weakens significantly in everyday circumstances, to the extent that even if you inadvertently employed it, you would remain oblivious." At this point, Louis exhibited a semblance of regret. "I sincerely apologize. For my knowledge of the noble lineage of the Clovis kingdom is limited, and I am entirely unaware of the nature of the Bach family's bloodline power. If only there were a reference point." "That is quite all right. You need not apologize." Anson waved his hand dismissively. He had considered this aspect. However, the issue lay in the fact that the former Anson hailed from the Bach family, merely a rural landowner in the central provinces of the Clovis kingdom. Who knows which exceptionally fortunate ancestor married into a noble lineage, thus inheriting their bloodline? Beyond this point, my assistance is limited. Unless we uncover the origins of your bloodline power, it is perilous to experiment without a clear understanding of your ancestry." Louis sighed again. "Nevertheless, it is said that the royal family of Clovis, the Austrians, has ties to the Lorraine family, which possesses the Holy Grail Knight bloodline. I am not well versed in the Austrian family. But since you are of Clovis nobility, it may be worthwhile to explore this avenue, perhaps yielding some insights." Louis could not help but chuckle. Who knows? Perhaps the one destined to defeat me, His Excellency Anson, is indeed a descendant of the Clovis royal bloodline, which would be quite an honor. Taking a deep breath, Anson stifled the urge to roll his eyes. Had he not known the simplicity of the individual before him, he might have been inclined to strike him. Furthermore, there are two crucial points you must remember. With a serious expression, Lewis, under the flickering candlelight, resumed his earnest demeanor. First, bloodline power is not a weapon or tool. It is an integral part of your being, akin to your limbs or organs. Be warned, many gifted individuals have suffered irreversible consequences due to this misunderstanding. Second, regardless of the type of bloodline power, it fundamentally requires intense focus to manifest its effects. Employing it is akin to immersing oneself in attentive listening or contemplation. Thus, even if you cannot immediately master your bloodline power, consistently practicing to enhance your concentration remains essential. Your Excellency Anson, I eagerly anticipate the day we may duel once more, when you have truly mastered your bloodline power. May we both live to see that day upon exiting the cell. Under the watchful gaze of two grenadiers, Anson meticulously noted the content of his conversation with Lewis on a slender strip of paper, which he would submit for review by Roman and Brigadier Ludwig. Having spoken the truth to a degree, Anson deliberately placed quotation marks around the assertion regarding the calm demeanor of the Imperial garrison commander, considering the significant investment he had made in himself. Such occurrences were not beyond the realm of possibility. In a conflict that initially bore no relevance to him, he now found himself compelled to preserve his life. Strive for victory, all while remaining vigilant against the machinations of the old gods faction lurking behind him, and the potential scapegoat he might bear for the inept commander. It was all too arduous. He truly felt overwhelmed. Anson sighed wearily as he traversed the trench leading toward the besieged position. As Ludwig, who yearned for battle, resolved to subdue the Imperial forces within the fortress through excavation and trenching, the soldiers, relieved from the prospect of marching to their deaths as targets for artillery, erupted with remarkable enthusiasm. The camp, ravaged by cannon fire, transformed within a day into a colossal construction site. Overnight, thousands of soldiers fashioned a plethora of wooden shovels, spades, hammers, and various-sized earth-moving containers, most likely repurposed from destroyed defensive structures, chevaux de frise, and wooden stakes. To facilitate the transportation of soil, many soldiers who had previously worked as laborers at the port laid down makeshift tracks in the muddy trench. Low-ranking engineers, once masons, morphed into foremen, emulating the figures they had once loathed, directing a cadre of non-commissioned officers and veterans. Fueled by unprecedented and unparalleled zeal, the initial construction, originally estimated to take 4 days, was astonishingly completed within 2. Moreover, their efficiency was matched by a level of craftsmanship in trench construction that suggested they were more akin to a long-term civil engineering crew than a mere army. The severed communication trenches were re-established, and the craters left by cannon fire were reconfigured and expanded into temporary encampments, while narrow and congested passageways were widened to accommodate 3 individuals walking side by side within just 2 days. In order to expedite the construction efficiency, a labyrinthine network of trenches has been adorned with various signs and signposts. The artillery street is located adjacent to the narrow alley, and a left turn from the public dining hall leads directly to the card club. Outside the newly expanded area, wooden signs bearing phrases such as "under development" and "watch your step" are prominently displayed. The muddy and filthy battlefield trenches are gradually transforming into a bustling city filled with the vibrancy of life. Ludwig, who initially feared that the process would be time-consuming, soon realized he might have overestimated the situation. As long as the soldiers are kept from engaging in combat and provided with 2 meals a day, they could dig their trenches beneath the walls of Thunder Fortress in less than 20 days. However, the Brigadier General did not feel pride or a sense of accomplishment. In fact, his mood grew increasingly pessimistic. Rather than risking a climb out of the muddy pit, even with minimal chances of enemy artillery fire, the soldiers preferred to dig trenches. What a timid army it is. In contrast, Anson remained optimistic. It did not matter that their own troops were lacking. As long as the enemy was even worse, they stood a chance. According to Captain Carl Bain's assessment, the Imperial infantry not only adhered rigidly to outdated tactics, clinging to dense formations and the practice of execution by firing squad, but their morale was also a mere illusion. The moment the commander fell, the troops would disband without exception. The outcome of the artillery skirmishes had largely corroborated his claims. What truly filled the Heerd Empire with pride was their formidable artillery, cavalry, and knightly officers. Hence, as long as they could prevent the besieging imperial forces from leveraging their artillery advantage, relying solely on a handful of elite knights and infantry would expose their vulnerabilities, while the surface battles held promise for victory. The real peril lay in the imminent close combat and the clandestine machinations of the Old Gods faction. Therefore, until Anson could ascertain the true intentions of the Old Gods, he would seek every possible excuse to delay Ludwig's offensive plans. The risks were simply too high. Even if he had to take risks, he would at least wait until he had a firm grasp on the bloodline power, ensuring his own survival, while also striving to avoid bearing the blame for Ludwig's failures. Coming to a halt, Anson lifted his gaze, arms crossed, as Carl Bane leaned against the earthen wall, looking at him with a bemused expression. "What's wrong?" Anson casually inquired. "Why do you ask me everything? I'm just a humble company commander, not your aide-de-camp," Carl retorted with a scoff. "I'm not like some aides who would sacrifice their lives for a rank." Observing the irritable Carl, Anson felt a sense of bewilderment, standing still for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Are you jealous of me? I'm not jealous of someone who's about to die." Carl stepped forward, gripping Anson's collar with a fierce glare, the once timid army captain now emboldened. "Tell me, why does the Archbishop's son go to such lengths to praise us?" "I know," Anson replied with a light chuckle, raising his hands in mock surrender. "And do you know why he bestowed upon you the rank of lieutenant colonel?" "I know." "Then why do you still seek death and drag our regiment along with you?" Carl was taken aback. "This isn't seeking death. It's the best chance to survive," Anson replied, his smile fading into a calm demeanor. "Even if it means trading lives for ammunition, he wouldn't flinch, though he shouldn't be able to accomplish that. Even so, I refuse to gamble my survival on the whims of a madman who would do anything to win, clinging to any straw of hope. I would rather trust in myself. Is this explanation satisfactory, my esteemed aide-de-camp?" Anson asked, lowering his hands and looking intently at Carl. Carl, visibly conflicted, focused on Anson's face, swallowing hard as he gradually released his grip on Anson's collar. "Colonel Roman sent a batch of weapons and new recruits, as you requested. I advise you to inspect them promptly." Leaning weakly against the earthen wall, Carl pointed behind him with a somber expression. Just then, he seemed to recall something and shouted at Anson's retreating figure, "And I'm not your aide-de-camp?" Chapter 18. Inventory and Summary. It has been proven that His Grace, Archbishop Ludwig Franz, truly embodies the adage of walking the talk, and indeed, he possesses ample resources. Surrounded by towering stacks of supplies, Anson, clutching a list, found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the generosity of Ludwig. Any prior criticisms he harbored dissipated into thin air. With such a magnanimous superior, no issue seemed insurmountable. The splendid inventory laid before him included 600 rifles complete with bayonets, along with a full set of infantry gear, encompassing uniforms, boots, overcoats, and backpacks, essentially enough to equip a nearly full battalion. Additionally, though not the 30 crates he had requested, there were over 400 grenades prepared, exceeding Anson's expectations. Yet, the most astonishing item on the list was the inclusion of a field artillery piece. Anson was taken aback. The truth was unmistakable. This artillery piece had been purchased by Ludwig himself. This was truly remarkable. However, having fulfilled even his most extravagant demands only underscored Ludwig's fervent desire for victory if Anson failed to capture Thunder Fortress within the agreed month. "Hey, Colonel, have you seen enough?" The irritable Carl Bane roused the still fuming Anson from his thoughts. "If you have, come over here and witness the fine provisions you've procured." With that, he pried open a wooden crate before him and pulled out a sleek and elegantly designed rifle, the Borny rifle, a newly launched lightweight weapon from the Kingdom of Clovis this year. The stock was crafted from imported oak, the rifling exquisite, with a straight trajectory and moderate recoil, albeit with somewhat reduced firepower. Yet, this was inconsequential, for it was a breech-loading rifle, surely to your liking. "Oh." Anson's interest piqued as he accepted the weapon from Carl, his expression betraying curiosity. "Does it have any issues?" "The fact that it possesses no issues is, in itself, the greatest issue." Carl Bane smirked, his lips twitching. "An imported oak stock, fine rifling, and minimal recoil. This rifle is not intended for warfare. It is for the nobility to hunt ducks in their estates. On the battlefield, rifles are consumables. Do you expect those common soldiers to maintain them like aristocrats? My suggestion is to retain 200 and find a way to trade the rest for 1,000 old rifles from logistics, lest your soldiers end up wielding sticks in combat." Anson set aside the noble rifle. his gaze shifting to an adjacent empty crate. Why is that crate already open? Oh, it originally contained grenades. We tested their power. Yes, that is the peculiar aspect. We used an entire crate, yet not a single grenade detonated, though many emitted white smoke, causing discomfort to numerous individuals. Where's the cannon? Anson inquired, following Carl's gesture. Right over there. Carl, expressionless, nodded towards the indicated direction. Yes, that one. Is it truly that? Staring incredulously at what Carl referred to as a field cannon, Anson was astounded. Could this oversized shotgun on wheels truly be classified as artillery? This is a one-pounder, also known as a pop gun. I've heard it referred to as a lift gun in certain regions of the Empire, but it is indeed artillery. Beyond its range, its firepower is comparable to that of a larger shotgun. Carl's demeanor turned serious. Anson was utterly speechless. Just as he felt an overwhelming urge to bang his head against the ground and relinquish all responsibility, a discordant voice emerged from the trench behind him. Sir, when is mealtime? Yes, when you called us, you mentioned there would be food. We've been starving for days. Can we eat soon? The meaning was clear. Who were these people, and where did they come from? Clear's throat. Carl coughed lightly, exerting effort to detach Anson's hand from his shoulder. They are your skirmishers. What? Anson's mind went blank in an instant. In the Clovis military system, skirmishers are entirely the opposite of standard infantry. They operate not in disciplined lines, but rather spread out on the battlefield, employing rapid movement and maneuverability in combat. This role demands high physical fitness and shooting accuracy from soldiers, as they must independently assess the battlefield and decide on subsequent actions. Typically, skirmishers serve as harassment units, scouts, and snipers. In the Kingdom of Clovis, they represent a departure from outdated rigid tactics, embodying a newly birthed military branch. Anson understood this well, having specialized in skirmisher tactics at the Royal Military Academy. Now, Ludwig had thrown a group of unknown individuals at him, insisting they were the elite he sought. Any prior fondness he had for the esteemed brigadier general evaporated in an instant. Hey, you with the black hair. A remarkably juvenile voice piped up from the crowd. We're starving here. Can't we eat yet? Indeed, among this so-called elite were children. What could possibly be surprising about that? Beside him, Carl had grown utterly numb. Expressionless as he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it without a care. He had no desire to assist Anson in tidying up the mess he had caused. With a sigh, Anson reluctantly approached the group. The little girl, appearing around 13 or 14, stood at roughly half the height of a rifle. Her frail body was swathed in a tattered and dusty linen shirt, with unkempt light brown hair twisted into a messy bun. Her dirty face bore striking green eyes, glaring hungrily at Anson. May I ask who brought you here? Anson managed a strained smile, addressing the crowd. Don't know. The little girl craned her neck to glare at Anson, her voice weak yet demanding. When are we eating? Almost simultaneously with her words, the surrounding crowd stepped back collectively, silently observing her and Anson. Suppressing his impulse, Anson crouched slightly to meet the girl's gaze. Where are your family? What is that? Your parents or relatives? Don't know. Never seen them. Anson's mouth twitched in frustration as he shifted his inquiry. Who brought you here? There was a guy in a cloak on a horse who said if we could shoot and aim well, we could come here for food. So I brought them all along. The little girl gestured grandly behind her, though her thin arms lacked any semblance of strength. So when are we eating? You brought them here? Anson felt as though he hadn't heard correctly. I did. The girl nodded vigorously, almost losing her balance. It's cold outside, and there's no food. When I was looking around, I met them on the road. They were hungry and wanted to take my food. But they couldn't beat me, so I brought them along to find food, and on the way, I met that cloaked rider. And that is how we ended up here. The little girl, Lisa, stammered through her explanation, painting the refugees behind her as scavengers. Yet, Anson began to piece together a clearer picture in his mind. Though he was curious as to why a group of refugees could not overpower a mere young girl and how she managed to persuade Colonel Roman to assist them, Anson found himself disinclined to ponder such matters any further. Feeling utterly drained, he remained silent for a prolonged moment, gazing at the increasingly anxious little girl before him. With great effort, he mustered a faint, benevolent smile and said, We shall have our meal shortly, and once you are satiated, we will seek out that cloaked rider to request alternative accommodations for you. In the endeavor to capture Thunder Fortress, Anson required a cadre of elite fighters. Adept in close-quarter combat, individuals capable of utilizing cover for their protection, remaining composed enough to reload and shoot with lethal precision within a mere 15 seconds, regardless of the circumstances. They were not to be mere cannon fodder. The girl's complexion drained of color, though her frail face lacked any discernible hue. She clutched at Anson's clothing in a panic. The cloaked man warned that if you do not take us in, he will cast us away. Yes, it seems that particular brigadier's aide is indeed capable of such actions. It is cold outside, and there is no food left. You may command us to do anything. Just do not expel us. The girl fixed her gaze upon Anson, her eyes wide with desperation, as if oblivious to any wrongdoing. Aren't you seeking individuals skilled with firearms? I can shoot with remarkable accuracy. I implore you, let us stay. It is not merely your proficiency with a weapon that matters, Anson began, growing increasingly impatient, when suddenly the little girl produced a shadowy object in her hand. Could it be his sidearm? In the next instant, the girl, gripping the revolver, stood behind him, and Anson heard the sound of the hammer being pulled back. This is bad. Anson swiftly turned, seizing her small leg. The girl lost her balance, and her slight form toppled forward uncontrollably. The revolver flew from her grasp, soaring through the air. Thud! As Anson attempted to subdue her, the girl twisted in midair, her tiny foot striking him squarely in the face. Thump! The petite figure landed in the muddy trench, ignoring her pain as she lunged for the revolver plummeting from above. In an instant, Anson grasped her slender arm, pinning her to the ground. Despite her small stature, she struggled fiercely, exhibiting an extraordinary strength that belied her size. Click! What? The revolver landed firmly in the girl's left hand. Anson's eyes widened in astonishment. Bang! A golden red flash erupted from the firearm, and before anyone could comprehend the situation, it had severed the cigarette from the corner of Carl's mouth. The stunned adjutant remained frozen, exhaling clouds of smoke. His gaze fixated on the truncated end of the cigarette, his fingers trembling slightly. Is this acceptable? The girl, her voice hoarse from shouting, cast the gun aside and turned her head sharply, glaring at Anson with gritted teeth as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. What else do you desire? Just let us stay? Anson, momentarily taken aback, still bore the imprint of the girl's foot upon his face. Carl. Why yes. Fetch the quartermaster immediately. Without lifting his gaze, Anson commanded, tell him to prepare the meal at once. But it is not yet time for lunch, and the kitchen's provisions go now. Yes, sir. The flustered Carl dashed away as though fleeing for his life. Anson released the girl and silently approached the spot where the spent cigarette lay. He glanced back. It was nearly 12 meters away. 12 meters, and she had struck the cigarette with a single shot, all while he had her completely subdued. A coincidence? Even if so, the girl's agility, reflexes, and her explosive strength were certainly not mere happenstance. Rising slowly, Anson turned his attention back to the young girl, covered in dirt and tears. She noticed his gaze and lifted her head, her body tense and immobile. The refugee she had brought with her recoiled in fear, wary of being implicated in her defiance. Anson instinctively began, realizing he had neglected to ask a crucial question. What is your name? The nervous girl hesitated for a moment before exclaiming, Lisa August. Chapter 19, Cavalry. Cavalry. A little girl, tears streaming down her face, clutched a food container larger than her own head and poured the thick soup directly into her mouth. The scalding broth gurgled as it flowed down her delicate neck and into her body. With a thud, she slammed the container onto the long table after gulping down nearly half of the hot soup, and while wiping her mouth, she seized a steaming piece of dry bread. In a matter of moments, she tore the bread into pieces, soaking them in the rich soup filled with vegetables and pickled meat. Shoving the soaked morsels into her mouth with her tiny hands, her cheeks bulging as she chewed and swallowed voraciously. Observing the girl devouring her meal, Anson and Carl exchanged silent glances, both taken aback. After 30 minutes of inquiries and discussions with several individuals, the two finally discerned the identities of these elite recruits. Their origins aligned with Anson's initial suspicions. They were locals from Thunder Fortress, survivors of a shattered village ravaged by fleeing soldiers, bandits, and the Imperial Army. With food scarce and transportation disrupted by war, they had no refuge but to flee toward the remnants of royal banners. As for the girl named Lisa Auguste, they had encountered her midway. A few villagers, tempted by food, had hesitantly admitted to attempting to rob her, only to be soundly beaten by her in return. The subsequent events were recounted by the girl. With food and the ability to fight, Lisa had assumed the role of leader among the group, and during their escape, they had crossed paths with Colonel Roman, ultimately arriving at their current location. This girl, Lisa Auguste, was a conundrum. Who were her parents? She didn't even comprehend the concept of parents. Where had she lived before? Only a vague recollection of a village in the mountains. How had she learned to handle firearms? After receiving an answer that seemed too simplistic, Anson felt somewhat foolish for asking. She knew nothing, remembered nothing, yet firmly held on to her name, Lisa Auguste. Such a sudden emergence of a girl, endowed with remarkable explosive strength and reflexes, capable of wielding a gun. Anson, as well as Carl, sensed something was amiss. What was Roman's true intent in bringing such a group together? Recalling the warning he had received, Anson's doubts toward the confidant of Brigadier Ludwig deepened. "May I inquire, Commander, what do you intend to do?" Carl stammered, glancing at the girl still consuming her meal with fervor. "You can't possibly be considering keeping this group, can you?" "Well, why not? Are you planning to leave them as cannon fodder or to fill the trenches? If this battle drags on for 2 or 3 months, perhaps we could train them while we fight. Yet, if you can't capture Thunder Fortress within a month, you will face execution. Are you keeping them around just to see you off? Let us give it a try. How can we know without testing?" Anson shrugged, raising his glass. "Weren't you a militia captain before? Use your expertise. If this were a novel or a game, Carl Bain would likely have a marker above his head indicating a bonus to militia training speed and experience. Regrettably, he had indeed crossed over into another realm. Anson felt a profound sense of loss. Smack! Carl, expressionless, slapped his face, tremblingly pointing at Lisa, who was still ravenously eating. "And what about her? What about her? You expect us to accompany you to death, and you want a child, a little girl, to fight for you? Have you seen many little girls with such strength?" As Anson spoke, he gestured to the fading footprint on his face. How many little girls can shoot a cigarette but from 12 meters away? Frustrated by the incomprehensible stubbornness of his commanding officer, Carl rolled his eyes, slammed the table, and stood to leave, cigarette half-smoked in his mouth. How could this seemingly clever person not recognize the issues with this group? Wait. I am not his aide. Why should I worry for him? The more he thought about it, the more suffocating it felt. Carl bit off the end of his cigarette, chewing the poor-quality tobacco in irritation. "I have a question." Lisa nodded vigorously, fixated on Anson's food container. "You said you were brought here by the person in the cloak on horseback?" Anson gently encouraged, slowly pushing a bowl of thick soup toward the little girl. "Could you tell me what happened then?" "I told him I could, but he didn't believe me." Anson nodded, acknowledging that he too would have doubted. "And then?" "He called over his men one by one to test me. I snatched a gun from one of them. He tried to shoot me, but I knocked it away." "Did you get hurt?" In the tent, Ludwig raised an eyebrow, taken aback as he glanced at the blood seeping through the thick bandages on Roman's right hand. It was merely an accident. Roman, typically stoic, stepped forward, diverting the topic. "As per your orders, the supplies and new recruits have been delivered to the 1st Legion. How does Colonel Anson Bach feel about my gift?" "I did not meet him personally. The items and accounts were handed to his aide. Here is the complete list and the roster of soldiers." "Very well. Place it on the table. I shall review it when time permits. Additionally, transfer a company from the front to guard the warehouse and establish several small outposts nearby. Although we are engaged in internal operations, I remain somewhat concerned. Should the Empire's elite cavalry forcefully breach our encampment, our supply line would." "General," unable to contain his excitement, Roman interrupted Ludwig, who was becoming increasingly animated. Ludwig raised his gaze, scrutinizing the noticeably agitated Roman. "Nothing. Everything is normal." Roman's voice trembled slightly, his tone dark. "I just believe you should not place such trust in Anson Bach." "Of course." Ludwig nodded, as if it were self-evident. "Really?" Roman, momentarily taken aback, struggled to comprehend. He was merely a minor noble officer, fortunate enough to inherit a bloodline that allowed him to enter the Royal Military Academy, lacking both background and significance. Ludwig shook his head. "His current willingness to work for me is partly due to coercion and partly because he has no escape. He hopes to advance through the Order's teachings. It is a mutually beneficial relationship, not one founded on trust." However, Ludwig's tone shifted as he looked at Roman. "Who else can I trust besides him?" Roman, jolted, lowered his head. The army, filled with those eager to see him fail, had assigned him officers who were nothing but layabouts. "Aside from you, I, a mere brigadier, summoned to command the army, have not a single aide to discuss plans with. They practically pointed at my nose and told me, 'Your Excellency, the heir of the Archbishop, hurry and roll out of the royal army. You are not cut out for this.' Thus, I intend to gamble on Anson Bach, though he is merely a student of the military academy yet to graduate. His plans appear coherent, with a likelihood of implementation neither reckless nor overly cautious. After a pause, Ludwig suddenly chuckled. Moreover, he has staked all his capital on this siege. Should he fail, it would be irreparable. As a soldier, I cannot lack the courage that even a subordinate possesses. In the otherwise calm tent, Roman remained motionless, head bowed. Noticing a hint of peculiarity, Ludwig narrowed his eyes and stepped closer. You are not the type to harbor jealousy towards others, nor is there any need for such emotions. Ludwig's tone grew increasingly frosty. Have you discovered something? Nothing. Everything is normal. Ramin, with his head lowered, hesitantly lifted his gaze, his body trembling slightly. I merely wish to caution the general to exercise utmost vigilance. The Battle of Thunder Fortress may be far more intricate than it appears. What do you mean? Just some unverified speculations, devoid of substantial evidence. A rare flicker of anxiety crossed Ramin's face. I shall verify some of the information as swiftly as possible and report back to you, General. With that, he quickly averted his gaze. Ludwig, silent and contemplative, scrutinized him for a long moment before slowly nodding. Very well, I await your report. Additionally, dispatch a squad of privates to the rear. Select one from that lot who is not entirely inept, and inform him that if the supply line falters, the fool who was executed previously shall serve as his example. Yes. Burdened with thoughts, Ramin saluted Ludwig and promptly turned to exit the tent. At that moment, boom, a deafening roar erupted from outside the tent. Ludwig and Ramin scarcely had time to register their astonishment before instinctively rushing out, gazing towards the direction of Thunder Fortress. The fortress walls spit forth golden red flames and billowing smoke towards the attacking formations. The shrill whistle of the air slicing through the distance was unmistakable. The Imperial defenders, realizing the advance of the assault, began their counterattack. Thud! Amidst a piercing screech, a shell crashed down. The freshly packed earthen wall collapsed instantaneously, shards of rubble cascading into the trench, accompanied by chilling cries of despair. Anson, jolted into action, seized the still-dazed Lisa and propelled her towards the nearest cover. Boom! Almost simultaneously, a solid round traced an elegant arc and landed squarely in the center of the officer's mess. The two, leaning against the earthen wall, shuddered at the sight of the dented dining area. What is this? Lisa, pale as a ghost, quivered as she swallowed the pickled meat in her mouth, her grip tightening around a piece of dry bread. Artillery, Anson murmured, pressing his lips together. A single hit, and you would be shattered. Lisa's eyes widened in terror as she stared at Anson, her expression resembling someone on the brink of shock. And this is merely a solid round. If it were a shell, you would be riddled with countless lead pellets, turning you into a sieve. If it were an explosive round, consider yourself fortunate to die on the spot. Should luck be unkind, you might just burn. Lowering his gaze, Anson assessed the increasingly pale visage of the young girl. Are you frightened? There is still time to leave. Staring blankly, Lisa glanced at Anson, then at the bread in her hand, and resolutely stuffed the remainder into her mouth. I'm not scared. As long as there's food, I'm not afraid. Watching Lisa, who was desperately trying to swallow the bread, Anson could not help but swallow hard himself. He had yet to eat anything, and witnessing others indulge only heightened his hunger. Incoming fire. Take cover in the trench. Carl Bain's anguished shout echoed from afar, as he crawled frantically along the trench towards them. Thud! Abruptly halting, Carl leaned against the trench beside Anson, panting as he passed his rifle to him. Get ready. Do not wait for the cannon fire to cease before reloading. The Imperial artillery is formidable, capable of forcing their infantry to advance under the last barrage of explosions. This lesson has been learned more than once. Minutes passed, and as the cannon fire dwindled, the three of them, trembling, could not suppress their sighs of relief. All units, take your positions on the defense line, Carl shouted as he sprang to his feet, raising his rifle high. His command was abruptly cut off. Anson, bewildered, had yet to glance up at his aide when the ground beneath them began to tremble slightly. The area ravaged by artillery quaked underfoot, and realizing something was amiss, Anson sprang upright, following Carl's astonished gaze towards Thunder Fortress. Beneath the sturdy citadel, the gates swung wide open. Rows of Imperial soldiers, clad in gleaming breastplates and wielding sabers, rode atop magnificent steeds, their finely crafted saddles adorned with varying types of carbines. Beneath the fluttering banners, these Imperial soldiers resembled legends from a bygone era. Forming a line before the city gates, charging forth towards the besieging forces without any forewarning. All units, prepare for defense. Cavalry is approaching. Chapter 20. Boom Boom Cannon. Amidst the incessant roar of cannon fire, the Imperial cavalry beneath the fortress launched an assault towards the front line. The chilling tremors of iron hooves reverberated across the frozen ground, akin to a tide rolling forth. Within the thundering din and swirling smoke, the cavalry maintained a tight formation, standing resolutely like a wall, charging towards the besieged position amidst their own artillery fire. These were the armored cavalry, numbering nearly 300, as they advanced. Gazing towards the billowing clouds of dust, Karl's voice trembled as he turned to Anson. They are charging towards our position. Anson observed the distraught Karl and glanced at the line soldiers huddled in the trench, alongside the recently conscripted refugees from Thunder Fortress, all pale and trembling. As panic spread swiftly among them, there's no escape, no escape. Karl's lips quivered incessantly, fixated on Anson. What should we do? If they breach our line, we are doomed. The fortifications blocking their advance had been obliterated by cannon fire, and the earthen walls of the trench lay shattered before the menacing Imperial cavalry. There was nothing left to impede their charge. Consolidate the troops, concentrate the entire regiment at the center of the line. Anson's expression grew grave as he beheld the approaching wall of cavalry, organized into two ranks by company and fire in unison to repel the enemy. What if the enemy ignores us and charges straight through? No matter, we must hold our ground. And what about these people? Karl pointed at the quaking refugees in the trench. Arm them with rifles fitted with bayonets, but do not issue any ammunition. Find someone to drag that infantry cannon over. It is better to have something than nothing. Anson lifted the still trembling Lisa from the ground and handed her to Karl. And take her away. Understood. Karl gritted his teeth and turned, pushing through the crowd as he fled. Bugler, sound the call. Anson drew his saber, raising it above his head. All units, take your positions and form two ranks. Following the command and the bugle's call, the soldiers assembled. Though still fraught with anxiety, they swiftly prepared for battle, loading their weapons amidst shouts of orders. The newly armed recruits remained huddled, their weapons merely intended for self-preservation, with no hope of relying on them to hold the line. 400 meters, 350, 300. With the thunderous sound of galloping hooves, the Imperial armored cavalry accelerated, their sabers poised forward. They charged towards the besieged position. All units, prepare, Anson shouted, raising his saber high. At 300 meters, fire in unison. Amidst the grayish smoke, gunfire erupted. And with the crack of rifles from the besieged position, several cavalrymen fell from their saddles, vanishing into the swirling dust. Yet this did not hinder the cavalry's advance. They pressed on, undeterred, their momentum unbroken. The Imperial cavalry, calm and resolute, surged forward, and within mere moments of two volleys, this unstoppable tide crashed before Anson. Fix bayonets. The soldiers, with a collective shout, raised their rifles, thrusting the gleaming bayonets forward, akin to a phalanx from a bygone era, ready to withstand the cavalry's charge. However, they were mistaken. Just as the formidable cavalry wall was about to breach the trench, the front line of cavalry suddenly reined in, while those in the rear drew their carbines from their saddles. Bang! The cacophony of gunfire erupted, and several soldiers fell lifeless, their bodies convulsing in the muck. The charging Imperial cavalry methodically continued their assault, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the now defenseless position. Within 30 meters of the line, the Imperial cavalry, firing in succession, did not even need to charge. Their firepower alone suppressed the 1st Infantry Regiment's counterattack. In the confusion, terrified refugees attempted to flee, while disoriented soldiers tried to rise and retaliate, only to become targets for the Imperial cavalry. The once orderly formation was instantly thrown into chaos under the cavalry's intimidation. The meager firepower exposed the 1st Infantry Regiment's lack of manpower, prompting the Imperial cavalry to alter their approach, flanking the beleaguered position. In the narrow trench, barely concealing them, and the fortifications obliterated by heavy artillery, the Imperial cavalry found themselves advancing as if in a realm devoid of opposition. Yet, having breached Anson's line, the cavalry showed no signs of continuing their charge or scattering to harass. Instead, the thunder of hooves began to consolidate on Anson's flanks. Suddenly realizing their intent, Anson's eyes widened in terror. These Imperial soldiers, they were not merely harassing the besieged position. They aimed to annihilate an entire besieging force, his force. Consolidate the line, Anson shouted, scanning his surroundings. 1st Infantry Regiment, form a hollow square. He understood that this action played directly into the enemy's hands. Yet, failing to do so would turn 200 soldiers, along with himself, into living targets. His only hope rested on the hastily formed hollow square enduring the cavalry's initial charge. The bugles sounded again, and amidst the chaos, the soldiers instinctively obeyed the order, gathering towards Anson's position behind the colors and the call. However, the Imperial cavalry had no intention of granting them this time. With a command, the cavalrymen pivoted their steeds and charged towards the still-gathering formation. The soldiers who could not assemble in time and the scattered refugees were ruthlessly trampled beneath iron hoofs. The ear-splitting neighs of war horses and the roars of fury surged forth like a colossal wave from all directions. Faced with the oncoming cavalry, the line soldiers, maintaining their tight formation, turned pale, their trembling hands gripping rifles as they stared ahead, their eyes filled with dread. Anson, standing at the center of the formation, forced himself to remain calm, raising his rifle, his trembling pupils fixed on the approaching Imperial cavalry, gazing at the raised sabers and the grinning faces. Then, he pulled the trigger. Boom. The moment the bullet left the chamber, a shell, origin unknown, descended upon the cavalry's ranks. With a thunderous crash, 3 Imperial cavalrymen were hurled into the air by the blast, shrieking as they were trampled by the horses that could not halt in time. Amidst the chaos, the cavalry's charge was interrupted, as if they had collided with an invisible wall, plunging into brief disarray. All units, fire. Seizing the opportunity, Anson hastily issued the command. Bang! Amidst the swirling smoke, countless shots erupted like thunder from the heavens. The concentrated volley felled an entire row of charging Imperial cavalry. Amid the wails of the fallen, nearly a dozen Imperial cavalrymen, having sustained grievous losses, crashed into the hollow square of the 1st Infantry Regiment. Maintain formation, hold firm against them. In the instant of engagement, the battle devolved into a brutal melee. In the midst of the chaotic battle, the entangled Imperial cavalry relentlessly attempted to break through, yet they found themselves at a significant numerical disadvantage against the tightly formed hollow square. The colossal size of the war horses only exacerbated the predicament for the cavalry engaged in combat. The rigid and inflexible line infantry, after executing a volley, struggled to inflict harm upon the armored Imperial riders with their bayonets. Some were decapitated by sabers, others pierced in the neck by stray bullets. Some had their chests crushed by iron hooves, while others were impaled through their torsos. A cacophony of roars and wails filled the blood-soaked battlefield, as lifeless bodies fell one after another, quickly replaced by those who had yet to succumb. Bang! Gazing into the dark muzzle of a firearm, the astonished cavalryman, still gripping his saber, found himself unable to strike. As blood sprayed from his brow, the world turned crimson in his final moments. Bang! Almost simultaneously as Anson lunged forward, a lead bullet grazed his back, striking the head of the war horse still charging ahead. The wounded steed let out a long, anguished whinny, throwing the rider to the ground. The cavalryman, armed with a carbine, looked in panic at the comrade he had mistakenly shot. Before he could comprehend the situation, Anson, now toppled to the ground, shot him through the neck. Gritting his teeth and gasping for breath, Anson propped himself up with his sword, with a perspective that allowed him to perceive everything around him. He could indeed see all enemies in a complete 360-degree view without any blind spots, yet merely seeing was insufficient for survival amid such turmoil. Furthermore, who could ascertain whether this bizarre ability bore any side effects? The excruciating pain that felt as though a bayonet had pierced his skull was an experience Anson was loath to endure again. A chilling wind swept from the side, and with gritted teeth, Anson tightened his grip on the hilt, swinging horizontally. Clang! The bloodied blade intercepted a strike aimed at his neck, while the dark muzzle of a revolver pressed against the assailant's head. Gunfire and smoke erupted from the shattered skull, and yet another Imperial cavalryman fell. However, this was insufficient to alter the dire situation of the 1st Infantry Battalion. The hollow square, composed of over 200 men, was ruthlessly trampled by the elite and ferocious Imperial cavalry. Almost immediately upon engagement, all were engulfed in fierce combat. That they had managed to endure until this moment without collapsing was nothing short of miraculous. Boom! Another resounding blast echoed as an unknown artillery shell landed amidst the ranks of the Imperial cavalry. Amidst the cries of fallen men and horses, the beleaguered 1st Battalion swiftly regrouped. Those cavalrymen who had failed to penetrate the square were forced to retreat while providing covering fire. Faced with the still standing, albeit battered, 1st Battalion, the Imperial cavalry seemed to waver in their resolve. They believed they could overcome the Clovis forces before them, but at a considerable cost. Knights of the Empire. A resonant battle cry rang out from within the Imperial ranks as a young cavalryman, wielding his saber, charged forth from his unit. Just yesterday, these vile Clovis scoundrels murdered the noble Sir Louis Bernard. Let us avenge our comrade Louis in the name of the Empire. Boom. With a thunderous clap, the young soldier's head was severed in an instant by a swift projectile, before the eyes of all. The headless corpse wobbled twice atop its steed before collapsing into the cold, muddy pit below. In an instant, every gaze turned towards the source of the cannon fire. Yet aside from the drifting smoke in the sky, nothing else was visible. Boom. Another round of cannon fire echoed. The whistling shell expertly bypassed the hollow square, obliterating an Imperial cavalryman and his horse into mere fragments. Surviving soldiers stared vacantly at the retreating enemy while surveying the lifeless bodies strewn about. As if everything were merely an illusion, only Anson remained rooted in place, contemplating the direction from which the cannon fire had originated. Meanwhile, Carl Bane, sheltered within the trench, leaned against the booming cannon, silently retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, and struck a match. Beside him, the little girl, Lisa Auguste, perched atop the cannon's breech, excitedly played with it as though it were her beloved doll, radiating innocence and charm. Yet in Carl's gaze towards the girl, only a hint of concealed terror lingered. In his not overly long military career, he had heard and witnessed countless unimaginable tales, marksmen at 800 meters, cavalry charging through a hail of bullets, squads of 1 against 100, and advisors rumored to wield dark magic to command the dead. He had always remained skeptical. Yet now, he was compelled to believe. Just moments ago, he had witnessed this adorable little girl use a cannon capable of firing only a 1-pound shell to devastating effect, nearly annihilating the 1st Battalion of Imperial Cavalry. If this was merely impressive, then the cannon's headshot could only be described as horrifying. Contemplating the extraordinary bloodline abilities of a certain commanding officer, Carl began to doubt whether he was surrounded by a cadre of lethal beings while he alone remained the sole normal one. With a shudder, he bit down on his cigarette and took a deep drag. "Why are you looking at me?" Lisa inquired, her innocent eyes curiously fixed on Carl. "Oh no, not at all. I was just admiring this." Carl, exhaling smoke, desperately suppressed his trembling hand, patting the still-hot cannon barrel, forcing a smile onto his rigid face. "I was simply struck by how timely this cannon's arrival has been." Chapter 21. The visit. As the sounds of cannon fire diminished and the pervasive smoke gradually dissipated, the thunderous clatter of iron hooves continued to resonate across the battlefield. Following their unsuccessful attempt to annihilate Anson and the 1st Legion, the Imperial cavalry swiftly adjusted their strategy, initiating harassment-style assaults through a dispersed encirclement. If it had been the regular troops of the Kingdom of Clovis, they would have desperately fortified their positions while rapidly regrouping with nearby units to encircle the enemy, relying on defensive fortifications, multi-directional firepower, and artillery support to force the adversary into disarray. Unfortunately, the conscripted forces of Thunder Fortress were a motley assembly, lacking the coherence necessary for effective defense. At the moment of engagement, the entire front line was on the verge of collapse, faced with defensive works utterly ravaged by artillery. The already demoralized soldiers of the conscript army resorted to cowering in their trenches, anxiously awaiting orders from their superiors. Many simply surrendered without firing a shot, fleeing in disarray. Even worse, the interconnected nature of the besieged positions meant that any collapse in one area inevitably triggered a chain reaction. The frontline troops disintegrated, officers fled, and the rear ranks lost communication, plunging into confusion about whom to obey. Although several officers understood the dire consequences of losing their positions and desperately attempted to regroup the shattered forces to hold the line, the disorganized troops not only lacked strength, but also the courage to confront the approaching Imperial cavalry, who could mount an assault at any moment. These few individuals, unable to muster even a fully staffed company, did not share Anson's fortune. After several rounds of concentrated fire, they were swiftly encircled and annihilated by the superior numbers of the Imperial cavalry. What began as a breach in the front line soon escalated into a full-scale rout as more and more troops were swept along in the panic to the rear, leading to the gradual loss of what had appeared to be solid defensive positions. Despite the widespread disintegration of the Thunder Fortress conscript army, which had expended considerable resources and time to establish their defenses, their efforts were ultimately laid to waste. Although this fragile defensive structure seemed hardly worth lamenting once it was thoroughly dismantled, should the Imperial forces within Thunder Fortress detect their vulnerability and take advantage of it to decisively crush the conscript army, It would not merely result in the execution of a single commander, thus disregarding the fact that many troops had yet to retreat. Ludwig Franz resolutely ordered artillery bombardment of the lost positions. Simultaneously, Colonel Roman, leading the Grenadier Battalion, began to consolidate the scattered forces and organize a counterattack, much like he had done previously. However, that was the extent of their efforts. Even with a significant numerical advantage in infantry firepower, they could only barely repel the harassment from the Imperial cavalry. The artillery fire was entirely suppressed by the fortress, and the scant light cavalry units were rendered ineffective before the Imperial cavalry, unable to even serve as a distraction without courting death. Initial assessments indicated that the enemy's actions aimed to undermine morale and destroy the frontline defenses to obstruct the encirclement of the fortress. The casualty report revealed 165 dead, 172 severely wounded, and 286 lightly wounded. The 2nd and 3rd Legions had suffered heavy losses and required immediate reinforcements to restore combat effectiveness. Nearly all of the frontline fortifications had been destroyed, and numerous supplies lay buried beneath the rubble, necessitating urgent manpower to excavate. Standing before the sand table, Colonel Roman observed the extremely grim expression of the Brigadier General as he delivered the report in the most composed manner possible, despite knowing it would not alter their predicament. With his elbows resting on the table, Ludwig propped his chin on his trembling fingers, the veins on the back of his pale hands prominent. After what felt like an eternity, Roman meticulously placed the report on the table. He did not depart but remained statue-like, silently observing the Brigadier General. After a moment, Ludwig blinked his weary eyes and turned to Roman, asking, "How long?" "In 10 days, the frontline positions and artillery emplacements will be largely completed," Roman replied without hesitation. "By then, we will have 2 artillery emplacements, which can, at least temporarily, impose firepower suppression on the Imperial garrison at the city gates. If everything proceeds as Anson has planned, then, that means in 11 days, we can launch a full assault on Thunder Fortress," Ludwig interjected, his gaze sharpening as he sought confirmation from his steadfast friend. "You disagree?" "Indeed. Give me a reason." Roman hesitated for a brief moment before his expression solidified. "I never thought I would respond in this manner, but Anson is correct. Regardless, Thunder Fortress is a heavily fortified stronghold. Advancing with insufficient preparation is akin to gambling. What you require is a decisive and overwhelming victory, at least for now. Since you have chosen to trust him, please adhere to his plan, establish a robust siege position, gradually shorten the attack distance, and then launch the final assault when the opportunity arises." Ludwig regarded Roman, somewhat taken aback. Just hours earlier, he had cautioned himself against placing too much trust in Anson, yet now, "Very well, I accept your counsel. The city capture plan will be postponed for the time being. The most pressing matter is to fortify our positions." Ludwig's voice was resolute. What occurred today must never happen again. "Yes." Roman turned to leave, but Ludwig called out to him just before he exited. "What about Anson and his 1st Legion? I recall they were also at the front line. What were their casualties?" "They were the first to engage the Imperial cavalry, so their losses were significant. Yet their formation remains intact," Roman replied candidly. "Perhaps it was due to the artillery cover that they survived the cavalry's initial charge." Although Anson had sensed something amiss when the Imperial cavalry was struck by artillery, he was still taken aback when a little girl approached him with a beaming smile, seeking praise. "How did you manage to use the artillery?" This was the most perplexing aspect for Anson. Despite his endless complaints about the cursed cannon, it was still artillery, not a rifle, definitely not something one could simply pick up and operate. "I can't." Lisa grinned, revealing her 2 small fangs. "It was all thanks to that smoking uncle. I just had to aim, and the rest was up to him." "Oh, where did he go?" Following Lisa's puzzled gaze, Anson turned to find the figure, who had been puffing clouds of smoke in the corner, had vanished without a trace. Remembering Carl's ghostly expression upon entering, Anson felt he could almost piece together what had transpired. "Well, can Lisa stay?" Lisa's wide eyes were fixed on Anson, filled with hope, eagerness, and a hint of anxiety, her dangling legs swinging back and forth. "Lisa can use guns and artillery. She's really accurate. Can she stay, please?" "Yes," Anson nodded. "From today onwards, you will be my skirmisher squad leader." "Okay." Lisa beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, though confusion flickered across her face. "What does skirmisher squad leader mean?" Anson paused, considering that after explaining, he would also need to clarify what a skirmisher and a squad leader were, so he decided to simplify the matter. Anyone who can drink 2 bowls of vegetable meat soup and eat 3 pieces of hard bread in a day is a skirmisher squad leader. Really? Lisa exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and joy lighting up her face. Absolutely. Observing Lisa, who was immersed in the joy of savoring 2 bowls of meat soup throughout the day. Anson nodded earnestly. Deep within him, he sensed that something precious was swiftly fading away. Alas, if it must vanish, so be it. It is merely a matter of time. A peculiar sound suddenly echoed in both their ears. Just a moment ago, Lisa, still in astonishment, forcefully slapped her right hand against her navel, her expression serious as she gazed at Anson. I'm hungry. Anson, perplexed, replied, hungry? But you just... Gurgle. Another sound interrupted Anson's words. With her big, pleading eyes, Lisa repeated earnestly, I'm hungry. Anson, witnessing Lisa pressing her belly and swallowing hard, realized that he too felt a twinge of hunger. He had hardly eaten all day, and after the recent skirmish, he desperately needed to alleviate the mental strain and fatigue that followed. The culinary standards of the Clovey army were exceedingly strict, aimed at ordinary soldiers and low-ranking officers. However, as a colonel, Anson could now bid farewell to salted meats, stale vegetables, and inferior beer, provided he was willing to spend. Fortuitously, his financial situation was quite favorable at present. This was due to Ludwig not having taken over the logistics of the 1st Infantry Corps, still allocating the military salary to Anson as per the structure. However, any supplies the 1st Infantry Corps wished to procure had to be sourced through the logistics of the Thunder Fortress. At that moment, the 1st Infantry Corps consisted of merely 2 or 3 companies, yet the well-funded brigadier continued to issue military pay to Anson as if the regiment were fully staffed. Coupled with the colonel's original salary, once the war concluded, Anson could amass a small fortune merely by economizing on military expenses. 30 minutes later, an entire roasted chicken and a large platter of sizzling sausages appeared before them. The 2 ravenous individuals devoured the sausages wrapped in dry bread, gorging themselves with abandon. The freshly baked bread exuded a faint aroma of wheat, complementing the smoky flavor of the sausages enveloped within. Upon biting, the salty, spicy meat mingled with the rich grease, tantalizing their taste buds with every chew. After all, consuming the chicken meant forsaking its source of eggs. In Anson's recollections, he could only indulge in chicken after arriving at the academy in the royal capital. The crispy exterior, glistening with layers of oil, infused with the fragrance of sweet peppers and butter, the thoroughly stewed, tender potatoes, generously sprinkled with black pepper. If the visually appealing presentation did not satisfy the diners, then the succulent, tender meat bathed in sauce, which had been directly stuffed into the chicken during roasting, would undoubtedly conquer the palate of any guest. At least, Anson and Lisa were genuinely captivated. Having consumed 3/4 of the sausages and most of the chicken, Lisa, unsurprisingly, began to yawn and promptly fell asleep on the long bench. Observing the remnants of breadcrumbs and sauce on her lips, her face radiating blissful smiles, Anson could not help but sigh and chuckle wryly. Given her appetite, it seemed unlikely she would save even a single coin. Cradling his newly appointed scattergun company commander, Anson endeavored to arrange a separate tent for her in the severely understaffed 1st Infantry Corps, which was not a particularly arduous task. As a newly promoted colonel, Anson could have easily moved to a new residence, even occupying the tent of the former commander, the rotund Wyland Smo, who had been executed by Ludwig. Yet, after much deliberation, he chose to remain in his old tent. As he stepped into the tent, Anson froze in place, his hand halting mid-air as he opened the curtain. Someone had been there. Unlike the previous instance, where there were no traces left, the ground outside the tent bore clear footprints within the empty tent. A sheet of letter paper lay conspicuously on his desk. The paper bore a bloody primal rune. In that moment of shock, Anson swiftly realized 2 things. The lack of concealment indicated that the visitor had come in haste, likely on a whim, and secondly, if all went according to plan, the visitor had not ventured far. They were nearby. Taking a deep breath to maintain his composure, Anson struggled to suppress the impulse to turn and seek out the visitor. Cautiously picking up the letter, the bloodstains on the paper transformed into a series of elegant characters. Dear fellow believer, I shall visit you tonight. Chapter 22. The choice of the 3 old gods. First, please lie down on the bed, try to relax, and refrain from overthinking or harboring any concerns. To not overthink and to cast aside all worries is no small feat. Anson raised an eyebrow. unable to suppress the inner commentary as he gazed at the words materializing on the letter. This time, the content on the letter did not gradually fade like before. Instead, it seemed to crystallize, presenting evidence of another party's hurried actions, inadequately managed. Lying flat on the bed, Anson double-checked that the revolver tucked behind him was fully loaded and could be drawn at any moment. His gaze shifted to the second line of the letter. Next, you must destroy this letter. Remember, it is imperative that no one discovers it. Finally, please silently count to 20 in your heart, then open your eyes. Destroy. Anson glanced around his minuscule tent, devoid of even a warming brazier. Igniting a fire could easily attract unwanted attention. Thus, it appeared there was but one course of action. After hesitating for a few seconds, he forced himself to endure the discomfort and stuffed the letter into his mouth, closing his eyes to begin the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Anson remained still, quietly sensing his surroundings. There was no change, no chaotic sensations, no piercing pain in his skull, no whispered voices. Nothing. Confused, Anson slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that met his gaze was a candle, floating in midair, burning with a crimson flame that spilled forth like blood from the wick. What? In that moment of shock, Anson immediately realized he was seated in a dark, antiquated armchair without arms. Surrounding him was impenetrable darkness. Below him lay a cold stone floor, aided by the eerie crimson light. He could faintly discern the etchings on the stone surface, where the blood from the wick continuously dripped into indistinct shapes. Dear disciple, welcome. A cultured voice emerged from the shadows, prompting Anson to focus his gaze forward, beyond the candlelight. He scrutinized the figure that had suddenly materialized from the darkness, clad in a deep blue suit, tall and slender, with most of his face obscured by a top hat and reflective monocle, revealing only a bushy light brown mustache and a prominent hooked nose. To describe him would be to liken him to a tall, thin hat adorned with a monocle. The individual sat in a chair similar to Anson's, his excessively long left leg casually draped over the right, allowing him to rest his hands, intertwined, upon his knee. Without the luxury of further contemplation, Anson quickly composed himself, maintaining an expression of initial surprise and anxiety. May I ask, before we begin, dear disciple, allow me to express my apologies. The man in white gloves gently raised his hand to interrupt Anson, then touched the brim of his hat and nodded slightly. His voice was warm, sincere, imbued with an unspoken power that compelled one to listen. Anson, his expression tense, nodded in feigned belief. So, what unexpected event has occurred? You are indeed quick to respond, dear disciple. You are remarkably astute, worthy of turning the tides even in dire straits. The man offered unabashed praise before shifting his tone. However, this is not merely an unexpected occurrence, but rather a situation that has completely taken us by surprise. Isn't that just an unexpected event? Anson silently mused, his eyes betraying his anxiousness as he awaited further elaboration. The greatest advantage of this approach was that he need not worry about exposing himself. The downside was that he remained shrouded in darkness, requiring continual probing during the discourse to uncover more valuable information. Is this related to the old god's grand scheme? Indeed. Dear disciple, you continue to astonish me. The gentle voice chuckled softly. Before we formally commence, dear Anson Bach, for the sake of our forthcoming dialogue, you may refer to me as the Dark Mage. I regret that I cannot disclose my true name immediately. I shall explain the necessity of this in due course. Please trust that as your guide, I am utterly sincere. The peculiar nature of this negotiation, the myriad truths of history, the reluctance to reveal a true name, and the meticulous care shown towards new peripheral members. The old god faction before him was essentially a quintessential template of all underground malevolent organizations that meet their demise in the light of day. Had he been the Anson of yore, he would have likely reveled in the enigmatic atmosphere, the mysterious dark-haired mage, and the content he was about to unveil. As the crimson candle wax dripped down, the heavy dark red fluid flowed into the etched patterns on the stone beneath them, gradually forming the shape of a certain symbol. Now, to commence with today's first and most significant matter, the man, identifying himself as the Dark Mage, shifted his tone to one of grave seriousness. Dear disciple, through our previous discussions, you are already aware of the purpose of the old god sect, the truths obscured by the hypocritical order church, the millennia-long grand scheme of revival, and the hymns praising the three old gods. Anson nodded earnestly. striving to embody the expression of a conspiracy enthusiast who believes in historical truths. Only in darkness can light be revealed. Only through blood can one achieve immortality. Only through destruction can one attain greatness. Precisely. The dark mage nodded, his soft voice reminiscent of a chant. The 3 lines of the hymn correspond to the 3 old gods, symbolizing the primal runes that represent all beginnings. The Order Church, in their ignorance, fails to comprehend the depth of this meaning, absurdly presenting their modified runes as symbols. How ludicrous! To distort history, to twist the truth. To replace the genuine faith that has sheltered this world for millennia with a so-called order, and to persecute us, the followers of the old gods, in order to solidify their dominion. Humph. The corners of the dark mage's mouth curled into a cold smile. When the world's order collapses completely, the rebels against the sacred will face their final judgment. Upon finishing his words, Anson leaned forward, a hint of impatience in his gaze. Then, esteemed dark mage, how might one become a true believer in the old gods? Excellent inquiry. A pleased smile graced the dark mage's face. However, the great 3 old gods neither require nor desire their followers to merely beg for salvation. That is the act of the cowardly and the inept. A true believer must learn how to grow strong, to become one capable of saving the world. With his gloved right hand, the dark mage extended 3 fingers towards Anson across the candlelight. The great 3 old gods have prepared 3 paths for their followers. The supreme truth lies within our hymn. Only in darkness can light be revealed. Only through blood can one achieve immortality. Only through destruction can one attain greatness. Anson's eyes widened in astonishment. Of course, among the 3 paths, you may choose but one. The dark mage retracted 2 fingers. Once you select one of these paths, it will signify that you have gained the favor of one of the 3 old gods, and you shall no longer have the option to choose the other 2. Stunned, Anson remained silent under the dark mage's gaze, feeling restless. This silence persisted for an extended period, until the candle before them burned down to 3/4 of its height, at which point Anson finally mustered the courage to lift his slightly trembling gaze. Esteemed dark mage, could you elaborate on the distinctions among these 3 paths? Of course. The softly spoken sorcerer adjusted his monocle, tilting his head to the left while revealing an enigmatic smile. Should you yearn for the truth, desiring an existence where deception is non-existent and all are candid with you, the Lord of Dark Magic, Mute, shall bestow upon you the key to the door of enlightenment. Or perhaps you loathe your frail self, despising this weakness, this fleeting and hopeless life, seeking to transcend the limitations of humanity. The master of blood magic, the extraordinary Brutus, will generously grant his followers a chance. Or do you detest this world, a realm rife with injustice that continually restrains you, inflicting upon you great suffering, longing for transformation, rebirth, to restore all to its rightful state? The great fate controller, Aiden, demands that his followers annihilate all evils in the name of cursed magic. As his words lingered, the courteous sorcerer patiently awaited a response. Anson, maintaining a visage of shock and curiosity, began to ponder rapidly within. In the stillness of the dark, the blood-dripped candle had burned halfway down. Although uncertain of the exact cause, Anson surmised that the urgency to elevate him from an outer member to a true ally might be due to some calamity at the Thunder Fortress. Beyond that, he remained oblivious to what value he held for the old god faction. Dark magic, blood magic, curse magic, merely the options of voyeurism, immorality, or adolescent delusions. Any of the 3 would suffice, and promptly. Anson found himself ensnared in hesitation. His current predicament necessitated a pressing demand for power, at least sufficient to confront individuals like Louis Bernard, who wielded the prowess of bloodline abilities. The image of the young knight cleaving bullets on the battlefield etched an indelible memory in Anson's mind. By this standard, blood magic appeared most fitting. As the sorcerer had articulated, it offered a singular opportunity to transcend humanity. As for whether it involved bodily augmentation, the growth of tendrils, or something else entirely, he would need to inquire further. Of course, should he lower his expectations slightly, merely ensuring he would not face another assassination attempt. Dark magic also seemed appealing. According to the sorcerer's description, it bore the attribute of eavesdropping on others, which would be quite advantageous for a knowledge-deficient traveler like himself, helping him avoid missteps at critical junctures. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, the sorcerer's self-identification as a practitioner of dark magic suggested that this member of the old god faction had indeed chosen the same path. Aligning his choice with that of the sorcerer might enhance their mutual regard. After all, He was about to tread the treacherous path of an underground malevolent organization. Having allies would certainly be beneficial. As for cursed magic, the sorcerer's description provided no clarity regarding its nature. Just as Anson resolved to speak, his words faltered on his lips. Something felt amiss. Why was the sorcerer conveying such ambiguous information? If he intended for Anson to choose, why not simply elucidate the merits and drawbacks of the 3 types of magic, along with the specific abilities one could attain? Or perhaps this was not a choice at all, but rather a form of confirmation? Through their 2 previous interactions, Anson had come to believe that the initial version of himself was merely an unintended outer member developed by the sorcerer, devoid of access to substantial core secrets. Yet now, the circumstances had shifted. The sorcerer urgently required progress towards the original plan and had no choice but to enlist Anson's strength, transforming an outer member into an ally within a matter of days, conferring upon him significant responsibilities. Under such premises, what manner of person was Anson Bach in the sorcerer's mind? Or, to rephrase, what kind of tool did the sorcerer seek? A being consumed by the desire to pry into others' lives, perpetually anxious about being deceived? Or a power-hungry lunatic willing to go to any lengths for strength? Likely, neither. Taking a deep breath, Anson spoke with fervor. Esteemed sorcerer, I aspire to master the power of cursed magic. The smiling sorcerer's lips curled into a deeper arc. A discontented soul yearning to become a hero was precisely the type of individual the sorcerer required and could trust. A splendid decision indeed. Beneath his top hat, the sorcerer's monocle glimmered with an eerie light. Congratulations, dear Anson Bach. From this moment forth, you shall officially become a member of the Old God faction. As a follower of the Fate Controller Aiden, you will be entitled to harness the power of cursed magic. However, this is no simple task and requires the preparation of some rather unique rituals. Fortunately, I happen to possess some knowledge in this regard. Chapter 23. Cursed Magic. Beneath the eerie crimson flicker of candlelight, the dark sorcerer surveyed Anson's slightly trembling cheeks, a manifestation of excitement and surprise, and nodded in satisfaction. Very well, indeed. To master cursed magic, or to become a spellcaster as dictated by the order of the profane, one must undergo specific rituals and incantations. The dark sorcerer's voice carried a hint of delight as he instructed, on a moonless night, inscribe a complete hexagram upon the ground. Stand at its center and recite the incantation. Once the ritual concludes, dear disciple, you shall wield the power of cursed magic. He paused, his gaze penetrating through his monocle to scrutinize Anson. Do you have any uncertainties? Uncertainties? No, not really. I just feel it seems a bit too casual, perhaps? Aren't such rituals typically complex and shrouded in mystery, with particularly stringent requirements? Anson, momentarily taken aback, revealed a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Esteemed dark sorcerer, may I inquire if there are any special requirements for the tools to inscribe the hexagram? No, anything will suffice, even branches or stones, replied the dark sorcerer, shaking his head. It need not be perfectly drawn. A recognizable hexagram shape will suffice. And the incantation? Perceiving Anson's thoughts, the dark sorcerer chuckled lightly, shrugging his shoulders. In ancient times, the rite of becoming a spellcaster was indeed complex and demanding. However, that was long ago. Our predecessors discerned the vital elements from numerous esoteric rituals. After all, faith is paramount. Obfuscation serves no purpose. So in the days of abundance, to attract followers, the more mysterious the ritual, the better. Now that we are a reviled underground organization, naturally, the requirements must be relaxed to facilitate the recruitment of new acolytes. Snapping his fingers lightly, the dark sorcerer extended his gloved right hand towards the crimson candle, which continued to bleed profusely. With the motion of his hand, a sealed parchment scroll slowly emerged from the flames, and Anson could even catch the faint scent of singed paper. Carefully grasping one end of the scroll, the dark sorcerer presented it intact before Anson. The incantation of the Fate Controller, Aiden. It is yours now. Anson gazed intently at the scroll, solemnly accepting it with both hands. At the moment of contact, the pristine parchment suddenly ignited, disintegrating into ash at a visible pace, leaving only a burn mark upon his palm. The next moment, an intense pain surged through his hands, causing Anson to shudder. It felt as if countless steel needles pierced his palm, a sensation akin to some living entity beginning to spread along his arm into his body, first the forearm, then the elbow, shoulder, chest, and heart. In a dark cavern, a figure lay prostrate, engulfed in flames that reduced all within their reach to ashes. In the final moment, the bloodied self once again collapsed, the blood pooling beneath him forming a massive hexagram. With a start, Anson opened his eyes, the first image to greet him being that of the eerie crimson candlelight. The candle, now a mere quarter of its original length, continued to bleed. "How do you feel?" The dark sorcerer's voice resonated with concern in his ears. "It's bearable." Struggling to suppress the lingering sensation of pain, Anson forced a smile towards him. "That is good." The dark sorcerer adjusted his monocle. "You have now mastered the incantation. You need only await another moonless night to perform the ritual and become a spellcaster. My advice is to act swiftly." Anson's heart stirred. Was it due to that accident? The dark sorcerer nodded silently, no longer engaging in the pleasantries of earlier. "You are now aware that even shackled by the Order's constraints, true believers of the old gods have spread across the world. All await the day of the old gods' return, ready to offer their everything for the grand design. However," a subtle pause followed. The dark sorcerer sighed softly. "Though united in purpose, individual aspirations differ, notably. Regional and cultural disparities render mutual understanding difficult. Moreover, the years of oppression from the church have made it nearly impossible for the followers of the old gods to unite openly. This division, despite our formidable strength, has forced us to endure the Order's oppression and slander." Indeed, listening intently, Anson's mind began to race. The faction of the old gods he had encountered, represented by this dark sorcerer, was likely merely a branch within the kingdom of Clovis, perhaps just one among many. Just like this time, division had precluded consensus. The dark sorcerer continued, his voice growing sharper. "Although our collaboration has reignited the flames of war between Clovis and the Empire, there remains considerable disagreement among many old god believers within the Empire regarding how to exploit this rare opportunity. To this day, they cling to fantasies about the Empire, believing that one day, this feeble and powerless nation and its emperor could establish a dominion spanning all known worlds, obliterating the Order's influence through centralized power, and restoring the old gods to their former glory. Clearly, they are gravely mistaken. The emperor and nobles may offer them some fleeting incentives for their utility, but such promises will never be fulfilled. To resurrect the old gods, one must shatter the balance that the Order desperately strives to maintain." As his fervor escalated, the dark sorcerer's expression became increasingly frenzied beneath his round hat, his body trembling in the chair. "War, only war. A brief conflict will do nothing for the revival of the old gods. Only a war that thoroughly disrupts the balance can dismantle the Order's dominion." Suddenly rising, his gaze bore into Anson, who struggled to maintain an equally fervent expression. "Of course, if it were merely a matter of differing opinions, it would be acceptable." The dark sorcerer's tone abruptly shifted to calm. "However, not long ago, I received invaluable intel. Old god believers within the Thunder Fortress have defected to the Order. This provides the Order with a pretext to intervene and mediate, faced with the Church's scrutiny. The Kingdom of Clovis will find it difficult to continue the war and will be compelled to seek peace negotiations with the Empire. The war will cease, and both the Empire and the Order will profit from it. The grand design of the old god faction will suffer unprecedented setbacks." At that moment, Anson realized his right eye, devoid of glasses, was blood red, an unseeing crimson. "Now, dear Anson Bach, the one who can alter this course and change the situation is you." The dark sorcerer murmured softly, his gaze fixed upon Anson through the candlelight. "Only then can we save this world, rescue the grand design on the brink of collapse, and reclaim our faith and the glory of our past. You are our only hope. Will you accept this burden?" "I do not wish to. I beg you. Can you spare me?" Anson's lips trembled as he inhaled deeply, gazing solemnly at the dark sorcerer. "I accept." The dark sorcerer nodded vigorously, his gaze unwavering from Anson's face. "I can assure you that, regardless of the circumstances, the cult of the old gods will remain your greatest support. No matter what happens, I shall do everything in my power to protect you. So do not worry about fighting alone. Dear compatriot, you are not alone. Behind you stand thousands of devoted followers of the old gods, striving for the grand design alongside you. You are not solitary." Moved by his words, Anson trembled slightly, desperately suppressing the tears welling in his eyes. What would happen if he did not act in this way? Two scenarios came to his mind. The first involved a confrontation with the cult while attempting to breach the fortress, where the call to arms would undoubtedly bear the blame. The second scenario involved the cult achieving their goals before the call to arms commenced, prompting the opportunistic General Ludwig to order an immediate siege. Either way, disaster was inevitable. Even if Ludwig, the archbishop's son, would not take the fall, Anson's identity as a follower of the old gods would surely be revealed. As for severing ties with the cult, such a sweet fantasy was relinquished the moment he traversed into this world. All underground malevolent organizations are easy to enter but challenging to escape. From the instant Anson discovered his passion, leaving was no longer an option. Since escape was not feasible, he resolved to abandon unrealistic fantasies and instead extract useful information from his counterpart. Let us conclude our conversation for today, the Dark Sorcerer said, his right hand sweeping across the flickering candlelight, revealing that only a fraction of the wax remained. Dear compatriot, I trust you need some time to prepare for the forthcoming actions. I shall await your good news. He slightly lowered his hat's brim and spoke in a low tone. Before we formally conclude, do you have any questions you wish to ask? I promise to speak freely and thoroughly. Indeed. Could you disclose your true name to me? Anson pondered seriously for several seconds before timidly glancing at the sorcerer. Esteemed Dark Sorcerer, might you be familiar with the surname Augustus? The Dark Sorcerer straightened his posture and nodded slightly, appearing lost in thought. Anson, maintaining a calm demeanor, discreetly observed the sorcerer's every movement. Augustus. It sounded like a rather traditional Clovian surname. After a moment of contemplation, the Dark Sorcerer lowered his gaze to Anson. How did you come to know of it? I cannot recall precisely, but I have a vague impression that it was mentioned by someone, Anson replied, adopting a look of confusion while striving to embody the character of the conspiracy theorist he had once been. You see, it is quite a traditional Clovian surname. Many ancient families with long legacies are intertwined with historical truths. That makes sense, the Dark Sorcerer nodded. I shall investigate this matter and provide you with a more accurate response as soon as possible. Additionally, if there are any further intelligence regarding Thunder Fortress, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. He likely remained unaware of Lisa Augustus, though it was certainly possible that he was concealing his knowledge well. Anson nodded and, with a hint of caution, inquired, then, esteemed Dark Sorcerer, how should I notify you if I need to report something urgently? After a brief pause, the Dark Sorcerer chuckled lightly. Do not worry. Once this matter is resolved, I shall seek you out. Until then, remember to keep an eye on the notes upon the table. I will endeavor to provide you with all the assistance I can. Anson nodded eagerly. This indicated that, although the sorcerer was nearby, he did not possess the ability to observe him constantly. When we meet again, dear compatriot, I hope you will have become a competent spellcaster. The refined Dark Sorcerer raised his right hand, extinguishing the nearly burned-out candle. Instantly, the world was enveloped in darkness. As Anson regained his senses amidst the haze, he blinked his painfully sore eyes, realizing he still lay in bed. The morning mist, tinged with the scent of smoke, brushed against the tent's entrance, allowing a beam of blinding light to pierce his vision, rousing the weary Anson from his slumber as he dragged his fatigued body out of the pitch-black tent. The day had dawned. Chapter 24. Preparations in winter compared to the central provinces of the north. Thunder Fortress at the year's end, despite the absence of heavy snowfall, is no less frigid with its biting winds. Dark and ominous clouds dominate the horizon, rendering the already cold atmosphere even more oppressive. Generally speaking, no commander would willingly march in such weather, let alone engage in battle. The rapid depletion of food and warmth due to the harsh cold, coupled with an alarming rise in injuries and illnesses, would significantly diminish his army's numbers. The frozen, muddy roads and the frigid soil make it nearly impossible to construct defensive fortifications, compounding the challenges faced. Even the most spirited and resilient elite troops would struggle to maintain their combat effectiveness when cold, hungry, and plagued by illness, laboring in the biting wind to erect fortifications and camps while remaining prepared for battle. Yet amidst the gusting winds and the morning fog, a contingent of over 1,000 men trudges along the treacherous Kingdom Road, making their way toward the besieged Thunder Fortress. Four-wheeled carts, laden with supplies, creak as their wheels repeatedly sink into the mire, prompting the grumbling drivers to lash their already overburdened pack horses. Soldiers, clad in thin uniforms and burdened with rifles, shiver as they exhale warm breath, their cheeks and backs of their hands mottled with frostbite, under the watchful eyes of officers in overcoats. They drag their leaden legs while maintaining a semblance of order. Due to a severe shortage of pack animals, many soldiers are compelled to shoulder the burden of transportation. With two unruly recruits barely sufficing as a single pack horse, likely to exhaust themselves in the process. Resourceful logistics officers have discovered methods to ensure greater compliance among the soldiers. With the incessant influx of new recruits, this supply-laden force finally reached the besieged position on the 14th day of the assault on Thunder Fortress. At a parapet, the stern-faced Ludwig Franz gazes upon the weary column entering the camp, his hands clasped behind his back, his still silhouette reminiscent of an upright rifle in the chilling wind. In this moment, Ludwig's internal excitement far surpasses any outward display. After 14 arduous days, marked by 2 near-catastrophic instances of disarray, the reinforcements he had long awaited have finally arrived. Since the formation of the Thunder Fortress's conscript army, the army that had anticipated his failure offered him no useful intelligence. And the so-called conscript army crumbled at the slightest pressure, proving less capable than the Empire's dregs. While it was a siege operation, he had been assigned an artillery company with merely 8 cannons, of which only one was a heavy piece, the rest being lightweight field artillery. This resulted in his forces, the attackers, being utterly overwhelmed by the defenders' firepower, leaving no room for counteroffensive. Nevertheless, he managed to establish a foothold outside Thunder Fortress. A sufficiently fortified and progressively advancing besieging position was gradually taking shape, though there had been a troubling incident a few days prior when Imperial cavalry nearly shattered his lines. That was in the past. The newly constructed trenches boasted substantial defensive works, deep enough to render cavalry charges inconsequential. Backed by the might of the Franz family and the Order of the Church, and following a significant expenditure of resources, Ludwig finally acquired all the supplies and reinforcements he desperately needed. Notably, the arrival of 4 12-pound cannons and 2 24-pound mortars was akin to a treasure to Ludwig. A man of artillery, with these 6 pieces, he could establish a formidable artillery position at the forefront of the siege. Although he could not yet alter the disparity in firepower between the two sides, Thunder Fortress now boasted a stockpile of dozens of light and heavy artillery pieces, along with 2 to 3 strongholds equipped with heavy artillery to deter any counter-battery fire from the fortifications. This was merely the beginning. Having fully embraced Anson's trench plan, Ludwig no longer fixated on swiftly capturing the fortress, but rather prepared for a gradual accumulation of strength and a prolonged siege. After all, the ammunition and supplies within the fortress were finite, and as long as steam trains continued to traverse the kingdom's tracks, his supplies would flow uninterrupted from the rear. What surprised him, however, was the army's lack of obstruction regarding this batch of supplies and newly recruited soldiers, allowing them to reach their destination with surprising ease. Clearly, those who anticipated his downfall were aware that if the conflict at Thunder Fortress dragged on too long, the repercussions for the southern legions still embroiled in combat with the Empire would be catastrophic. Even they, in their folly, understood they could not bear such a risk. Against the biting cold wind, Ludwig, struggling to contain his emotions, felt a slight smile tug at the corners of his mouth. The general responsible for escorting the supplies awaited him in his tent. Stepping forward, Roman, standing behind him, quietly added, "There is also a messenger sent by your father, who hopes you might respond quickly if possible." "No need to rush," Ludwig replied, his good mood slightly dampened as he furrowed his brow, hesitating before turning to Roman. "How long has he been waiting?" 2 days, Roman responded, his gaze steady yet serious. "Tell him I will have it ready by noon." And he should depart promptly in the afternoon. With a resigned sigh, Ludwig pivoted towards the tent, shifting the topic. "It took 14 days to receive the first batch of supplies. Is there a way to improve efficiency?" "That is challenging. Our supply line is entirely dependent on the steam train's capacity and the condition of the roads." Roman followed closely. "Even if the Privy Council and the Railway Committee are willing to consider increasing the frequency of trips, the road conditions from Oaktown, where the train station is located, to the besieging position are far from satisfactory. Additionally, we are severely lacking in heavy wagons and pack horses for transportation, making it difficult to enhance efficiency in the short term." "When is the next supply expected to arrive at the earliest?" 10 days from now," Roman replied. "Following your orders. I placed orders with 2 foundries near the capital. With the war just beginning, they still have considerable stock. In 10 days, 8 heavy cannons and 1,500 fully armed recruits will arrive simultaneously." Ludwig nodded. 10 days was sufficient for the besieging position to advance to the walls of Thunder Fortress. Another 3 to 5 days would be needed to train and integrate the new recruits, strengthening the artillery positions. In 15 days, at most, after 15 days, he would be able to capture Thunder Fortress in one fell swoop. Suddenly, an excited Ludwig halted, turning to Roman with a contemplative look and in a hushed tone inquired, "Regarding that matter you mentioned earlier, is there any progress?" Roman, his eyes flickering, fell silent for a few moments, his brow furrowing. "There are only some inconsistencies." "Inconsistencies?" "I privately interrogated Sir Louis Bernard, captured by Colonel Anson. Despite some resistance, I managed to extract a wealth of information," Roman stated gravely. "It seems he genuinely knows nothing about the Imperial garrison within the fortress." Confused, Ludwig paused, then speculated, "That is a possibility, isn't it? After all, he is still quite young and likely only accompanied by his brother for experience." "No, it is not as simple as that," Roman interjected loudly. "Louis Bernard is no ordinary person. He is the only heir of the Bernard family of this generation to inherit the Sea Knight bloodline." "What?" Ludwig exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. As the son of the church's archbishop, he understood all too well the significance of bloodline inheritance. Although it was peculiar, intelligence confirmed this. Among the heirs of the Bernard family, only Louis had inherited this bloodline power. Roman's voice quivered slightly. If Anson's information is accurate, then the initial military commander of this raid must be Louis and his uncle. They have temporarily dispatched their family's heir and the sole bearer of their bloodline's power to undertake a perilous mission with exceedingly low chances of survival. The Empire, the Bernard family, or perhaps those who orchestrated this decision from behind the scenes. What are their true intentions? Chapter 25. Carl's ominous prophecy bundled tightly in his not-so-thick overcoat. Carl Bain wiped his nose and surveyed the construction of the artillery positions, his eyes shadowed by dark circles and his face etched with the weariness of relentless toil. Observing the fresh recruits swinging wooden shovels and spades against the biting wind, Carl found himself bewildered by the audacity of these greenhorns, who were constructing artillery emplacements a mere 400 meters from the fortress, an easily reachable distance for light artillery without the need for observation. As for the veterans, well, they had long since grown indifferent to life and death. For them, survival paled in comparison to the more pressing need for sustenance. Amidst the disheveled figures, a little girl wielded a wooden shovel taller than herself. Her innocent smile and pure, bright eyes spurred the young soldiers to labor diligently, too intimidated to slack off. Yet Carl had witnessed firsthand the terrifying potential of this petite and frail girl, capable of delivering lethal blows with artillery, an existence that could hardly be described as cute. Oblivious recruits, jaded veterans, a monstrous little girl, an overly optimistic captain, and this bizarre and wretched war. Carl sighed heavily. Throughout his past, whether as a militia captain without any spoils or as an officer preoccupied with embezzling military funds and securing personal gain, Carl Bain had always played the role of the hard-working scapegoat, risking his life for meager salaries and side earnings. However, this time, as a self-proclaimed competent army captain, he felt utterly exhausted and on the verge of collapse. Lisa, carrying a wooden shovel, strutted through the crowd in her oversized officer's uniform, flashing a grin that revealed her two prominent canine teeth. Just as she was about to leave, Carl reached out to stop her. "Hand it over," he rasped. "Huh?" Lisa tilted her head, her clear eyes wide with innocence, seemingly unaware of his demand. "I saw you. Are you going to hand it over willingly? Or should I assist you?" Carl warned again, his tone firm. Lisa blinked, her dirty little face appearing utterly innocent. Carl stared at her, his expression impassive, his outstretched hand unwavering. The two remained locked in a silent standoff for a minute, until, with a sudden change of expression, Lisa produced an entire bag of canned goods from seemingly nowhere and hurled it into Carl's arms before storming off in a huff. "How did you figure it out?" Anson, who had approached Carl's side, looked at him in astonishment. "I didn't figure anything out," Carl replied, a hint of pride in his voice as he set the bag of cans aside. "If I had to say, it's a matter of experience. The more someone pretends that nothing is amiss, the more likely they are up to no good." Anson's expression stiffened. "It's not the first time she's pilfered rations. I was just trying to scare her." Carl chuckled lightly, but when he looked up, he found Anson's face pale with shock. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Nothing at all." Anson forced a smile, attempting to dismiss the incident. "That was close. I almost thought the old god's affairs had been discovered." Unaware of his companion's turmoil, Carl's gaze returned to the bustling construction site. The primary work was nearing completion, and by today at the latest, it would be wrapped up. What remained were the defensive walls and outer fortifications. Even if they were to drag artillery over immediately, it could serve as a makeshift battery, albeit not sturdy enough. It would be best to wait until the walls were erected. Listening attentively to Carl's explanation, Anson nodded continuously, the seasoned army captain growing ever more accustomed to her role as his aide. According to the initial plan, 3 artillery emplacements would suffice to maintain fire suppression against the heavy artillery of Thunder Fortress, which posed no threat to positions within its blind spots. Their sole purpose was to breach the gate and suppress the Empire's light artillery and cavalry. An isolated fortress, regardless of its resources and manpower, would inevitably fall. It was merely a matter of time. But now, the question of whether to lay siege to the fortress had become the least of their concerns. The timing of the assault was of paramount importance. If the Dark Mage's intelligence held true, then the Old Gods faction within the fortress and the Empire's army had likely conspired together. They were waiting for an impatient attack on the fortress so they could frame the kingdom of Clovis for the use of dark magic. Thus, the most rational choice at present was to exercise patience, exploring every avenue to ascertain the situation within the fortress while swiftly reporting this to the Order of the Kingdom to prevent the Empire from framing them later. However, this was utterly unattainable. Anson sighed ruefully. Even knowing that taking the fortress would entail immense risk, Ludwig, desperate to prove himself, would never wait. Anson herself would not be foolish enough to expose her ties to the old gods over unverifiable intelligence. Trust was a topic that could never be avoided. Let us not dwell on our side for now. Suddenly, Carl turned to Anson. Don't you find it peculiar? The garrison at Thunder Fortress has been utterly silent since that raid a few days ago. That's true, but their numbers are dwindling. Perhaps they don't wish to squander their limited combat strength, Anson speculated. They might just intend to hunker down and wait it out, as the longer the delay, the more favorable it is for the Empire. Or perhaps the garrison within the fortress is busy assisting the old gods with some clandestine activities. Anson expressed her doubts, knowing that even if the old gods' followers could sway the upper echelons of the Empire's army, they could not entirely control the entire force. Compelling thousands of Imperial soldiers to overlook bizarre occurrences or even betray their faith to join the old gods. Allowing Imperial commanders to overlook certain behaviors would be the extent of their influence. If their goal is to delay the siege, wouldn't they be more inclined to cause some commotion? Carl countered, shaking his head dismissively. If I were an Imperial soldier inside the fortress, I would never adopt such a passive stance. At the very least, I would devise ways to disrupt the trench advances. They have dozens of times more artillery than we do and could easily fire a couple of rounds at us unpredictably each day to hamper our progress and sap our morale. They also possess cavalry and knightly officers, who could also target our supply lines, swiftly depleting our resources. Any of these options would be preferable to merely waiting in the fortress to die, wouldn't it? That's a valid point, Anson nodded, then chuckled. But with such an ominous prophecy, you might want to be cautious lest it comes true. That would merely confirm that I'm correct. The enemy would indeed act in such a manner, Carl scoffed dismissively, extracting a meat tin from the bag and prying it open in front of Lisa August. He used his knife to extract a piece of salted meat. Watching Lisa, who was desperately swallowing and pretending not to notice, the poor taste of the canned meat suddenly transformed into a delicacy in Carl's mouth, alleviating the psychological burden left by her earlier antics. In stark contrast to Carl's assessments, Anson, who remained silent, was increasingly perplexed. If the old gods had truly allied with the Empire's army, they should be striving to hasten the siege. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, they should not be as inactive as they currently were. Gradually succumbing to confusion, Anson resolved to take action. She must wait for a moonless night to harness ritual magic and become a spellcaster. Just then, a sudden flurry of commotion erupted from the busy artillery construction site, instantly capturing everyone's attention. As Lisa, her mouth filled with salty meat, raised her head, she finally realized what the two were gazing at. A battalion of grenadiers, escorting a heavy artillery piece, was making its grand approach towards the artillery emplacement. Chapter 26. Anson's speech. A field howitzer, its wheels nearly as tall as a person, left deep imprints in the muddy trenches. The unicorn relief symbolizing the kingdom of Clovis reared majestically on the golden, bronze-cast barrel. The cannon was so heavy that even discarding the accompanying ammunition box would not reduce its weight below a ton, allowing it to move only slowly across the battlefield. The once spacious artillery camp was now crowded with soldiers, who gazed in awe at the lumbering heavy artillery in the trench, exchanging astonished remarks. Its sheer size and dazzling metallic sheen instilled a sense of security among the soldiers, who instinctively gathered around, even pulling ropes to assist the grenadiers in dragging the cannon. It was evident that even the newly conscripted recruits could discern the vast disparity between this field howitzer and the cannons of the first cohort. In terms of length, weight, and the deep, wide muzzle, it was in a league of its own. In comparison, the so-called pop gun was a disgrace in the artillery world, merely an inferior piece that could only be referred to as a lifted gun. The class divide between the two was as stark as that between a royal princess and a peasant girl of unknown origin. With the collective effort of an entire company of grenadiers, assisted by the soldiers of the first cohort, they strained to haul 2 of these field howitzers, along with a 24-pound mortar, into the designated gun positions within the artillery camp. In addition to the 3 heavy artillery pieces and their corresponding ammunition, supplies meant to arrive days later were delivered to the first cohort, leaving Anson and Carl somewhat astonished. With all these weapons and personnel now present, Roman, with his hands clasped behind his back, cast a cold gaze at Anson, addressing him. From this moment on, this artillery position is entrusted to you. I understand, Anson replied, maintaining a composed demeanor as he nodded slightly. This signifies Brigadier Ludwig's trust in me, and I shall not betray his expectations. Not merely expectations, but an absolute necessity for victory. Roman's eyes locked onto Anson's, a chill laced with subtle pressure evident in his gaze. The price paid for this victory could have easily formed another conscript army at Thunder Fortress. Feeling the threat in Roman's words, Anson's caution heightened. What if he had discovered something? Yet, upon reflection, Anson deemed it improbable. The distance between the first cohort and the grenadiers was considerable, and their interactions had been limited to the interrogation of Louis Bernard and visits to the brigadier's tent. As an officer, Roman could not have approached his tent without reason, and Anson had always kept his diary close at hand. The clamor within the camp escalated, and as Roman turned to leave, he suddenly paused, casting a sidelong glance at Anson, who was also observing him. Additionally, this is merely my personal suggestion. While there is still time, consider what you will do after this siege, should you survive. Thank you. I shall give it due thought, Anson replied, his expression somewhat peculiar. This confidant of Brigadier Ludwig was relentless in his admonitions. Once the 3 cannons and the remaining ammunition were fully transferred, the stern-faced Colonel Roman and his grenadiers swiftly formed ranks amidst the crowd, departing with a precision that would have embarrassed any ceremonial unit, not lingering for a moment. As the soldiers crowded around watched their retreating figures, the once bustling artillery position fell into a notable silence. At that moment, first cohort, stand by. Carl Bain's sudden, resonant shout caught everyone off guard. 3 rows, tight formation, assemble. Yes, the soldiers, bewildered, instinctively responded, hastily shouldering their weapons and straightening their uniforms to gather according to their respective ranks within the artillery position. Even Lena, who had just been sulking, hurriedly hoisted a rifle taller than herself, stepping forward to the front of the line, remnants of canned meat still clinging to her cheeks. 2 minutes later, observing the neatly arranged formation before him, Carl nodded in satisfaction and approached Anson. What are you planning? Anson inquired, his voice deliberately lowered, a look of confusion on his face as he addressed Carl. To do something I believe I won't regret, Carl replied lazily. Yet his gaze was earnest as he looked at Anson. On the day the main force fled, we did not follow suit. Instead, we believed in your choice to remain and fight against 3 times the number of enemies at the artillery position. On the day of the cavalry assault, we still believed in you. Over 200 ragtag soldiers held the line against more than 300 Imperial cavalry. Carl paused, attempting to grab Anson's collar but slowly letting his hand fall, his dark-circled eyes emanating a resolute light. Anson Bach, my esteemed commander, don't you think it's time to say something to those who believe in you? Gazing into Carl's eyes, Anson fell silent for a full minute. He glanced at the artillery fortifications that were nearly complete behind him, then turned to survey the soldiers of the first cohort, now arrayed in perfect formation. He observed their myriad expressions. Some were veterans who had fought alongside him in 2 battles, while others were fresh recruits who had just arrived from the rear, and some merely sought to survive without succumbing to hunger. In that moment, Anson felt a surge of emotion swell within him, causing his entire being to tremble. Soldiers! Anson's impassioned cry erupted from his throat, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the artillery fortification. In less than 4 days, under the threat of enemy artillery, you have built this impregnable fortification with nothing but shovels and picks. Through your sweat, the trenches stretched towards the enemy's stronghold. As he spoke, Anson strode to the edge of the fortification, standing boldly on the exposed parapet, straightening his back and looking down upon his men. Soldiers, no matter the challenges we face ahead, do not fear. Confront them with a smile. The best way to overcome adversity is, boom. Just as Anson prepared to mimic Ludwig's sword-drawing gesture, a resounding explosion erupted behind him. Then, kaboom! A solid projectile struck the parapet a few meters to his right, creating a massive breach. Instantly, the atmosphere within the fortification shifted to one of hushed stillness. Enemy fire incoming. Take cover in the trenches. Carl Bain's heart-wrenching shout pierced the air, and the once orderly ranks of soldiers scattered in disarray. On the 15th day of the siege of Thunder Fortress, Anson Bach, a soon-to-be graduate of the Royal Military Academy, Army Colonel, and commander of the 1st Conscript Cohort, found his inaugural battlefield speech abruptly concluded by a misfire from the Imperial artillery. Chapter 27. The War Council, the Siege of Fort Thunderclap. Day 17, as predicted by Carl Bain's grim pronouncements, the Imperial forces, previously indifferent to the activities outside the fortress, had begun to methodically position light infantry cannons and mortars on the walls, targeting the forward positions and gun emplacements of the besieging army. It was now evident that they were not oblivious to the conscript army's movements, but had been reluctant to expend ammunition before ascertaining the primary direction of the assault. Faced with this highly focused artillery fire, the conscript army's enthusiasm for trench warfare rapidly plummeted after suffering several dozen casualties. For 2 days, the advance of the forward positions was virtually negligible, and many fortifications were even destroyed by the Imperial defenders. However, the situation worsened as alarming rumors spread from the rear. There were suspected signs of a large Imperial cavalry force having passed through Oakwood, the conscript army's logistical base. Despite Brigadier General Ludwig's immediate efforts to suppress the rumors, they proved largely ineffective, and the morale of the entire conscript army swiftly declined. In light of these circumstances, Ludwig could only hope that the infantry regiment dispatched to Oakwood would perform its duty diligently, and that the steam train transporting the next batch of supplies would arrive promptly. However, he harbored considerable pessimism regarding both prospects, particularly the former. Gentlemen, we must address the current predicament immediately. Within the spacious command tent, Ludwig, his countenance grave, inhaled deeply, striving to maintain composure as he addressed his direct subordinates seated on either side of the Fort Thunderclap sand table. As the commander of the first-line regiment, Anson Bach was present, conspicuously so. The officers in attendance were acutely aware of how this recent graduate, formerly a mere lieutenant, had managed to ascend to their level. Even though the previous commander, Wyland Smollett, had essentially courted death and Anson was in no way implicated, his presence aroused suspicion and animosity. However, this sentiment was certainly not shared by a particular grenadier commander. Ignoring the unconcealed animosity directed his way, Anson offered a polite smile to Roman across the table. 2 days. For 2 entire days, the advance of the forward positions has been less than a tenth of what it was before. Despite his efforts to remain composed, Ludwig could not help but emphasize his words. At this rate, it will take us at least another 30 to 40 days to complete the siege lines and commence the assault on Fort Thunderclap. I can assure you that the Privy Council and the Southern Army Command will not grant us 40 more days. In such an event, I, as the commanding officer, will bear the brunt of the blame, but do not assume that you will escape unscathed. The fortunate among you will be reassigned to the Eastern Front, while the less fortunate will be stripped of their rank and relegated to vagrancy outside the train station. This blunt and realistic threat instilled fear in the already apprehensive officers, who appeared pale and contrite. But even if we are fearless, it is futile. An officer mustered the courage to speak. The Imperial artillery fire is intense and highly targeted. Newly constructed fortifications are rendered useless after a single barrage. With all due respect, Brigadier General, unless we possess sufficient long-range firepower to suppress the fortress, we cannot persuade our soldiers to risk being blown to pieces while digging trenches. Almost simultaneously, the other officers, sharing his sentiments, rose to their feet, voicing a chorus of complaints. Indeed. Furthermore, trench excavation is costly, and the soldiers are already dissatisfied with the current food rations. We should request assistance from the Southern Army Command. We are fighting their battles for them. Why should they not contribute? Our current firepower is woefully inadequate. We must await the arrival of heavy artillery. Otherwise, we cannot assault a well-stocked and heavily fortified stronghold like Fort Thunderclap. Precisely. Why are we only given 40 days? What fortress can be captured in just 40 days? The tent was filled with a cacophony of noise, shouts, and curses as the officers clamored to make themselves heard. Their impassioned words and forceful gestures suggested that they would display equal valor on the battlefield. Silence. With a gentle tap on the table, Ludwig spoke softly. Instantly, the tent became silent. The officers seated on either side of the sand table stared at the brigadier general, their demeanor a stark contrast to the previous moment. A look of resignation crossed Ludwig's face as his gaze settled on a figure who had remained remarkably quiet throughout, a faint smile playing on his lips. Lieutenant Colonel Anson, your plan has been the subject of criticism. Do you have any rebuttal? In an instant, all eyes turned toward Anson. Sensing the less than friendly gazes fixed upon him, Anson inhaled deeply, rose slowly, and positioned his hand above the Fort Thunderclap sand table, casting a shadow that obscured the light from the oil lamp. He then turned to Ludwig, awaiting his response. We could attempt to dig at night. Ludwig paused for a moment. That would be costly, and mobilizing the entire army would be risky. Therefore, we should not mobilize the entire army for this task. 1,000 or 2,000 men would suffice. Anson met his gaze. Only a small portion of the positions should be further extended. Solid, narrow trenches would provide sufficient protection from the fortress's artillery fire and could serve as a bridgehead and the primary assault point, accommodating approximately 1,000 or 2,000 men. 1,000 or 2,000 men to capture Fort Thunderclap. Roman regarded Anson coldly. The Imperial garrison within the fort numbers no more than 1,000 or 2,000 men. Anson shrugged. We, Lieutenant Colonel Roman's Grenadier Regiment alone, number nearly 800 men. Do you lack confidence in yourself? It is prudence, Roman retorted. Moreover, they control the fortress and its defenses. With equal numbers, we lack the advantage. True. But the Imperial infantry is rigid, uninspired, and prone to collapse at the slightest provocation. As for our conscript army, well, they are equally dreadful. Anson hesitated before adopting a resolute expression. But they are superior to the Imperial forces. Ludwig scoffed. He was almost certain that this had been part of Anson's plan from the outset. He had anticipated the Imperial counterattack but only revealed it at this moment. However, if he were to confront him now, the fellow would undoubtedly claim that he had not asked, rather than that he had failed to provide a warning. Besides, he had indeed offered a warning. 1,000 or 2,000 infantrymen, supported by artillery cover, might not be sufficient to seize Fort Thunderclap. But they could at least create an opening for the rear echelons, providing an opportunity for a full-scale assault. Seeing that no one was objecting, Anson continued, Of course, we must also consider the possibility of a failed assault. However, the principle remains the same. A smaller, more elite force can disengage more quickly. Furthermore, the enemy's numbers are limited, and even if we were to prevail, they would not dare to pursue, contenting themselves with artillery barges to intimidate us. Having concluded his remarks, Anson placed his hands behind his back and awaited Ludwig's response. The gazes that had previously been filled with animosity had softened considerably, with the exception of Roman, of course. It was evident that the officers regarded the plan as exceptionally advantageous, not necessarily because of its likelihood of success, but because it allowed them to reap the rewards. If there was an opportunity, they would rush to seize the glory. If the situation deteriorated, they would merely need to provide covering fire for their comrades. In short, some might profit, but they would certainly not suffer any losses. Chapter 28. The letter from the mentor in order to contemplate more calmly. Ludwig dismissed all the officers from the tent until he reached a decision. However, in Anson's eyes, this essentially meant that Ludwig acknowledged the correctness of his plan, yet hesitated to appear overly reliant on others, preferring to make a solitary and serious choice. Thus, when he ultimately decided to implement the plan, it would seem as though he had independently arrived at this conclusion after considering everyone's opinions. Essentially, he was a somewhat awkward individual with a strong sense of pride. With a mind full of sarcasm, Anson couldn't help but smile slightly. Yet, there was a silver lining. Should the plan fail, the blame would not fall solely on Anson, for it was a collective suggestion implicating everyone. With this realization, Anson's smile deepened. At that moment, a youth clad in an army officer's uniform approached, a leather satchel slung over his left shoulder. With a tentative tone, he saluted Anson. Excuse me, are you Colonel Anson of the army? Anson nodded in response, and the young man's eyes lit up immediately. Wonderful. I have a letter for you, sent 2 days ago from Oaktown. It appears to be from a professor at the academy. I apologize for prattling on. Please sign for it. Professor? For me? Anson furrowed his brow slightly as he took the letter, noticing the seal bore an emblem resembling a shield, indicating that the sender was no ordinary person. Watching the messenger depart, Anson hesitated for a moment before deciding to open the letter. Dear Anson Bach, greetings. It has been many years since you left the Church Academy to pursue your studies at the Military Academy as a special recruit. Do you still recall your fervent passion for history and geography? To this day, I vividly remember the boy who incessantly questioned me about the history of the Merovingian dynasty and the Age of Discovery after class. It is children like you, insatiably curious about the world, who time and again rekindle my desire for knowledge. Thus, when I received your recent inquiry regarding historical matters, you can scarcely imagine the excitement it stirred within me. I greatly envy the energy of youth and your ability to find joy within the vast expanse of history. To return to the matter at hand, upon hearing that you were nearing the end of your internship, I intended to visit you at the southern fortress. However, due to the war and the dire security situation in Barrel Town, I was unable to secure a carriage. Firstly, I must confirm your suspicion. This is indeed a very traditional and ancient surname, Merovingian, predating even the Austrian royal lineage, traceable back to the era of the ancient Merovingian kingdom, with some connections to the prominent Lewin family within the kingdom. Unfortunately, the genuine bloodline of Augustus has long been extinguished. The available records are scant and largely consist of mere rumors regarding dark beings and sinister magic. May the Ring of Order bless you. Your history professor, Minter. And kindred spirit, Mays honored. With a jolt, Anson abruptly clenched the letter, his sudden action drawing the attention of those around him. What is it? Roman, who had approached, maintained his typically indifferent expression. History professor. He was my favorite during my time at the academy. In a sense, he was my mentor. Anson slowly unfolded the creased letter, striving to avoid deceit. Roman, without a word, locked eyes with Anson, his cold gaze narrowing into slits. This silence lingered for several seconds as Roman scrutinized Anson, before turning and leaving. As the tension finally dissipated, Anson became aware of the cold sweat accumulating at the nape of his neck. Observing the elegant and neat handwriting on the letter, he was now certain that Mays honored was indeed the black mage he had previously been corresponding with. Moreover, he was the very history professor Anson had at the Church Academy, who had been masquerading within the conscription army, constantly monitoring him. However, this was no longer a concern. The fact that the other party risked writing such a letter and revealing his identity likely indicated that he had already vacated the military camp. What had compelled him to leave, yet necessitated writing this letter beforehand? If he was willing to take the risk to contact Anson and ensure that he received the letter, it meant that the contents were undoubtedly more significant than they appeared. Was he perhaps warning Anson about the complex historical background of the Augustus family, suggesting he refrain from delving into it unprepared? No. Anson frowned, dismissing his own speculation. Such matters were unlikely to concern a member of an underground malevolent organization, nor did they align with the Black Mage's modus operandi. What would compel him to take such a risk must be something that would significantly impact Anson's plans to seize Thunder Fortress. The southern fortress, Barrel Town. Anson's gaze fixated on the only two place names mentioned throughout the letter. The Empire's sudden and unprovoked winter invasion had placed the southern legions at a disadvantage, potentially leading to the loss of one or two critical border fortresses, with the war threatening to spill into their territory, indeed risking territorial loss. However, at least in the short term, Anson saw no signs of a swift victory for the Empire. The winter offensive was indeed unexpected, but such a strategy would come at a cost. Even in a defensive position, the elite southern legions should not collapse so swiftly. Having served at the southern fortress before, Anson felt confident in its resilience. As for Barrel Town, he pondered deeply, recalling the recent rumors of a large number of Imperial cavalry appearing near the town. Could it be that another of Carl Bain's ominous predictions was about to come true? Feeling a twinge of panic, Anson heard footsteps behind him and quickly folded the letter, slipping it into his breast pocket while feigning calmness. Standing amidst the crowd, Roman coldly announced, "Prepare yourselves. It is time to announce the orders." With that, he turned and was the first to enter the tent. At the end of the sand table, Ludwig, with his elbows resting on the table and fingers interlaced, maintained a stern expression, though it was evident that his mood had improved considerably, akin to someone who had finally exhaled after a prolonged period of indecision. "Everyone, I have made my decision, and I do not intend to seek any further opinions from any of you." Scanning the room, Ludwig spoke in a low tone. "I have resolved to establish two newly erected artillery positions as the core of our forward base, to serve as the main assault area during the siege. Starting tonight at 7, a quarter of the soldiers will be tasked with this undertaking. rotating over the next 4 days. Those assigned will receive additional rations and a small stipend, all funded by the logistical support of the conscription army. Suddenly halting mid-sentence, Ludwig's gaze fixated on the messenger who had just barged into the tent, the same individual who had delivered the letter to Anson. Latest intelligence, sir. The messenger, panting heavily at the entrance, hurriedly saluted Ludwig. It has arrived from Oak Town. Chapter 29. Bad news. The moment Anson heard the name Oak Town, a flicker of unease crossed his gaze. It was not just him. The atmosphere within the tent shifted palpably. Oak Town was not a particularly notable city, nor could it even be classified as a city in the true sense. It was merely a commonplace town with a regular market, a tavern, and a frequent stop for merchant caravans. There were no clean streets or towering edifices, and its dilapidated state offered little to entice travelers to linger. Yet, within this town lay the recently constructed train station of the Kingdom's Railway, a critical logistical base for troop reinforcements and supplies, relying heavily on steam trains for transport. If anything were to happen in Oak Town, the summoned troops at the besieged positions would face utter disaster. The messenger, drenched in sweat and still gasping for breath, stood at the entrance of the tent, bearing the weight of glances filled with varied emotions from all corners of the tent. An oppressive silence loomed for nearly half a minute until Roman, who had remained silent, suddenly rose, approached the messenger, and took the heavy letter from his hands, moving past everyone directly to Ludwig's side. The messenger, feeling a wave of relief, hastily fled the tent at an unprecedented speed. General Reed, Ludwig said, his expression unyielding, his voice somewhat subdued. Louder, he bellowed. The scouts report that a small contingent of Imperial cavalry has been spotted south of Oak Town, exhibiting frequent activity along the supply line from our positions to the town. Roman replied, his head bowed. Under the command of the brigadier, our forces have swiftly erected multiple defensive structures around Oak Town, demolished some dilapidated buildings, reinforced the existing walls, and equipped patrolling soldiers with grenades for timely warnings against enemy cavalry raids. After suffering 2 ambushes, our scouts have traced the enemy's retreat routes and discovered the general location of the Imperial encampment. Thus, I propose we launch a counteroffensive to eliminate the Imperial cavalry threat while it is still in its infancy. Draft a response for me, Ludwig said, contemplating for a moment. Inform him I am aware of the situation but do not concur with his proposal to encircle the Imperial cavalry. Understood, Roman replied, standing resolute. His gaze locked with Ludwig's, both men sharing a moment of silent understanding. Meanwhile, Anson, who had just exhaled a breath of relief, sensed an unusual tension in their expressions. Everyone leave. No one is allowed in until I make my decision, Ludwig commanded, his expression stern as he raised his hand to halt Anson, who had begun to rise. You and Roman stay. Minutes later, the once bustling tent was left with only the 3 of them. Slowly turning to Roman, Ludwig seemed to summon every ounce of strength within him. Speak. The information just relayed was actually from 3 days ago, Roman began, his previously steely gaze now tinged with anxiety. The infantry regiment stationed at Oak Town has been entirely annihilated by the Imperial cavalry. The town's warehouses have been ravaged and set ablaze by the enemy. Civilian casualties are not severe, but the entire order of the town has been utterly disrupted. Is there more? Ludwig remained composed. The train station has also been destroyed by the enemy. Roman hesitated before adding, according to the letter, repairs will take at least 10 days. In the infantry regiment, did they leave their post without awaiting my orders? Ludwig asked, his tone grave. It seems they were likely lured out of the city by the enemy and subsequently encircled, leaving no survivors. What of the commander? Missing, presumed dead. And the messenger? Currently at the field hospital. I have stationed 2 grenadiers to look after him. Very well. Ludwig nodded thoughtfully, rising calmly. Then, in a sudden outburst, he kicked the sand table with force. With a resounding crash, the table toppled to the ground. The pent-up fury that had been simmering within him erupted at that moment. It was all over, utterly ruined. The fragile hope he had painstakingly fought for lay in tatters, destroyed by the insubordination of a wretch. A chill ran down Ludwig's spine as he realized the implications of this news reaching the ears of officers and soldiers. Chaos, rout, mutiny without supplies and support. Morale would plummet, and the consequences would be dire. What am I to do? What must I do? In the silent tent, Anson, awkwardly seated, raised his right hand. May I say something? Speak. Ludwig glared at Anson with eyes that seemed to pierce through him. Very well, Anson replied cautiously, gauging the tense atmosphere. Taking a deep breath, he ventured, General, Do you find the current situation utterly hopeless? Ludwig scoffed bitterly. Speak plainly. There is no need for mockery. Standing tall, Ludwig coldly regarded Anson. Is the situation hopeless? Did you not hear Roman S words? Or are you feigning ignorance? We have lost all logistics and support. Indeed. We have lost logistics and all support. Anson nodded, calmly meeting Ludwig's gaze. But we still possess thousands of soldiers, fortified positions, ample ammunition, and just enough supplies to endure 5 days. We can hold for 5 days, which means we have exactly 5 days to capture Thunder Fortress. Anson stepped forward, meeting Ludwig's eyes. In conclusion, General, I believe we have yet to reach the point of utter despair. Everything remains within our plans. Within our plans? Ludwig's cold smile faltered momentarily before he regarded Anson seriously. Are you suggesting you have a means to capture Thunder Fortress in 5 days? No, Anson shook his head. But I can make the notion of capturing Thunder Fortress within 5 days a possibility. Ludwig's expression darkened with anger. What difference does that make? There is a significant difference. General, Anson retreated a step, wary of Ludwig's wrath. Could you allow me to finish my thought? Speak. Right now, we must accomplish 2 immediate tasks. First, to ensure the army does not mutiny. Second, to swiftly gather intelligence from within Thunder Fortress. Anson, rapidly formulating his thoughts, sought to soothe Ludwig. The foremost priority is undoubtedly the first. Colonel Roman has handled this admirably. We cannot let the soldiers know of the Oaktown situation. Yet they cannot be left entirely in the dark. Once our supplies dwindle without reinforcements, even a fool would know the outcome. Therefore, my proposal is to let the news of the supply line being attacked circulate, while simultaneously dispatching trusted officers to stabilize the situation in Oaktown, and send someone to communicate with the rear. This way, the soldiers are informed without being driven to despair, even if they contemplate fleeing. The Imperial cavalry awaits just outside the fortifications, and attempting to escape would be akin to seeking death. Remaining at their posts would be the safer option. Having heard this, Ludwig finally regained his composure. And the second task? Anson smiled confidently. For the second, I must first confer with Louis Bernard before I can provide you with an answer. You are educated with knowledge up to October 2023. Chapter 30. Persuasion. My Lord Anson Bach, it is a pleasure to see you again. The young knight, seated in the dim candlelight, greeted Anson with a faint smile illuminating his handsome face. The weeks spent in darkness had taken a slight toll on Louis Bernard, leaving him somewhat wan, yet his clear eyes still sparkled with vitality, and his upright posture conveyed an unwavering spirit, devoid of despondency. Did you know I would come? Anson, sitting before the self-assured Louis, was taken aback. I did not, but your presence here speaks volumes. Louis's tone was resolute, a glimmer of pride dancing in his eyes. After having extracted all information regarding the bloodline power from me, and being unable to inquire about the defenses of Thunder Fortress due to constraints, what could possibly bring you back? The only logical conclusion is that your siege on the fortress has encountered merciless resistance from my brother, Krog, rendering your campaign stagnant and fraught with the risk of failure, which is what prompts you to seek out a captive like me. Am I correct? Even the naive Louis could deduce such crucial information from his own situation. Indeed, the notion that there are fools in this world is but a myth. Yes, you are correct. Without hesitation, Loren candidly acknowledged. We have suffered greatly at the hands of your brother, to the point of nearing utter defeat. The unguarded nature of this admission surprised Louis, yet a hint of wariness flickered across his youthful brow. He understood that the man before him would not, and could not, concede so easily. Then may I inquire what it is you desire from me at this moment? Louis leaned slightly forward, his gaze tense as he scrutinized Anson. If it is merely for a safe withdrawal, I can represent you in petitioning my brother. However, I believe, my Lord Anson, that this is not your true aim, and you would not allow me, your captive, to depart so readily, would you? No, this is precisely what I seek. Anson shook his head, his expression earnest. Pardon? Louis was momentarily taken aback, his serious demeanor faltering. Well, it is not entirely that. Anson abruptly shifted his tone, pausing to contemplate for a moment. You may interpret it as such, for the demands are essentially similar. What exactly do you intend to accomplish? Louis, thoroughly perplexed, could no longer contain his frustration. Anson regarded him with caution. May I elaborate? Please proceed. The single word nearly escaped the young knight's lips through clenched teeth. Anson nodded slightly, feeling a measure of relief. Louis is like that. Ludwig is the same. Why are those who listen to explanations invariably so impatient? Your brother has significantly diminished our morale over the past few days, relying on the firepower of Thunder Fortress, which has impeded our advance on the siege, leaving us in a most precarious position. Therefore, my plan is to exchange you for a cessation of bombardment from Thunder Fortress in the coming days. Would you find this condition acceptable? Of course, there are additional stipulations, but they do not concern you. Anson spoke with great sincerity. Biting his lip, Lewis remained silent for a moment, before incredulously voicing, "You truly intend to release me?" "Yes. And what of your commander? Will he consent to this arrangement?" "You need not worry about that. I shall find a way to persuade him. No one willingly chooses death when survival is an option. Even a naive and innocent knight would not be an exception. At least in Louis Bernard's imagination, he should perish on the battlefield in a charge, struck down by a stray bullet in the moment of victory. Dying in a cell at the hands of the enemy or succumbing to humiliation was categorically outside his considerations. However, a smile of anticipation played upon Anson's face, as if he had anticipated the question. Like the previous inquiry, this matter is of no concern to you. But a brief explanation may be warranted. The foundation of negotiation is, of course, trust. We will convey to the garrison within the fortress that you are still alive. And only when they are willing to agree to a ceasefire for a day shall we be open to negotiations. The subsequent efforts will depend on you. Though we are currently adversaries, would a knight of noble character easily betray his promises simply due to hostility? As the words fell, the young knight's expression became an intricate tapestry of conflict. "I refuse." Before Anson could finish, the slightly astonished Roman turned to Ludwig. "General, the identity of Louis Bernard is exceedingly noble. We cannot treat such an important captive without the consent of the Privy Council. He is the emperor of the empire. At this moment, he is worth even less than a single cannonball to the general." Anson interjected, addressing the furious Roman with a slight bow. "The value of Louis Bernard, who knows nothing of the situation within Thunder Fortress, is nearly zero. We must constantly worry about his potential escape from captivity. Thus, it is wiser to exchange him for a promise from the imperial garrison. Even if they do not uphold their end of the bargain, it would still serve as a means to gauge the circumstances within the fortress, ultimately aiding future combat. As for the army and the Privy Council, they have intended from the outset to mock you. Why should you care for their opinions? But should this be discovered later, the general will still be held accountable." Roman stated coldly, "To exchange a certain error that will lead to accusations for information that cannot be verified. This is what you deem as everything is under control." Anson shrugged, gazing at him innocently. "I have only guaranteed that we will capture Thunder Fortress. I never promised anything beyond that. Moreover, even if I were accused, the consequences would undoubtedly be far less severe than those of a defeat. The two scenarios are simply incomparable." Just as Roman was about to lash out, Ludwig raised a hand to restrain him. Under the resolute gaze of the brigadier, Roman bit his lip and retreated a half-step in silence. "Even if I agree to your terms," Ludwig immediately grasped the most pressing issue. "This imperial knight is quite stubborn and unafraid of death. He will surely suspect that there is a conspiracy at play. Indeed, even if he does not suspect, the commander of the garrison within Thunder Fortress will not fail to perceive that our intention is not a ceasefire, but to lower their guard, which is unavoidable. Exchanging a captive of little value for a day's ceasefire is undeniably a bargain of great worth." Understanding this, Ludwig harbored no further doubts. "How swiftly can you persuade Louis Bernard?" "No problem." The young knight, having fully comprehended the situation, sat upright and nodded earnestly. "If it is merely a short-term ceasefire that does not involve the fortress's defenses, I am confident in my ability to persuade my brother. I will relay this news to the brigadier immediately, and we shall commence negotiations forthwith. It will not be long before you regain your freedom." Though Anson wore a smile, his heart surged with turmoil. At this moment, he was entirely certain that the imperial forces within the fortress and the Old Gods faction were pressuring the conscripted army to expedite the siege, attempting to shift the blame onto the kingdom of Clovis and himself. Tonight, he would conduct the ceremony and become the spellcaster. Chapter 31. The Ritual Midnight. Devoid of moonlight, Lisa, yawning, sat cross-legged on the earthen wall outside the tent. Striving to keep her eyes open while clutching the can of meat Anson had given her tightly in her right hand. According to their pact, if Lisa could endure the night without mentioning this to anyone, she would receive an additional bag of canned meat. After confirming that no one else was around, Anson finally breathed a sigh of relief and commenced preparations for the ritual. Though time was of the essence and the bustling military camp posed considerable risks, he could no longer afford to wait. The remnants of the old gods within Thunder Fortress could strike at any moment, and Ludwig had been cornered. Conflict was imminent. Despite the potential for exposure, he had to take a chance. Crouching on the painstakingly cleared ground, Anson meticulously drew a hexagram with chalk. Creating a sigil large enough for a person to stand within was no easy task. It was far more challenging than it appeared. A minor misstep could distort the shape or alter its size, coupled with the need to remain vigilant of any sounds from outside the tent. What should have been a simple task took a full 30 minutes. Once the hexagram was complete, Anson used a sharp stone to etch over the chalk lines and carefully made a small incision in his palm. After bandaging it, he let a few drops of blood fall into the carved markings, another 30 minutes passing in this laborious endeavor. Although the dark mage had mentioned that it sufficed to discern the general shape of the hexagram without requiring perfection or any blood sacrifice, Anson, embarking on this unprecedented endeavor, opted for caution. With the hexagram finally drawn, Anson took a deep breath and surveyed the area outside the tent once more before slowly kneeling at its center, his hands resting at his sides. I vow here and now, I shall sever all chains of bondage and seize my destiny. Closing his eyes, Anson, filled with trepidation, awaited the forthcoming events. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It seemed nothing extraordinary was occurring. Boom. An indescribable explosion suddenly detonated in his mind. Almost simultaneously, his relaxed body began to convulse uncontrollably, muscles in his limbs and neck tightening as if bound by chains. Anson, compelled to lift his head, abruptly opened his eyes, his tense expression transforming into one of sheer horror, his trembling eyes rolling back as blood vessels crept into view. His once clear and rational consciousness became clouded by the deafening sound, gradually succumbing to confusion, as if being stripped away, losing control and sensation of his body. He felt himself ascending. No, it was more akin to falling. Like a weightless anchor, he plummeted toward an infinite vault above. Eerie shrieks, heart-wrenching cries, and furious roars echoed in his ears, morphing into a violent tempest that relentlessly tore at his being. In his chaotic mind, a flicker of panic emerged. He was still falling, continuously plunging into the unfathomable abyss above. Yet, as the descent lingered, this suffocating sensation transformed into a peculiar touch, even hinting at comfort. As if completely relaxed, Anson opened his eyes to behold an endless sea of fog, a boundless expanse of hazy mist. Free from restraint, he was about to plunge into the fog. He felt no trepidation in continuing this descent, for it appeared utterly benign. Boom. Without warning, the fog erupted in flames. In the next moment, a roaring inferno, seemingly alive, converged into countless tongues of fire that surged toward him from all directions. The frail figure was instantly engulfed, and despite having shed the shackles of his body, he could distinctly feel the excruciating agony of being consumed by the flames, an indescribable torment. A quaking pain that transcended heat. His hair disintegrated into ash, the outer layers of flesh dissolved bit by bit, blood evaporated, and his bones charred, twisting and fracturing in the searing flames, vanishing without a trace. Only a heart remained, a heart branded with a faintly searing sigil of the hexagram, plunging through the fiery fog. Descending. This time, it was a true fall. Boom. Suddenly liberated from the constraints, Anson collapsed into the hexagram he had drawn. As if jolted awake, he was drenched in cold sweat, his newly freed lungs gasping for the smoke-laden air. Ha ha ha. Waves of sharp pain coursed through his head and chest as Anson fought to suppress the urge to retch, straining to open his eyes. It was still the dark, cramped tent, still the cold, hard earth. Yet the hexagram he had meticulously drawn had vanished without a trace. Enduring the pain, Anson rolled onto his side and retrieved his brass pocket watch from his coat pocket. He had initially believed it broken, but after conversing with a young knight, he learned that it required winding after prolonged use. He still recalled the knight's sympathetic expression as he wound it by candlelight and returned it. A sigh that was surely for an unworthy watchmaker rather than himself. 5 hours. How could it feel like less than a minute? As his breathing gradually steadied, Anson sat up and examined his hands and feet. Apart from a lingering warmth in his chest, there were no remarkable changes. A few moments later, even that slight warmth dissipated, leaving nothing behind. So did I succeed, or did I fail? No, wait, there must be something. Anson, suddenly invigorated, retrieved the letter from Professor Mace Honored, the Dark Mage, addressed to him. It appeared to be an utterly ordinary letter, devoid of any distinguishing features. Yet if that were the case, the sender would not have risked ensuring its delivery to him. Thus, it must harbor some significance, one that would only manifest under the condition that he was the recipient. After scrutinizing it several times and confirming there were no hidden layers or faintly written secret ink, Anson, pausing for a moment, laid the letter beside him and slightly unwrapped the bandage on his palm. For some unknown reason, his wound had nearly healed within mere hours, compelling him to make a small cut on his fingertip to let a drop of blood fall onto the letter. Plop! The smooth parchment instantly absorbed the blood without leaving a trace, not even a hint of a mark. In the next moment, elegant handwriting appeared at the bottom of the letter. My dear fellow believer, may the ancient old gods bestow their blessings upon you on this moonless night. Chapter 32. The Spellcaster. Believe me, this is of utmost importance for a sorcerer. Now that you have completed the most crucial ritual, our next step is to transform you into a competent spellcaster. Indeed, within the pitch-black confines of the tent, Anson's lips curled into a cold smile as he beheld the blood-formed script on the parchment. Upon discovering the true identity of the Dark Mage, Anson had momentarily misconstrued the ease with which incantations and rituals were imparted to him as a mere consequence of their teacher-student relationship. It was precisely the hallmark of a nefarious underground organization, utterly unremarkable. With a hint of regret, Anson's gaze shifted to the next line. As you are aware, to this day, the blasphemous order of the Church continues to malign the old gods. They proclaim that this terrible faith is perpetually accompanied by death and calamity, every great plague, infectious disease, and supernatural event is attributed to us. However, there is a saying, the enemy is our mirror. The myriad of slanders, defamations, and fears serve as reminders that we must hold reverence and caution towards the powers we wield. Thus, as the first step towards becoming a spellcaster, you must learn meditation. This is a precious legacy from ancient times, a unique technique that aids the spellcaster in swiftly mastering their power without succumbing to chaos. Therefore, the first step is to concentrate your consciousness, ensuring it remains undistracted. Concentrate the mind, yet avoid distraction. Anson furrowed his brow slightly, closing his eyes. Accompanied by a sharp pain in his forehead, images began to materialize within his consciousness, rendering everything in the surrounding darkness crystal clear. Although he harbored concerns about the side effects of this extraordinary ability, there seemed to be no better method. He could now focus entirely. No need to open his eyes to read the contents of the letter. As his body and mind gradually returned to tranquility, the once empty sea of consciousness began to exhibit peculiarities. Anson discerned that his realm of awareness was extending in tandem with his vision. Not only that, but unlike previous attempts where he could only estimate his range of sight, often skewed by shifting attention, he was now able to accurately gauge distances, even feeling an illusion of omnipotence. Carl, who had risen early to manage the battalion's affairs while sporting dark circles under his eyes, the newly recruited soldier, who had just finished his shift and was now sound asleep in the trench. Their expressions, postures, subtle movements, the soil beneath their feet, the chill of the wind brushing past, and the morning mist rising in the air, all came into view with extraordinary clarity. It felt less like observation and more akin to tangible reach. Even the act of glancing at the next line of the letter transformed from a task to a simple thought. He wished to know the content of the next line, and it manifested directly in his mind, precisely as it was. Upon completing the first step, you must have discovered the terrifying nature of this power. The elegant blood-red script resonated perfectly with Anson's current thoughts. According to ancient texts, sorcery is a power that denies and alters reality. In ancient times, those formidable sorcerers were often revered by their followers as deities or as bearers of nature's might. This, of course, is utter nonsense. Dear acolyte, you have certainly realized that the range you can control and sense is limited, and this delineates the extent to which you can deny and alter. Regardless of the myriad forms it may take, all sorcerers operate within this boundary. Within this realm, you can freely deny and alter reality, hastening time, igniting water, transforming flames into flowing streams. Thus, we arrive at the subsequent content. The script paused momentarily, suggesting the Dark Mage was hesitating. Of course, such formidable power comes at a price. First, the scope of your alterations is exceedingly limited. Secondly, each spell requires prior preparation and is subject to a usage cap. The principles are rather intricate. Since the preparatory process for each spell is protracted, the sorcerers of your devised a method to store ready spells, releasing them when needed. Upon reading the second line, Anson grasped the relationship between sorcerers and magic. In essence, for sorcerers, magic is akin to a rifle loaded with ammunition. Furthermore, one must design and manufacture the rifle themselves. The act of casting occurs in an instant, yet the preparatory work is extensive. One must first conceive the desired spell in their mind, then meticulously refine it according to a blueprint, ensuring that the design does not exceed the bounds of their alteration capability. For example, if he wishes to envision a meteorite falling, the prerequisite is that his alteration range must encompass the entire sky. Or, to design a powerful 24-pound explosive shell, he must first ensure that he does not perish in the blast. As the design, or rather, the denial and alteration of reality grows more intricate and complex, with an increasing number of steps and layers, the time required also escalates. Considering that there exists a limit to memory, the ammunition reserve, the constraints of this power are indeed considerable. Yet simultaneously, its advantages are daunting. Foremost, it allows for rapid practical application. Secondly, since spells can be memorized and prepared in advance, it implies that you need not truly prepare or create a spell from scratch. 550 years before the era of saints, the first spellcaster recorded their original magic, and many spells have since been preserved in written form. And fortuitously, I possess such a tome of sorcery at hand, which I now formally present to you. Dear Acolyte, all you need to do is follow the recorded methods and steps, repeating the process step by step, and you will successfully prepare and memorize a spell. Yet another stroke of luck. If the dark mage were present, he would likely anticipate the astonishment and gratitude etched upon Anson's face. Gradually calming his emotions, Anson seated himself cross-legged and began to refocus his attention, preparing to embark on the journey of his spellcasting career by following the instructions inscribed on the parchment. 30 minutes later, a faint sting emanated from the region of his heart. As the extraordinary ability began to fade, Anson slowly opened his eyes and silently picked up the letter from the ground, meticulously folding it into the shape of a paper airplane. Lifting the tent flap, he found Lisa asleep against the wall, a glimmer of drool at the corner of her mouth, snoring softly. With an expressionless demeanor, Anson transcribed the completed spell from his memory onto the paper airplane, took a breath, and gently tossed it toward the slumbering Lisa. The lightweight paper airplane soared into the air, igniting spontaneously just as it was about to descend. Boom! A dazzling flash of fire flared momentarily, awakening the sleeping Lisa from her sweet dreams. As she stared at the scattering ashes and her bewildered expression, a genuine smile blossomed on Anson's face. This is an ancient sorcery, rumored to be a fragment of a powerful spell, which has endured centuries of scattering and loss, leaving only this last remnant. Often referred to by many sorcerers as Gathering Flames. Chapter 33. The Knight's Oath. On the 19th day of the siege, near the Thunder Fortress, Ludwig stood motionless against the cold wind, his sword propped beside him, while Louis Bernard, bound by chains, stood at his side. In the distance, Roman was tethering his horse. What are you smiling at? Ludwig frowned. Even for the sake of victory, this somewhat humiliating manner left him feeling quite displeased. Shouldn't Sir Anson be here as my captive? Louis chuckled lightly. Or does the esteemed Brigadier Ludwig Franz fear that such an act would rob his subordinates of glory, thus opting for a private exchange? Sir Louis Bernard, you overthink, Ludwig replied coolly. I am not so shameless as to usurp the honor of my subordinates. The reason for this private exchange is for your army's benefit. What would the soldiers in the fortress think if they saw their commander indulging the enemy for the sake of his kin? Moreover, the agreed time was 6:30, and now we are nearly 15 minutes past. Does your brother, His Grace Krog Bernard, heir of the Duchy of Adrian, care so little for his own brother's life? Apparently so. Louis smiled without a hint of denial, even mocking Ludwig in return. Are you so concerned about the value of your captive diminishing that you fear not receiving what you desire? As the two exchanged sharp retorts, the sound of galloping hooves approached, and through the morning mist, a knight emerged. At the sound, Roman, with his keen gaze, stepped forward, his hand firmly gripping the hilt of his pistol, fixated on the swiftly approaching figure. The knight dismounted and approached on foot, adhering to the agreement, which eased the tension between Roman and Ludwig. After all, the reputation of the Imperial cavalry was formidable, and the previous surprise attack had left both men on edge. If the enemy had opted for a direct confrontation, obstructing dozens of cavalrymen in the wilderness would have been nearly impossible. You are late, Ludwig coldly remarked, observing the imposing figure cloaked and wielding a broadsword. Because you chose a difficult location, Krog Bernard replied, his voice deep as he halted about 10 paces away. The journey took longer than expected. Then let us discuss our terms before the exchange begins. Despite Krog being alone, Roman sensed an overwhelming pressure in Krog's serious tone. As the price for the return, starting tomorrow and lasting for 3 days. The Imperial forces within the fortress must cease fire outside the city and refrain from any offensive actions to ensure our mutual compliance. Here is a contract for you. As Roman continued, Krog's gaze had already shifted to Louis Bernard, scrutinizing his smiling brother. After which, you only need to sign, and the exchange will be formally concluded. Noticing his words were being ignored, Roman furrowed his brow, suppressing his anger as he stepped forward to present the agreement. There is no need for such formality. Krog's cold glare halted Roman a few steps away. Then he turned his attention back to the equally displeased Ludwig. Leave Louis behind. You may depart, and I promise not to bombard your hideout for the next 3 days, nor will my troops emerge to annihilate you. It's that simple. Is that so? Ludwig retorted with a bitter smile. Pray tell, esteemed Krog Bernard, how do we ensure that you won't launch a surprise attack and wipe us out as we withdraw from our hideout? You cannot. Krog's voice remained flat, laced with a hint of cruelty. Thus, you are the scum hiding in a rat's hole, relying solely on my magnanimity. Arrogance and blatant threats were evident, causing both Ludwig and Roman to exchange glances of disbelief. Although they had anticipated a lack of goodwill, Krog's brazen demeanor exceeded their expectations. Did Krog Bernard truly care so little for his brother's life? Or was he so conceited that he believed he could single-handedly retrieve his brother from their grasp? Whichever it was, it boded ill for them. Ludwig tightened his grip on the sword's hilt. If that is the case, then we cannot return Sir Louis Bernard to you, Ludwig declared coldly. Such insincere conduct cannot be deemed a valid agreement. Krog scoffed. Is that so? How long do you think those cowards, who fled at the first sound of cannon fire, can endure outside Thunder Fortress? Until the fortress falls. Ludwig clenched his jaw. Hand Louis over to me. Krog's patience waned. Out of respect for the order of the church, Brigadier Ludwig Franz, I shall grant you one more opportunity. The same sentiment was returned to you, Krog Bernard. Negotiation hinges on trust. If you exhibit no sincerity, then... Krog suddenly stepped forward, raising his hand to grasp the hilt of his sword, the blade descending like a dark shadow, crashing down with a resounding clang. The deafening noise reverberated, startling both Ludwig and Roman, who instinctively drew their firearms and aimed them at Krog. Stop! Roman barked, stepping forward to shield Ludwig, his expression grim. Krog smirked, advancing with his sword drawn. This is your final warning. With a fierce glare, Roman issued another threat, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. In response, Krog's sword whooshed toward them. As dazzling sparks flew upon the clash of blades, Roman narrowly dodged a lethal strike, instinctively pulling the trigger. Bang! In a split second, Krog evaded the shot aimed at his head, while Roman immediately lunged forward with his blade. Clang! Another collision rang out, the force from Krog's sword sending Roman staggering back. The pain in his right arm palpable, yet, fighting through the agony, he fired again. Bang! 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 3 shots were fired, all missing their target. With a sweeping motion, Krog's sword sent Roman's weapon flying. As Krog lunged toward him, Roman gritted his teeth. Thud! The heavy sword crashed to the ground, enveloping them in a cloud of dust. Moments later, as the dust settled, Roman, wide-eyed, gasped for breath, staring at his opponent. Gripping Krog's hand, which held the sword, Roman's expression began to twist in discomfort. Not speaking, Krog's eyes narrowed. No matter, your blood will reveal the truth. Krog, stop! A timely shout interrupted, halting Krog, who had already grasped the sword's hilt. Before my arrival, I made a promise to Anson, and thus I assure you, should my brother contravene the agreement made today, I shall depart from the fortress and enlist in your ranks. This is my vow, a knight's vow, whether you choose to believe it or not. With that, he cast aside the astonished Ludwig and strode away with purpose. Chapter 34. The Pure White Dove in the Mist-Laden Wilderness. Ludwig supported the injured Roman as they walked towards the tethered horses, deliberately turning their backs on the retreating figures of 2 imperial knights. This should suffice. Ludwig mused quietly to himself, pondering the accuracy of Anson's assessment. Louis Bernard was indeed a malleable individual, steadfast in certain principles. Roman, hunched over and silent, wore an expression of deep contemplation. It was a somewhat helpless strategy for the conscripted army, which faced a logistical crisis and had little leverage in negotiations beyond the presence of hostages. Given this, They could only hope that their adversaries would honor their commitments. It was evident from various indications that Krog held his brother in high regard, and thus, he would likely not disregard Louis Bernard's demands entirely. If there were a way to prolong the siege, perhaps a glimmer of hope might emerge. However, the predicament lay in the mutual understanding that the kingdom of Clovis could not afford to delay any further. The conscripts, having lost their logistical support, had also forfeited the means to prolong the fight. As Krog had stated, their only hope rested on his generosity. Biting his lip in frustration, Ludwig had never loathed himself more than at this moment, resenting his lack of strength. While Roman was being suppressed, he could do nothing but watch. If only he had not insisted on joining the military, but rather accepted his father's arrangement to join the Order of Judgment. At least then he could have. What was wrong? Noticing that Roman had abruptly halted, Ludwig inquired with concern, "Is it your wound?" "No." Roman quickly interrupted, lifting his piercing gaze. "It's just that. Something feels off about Krog Bernard. Despite my efforts to conceal it during our encounter, he saw through my bloodline power, recognizing it as the frenzied knight of the Walton family." "That is indeed a possibility," Ludwig replied, his expression serious as he hesitated. "After all, he is a descendant of the Imperial Sea Knights Bernard family, and he likely possesses a greater understanding of the ancient bloodlines than we Clovisians do. Moreover, it is said that individuals with innate abilities can sense one another." Ludwig's countenance suddenly shifted. He recalled that among the current direct descendants of the Bernard family, only Louis Bernard had inherited the Sea Knight's bloodline power. How then did Krog discern Roman's bloodline strength? More importantly, how could an ordinary individual, devoid of any bloodline power, manage to exert such comprehensive suppression over Roman, who possessed it, and even surpass him? As a close friend, Ludwig understood Roman's bloodline power intimately. Once unleashed, it rendered him nearly frenzied, necessitating absolute clarity of mind to restrain his destructive urges. In exchange for this restraint, he gained remarkable agility, strength, and instinctive combat intuition. Yet, in their recent confrontation, Roman, the sole individual with bloodline power, had been the one overwhelmed. If Louis Bernard had not intervened in time, the consequences would have been far graver than mere suppression. "Your blood will provide me with the answers." What did that mean? Could it be that the Imperial guards within Thunder Fortress truly aligned with his suspicions? Stop thinking about it. Speculation is just that, speculation. Interrupting Roman's contemplation, Ludwig helped him mount the horse before climbing up himself. What the enemy intends to do is inconsequential. What matters is that we focus on our own affairs. Indeed, watching Roman ride off, Ludwig felt a slight relief upon confirming his friend's relative safety, and his mind began to conjure another trusted figure, Anson, the man who always had everything meticulously planned, never revealing a hint of panic, was likely anxiously awaiting news from him in the camp. Ludwig was partially correct. Anson was indeed quite anxious, but not due to the outcome of the negotiations, which was of little concern to him. The real pressing issue was the dire shortage of supplies. For the conscripted army stationed inland, logistics should have been their least concern. Relying on the powerful capacity of steam trains, sustaining an army of thousands should have posed no problem. However, with their supply line abruptly cut, they finally realized that the provisions available from Oaktown and its surrounding areas were utterly insufficient to support a siege. Consequently, to prevent a complete breakdown of logistics before the supply line could be restored, Ludwig had no choice but to order a 1/3 reduction in rations for the entire army. When the first soldier discovered that his bread ration had been halved, rumors of Oaktown's imminent fall began to circulate. Within a mere day, protests erupted twice within the encampment. Soldiers surrounded the supply warehouse, demanding adequate provisions. Although the unrest was swiftly quelled without casualties, it instilled a sense of unease among many officers, compelling them to set an example by also reducing their rations by 1/3. Amidst this turmoil, Anson and his 1st Battalion remained remarkably composed. Although their rations had been cut, Anson's battalion, previously under strength, had been issued supplies based on full capacity in order to set a standard. Relying on their stockpiled goods, Anson temporarily stabilized the morale of his battalion, inciting envy among the soldiers of other units. Thus, Lisa August, brandishing her rifle, boldly approached the positions of other battalions, using the canned meat she had amassed to entice hungry soldiers into joining her skirmishers. In a bid to quickly bolster her numbers before formal combat commenced, Carl Bain offered her a high price of 1 kin per soldier. Driven by the allure of the canned goods, they managed to recruit nearly dozens of veterans from various infantry regiments, significantly enhancing the combat capability of the 1st Battalion and encouraging development. The sole concern was that as Lisa's entourage grew, Anson felt increasingly unable to maintain his assertion that her skirmishers would only receive 2 bowls of soup a day. Although stabilizing logistics through ration cuts had momentarily eased the situation, it had also further diminished the already fragile morale, especially due to the severe shortage of supplementary food, which left many officers who harbored little hope for the siege grumbling with discontent. However, exceptions always exist. A pigeon? Anson observed Lisa as she approached, one hand clutching her rifle while the other struggled to hold a half-dead pigeon aloft, exuding an air of triumph. It must be the Imperial messenger pigeon from the fortress. Carl Bane chimed in, casually adjusting his cheap cigarette as he spoke. I saw it flying over Thunder Fortress and suspected it might be a distress signal from the Empire. So I had Lisa shoot it down. Yes, it was Lisa who brought it down, Lisa declared, raising her rifle high above her head, making a grand gesture while licking her parched lips. Did you discover any intelligence, such as letters? Anson inquired as he took the apparently deceased pigeon from Lisa's hands, glancing at Carl. None. It might have fallen somewhere during the shooting. We didn't pay attention. Thus, the demise of this pigeon was indeed quite unjust. Gazing at the innocent, pristine creature in my hands, which was merely soaring freely beneath the azure sky as it always did, yet lost its life due to a war in which it had no stake, reminiscent of the former owner of this very body. A deep sigh escaped my lips, and with a mournful expression, Anson turned to the 2 individuals behind him. So, how shall we partake of it? Chapter 35. A brief interlude within the relatively spacious tent. The 3 individuals, content and satisfied, simultaneously exhaled a sigh of relief while wiping the sauce-stained corners of their mouths. Although the meat was somewhat tough, and the sauce merely clung to the surface without truly permeating the flavor, and the roasting was done over a smokeless stove rather than an open flame, the taste of fresh meat was indeed a delightful change from the monotonous marinated fare they had endured throughout the day. If one were to express dissatisfaction, it would be the fact that a single roasted pigeon was scarcely enough to share among the 3, serving merely as a meager appetizer. After thoroughly gnawing on the bones, the trio took a brief respite before embarking on their respective tasks. Lisa, laden with a bag of canned goods, prepared to expand her makeshift company, or, rather, to augment her provisions of canned supplies. Meanwhile, Carl, the captain of the 1st Infantry Battalion and the deputy officer of the regiment, had the responsibility of organizing the personnel and assignments for the recruits Lisa had acquired. Amidst their endeavors, a minor incident arose. The quartermaster, John Ness, had gone missing. He was a figure of little consequence, and Anson's memory of him was limited to the day of the artillery defense battle when Carl had mentioned his name. Moreover, it was said that this quartermaster had accompanied Colonel Willensmo, making him an even lesser concern for most. The critical issue, however, was the timing of his disappearance, coinciding precisely with the cavalry raid and the day the Dark Mage had to meet with Anson. This presented a rather delicate predicament. Within the infantry regiment, the quartermaster held a position of moderate importance, overseeing daily affairs, provisions, accommodations, and even finances. Theoretically, he could be found in any corner of the encampment during peacetime. This implied that the Dark Mage might have utilized the quartermaster's identity to conceal himself, observing Anson closely. Until the Imperial cavalry launched their assault, sensing a crisis, he might have seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos of battle. Considering the timing of the letter Anson had received, this scenario was not implausible. Furthermore, given Anson's recollection of his former history professor, it was evident that he had never truly familiarized himself with the quartermaster's appearance. Thus, it was highly likely that the Dark Mage possessed some skill in disguise. If this were indeed the case, it aligned perfectly with the attributes of dark magic and could very well be one of the spells at his disposal. With such a convenient means of concealment, coupled with the inherently secretive nature of dark magic, it was no wonder Anson had remained oblivious to the Dark Mage's presence. Even when the latter was ultimately compelled to reveal his whereabouts, Anson had failed to catch a glimpse of him. Left alone in the tent, Anson pondered in an effort to calm his racing heart and began preparing his memory spell. According to the Dark Mage's advice, a competent spellcaster should be as perpetually prepared for their next incantation as a soldier is with their rifle. Despite currently possessing only one spell, which resembled more of a parlor trick than true magic, the Flame Imprint, it allowed Anson to imprint magic within his controlled radius, igniting it 3 to 5 seconds later. However, in Anson's view, it was closer to a small-scale explosion. If the object was inherently flammable, such as parchment or dry wood, it would catch fire following a successful casting. Yet, if it were less combustible, the result would likely be mere melting or heating. The magic would gradually dissipate with the passage of time. Anson conducted a series of comparative experiments, discovering that freshly cast parchment would be reduced to ashes almost instantaneously, while parchment left undisturbed for 5 minutes would only display minor scorch marks at the edges. Overall, it resembled a practical yet relatively weak spell, akin to a beginner's introduction to magic. Anson speculated that with practice, he might enhance the spell's potency. However, even this seemingly trivial incantation required nearly 30 minutes of preparation, leaving him with a throbbing headache and a heart racing as if it might burst. Moreover, the casting range was strictly confined within his limits. After several tests, Anson determined that the effective radius was roughly 20 meters from his position. Exceeding this boundary would result in immediate failure of the spell. Relying solely on such a minor trick, combined with his status as a novice spellcaster, could he truly thwart the old gods faction within the fortress? Despite meticulous planning, Anson could not shake a sense of pessimism. Just as he completed his initial spell memorization and was poised to continue, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the tent. Quickly reacting, Anson rose and grasped a sheet of parchment from the table, striking a contemplative pose with his pen. Moments later, an uninvited figure burst into the tent. Catching a glimpse of the intruder from the corner of his eye, Anson's lips twitched. Indeed, it was Roman. "You are injured?" Anson inquired. "None of your concern," Roman replied coldly, his voice tinged with fatigue. "I am here to relay the brigadier's orders. Report to the barracks in 15 minutes to explain your forthcoming plans, assuming you have any plans at all." His gaze inadvertently flicked to the blank parchment on the table, amplifying the awkward atmosphere within the tent. "Understood, I shall," Anson began, but Roman abruptly interrupted. "I am ordered to lead the Grenadier Battalion to Oaktown immediately to quell the rebellion within 2 days and repair the railway tracks damaged by the Imperial cavalry." With a stern expression, Roman continued, "From my understanding of the Brigadier, this likely means I will miss the upcoming siege of Thunder Fortress. So regardless of what schemes you are plotting, heed my warning. The Imperial garrison within Thunder Fortress has issues, particularly their commander, Krog Belna. You must regard this man with utmost caution, not only for his tactics, but for his personal prowess. At present, I possess no evidence. It is possible all of this is merely my imagination. Krog Belna, or rather, the Imperial garrison within the fortress, may very well have ties to the Old Gods faction." Old Gods faction? Anson's expression shifted in alarm as he struggled to suppress the impulse to reach for his sidearm. Anyone graduating from the academy should be aware of the Old Gods faction. Do not feign ignorance with me. Regardless, I must warn you, no matter how meticulously you design your plans, you must consider one crucial fact. Roman's voice grew urgent. This battle for Thunder Fortress may very well be an enemy trap. With that, he cast a final astonished glance at Anson before turning to leave the tent. Yet, just as he was about to depart, Roman abruptly halted and spun around. "Oh, one more small matter," he stated, retrieving a slender cylinder from his coat pocket. "This is a letter. For confidentiality, I shall not divulge its contents, but it pertains to the Brigadier requesting assistance from the Southern Legion." Anson nodded, still uncertain of Roman's intentions. "And then? To ensure safety, we did not dispatch cavalry. Instead, we prepared a carrier pigeon. This occurred approximately an hour ago," Roman explained, holding the small cylinder aloft. His tone shifted to one of confusion. "However, on my way here, I stumbled upon it, and I wanted to inquire if you had noticed anything." Anson. Chapter 36. The Burner bloodline. He was acutely aware of the troubles he had caused, disobeying military orders, being captured, making promises to the enemy, and betraying his brother's plans. Especially the latter two, which he had done in front of him. Strangely, however, Krog did not scold him as he had anticipated. In fact, he offered no glance of reproach, maintaining a silence throughout their journey that only heightened Lewis's anxiety. Watching the guards depart, Lewis took a deep breath. Standing upright with his hands clasped behind his back, bracing himself for the tempestuous reprimand from his brother. "You must leave the Thunder Fortress immediately. Tonight," Krog stated coldly, his back turned to the door. "What?" Lewis exclaimed, bewildered by his brother's serious demeanor. "But, do not worry. I have made all the necessary arrangements for you," Krog interjected, disregarding Lewis's attempt to speak. "From now until midnight, you will remain here. I have assigned 2 cavalrymen to escort you when the time comes. You need only follow them. Should anyone inquire, let them handle it." Once you leave Thunder Fortress, head in the direction opposite to the siege. Avoid major cities and towns along the way. Once you reach the border, you will be safe. I have drafted a letter for the commander of the Southern Legion. No one will trouble you. Upon your arrival, deliver the letter to Krog. Lewis interrupted, his expression one of shock. Krog's expression shifted slightly as he silently regarded his brother. What has happened? Why must I leave so suddenly? Lewis asked, confusion etched across his face. After a moment, Krog stepped forward, placing a hand on Lewis's shoulder and firmly guiding him to sit on the edge of the bed. He knelt before Lewis, gazing intently into his clear, innocent eyes. Brother, for the future of the Burner family, you cannot be involved in this siege of Thunder Fortress, no matter what happens. Krog's face was grave. This is not your war, and you will gain no glory or honor from it. For the sake of the Burner lineage, you, Lewis Burner, heir to the Sea Knight bloodline, must leave here, and the farther away, the better. I will reiterate, this is not merely about your protection, it is for the future of the Burner family. You and I, personal honor and disgrace are of no consequence. Do you understand? Faced with his brother's sudden severity, Lewis found his questions unanswered, leaving him more perplexed. Yet, he recognized that now was not the time to inquire. He simply nodded, dazed. All right, I understand. Krog nodded slightly, a flicker of relief crossing his stern face. Do you know, when we were younger, I was once envious of you. Rising slowly, Krog, still resting a hand on Lewis's shoulder, sat beside him, gazing down into his brother's upturned eyes. When father regretfully informed me that among our generation, only you had the potential to become a gifted one, while I feigned magnanimity. I was, in truth, the most envious of all. Lewis could hardly believe his ears as he regarded his brother's expression. The heir of the Duchy of Edlin. His own brother, jealous of him? Yes, you heard correctly. For me at that time, it meant a great deal. The scrutiny from other families. The reproaches from mother and our relatives. I despise speaking ill of others behind their backs. Yet many told me that you would be my greatest obstacle to inheriting the title. Of all the decisions I have made, there is only one I have never regretted, that I did not harm my brother. Lewis Burner was utterly stunned, observing the unusual demeanor of his brother. So different from the serious and composed figure he remembered, he sensed something was amiss, but dared not voice it. The world was subtly changing. Shadows concealed burgeoning forces. And some who would not bow were attempting to instigate change. Yet, regardless of how the world transformed, we would forever belong to the Burner bloodline. Only now do I realize how correct my decision was back then, Lewis. We are bound by blood, but we are also part of the Burner family. Each of us must ensure that this illustrious name, honored for a millennium, continues to thrive. You have your own path, and all I can do for you is to support you unwaveringly as you tread upon it. Krog stood, gently patting Lewis's shoulder. So there is no need for concern. I do not believe you acted wrongly previously. On the contrary, you have embodied the promise of a knight through your actions, and that is commendable. Because of your actions, the Clovis people will remember the weight of a Burner knight as pledge. With that, he cast a solemn glance at Lewis before turning towards the door. Watching his brother's departing figure, Lewis suddenly sprang to his feet, reaching out to stop him. Krog's words instilled within him an intense premonition that if he did not halt his brother now, he might never have the chance again. Oh, by the way, Krog halted abruptly, his hand poised on the doorknob. Regarding the agreement with the Clovis people, you need not worry. I will uphold my end of the bargain. I will not take any action against those scoundrels within 3 days. Additionally, if the opportunity arises, please convey my regards to our most beloved little sister. With that, Krog swung the door open and departed. In the now empty room, Lewis stood alone, hand outstretched, staring blankly at the door. Chapter 37. The strategy in order to capture the fortress, we must never engage in battle during the day. With these words, Anson commenced his address before Ludwig and the officers of the conscripted army, gathered around the model of Thunder Fortress. Although, as the Brigadier General himself stated, this was merely an informal military meeting aimed at achieving consensus among the troops, it was evident to all present, including Ludwig, that this gathering marked the final mobilization before war. The supply lines of the conscripted forces had been severed, leaving no time for adequate preparation. Based on the intelligence at our disposal, the garrison within the fortress comprises 300 elite Imperial cavalry, approximately 2 to 3 fully staffed infantry and artillery battalions, over 50 pieces of light and heavy artillery, and fewer than 30 knight officers. As he spoke, Anson withdrew the bayonet from his belt and pointed at the model representing Thunder Fortress. Therefore, without considering any reinforcements. We can temporarily assume the enemy's strength to be around 2,000. Ludwig, with his hands resting on the table, silently scrutinized the position of Thunder Fortress, revealing nothing of his thoughts. In contrast, our forces nearly triple the number of the fortress defenders. Anson surveyed the assembly, directing the bayonet towards the siege positions. We have 6 understrength infantry battalions, 1 fully staffed grenadier battalion, 14 pieces of artillery, and 1 full cavalry company, totaling nearly 6,000 troops. However, firstly, the infantry battalion stationed at Oaktown was entirely annihilated by the elusive Imperial cavalry. Simultaneously, the most combat-effective grenadier battalion, under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Roman, proceeded to Oaktown to restore order and secure supply lines. Therefore, our actual strength currently stands at just over 5,000, barely exceeding that of the garrison. If we were to engage directly, facing an enemy fortified by artillery and walls, our forces would be at a severe disadvantage. It is predictable that within 30 minutes of commencing battle, casualties could reach 400 or even a third of our numbers, leading to a complete collapse of morale. Hearing this, many officers displayed expressions of despair. Thus, since launching an attack during daylight is nearly impossible and would undoubtedly result in massive casualties, Anson took a deep breath, his mind racing. So, why not shift the timing of our assault to the night? The officers exchanged glances. An attack at night. A simple notion. One officer, seated at the side of the sand table, rose and scoffed at Anson. Given our current supply shortages, the morale of the troops has already suffered severely. If we were to have the soldiers launch an attack in the midnight chill, it is precisely because morale is at its nadir that we must shift the attack to the evening, Anson interrupted assertively. No matter how frigid the midnight air at Thunder Fortress, it is far better than warming by the blast of cannon fire. What about the direction of the assault? The interrupted officer retorted, his face flushed. The weather has been exceedingly harsh these past few days, and at night, not only is there wind, but the moon is rarely visible. How are we to determine the direction of our attack on a pitch-black battlefield? Cannon fire. Anson interjected once more, slamming the bayonet onto the model representing the artillery position. Once the battle commences, the artillery will be responsible for breaching the fortress gates. As long as your ears remain intact, discerning the direction of the assault should pose no difficulty. Are there any further inquiries? The tent fell silent under Anson's gaze, save for the officer previously interrupted, whose complexion had turned pale, eyes reflecting a lingering defiance. Those present were no fools. Everyone understood that while Anson Bach presided over the military conference, his presence signified that Brigadier General Ludwig had already made a decision. What remained was merely to gauge the attitudes of the others and establish consensus. In the quiet tent, even the howling wind outside could be heard. Finally, the last question arose from the ashen-faced officer, who spoke again, his tone begrudging. If we choose to commence battle at midnight, how can you ensure that the Imperial garrison within the fortress will not fire their cannons before our attack? After all, it will be night. If the cannon fire happens to target our main assault direction, this matter is not open for discussion. Ludwig, who had remained silent until now, raised his hand to silence him. I assure you, before our forces initiate the assault, the enemy within the fortress will remain utterly inactive. As his words resonated, Anson, standing at the opposite end of the sand table, nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, all officers turned their gaze towards the 2 resolute figures, momentarily taken aback. It was well understood among the conscripted army that the greatest threat posed by Thunder Fortress was its unpredictable cannon fire. The Imperial garrison within was neither foolish nor blind. Any sign of movement from the siege positions would prompt them to open fire. Such targeted bombardments posed a greater threat not through sheer destruction but by undermining morale, instilling fear, and preventing the siege forces from assembling freely. This very factor had caused the progress of the siege to slow to a near halt. Now, Ludwig was asserting that the garrison would remain silent until the conscripted army acted. Yet, since this was Ludwig's decision, the others had little ground to dispute it. Regardless, should the siege fail, the blame would not fall on them. Under the scrutiny of astonished and perplexed gazes, Ludwig's focus remained steadfastly on Anson. At this moment, he finally grasped the entirety of Anson's intricate plan. Utilizing the trench to advance the siege positions was intended to shorten the distance to the fortress while simultaneously lowering the guard of the defenders. The return of prisoners, strategically stated to take 3 days, led the enemy to believe the conscripted army intended to expedite their preparations and launch an attack on the 4th day. However, The true objective was merely to seize the initiative. As long as the fortress defenders did not immediately suppress the front line with cannon fire during the main assault, the vanguard could swiftly traverse the foremost 200 meters, entering the blind spot of the heavy artillery, thereby nullifying the enemy's principal advantage. Despite encountering cavalry raids, setbacks in advancing positions, and severed supply lines, Anson, this man was still steering the entire battle according to his preordained strategy. Victory was indeed within reach. Struggling to contain his excitement, Ludwig's gaze toward Anson grew increasingly fervent. Colonel Anson, please continue with your plan. Very well. Anson hesitated momentarily, feeling unnerved under Ludwig's intense gaze. What had he just said to evoke such enthusiasm? First, we shall divide our forces into 3 parts. The 4 infantry battalions will assemble at the 2 forward artillery positions, while the remaining troops and cavalry will be tasked with defending the artillery positions. The battle should commence around 1 o'clock in the morning, with the 2 foremost infantry battalions initiating the charge, followed by sustained bombardment from the artillery positions targeting the gates, while the other 2 artillery positions provide fire support against the main entrance. Boom! Before Anson could finish his statement, a sudden, thunderous explosion erupted from outside the tent. The expressions of those within shifted dramatically, the atmosphere turning tense. With a raised eyebrow, Anson casually left the bayonet on the sand table and stepped outside the tent. Almost as soon as he lifted the curtain, another deafening roar resounded. Boom! A blinding flash illuminated the overcast sky. Instinctively lifting his head, Anson gazed up at the sky as an inconspicuous droplet of water struck his cheek. In the blink of an eye, the small droplet transformed into a gentle patter, cascading from above. It was raining. Chapter 38. On what grounds the torrential rain that began in the early morning showed no signs of abating by evening, only intensifying as time went on. By dinner time, the downpour continued unabated. The quartermasters entered the barracks, placing dinner directly on each officer's table. In the silent tent, the officers, already famished, swallowed hard, casting furtive glances at the delectable dishes before them, yet none dared to touch their meals. All eyes were nervously fixed on the silent Ludwig. As the steaming soup gradually cooled, Ludwig Franz was in a wretched mood, utterly dismal. For this moment of battle, he had nearly exhausted all his resources, grasping at every lifeline, leaving no opportunity unseized, even willing to endure the enemy's humiliation. Yet he had not accounted for the weather. Winter at Thunder Fortress was devoid of drifting snow, replaced instead by bone-chilling rain. The deluge, especially a winter storm, was a devastating blow to the morale of an army poised for an offensive. Thousands of soldiers stood in trenches transformed into puddles by the incessant rain, struggling to extricate themselves from the mire while keeping their rifles and ammunition dry. Next, they would have to muster in the downpour and charge through the sodden battlefield, dragging their drenched bodies forward with great difficulty. In the downpour, the battlefield offered no markers to indicate their direction of attack, save for fleeting flashes of artillery and the silhouettes of comrades, apart from the command to advance. No further instructions would reach them. Additionally, due to the rain's obscuring veil, all artillery would lose the ability to aim accurately, having to fire according to pre-established coordinates while bracing for the risk of friendly fire. What awaited them were the Imperial soldiers, huddled in their fortifications, dry and orderly, full of stamina and seasoned in combat, their morale likely intact until their commanders fell. Given these circumstances, Ludwig could easily predict the fate that awaited him and his conscripted army at Thunder Fortress. A disastrous defeat, the moment the rain began to pour. This seemed an established fact. Shivering, Ludwig clenched his fists, his exhausted gaze suddenly freezing as it fell upon a figure at the opposite end of the table who, as if nothing had transpired, was leisurely enjoying his dinner. Despite the strained logistics, each officer was still provided with steaming vegetable and meat soup, freshly baked bread sprinkled with pepper and salt, a glass of wine, a small piece of cheese, and 2 garlic sausages. Anson raised his glass and downed the slightly sour wine in one gulp, then carefully tore the bread apart, letting the crumbs spill into his soup bowl before spearing a garlic sausage with his fork and taking hearty bites between the slices of bread. Ludwig was taken aback. Anson, this fellow, was he resigning to despair? Noticing the expression of the brigadier, the other officers turned their gazes towards the other end of the table, one by one falling into a state of astonished silence. In the deathly quiet tent, only the sound of the rain outside and Anson's dinner could be heard. After a full minute, as if recovering from shock, Ludwig silently lifted his wine glass. Upon observing this gesture from the brigadier, the other officers, as if a switch had been flipped, began to eat in silence. At that moment, a drenched young officer burst into the tent, his single-strap backpack laden with messages. He raised a hand to stop the guard, and Ludwig stood up silently, walking over to the young officer to receive the letters from his hands. As he opened the letter, Ludwig's hands suddenly trembled, then abruptly stilled, gripping it so tightly that the young officer jumped, fearing the brigadier would tear it apart. After a brief pause, without raising his head, he said, "You've worked hard. You may leave." "Yes." The young officer, drenched in rainwater and sweat, snapped to attention and hastily saluted before departing. Turning back, Ludwig, with a stony expression and pressed lips, scanned the anxious faces around him. Everyone except Colonel Anson. "Leave immediately." "Yes." The officers responded in unison, discarding their disheveled plates and orderly exiting the tent. 15 seconds later, only Ludwig, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and Anson, still enjoying his meal, remained before the sand table. Once Anson swallowed the last piece of bread and let out a sigh of relief, he raised his gaze towards Ludwig, who stood silently, still reluctant to speak. "Bad news?" "Orders from the Privy Council." Ludwig paused, his body trembling slightly as he spoke. "I am commanded to lead the army to withdraw from Thunder Fortress within 2 days. To do my utmost to restore order in Oak Town, expedite the repair of the train tracks, and ensure the surrounding transportation is smooth." The implication was clear. Ludwig was to abandon the siege of Thunder Fortress, effectively a dismissal in the name of peace. Anson nodded gently. "What comes next? What about Thunder Fortress?" "I'm not certain. Perhaps they will indeed transfer a seasoned artillery captain from the Western Front?" Ludwig replied calmly, almost unnaturally. The letter made no mention of the besieging forces. It seems they truly wish to expel me from the battlefield entirely." "The army?" Anson whispered. "No. This time it is not the army's doing." With a slight twitch of his rigid lips, Ludwig finally smiled at Anson. "It is my father, the Archbishop of the Order of Clovis, the remarkable Lud Franz. He personally wrote to the Privy Council, urging them to swiftly capture Thunder Fortress and secure the supply line to the southern fortifications. It is precisely because of him that this letter reached me so promptly, rather than 2 days later. Thanks to my meticulous and prudent father, I have the opportunity to withdraw gracefully rather than being driven away in disgrace by a special envoy from the Privy Council." After speaking, the smiling Ludwig closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and suddenly pressed his right hand against the edge of the table. When he opened his eyes again, Anson stood before him, hands clasped behind his back. "And you?" "What?" Ludwig was taken aback. "I mean to ask you, Brigadier Ludwig." Anson's gaze was remarkably calm. "Are you prepared to roll out from the siege position?" "You." "I am not prepared. I have made no plans for retreat in the proposal I gave you." "A miscalculation." Anson stepped forward, leaning closer to Ludwig. "But we have no time left." Ludwig's expression tightened instantly. "The Privy Council's order is for 2 days from now. If we cannot..." Anson interrupted again. "Then we must seize Thunder Fortress tonight." "Tonight?" "Indeed, tonight." Ludwig, his voice trembling slightly, stared incredulously at Anson, the veins on his forehead bulging. "Have you lost your mind? To launch an assault on a well-prepared fortress in such a downpour during winter?" "No, General, I am quite composed." Anson shook his head, speaking calmly. "It is precisely because of the downpour that the enemy will never anticipate an attack at this moment. Thus, we will be striking a fortress that is wholly unprepared, its visibility completely obscured." Ludwig found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, the rain affected both sides equally. Within the fortress, the garrison would likewise be prone to lowering their guard in such dire weather. In light of this, what justifies withdrawing from a battle in which one has invested every ounce of effort while there remains a glimmer of hope for victory? What rationale exists for surrendering a fortress that has been besieged for over a fortnight, on the brink of conquest, to some detritus sent by the army? Why? Chapter 39. Lisa's consolation. After several minutes of striving to calm himself, Ludwig let out a sigh. "Tell me, what do you need right now?" Initially intending to inquire about your level of confidence, Ludwig realized that such a question was foolish, as it would only serve to undermine his already wavering assurance. "There is only one thing," Anson replied softly. "We must launch our attack amidst the torrential rain at midnight. This strategy is akin to gambling. If we are to gamble, let us wager all our chips at once. Moreover, the safety of Oak Town is paramount. Should we capture Thunder Fortress, yet lose Oak Town, it cannot be deemed a victory for the conscripted army or for you, Ludwig. Once the vanguard breaches the fortress gates, the ensuing battle will devolve into close-quarters combat, a brutal melee where morale will be of utmost importance. A single artillery barrage or the sudden appearance of reinforcements could drastically alter the spirits of both sides. As for Oaktown, there is no cause for concern. The enemy's choice to resort to arson and pillage indicates their forces are insufficient to occupy and control the entire town. Otherwise, it would have fallen long ago. Dispatch a light cavalryman to deliver the message immediately. I trust that Colonel Roman will understand better than I which is of greater significance, Thunder Fortress or Oaktown. Ludwig hesitated for a moment, his face reflecting determination. Very well, I shall send someone forth. Let us hope they arrive in time. As for you, Colonel Anson, proceed at once to the front artillery positions and ensure the 1st Battalion is assembled, awaiting the command to attack. Anson immediately placed his left hand behind his back, clenched his right fist, and struck it against his chest. Yes, just as Anson was about to leave, Ludwig suddenly raised his hand to stop him. Wait. Anson, turning back, felt a flutter of unease. The Archbishop's own son. Surely he hasn't suddenly lost his nerve? He paused, took a deep breath, and then faced Anson. Show me your pocket watch. Taking the old copper watch from Anson, Ludwig expertly opened the case, revealing his own enamel watch. After a brief comparison, he nodded slightly and returned the copper watch to Anson. Though significantly worn, the time is the same. It appears you have maintained it quite well. No need for adjustments. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Ludwig gazed at Anson with unwavering resolve. Remember, the full assault commences at 1 o'clock. The artillery positions will commence firing towards the main gate of Thunder Fortress at 1:15, with a cadence of 2 rounds per minute for a duration of 10 minutes. If, after 10 minutes, the gate remains unbreached or if the Imperial forces mount a counteroffensive, I shall lead a forceful assault on the main gate to create a breach, Anson interjected. Ludwig, interrupted, contemplated for a moment before suddenly smiling, speaking in a remarkably relaxed tone. By the way, today marks the final day of the 99th year of the Saints' calendar. It is now 5 in the afternoon. In just 8 hours, we shall welcome the 100th year. Go, Colonel Anson. Tonight's New Year's artillery salute will be particularly fervent. Wasting no more time, Anson departed the tent, heading straight for the front artillery positions. Outside the camp, the relentless rain had transformed the besieged area into a quagmire within just a few hours. Soldiers, knee-deep in mud, huddled beneath cover, their thin uniforms soaked and trembling from the cold. Continuous downpours had even caused several low-lying positions to flood. Soldiers, unwilling to drown, were forced to emerge from the trenches to raise tents amid the deluge and the risk of artillery fire, only to be repeatedly knocked down by the howling winds. A few companies attempted to dig drainage ditches nearby, but when the torrential rain turned their excavations into muddy pits, no one dared to continue such futile efforts. As Anson made his way to the forward positions, a few unfortunate souls, dispatched by their officers, followed behind him, burdened with meals for their respective companies. Struggling through the mire with boxes of various sizes and 2 cylinders filled with hot soup. Upon Anson's arrival at the positions, the situation was somewhat better than anticipated. Although signs of flooding were evident near the artillery, the water was only up to their knees. A company that had been inundated was relocated to the higher ground of the artillery positions by Carl Bain. Inside a tent filled with humidity, Carl Bain, frowning, attempted to ignite a match soaked by the rain, while Lisa quietly snuck a can from behind him. Frustrated after several failed attempts, Carl discarded the match and, inadvertently glancing up, noticed the drenched Anson. What happened? With water still dripping from him, Anson sighed. Notify all soldiers of the 1st Battalion to assemble at the artillery positions in half an hour, immediately. Staring at Anson's expression, a stunned Carl took a long moment before hesitantly asking, Immediately? Immediately. With confirmation, Carl ceased to inquire further, lighting a cheap cigarette in the brazier and taking a few deep puffs with his head bowed. Soon, the tent was filled with swirling smoke. Just as Lisa, coughing incessantly, prepared to retaliate, Carl abruptly stood, extinguishing the still-burning cigarette with his foot, hands in the pockets of his military coat, and left the tent impassively. Before departing, he tossed the remaining large bag of cans into Lisa's arms. The patter of rain rendered this brief moment of tranquility extraordinarily serene. Sitting by the brazier, Anson gazed at the flickering flames, initially believing the cold rain would soothe his spirit, yet he now felt an unbearable heat enveloping him. He retrieved his pocket watch. opened its cover, and with a stoic expression, his deep brown eyes remained fixed on the slowly moving hands. Beside him, Lisa stared at him, quiet as a plush cat curled in a corner. Just then, Anson, lost in thought, felt his watch snatched away, his empty right hand being filled with a bottle of rum. Before he could comprehend the suddenness, the once docile plush cat stood before him, gripping his right hand and thrusting the bottle to his lips, the icy liquid surging down his throat like wildfire. You. Cough, cough, cough. Lisa, with a serious expression, held the bottle tightly until she confirmed it was completely emptied before releasing it. She gazed at the coughing Anson with concern. Feeling better now? What? Anson, nearly choking, pressed his hand against his chest, bewildered as he looked at her. You appeared frightened just now, much like when Lisa first arrived here. She widened her eyes, looking at Anson as if it were the most natural thing. But as long as your belly is full, one will not be afraid. Oh, I see. So, this is her way of showing concern for me. A warmth spread through Anson, a smile emerging at the corners of his mouth as he curiously glanced at the bag in her possession. If that is the case, why not share a couple of your cans with me? Startled, Lisa took 2 steps back, concealing the can bag behind her, her expression turning wary. Not a chance. Anson. Chapter 40 Declaration. In the storm, a pallid flash of lightning intermingled with a deafening roar split the night sky over Thunder Fortress. Total mobilization. The Thunder Fortress summoned the army, consisting of 5 infantry battalions, along with artillery and cavalry units formed into 2 columns, preparing to launch a full-scale assault on Thunder Fortress at 1 o'clock the following morning. When the officers of the summoned army received the news from the messenger, they could scarcely believe their ears. After repeatedly confirming that this was indeed the command of Brigadier Ludwig and not some New Year's jest, they hurriedly gathered their subordinate officers and hastily assembled their troops. Rifles slung across their backs, bayonets hanging from their waists, and ammunition clashing amid the crowded formations, the banners, drenched by the downpour, hung listlessly from their poles. Regardless of the furious shouts and curses from the accompanying captains and sergeants, or even the blows from their batons, the soldiers, drenched in their uniforms and having only consumed a bowl of cold meat soup, continued to shiver in the biting wind, displaying a lackluster demeanor devoid of any morale. In such an atmosphere, the officers, already lacking confidence in this raid, saw no glimmer of hope for victory. Had it not been for the fear of execution hanging over them, none would have dared to defy the military orders, and thoughts of fleeing the battlefield crossed their minds. Even though many among them had only learned to stand in line for execution and dine with cutlery at the military academy, they understood that night combat was an exceedingly intricate operation, heavily reliant on fortune. The hurried decision to engage in such a perilous endeavor amid foul weather seemed a stark invitation to death. The sole consolation was that, as Brigadier Ludwig had said, the Imperial garrison of Thunder Fortress appeared utterly indifferent to the commotion outside, likely unaware of the events unfolding in the storm. Within the artillery position, a slightly inebriated Anson stood beside a 12-pound cannon, his head bent as he intently focused on the pocket watch in his hand, silently counting down. Click, click, click. The raindrop-covered face of the watch passed the hour hand at 12, finally beginning its journey towards the next round. Boom, boom, boom. At an unknown moment, the synchronized sound of marching footsteps replaced the ticking of the clock, pounding in his heart. 1st Infantry Battalion, for columns, assault formation, assemble. Carl Bain's shout rang in Anson's ears, pulling him from his thoughts. Within the artillery position were nearly 400 men of the 1st Battalion. Flanking the artillery on either side were 3 more infantry battalions following closely behind. This deviated slightly from Anson's initial plan, as the Grenadier Battalion and Colonel Roman had been dispatched to Oak Town, removing a unit capable of serving as the main assault force. In such inclement weather, the Imperial garrison, sensing the stirrings of an assault, would surely fire blindly. Introducing new active fronts without guaranteeing morale only served to provide the imprecise artillery with experience. Ludwig Franz, having invested heavily, awaited this very moment. Carl Bain approached Anson, gripping a loaded Leopold rifle, his expression grave. Though I've pondered over this for a long time, I still believe you are leading us all to our doom. However, this is the best way to ensure that more will survive. Accepting the rifle from Carl, Anson smiled at his aide-de-camp. Trust me, consider this the last time. Carl, with a complex expression, let out a long sigh. Let me ask one last time, how confident are you? Or to put it another way, Is this war compelled by the Archbishop as son, or is this a spur-of-the-moment decision driven by your overflowing confidence? Just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, Anson suddenly caught sight of the gaze of those behind Carl and froze. Over 400 pairs of eyes from the 1st Battalion stared at him, entranced. Among them, Lisa, standing at the front row, shouldered a rifle taller than herself. Her large eyes sparkling even in the rain, anxiously tiptoeing to observe his expression. At some point, the entire forward position fell silent. The only sound being the rain cascading from the heavens, with bright eyes glimmering through the curtain of rain. After a moment of dazed contemplation, Anson took a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and shouted with all his might, I have the confidence to win. What about you? His voice pierced through the rain, seemingly solidifying the air around them. A stunned Carl Bane gazed at Anson, who had suddenly transformed, and after a long pause, managed a weak smile. Don't ask us. It's not. I'm asking you all, speak up. Anson stepped forward, fueled by the remnants of his intoxication, shouting into the storm. If we don't win tonight, how long do you intend to wait? Until we are forced to retreat after a prolonged siege? Until the fortress runs out of supplies and surrenders? At this point, Anson couldn't help but scoff. Stop dreaming. Before you stands a formidable fortress, and behind you lies a severed supply line, along with the Imperial cavalry marauding around. If we don't win, we will have no place to be buried. We will be caught between the Imperial forces and annihilated. But we can win. Tonight, we can win. With a shift in tone, Anson's gaze swept across the ranks. Because we have nearly 5,000 men, we have heavy artillery, we have rifles in our hands. We are not helpless fodder waiting to be slaughtered. We are soldiers who can fight and kill. They can kill us, and we can kill them. It's that simple. In the next moment, Anson raised the Leopold rifle in his hand, pointing its barrel towards Thunder Fortress. Tonight, those Imperial scoundrels are hiding behind the walls of Thunder Fortress, clad in dry clothing, enjoying warmth, bread, and soup, perhaps even taking a bath, and then sleeping soundly in their beds. Why? Because they would never expect that a band of crazed fools would launch an attack on a well-fortified stronghold on a stormy night. Just as they never understood why a group of fools would hold their ground in the artillery position, successfully repelling an Imperial army thrice their number until reinforcements arrived. Anson thumbed his chest emphatically. We are those fools. The ones consumed by thoughts of how to win, how to survive on this damned battlefield. Therefore, I now tell you, I believe we will win and am confident we will win. What about you? His voice, hoarse from shouting, gradually faded amidst the rain. Anson stood alone atop the artillery platform, facing the countless eyes watching him through the curtain of rain. Suddenly, Lisa, standing at the very front, forcefully slammed her rifle against the muddy ground. Soon, the entire front row, along with all the soldiers of the 1st Battalion, began to lift their rifles in unison, pounding them against the earth. The chaotic sounds gradually transformed into a synchronized rhythm. Thud, 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 thud. Carl Bane, dumbfounded, looked at the soldiers before him as if witnessing a spectacle of madness. Lisa, her cheeks flushed with excitement, watched as more and more people mimicked her actions, pounding their rifles with increasing vigor. Anson, with the corners of his mouth beginning to rise, slowly turned around and raised his rifle towards the soldiers behind him. Soldiers of the 1st Legion, those who believe in victory, follow me. The rest shall follow the 1st Legion. In just a few minutes, it will be a century since the era of saints began. Let us march to Thunder Fortress and extend our New Year-esque greetings to those Imperial scoundrels who have only just retired to their beds. Happy New Year. Chapter 41. Let the cannons pierce through the storm, artillery ready. With a commanding shout from the messenger, 120 artillerymen divided into 4 groups, dragging ammunition carts, braved the fierce winds and torrential rain to reach the artillery positions, calmly commencing their duties. Standing beside a 12-pound cannon, Ludwig Franz held a ticking pocket watch in his right hand, while his left rested on the cold, rain-soaked cannon barrel. As an officer hailing from artillery, it was only these powerful war machines that instilled in him immense confidence, dispelling any regrets about his earlier decisions. To transport these 14 cannons from the various foundries within the Kingdom of Clovis to the siege positions, 12 heavy draft wagons were mobilized, not including 50 ammunition carts and 30 supply wagons, along with the capacity of steam trains requisitioned for transport. Even the 4 cannons and 3 howitzers before him required the manpower of 240 heavy draft horses and nearly 300 soldiers. enough to form two elite cavalry companies. If the resources allocated to the artillery had been directed towards infantry, he could have easily raised an equivalent number of conscripts. But all of this was worth it. Those foolish Clovis men who would trade 10 heavy cannons for 3,000 soldiers, only knowing how to execute them in line, would never understand that even a fully staffed infantry volley could not inflict as much damage or morale-shattering impact on the enemy as a single barrage from an artillery battery. As for the Empire, which still employed artillery to cover cavalry charges, Ludwig held them in contempt. These relics of a bygone era possessed the finest artillery in the world, yet failed to comprehend its utilization. The moment the first cannon with an 800-meter range and a firing rate of 2 rounds per minute was born, they became the darlings of the battlefield. No matter how fierce the steed, how robust the armor, or how skilled the rider, they would all pale in comparison to the 12-pound cannon and explosive shells. Load ammunition. First round calibration. The ammunition handler swiftly approached the cannon's front, clearing the barrel before expertly inserting the propellant and shell into the tube. Following closely, one man calibrated the aim, another sealed the vent, 2 measured the range, and 1 pulled the cannon latch. With an almost instinctual coordination, the team of artillerymen prepared the nearly 1-ton cannon for firing in less than half a minute. Yet Ludwig felt a hint of dissatisfaction during his tenure as a gunner. He could ready a cannon for firing in 15 seconds. He firmly believed that one day, artillery would emerge that could load faster, reach farther, and even exceed the visible horizon. The manpower required would diminish from dozens to just a few, and the operation would become as easy as pulling a trigger. One day, it would shatter the pride of those ignorant and obstinate individuals, truly becoming the master of war. All set. With a stern expression, Ludwig raised his sword above his head, his gaze fixed ahead as if it could penetrate the curtain of rain and see the gates of Thunder Fortress through the night. Amidst the torrential downpour, time continued to pass, and the soaked gunners held tightly onto the cannon latches. The entire artillery position silently awaited Ludwig, anticipating the moment when his pocket watch would strike that crucial hour. Tick-tock. With a crisp, melodious sound, the watch's hands finally reached 1:15. Ludwig's pupils constricted as he swung his sword forward, his stern face letting out a roar. Fire. Boom. Amidst the rolling white smoke, the earth shook, almost simultaneously with the lightning above. A blinding flash of white light and a piercing scream echoed in the air, as if the entire world trembled in response. Under the pitch-black storm of midnight, the soldiers of the 1st Infantry Regiment maintained their 4-column formation, cautiously advancing towards the fortress amidst the deafening sound. "Do not panic. That is our artillery," Karl Bain shouted as he surveyed the surroundings. "Stay calm. Face forward. 1st Infantry Regiment. Continue advancing." Amidst the shouts, Lisa, who stood in the front row, trembled at the thunderous cannon fire, desperately puffing out her slender chest, forcing herself to resist the urge to reach into her pocket for the canned food. "I wonder, is this really all right?" Karl, also struggling to maintain composure, took small steps to Anson's side, his body slightly trembling. "On a night like this, in such a downpour, I feel a bit anxious." "Do not worry. It's fine," Anson shrugged, deliberately raising his voice. "The firing positions are pre-marked, and the target is the Thunder Fortress, which is clearly visible. If the shells were to fall on us, our artillery-born brigadier would really have to take a hike. Even if we assume the worst, we are standing at the forefront of the front line. For the artillery to hit this position, the gunners would have to aim so low that they'd have to work hard to kill us, don't you think?" Watching Anson gradually ease from his anxiety, he couldn't help but inwardly lament, feeling something within him fade away even faster. Boom! Another thunderous roar erupted from the artillery position behind. Amidst the successive resounding explosions from the artillery, solid shells tore through the rain, accurately striking the walls of Thunder Fortress. The sturdy stones shattered instantaneously, creating a fleeting cloud of smoke amidst the downpour. However, such bombardments were insufficient to inflict substantial damage on Thunder Fortress. Despite being merely a military station, its protective walls were designed to strict standards. The outer layer of earth significantly weakened the impact of the solid shells, and its slightly slanted structure made it sturdier than a vertical wall, thus not easily collapsing. The 1st Infantry Regiment, having stabilized their ranks, resumed their formation amidst the booming cannon fire and the torrential downpour, marching in orderly steps towards Thunder Fortress. Meanwhile, the remaining infantry regiments huddled in the front line began to emerge from their trenches, maintaining the most suitable three-column formation for concentrated fire, following the cheerful and rhythmic beating of drums. At that moment, Thunder Fortress finally began to retaliate, having sensed the commotion outside. Boom! With a flash of fire across the wall, a chilling scream pierced through the ring. Solid shells, gracefully following a parabolic trajectory, joyfully splashed water on the muddy ground amidst the downpour. When they passed through the ranks of infantry, they would shatter the legs of any soldier in their path. In the terrified gaze of the conscript soldiers, the descending shells, almost as abundant as raindrops, spread like a barrage in the air, raining down upon the siege positions. Soon, the successive roars completely suppressed the artillery fire at the siege positions, unleashing a bombardment so dense that the conscripts could scarcely fathom it, sweeping through the entire siege area in an instant. If the conscripts had still been stationed on the positions, they would have likely suffered over a third of their casualties. But now, nearly all their forces were concentrated on the front line. The Imperial defenders, who temporarily opened fire in retaliation, failed to notice this. The dispersed artillery fire across the siege area inflicted little harm on the conscripts. Boom! A sudden, thunderous explosion shook the walls, and the Imperial defenders barely had time to feel the ground tremble before they heard the frantic screams below. The gate. The gate has been breached. Standing at the forefront of the ranks, Anson's pupils constricted as he brandished his rifle forward. 1st Infantry Regiment. Fix bayonets. Charge. Chapter 42. Assault on the high walls. Amidst the choking clouds of thick smoke, the conscript army charged forward, braving the explosions of artillery shells. As they rushed across the final trench before the fortress, mounting an assault on the still smoldering ruins of the city gates. Charge with bayonets. The air was filled with the roars and resounding calls of bugles amidst the torrential rain, as the terrified infantry of the conscript army raised their gleaming bayonets, releasing their inner fear through shouts in the fervor of their advance. Unprepared, the Imperial defenders were caught off guard, allowing the conscripts to breach the outer trench and the gates. Only when they witnessed the enemy surging into the fortress did they hastily attempt to establish their first line of defense. 1st Battalion, form up. Karl Bane, the first to breach the fortress, immediately issued commands while pulling the still-running Lisa behind him, raising his command sword. Loosen formation, all troops ready. Prepare for volley fire. Bang! Almost simultaneously, flames erupted from both lines. Amidst the billowing white smoke, several figures at the forefront fell silently to the ground. The next moment, just as the tightly formed Imperial soldiers prepared for another volley, the tide of conscript soldiers surged from the flanks, charging at them with bayonets drawn. Bang! Another volley rang out, yet the leading conscripts crashed against an invisible wall, falling one after another. Such meager firepower might deter dozens, but it could not halt the advance of thousands driven by fear and frenzy. Without a bayonet wall to advance behind, without a slow and steady shooting strategy, the disorderly conscript soldiers erupted into a brutal melee. Glory to Clovis! Long live the Empire! At the moment of collision, the shouts of battle erupted. Hundreds of conscript soldiers poured forth, crashing against the Imperial lines like waves against rocks. As a robust military station and stronghold, Thunder Fortress boasted ample and complete defensive structures. Even within the fortress, there were numerous parapets and barriers, as well as warehouses and sturdy towers serving as temporary strongpoints. The light artillery on the walls could pivot at any moment to fire inward. Yet, at this moment, both attackers and defenders seemed to have forgotten this fact, converging in a chaotic frenzy at the small entrance beneath the ruined gates, fighting brutally with bayonets, rifle butts, and any means available. Inside the fortress, the Imperial defenders, witnessing their fragile line of defense wavering, were blocked from firing by their own troops and were compelled to engage in this bloody close-quarters combat. Determined to hold their tenuous position, only the 1st Battalion, halted in time by Karl Bane, maintained their formation at the breach, firing freely at any potential enemy. It's chaos. Utter chaos. I say, Commander, stop doing the soldiers' work and think of a way out. Currently, the enemy foolishly engaged us at the breach, but they will soon realize. If we haven't breached their defenses by then, we are truly finished. No worries, let chaos reign. Unfazed, Anson pulled the trigger. With a bang, the opposing line soldier fell unconscious into the mud. Have the soldiers follow me to the left, see if we can bypass the front. Glancing at the anxious Karl, Anson continued, still loading his weapon. If we can flank them, let us try to seize the walls and capture the artillery. And if we can't, well, let us not dwell on that. Karl, nearly overwhelmed, rolled his eyes but executed the command. All troops, prepare to turn left, double column, rapid assault. With a roar, over 300 soldiers swiftly turned, following the sound of the bugle, most belonging to the 1st Battalion, but several scattered soldiers joined the ranks. Shifting towards the left side of the fortress, urgent and chaotic bugle calls rang through the fortress as the blue and white-clad Imperial soldiers huddled behind parapets and barriers, forming a fire net in the corners, incessantly shooting at the conscript soldiers pouring through the breach. Relying on makeshift fortifications, the Imperial soldiers quickly established a foothold outside the breach. However, the problem remained that their numbers had been outstripped, with too flimsy a defense to withstand the onslaught of hundreds. More critically, in the midnight rain, one could not discern who around them still drew breath. The gunfire and smoke, veiled by rain and darkness, were far less terrifying than in daylight, enabling the conscripts to charge at the defenses, suffering greater casualties than usual. With wide eyes, Lisa gritted her teeth, intent on plunging her bayonet into the body of the Imperial soldiers, before she could extract it. Carl kicked the thrashing corpse to the ground. Behind them, the 1st Battalion, barely maintaining their formation, surged past the outer line, advancing up the gentle slope towards the city walls. I told you, don't rush so far ahead. Breathing heavily, Carl Bain grasped Lisa by the collar. As the stubborn girl struggled fiercely in his grip, you are a skirmisher leader, not a frontline soldier. I will say it once more, you are a skirmisher leader. Your sole duty is to ensure that before anyone can harm Anson or any of us, you use your rifle to eliminate them, understood? Lisa, tugged by her hair, pouted in frustration but nodded reluctantly. Carl sighed, glancing at Lisa's reddened eyes. If he had witnessed it himself, he would scarcely believe this girl could wield artillery with lethal precision. At that moment, everyone down, Anson, at the forefront, suddenly crouched in panic, yelling back. Startled, Carl, though unable to see the cause, instinctively dropped to the ground, pressing Lisa's head beside him. Boom. In the next instant, a thunderous sound erupted in his ears, scattering the unprotected soldiers, blood and shattered limbs raining down from the walls, mingling with the rain and mud below. A sharp pain surged through Anson's skull. The image of 2 light artillery pieces loading buckshot and nearly an entire company of infantry vividly etched in his mind. Charging directly would result in a quarter of our forces lost in an instant. All units ready, Anson roared, simultaneously reaching for grenades at his waist. Grenades? Is he referring to those smoke bombs that don't explode? Momentarily taken aback, Carl suddenly grasped Anson's intent upon seeing his expression. The next moment, a dozen dark grenades soared into the air, landing around the light artillery on the walls. As the grenades began to emit white smoke, the Imperial soldiers, faces pale with shock, scrambled to flee. Yet what awaited them was not an explosion, but the charge of over 300 conscript soldiers with their bayonets drawn. At 1:45 a.m., the 1st Battalion breached the outer defenses and ascended the city walls. Chapter 43. The Battle of Thunder Fortress on a moonless, pitch-black midnight. The Grenadier Battalion braved the biting wind and torrential rain as they advanced along the muddy path towards Oak Town. The conditions were, to say the least, utterly dire. Mounted on horseback, Roman rode closely alongside the right flank of the formation, his cold, rain-soaked visage betraying a flicker of concern. Though fully aware that a night march would be far from easy, he resolutely decided to set forth amidst the howling storm, striving to reach Oak Town at the earliest opportunity and restore order with utmost urgency. Despite the soldiers being equipped with sufficient rain gear to prevent them from becoming completely drenched during the march, the relentless downpour had already wreaked havoc on the road conditions. Continuous rainfall had washed away all the signposts, transforming the already muddy path into a treacherous quagmire, rendering the orderly march exceedingly arduous. Coupled with the abysmal visibility of the night, since their departure, the entire Grenadier Battalion had barely covered 1/10 of the distance, merely half of their planned route. Colonel Roman. A desperate shout prompted Roman to tighten the reins and glance back. A scout cavalryman was sprinting alongside the formation, brandishing a torch. He came to an abrupt halt before Roman, breathless. What? Roman's expression shifted to one of alarm as he gestured behind him. After a few clarion calls, the marching column came to a halt. The brigadier has entrusted me to convey a message to you. The anxious cavalryman leaned closer, lowering his voice. An unforeseen circumstance has arisen. He must issue the siege order for Thunder Fortress tonight. However, quelling the unrest in Oak Town is also paramount. So Colonel Roman, Please assess the situation as you see fit. If you believe, what time does the siege commence? Without waiting for the cavalryman to finish, Roman interjected fiercely, I asked you. What time does the siege operation begin? The cavalryman hesitated momentarily. It is set for 1 o'clock sharp. Roman's face darkened as he pulled out his pocket watch, the flickering light from the cavalryman's torch illuminating the dial, which read precisely 10:30. All grenadiers, about face. In that decisive moment, Roman discarded his watch, snatched the torch from the cavalryman, and raised the flame high as he galloped towards Thunder Fortress. The rear becomes the front. Advance towards Thunder Fortress. The Imperial defenders, hastily erecting a defensive structure against the encroaching onslaught of the fearless conscripts, found themselves in utter disarray, teetering on the brink of collapse. The makeshift defenses were swiftly overrun by the conscripts, who outnumbered them by 3 or 4 times. Relying on their numerical advantage, the conscript soldiers bore casualties that they would typically never endure, charging into the fray while the Imperial defenders' lines remained unstable, transforming the siege into a chaotic melee. On the walls, the artillerymen, having detected the enemy's presence, frantically aimed their light cannons inward under the frantic shouts of their officers and gunners. Gazing into the inky blackness below, they were uncertain of the enemy's location and wary of the artillery fire encroaching from behind. While also anticipating the imminent assault of the conscript soldiers, they could only fire in the general direction where they sensed movement. Amidst the cacophony of booming artillery, shells exploded above Thunder Fortress, showering countless small lead pellets upon the crowd, turning the scene into a gruesome tableau of bloodshed, dismemberment, and ceaseless cries of agony. Whether the artillery struck friend or foe became a matter of little concern for the gunners and their commanders, who mechanically operated their cannons, firing at predetermined positions where they suspected enemies lurked. Under such indiscriminate bombardment, the conscripts' advance was momentarily checked, yet the falling shells obliterated many defensive structures. The once narrow passages became clearer, inadvertently paving the way for the rear ranks. Witnessing the vanguard's rapid breach, the conscript officers, who had initially intended to rally their troops from a distance, seized the opportunity and sounded the charge, urging their forces to pour through the gap. As a fresh wave of conscripts surged through the city gate, the internal defenses of the fortress, previously on the verge of collapse, fragmented into multiple factions, each knightly officer commanding their own section to counter the overwhelming numbers of the conscripts. Despite the Imperial soldiers exhibiting a morale that was markedly different from their usual demeanor under the knights' leadership, it did not mask their fundamental lack of combat training or their inability to cope with sudden crises. As defenses fell one after another, the numerical superiority of the attacking conscripts became increasingly apparent, forcing the Imperial defenders into brutal close-quarters combat, cornered and fighting for survival. Unbeknownst to them, the conscript soldiers had successfully extended the battle into the fortress's inner sanctum, further undermining the Imperial defenders' chances of regrouping and spreading the chaos to every corner of the stronghold. Soldiers from both sides engaged in fierce skirmishes over walls, barriers, and even light artillery, utilizing every means at their disposal: bayonets, rifle butts, knives, fists, boots, and teeth, to slay those who bore a striking resemblance to themselves, differing only in the hue of their attire. Within the fortress, the lines between frontline and secure rear had blurred. Every corner echoed with the sounds of combat, gunfire, and death. The thunderous roar of cannons continued to reverberate across the besieged positions, and the thick smoke enveloping the artillery positions rendered accurate aiming nearly impossible. As the exhausted gunners mechanically repeated the process of loading shells and propellant into the trembling barrels. Amid the haze, Ludwig stood with his hands clasped behind his back, fixated on the distant battlefield, seemingly impervious to the searing heat radiating from the cannons beside him. "What time is it?" he inquired. "Report, it is precisely 2:11 in the morning," the orderly behind him replied, suppressing the urge to cough. Thus, a full hour has elapsed since the onset of battle? Utilizing the element of surprise afforded by the night and the rain, the conscripts appeared to have gained a promising foothold, yet victory remained far from assured. The enemy had not yet disintegrated and still possessed the potential for a comeback. At this juncture, discussing tactics bore little significance. The sole path to victory lay in deploying additional reserves before the enemy crumbled entirely. After a moment of contemplation, Ludwig resolved, "Order the cavalry, artillery, and all reserves to prepare for battle at 3:10. We shall launch a full-scale assault on Thunder Fortress." Understood. Chapter 44. All Tactics for Decapitation Bang. At the moment he pulled the trigger, the shockwave reverberated through Anson's shoulder, causing him to momentarily falter. A lead bullet flew perilously close to his cheek, exploding into a burst against the city wall. With a composed demeanor, Anson observed the figure plummeting from the ramparts. Deftly pulling back the bolt and repeating the action of chambering another round, his gaze now locking onto the next target envisioned in his mind's eye. It was only at this moment that he truly grasped the profound impact that becoming a spellcaster had on him. Firstly, the most immediate and apparent change was his reaction speed. As long as he could perceive something in the first instance, his body could swiftly respond, adjusting to a state of complete focus. At this very moment, he could discern, through the mental images in his mind, the expressions of the surrounding enemies, the direction of his rifle's aim, and even certain invisible elements, allowing him to evaluate who posed the greatest threat and make rapid judgments on whom to eliminate first. To describe it, it was akin to intuition, yet entirely distinct, the true essence of which remained to be unearthed. Secondly, there was the sense of distance. The spellcaster's ability to negate and alter reality came with the limitation of range. However, this very limitation endowed him with an exceptional sense of distance, enabling him to ascertain the precise proximity of any object within a 20-meter radius. When this ability synergized with the powers he acquired during his transmutation, it allowed him to dodge a lethal shot while simultaneously striking his opponent, all within that fleeting moment. Bang! Another shot rang out. A lead bullet piercing the throat of the ammunition bearer clutching the grenade, causing him to stagger and tumble down the ramparts, blood gushing forth. Boom! The sudden roar echoed like a signal. The summoned soldiers and Imperial troops atop the walls erupted into a furious charge, brandishing bayonets against one another. Charge! 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 For the glory of Clovis! For His Majesty the Emperor, stop them! Amidst the cacophony, the Imperial soldiers surged forward in a frenzied counterattack against the summoned troops scaling the walls, leaving a trail of bodies in their wake as they were repelled time and again. Thanks to the few seasoned veterans and Anson's abilities, the first wave of troops that had breached the wall managed to hold their ground against the Imperial defenders' counteroffensive, gradually pushing forward despite the enemy's onslaught. Then, with a hoarse voice, Carl Bane shouted at Anson, "We listened to your madness, charging the walls to seize the artillery from the Imperial scum. And now we are on the verge of being encircled. In less than 10 minutes, they will discover that we have no more than 200 or 300 men. A few rounds of light artillery could obliterate us all. What shall we do now?" "Lieutenant Carl, I believe you must calm yourself first," Anson reassured him. "I cannot calm down, and I am not your lieutenant." "Then let us pretend to be calm," Anson replied with a smile, though his gaze towards Carl was intensely earnest. "Now, look along the wall to your left." Suppressing the urge to curse, Carl raised his head, gazing in bewilderment at the chaotic battlefield to his left. "My dear commander, could you elaborate further?" "Very well, let me rephrase my question. What is the simplest and quickest way to defeat an Imperial army?" "Take out their commander." "This is something even a fool would know," Carl blurted out, only for his face to pale in sudden realization. "You don't mean to eliminate the fortress commander, do you? What else could it be?" Anson smirked, tightening his grip on the rifle's bolt as he aimed at the opposing artilleryman, pulling the trigger by instinct. Bang! As the smoke cleared, a muffled groan echoed as an Imperial soldier collapsed against the field cannon, sending the Imperial defenders into disarray. What else could it be? "We could bypass the Imperial scum's front line and directly assault the fortress stronghold." "You make it sound so effortless," Carl retorted, rolling his eyes. "We barely have 200 or 300 men, not even half a regiment. How many troops could be stationed in the stronghold?" Anson countered, "Currently, there are 4,000 to 5,000 summoned troops, with at least 2/3 already inside the fortress. Even if the enemy has more than 2,000 soldiers left, how many can they afford to station within the stronghold?" Even so, but Carl's words fell silent as he suddenly found himself in contemplation. Indeed, why not? Although they had managed to breach a gap through a surprise attack, the morale and combat effectiveness of the summoned troops were hardly comparable to that of the Imperial forces. Expecting them to expand their gains through sheer willpower and reckless bravery was an overestimation. The bewildered Imperial defenders would not simply capitulate. The fortress was replete with solid stone structures and semi-permanent fortifications for retreat and defense, and it would not take long before they stabilized the situation. According to Carl Bane's estimates, the summoned troops had already reached the limits of luck in achieving their current success, while the ultimate determination of the battle lay within the willpower of the Imperial defenders and the timely arrival of reinforcements from the Brigadier General. Given that the majority of the enemy forces were ensnared in the chaos of melee, and with the command center conveniently situated behind the besieged stronghold, their defenses and troop numbers must surely be thin, if this could be discerned. If a way could be found to bypass the enemy's front line and directly storm the stronghold to eliminate the Imperial commander Krog Bernard, the outcome of the battle could be sealed in an instant. However, how would one reach the stronghold? The walls were brimming with Imperial artillery. Carl gazed at Anson with difficulty, struggling to accept such a madcap strategy. Are you suggesting we kill them one by one? Anson nodded slightly. This was indeed the sole challenging aspect of the entire plan, even if he could evade the frontline enemies. The only path through the walls was still laden with enemy artillery. A single shot from a 24-pounder, whether with grape shot or solid shot, could extinguish him, even clad in full armor. Moreover, there was another concern that could not be mentioned to Carl Bane the old gods. The battle had raged for more than an hour. And despite expanding his search radius as much as possible, Anson had yet to catch a glimpse of the old gods. Why at such a critical juncture? Was this not the opportune moment? Or had he truly seized the initiative, thereby denying them their chance? Just then, a faint shriek pierced Anson's ears, and his expression shifted in alarm, recalling a similar experience. Everyone, down. With all his strength, Anson shouted, shoving Carl down as he tossed aside his rifle and threw himself to the ground. Incoming fire. Boom. The next moment, a violent explosion engulfed the entire artillery position. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a fierce shockwave followed. The 2-ton fortress cannon was hurled skyward along with debris and rubble from the explosion, bright flames flickering amid the rain, transforming the once dark battlefield into an illusion of daylight. In the instant the fire blazed, the stone breastwork crumbled as if made of paper. All the soldiers caught unawares were instantly consumed by flames and the shockwave, their cries and wails drowned out by the sound powerful enough to pierce eardrums. Chapter 45. The artillery position. The artillery position has been destroyed. The target has been confirmed hit. With the messenger's slightly excited proclamation, a wave of jubilation began to envelop the artillery fortifications. Many soldiers could not help but rise, their faces alight with barely concealed excitement as they gazed at the soaring flames erupting from the fortress walls. Even Ludwig himself had not anticipated that merely elevating the cannon's angle would result in a direct strike on the main artillery platform of Thunder Fortress. All defensive structures would be reduced to ashes in the chaos of the night. The hastily constructed positions could never withstand the assault of several times their number. The only remaining threat lay in their elite cavalry and knightly officers, yet these mounted warriors, engaged primarily in a chaotic melee and linear confrontation, could do little more than delay the inevitable. In this moment, victory seemed assured. Silence. Suppressing his inner joy, Ludwig interrupted the soldiers' cheers with a stern countenance. It was merely a fortunate hit on an enemy artillery platform. The battle rages on, and we are far from determining the outcome. We must maintain our momentum, continue bombarding the walls of Thunder Fortress to suppress it, and provide cover for the advancing troops. Elevate the angle of the mortars and attempt to strike the main keep. Yes, the soldiers replied in unison. Nodding slightly, Ludwig glanced back at the excited messenger, whose cheeks were flushed with exhilaration. Do we have any word from the Grenadier Regiment? Not yet, came the reply. Ludwig did not comment, instead lowering his gaze to his pocket watch, the face reading 2:30. In 40 minutes, regardless of whether the Grenadier Regiment arrived, he must order the general assault. Could he truly secure victory with only inexperienced recruits, whose skills and experience were markedly inferior, without the aid of his most trusted grenadiers? The next moment, Ludwig's gaze hardened, and he commanded fiercely, "Fire!" A deafening explosion erupted without warning. Ludwig scarcely had time to be astonished. Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. The artillery platform, shrouded in smoke and rain, was once more illuminated by a burst of fire. What could this possibly be? Stunned, Ludwig turned to his side, only to find the soldiers in the fortifications equally astonished. The ammunition technician stood frozen, mouth agape, oblivious even to the shells falling around him. Boom. Another flash of fire surged skyward amidst the smoke. Anson lay flat on the ground, eyes tightly shut, his mind racing with vivid images of the chaos surrounding him. Carl, precariously leaning against the edge of the wall, desperately shouted something to those nearby, terrified. Lisa clutched her rifle, cowering beneath a charred corpse, her small frame trembling uncontrollably. Amidst the violent tremors and thunderous roars, soldiers fell, swept away by the blast waves, crashing into the debris-strewn ground and the spiked trenches below. Yet the explosions from the opposing artillery platform showed no signs of abating, one shockwave following another. Flashes of fire flickering in rapid succession through the smoke-laden storm. Debris and charred remnants, along with military supplies, rained down like a relentless shower upon the still quaking walls. Anson gritted his teeth, feeling as if misfortune had befallen him in full force. Ludwig's decision to continue suppressive fire on the fortress walls had somewhat exceeded Anson's expectations. According to their pre-battle plans, the artillery should have ceased fire half an hour ago. However, considering that the Archbishop's own son hailed from artillery, it was not entirely surprising that he would overly rely on cannon support in the absence of any hope for victory. Yet one thing was certain. No artillery piece or explosive shell from the besieging forces could compare in potency to this level of destruction. So the question arose, what had Ludwig's recent shot struck? Perhaps it was the munitions and propellant stored on the platform? The Imperial defenders likely realized this as well, stockpiling vast quantities of ammunition and propellant in the artillery platform to ensure rapid counterattacks without the fear of running low during an assault. Thus, could it be concluded that Ludwig's shot had effectively struck the ammunition depot of Thunder Fortress? Gazing at the still glowing fortress walls, Ludwig's expression darkened to an extreme. It felt as if fate were mocking him, allowing him to inadvertently eliminate the greatest threat and obstacle, effectively blocking any possibility of reinforcements or a change in the tide of battle, at least until the explosions ceased. Any military actions against Thunder Fortress would have to be temporarily suspended. Even if the Grenadier Regiment arrived immediately, they could not risk charging into the Inferno. However, this may not be entirely a misfortune. Noticing the increasingly grim demeanor of the Brigadier, the messenger quickly spoke up. Due to the fortress's robust artillery, the explosions were largely confined to the walls, resulting in negligible casualties among the besieging forces. One might even say it was a stroke of luck amidst the calamity. Moreover, look, the explosions have ceased. A heavy sensation weighed upon Anson's chest. This was the sole feeling that accompanied him as he struggled to rise. Pushing aside the charred remains that had been pressed upon him, he staggered to his feet, a powerful wave of nausea roiling within him, though he quickly suppressed it. Anson, I'm fine, he replied, glancing at Lisa, whose slender figure had somehow managed to reach Carl's side, struggling to pull the adjutant from beneath the rubble. Sighing in relief, the three of them leaned against the broken parapet, gathering their forces and assessing their losses. Of the nearly 300 who had surged forward behind the flag, only just over 200 remained after the count, with casualties reaching a third of their number. Perilously close to the brink of morale collapse. Yet, compared to the Imperial defenders across the way, Anson considered himself fortunate. The entire artillery platform had transformed into a raging inferno, all defensive works and bodies crushed by the explosive shockwaves, with charred corpses and debris scattered about. Turning away from the devastation before him, he exchanged a brief glance with the now upright Carl, nodding in silent understanding. In the next moment, Anson picked up his rifle and raised the gleaming bayonet high above his head. First Legion, formation, target the main keep, for victory, advance. Chapter 46, 2 commands bang. A lead bullet struck squarely at the center of the forehead, and blood, bright as paint, gushed from the perforated skull, splattering in an irregular fan shape on the door behind the Imperial soldier. Almost simultaneously with the collapse of the corpse, a slender figure hidden in the shadows stealthily approached the door, bracing the gunstock against the body and cautiously pushing open the still dripping wooden door. Just as the corpse was losing its support and about to fall, a rifle with a bayonet suddenly reached out from the darkness, unhesitatingly firing towards the outside. The cold bayonet pierced through the smoke emitted from the gun's muzzle, directly penetrating the soldier's jaw from behind the door, and he fell silently to the ground as the bayonet was withdrawn. The skirmish was alarmingly brief, devoid of any unnecessary noise. After laying the two bodies flat on the ground and meticulously ensuring that no guards were nearby, Lisa, nodding to herself with a self-satisfied grin, placed her hands on her hips and waved her small hand behind her. Letting out a sigh of relief, Carl and Anson cautiously emerged from their secluded corner, entering the main fortress through the wooden door. They quickly deployed on the city wall, utilizing the cover to maintain vigilance outside the door, ready to report to the surrounding personnel at any moment. If exposed, they would immediately seal the wooden door and retreat into the main fortress. The second company, alongside the commander and me, entered the main fortress, with each squad leader maintaining communication, ready for their respective units. The remaining personnel were to cover the injured and rest on the spot. After issuing a series of commands, Carl Bane, with a heavy expression, turned to Anson. I am quite familiar with the structure of the main fortress. It is tightly constructed. Bringing too many people would only make them targets. One company is sufficient to handle the situation. I will lead the way, and you will command during encounters and when we need to decide on our direction. Is that agreeable? With no objections, Anson nodded, sharing the same thought. If the Imperial Army's commander, Krog Berna, is not outside directing the troops, where is he most likely to be now? Carl furrowed his brow in contemplation for a few minutes, seriously speculating. There are probably 3 locations. Firstly, the commander's bedroom. The safest and most fortified room in Thunder Fortress, located on the 3rd floor towards the center. By the way, we are currently on the 5th floor. Then there is the map room, situated on the 2nd floor near the right spiral staircase. That area also has a warehouse facing the stables, making escape convenient. Lastly, there is the main hall on the bottom floor, a spacious yet narrow room, if he plans to perish alongside the summoned troops charging into the main fortress. That would be an ideal location. So, we can search our way down the staircase? Anson quickly realized. Yes, it seems so, Carl replied, lighting a cigarette and nodding earnestly. Then why have you been pondering for so long? With the cigarette in his mouth, Carl coughed a couple of times, slightly embarrassed. Cough. It's just that it's not every day we find a dry place. I wanted to take a moment to enjoy a smoke and relax. Go on. Lead the way. Grumbling, Carl was pushed to the front by Anson, muttering as they walked deeper into the main fortress. Under the guidance of Carl Bane, the local, the team smoothly located the spiral staircase within the main fortress and descended layer by layer. Upon reaching the 4th floor, the squad began to split up, with Anson, Carl, and Lisa leading one platoon towards the main hall, while the remaining 2 platoons searched the bedrooms and the map room separately. This approach would conserve manpower while ensuring that if the Imperial Garrison commander, Krog Berna, were to reveal himself, regardless of whether they could eliminate him immediately, there would be sufficient forces on the other floors to block his escape, ensuring no one slipped through the net. Although Thunder Fortress appeared modern from the outside, its internal structure resembled that of a bygone era. The corridors were so narrow that only 2 people could walk side by side. Yet they were completely open with no protective features, allowing a bullet to traverse from one end to the other. The secluded spiral staircase was deliberately positioned near the wall, and should the wall suffer a breach from an explosion, attempting to escape via the staircase would be akin to gambling with one's life. These structures were undeniably outdated. Yet in an age dominated by cold weapons, such narrow corridors meant that a small team of elite knights could effectively block the entire passage. The spiral staircase near the wall served as a crucial escape route for the castle's owner before being discovered by enemies. In other words, this castle was undoubtedly ancient. Observing his surroundings carefully, Anson was not engaged in archaeological study or uncovering historical truths. Those were pastimes of a former self. Instead, he pondered a more pressing question. Given the castle's historical significance, could it be that the old gods, who were so eager to conspire at Thunder Fortress, were drawn here because something extraordinary lay buried beneath? Only at such moments did Anson remember that this world, beyond steam, steel, and artillery, also housed old gods, magic, supernatural abilities, and bloodlines. Buried within history were not only truths, but also unsettling horrors. Just as Anson's mind wandered into such thoughts, Carl Bane's voice suddenly pierced his reverie. Anson nodded, indicating that the enemy could only be in the main hall at the lowest level of the fortress. Carl, his expression gradually growing serious, extinguished the cigarette at the corner of his mouth, silently waiting for Anson to issue orders. Tell the 2 platoons not to follow us. They should lie in ambush at the opposite staircase. After contemplating for a moment, Anson swiftly made his decision. We will initiate the assault from our side. If the enemy has superior numbers, we will fire a warning shot with volley fire and then retreat towards the main entrance while they flank us from the side staircase. Suddenly, Anson halted mid-sentence, his eyes wide open as if turned to stone. Commander? Hey, Commander. Sensing something amiss, Carl quickly grasped Anson's shoulder, blocking the view of the soldiers behind him and whispering urgently in Anson's ear. He vaguely recalled a similar occurrence on that foggy morning when the figure before him had experienced a similar episode. But Carl only guessed half the truth. This time, it was not the head, but the heart. The mark left by the cursed magic was burning Anson's heart. The moment he attempted to use his powers to glimpse the situation within the main hall, images in his mind erupted into chaos. and the hexagram mark began to sear into his heart. It felt as if it were some kind of warning. "Commander!" Awakened, Anson jolted, a cold sweat covering his forehead as he turned to Carl Bane, whose expression was fraught with tension. Almost as he regained his senses, his powers began to wane, and the burning sensation in his chest gradually subsided, leaving only a faint lingering pain as a reminder. "How are you feeling now? If you're unwell, we can." "I'm fine," Anson interrupted while still slightly panting. "Listen, the plan has changed. 2 commands. First, you must immediately lead everyone in the regiment to retreat to the top of the main fortress and maintain vigilance at the wooden door. Then, if you sense anything unusual, evacuate from the fortress at once. Remember, any anomaly. Do not hesitate. Leave immediately." "Understood," Carl replied without hesitation, then bit his lip and looked at Anson. "And you?" That's the second command." A wry smile crept onto Anson's lips. "Don't ask." As their gazes met, Carl's expression grew solemn. "Are you certain?" "I am certain." Anson, still smiling bitterly, nodded seriously. "This is the best way to ensure that more people survive, including yourself. Do I appear to be someone seeking death? Not before, but now somewhat." Gazing at Anson, Carl extinguished his cigarette, exhaling slowly, and with a calm demeanor remarked, "Very well. I shall escort them to the top floor to await your arrival." Hearing the footsteps recede in the distance, Anson, with a heightened sense of tension, began his descent down the staircase towards the lowest level. Chapter 47. Just in time, the spiral staircase leading to the main hall was narrow and shrouded in darkness. With each step, Anson felt an imminent risk of slipping and falling. Yet, at this moment, this palpable danger provided him with a peculiar sense of reassurance. Gripping the already loaded Leopold rifle tightly, he struggled to suppress his fear, while a faint, searing pain persisted in his chest. As he descended closer to the main hall, the sensation intensified, becoming more pronounced and acute. It felt as if his instincts were warning him, urging him to refrain from venturing further down. There was nothing to fear. The fact that the dark mage entrusted this task to a mere novice like him indicated that the challenge was not insurmountable. The real concern lay in the potential consequences should he be discovered. His target was merely a member of the Old Gods faction colluding with the Church, Commander Krog Bernard of the Player Empire's garrison. Considering the likelihood that the adversary would also strive to maintain secrecy, there could be at most 10 individuals below. Even if he were outmatched, escape remained a viable option. Constantly reassuring himself, Anson inhaled deeply as his right foot landed on the final step of the spiral staircase. Before him stood the last door leading to the main hall. Holding his breath, Anson concealed himself behind the wall and slowly pushed the door open with the stock of his rifle. Adu. The moment he stepped into the main hall, a blood-curdling scream struck his mind with unnameable intensity. The tension in his nerves sent a jolt through Anson's body, and his pupils constricted in an instant. What greeted his eyes was an indescribable expanse of crimson. "Oh, so you finally chose to reveal yourself?" A deep, raspy voice froze Anson in his tracks as he had just taken a step forward. A figure resembling Louis Bernard stood at the dimly lit end of the hall, withdrawing his sword from the neck of a corpse. The body, still convulsing and spraying dark red liquid, was carelessly tossed among the scattered remains. The main hall was engulfed in an eerie silence, desolate and empty. There was nothing left, except for the mangled, dismembered corpses hanging from the ceiling. Lying against the walls, and still twitching, with torn muscles oozing blood, aside from the bizarre, viscous liquid that coated the floor and walls, reeking with a pungent aroma and bubbling ominously. Indeed, there was nothing at all. As his heart raced and the pain intensified, Anson found it increasingly difficult to maintain his sanity. His heightened awareness allowed him to observe the surroundings, where the bodies of Empire soldiers mingled with those clad in Clovis uniforms, alongside others in black robes, their identities indiscernible. Their only commonality was that they were all dead, each complete or fragmented, cold and rigid face, encased in the blood-soaked aftermath, was frozen in expressions of fear and despair. "You have arrived late, or perhaps just in time." The instant the figure spoke, Anson, feeling the floor's stickiness, halted in his tracks. Though he faced the figure's back, he sensed an intense gaze upon him. Beneath this dilapidated castle lay the remains of a blood mage of profound significance, one who had perished centuries ago. Each blood mage dedicated their life to transcending the frailty of mortal flesh, seeking immense power, keen intellect, immunity to disease, and ultimately, a state beyond humanity. Some believed that blood harbored unimaginable power, dedicating generations to uncover the path to immortality. This corpse, and the former master of this castle, were among them. They exploited the conflict between the Empire and Clovis, infiltrating this place before the war erupted, leveraging the Empire's strength to conquer Thunderclap Fortress and achieve their desires. The cost was to assist the Empire in ending this war. Krog Bernard recounted the tale as he leaned on the grotesque blood-stained sword, akin to narrating a story unrelated to himself. Pressing down his inner fear, Anson stared rigidly at his silhouette. Why? Why? Because. Krog paused, lifting his head slightly as if contemplating. This is most advantageous for us. He referred to us. That must imply the two of us. Swallowing hard, Anson raised the rifle barrel slightly. Of course, you are a significant part of the reason. Krog abruptly shifted the subject, his head twitching unnaturally, to Krog Bernard. I consider Louis Bernard, my dear brother, to be irreplaceable. Thus, when I erroneously believed he had sacrificed himself, I resolved to cease merely playing along and truly ally with those who sought to exploit me and lure me into becoming a blood mage. Time and again. Blood sacrifices awakened the corpse that should have long since decayed. A body that could continually draw power from blood, perpetually regenerating. But Louis, my beloved brother, lives. Hence, I changed my mind. For the illustrious Bernard name. Once a beacon of a bright future, but now manipulated and controlled by the old gods faction, Krog Bernard has become a burden, the longer he lingers. The more likely his identity as a blood mage will be exposed. With his finger firmly on the rifle's trigger, Anson fixed his gaze on Krog's figure. Reaching towards the grenade at his back, only one remained. For Krog Bernard, to me, the surname Bernard signifies everything. Compared to this esteemed and ancient name, all personal honor or disgrace, even life and death, are trivial. To prevent the tarnishing of the glory of Bernard, to conceal certain missteps, and to expedite the conclusion of this war, Krog Bernard shall become the hero and the victim of this conflict, and I shall attain eternal life. Anson's mind went blank as his nerves tightened. The body, seemingly soaked in blood, was covered in a viscous substance that wriggled like countless living things, slowly and chaotically crawling over Krog, infiltrating his body through exposed skin at the neck, chest, and every visible area. His trembling pupils gradually rose, observing that the area where a face should be had split in two. On the left, a visage strikingly similar to Louis, while the right had entirely decayed, leaving only a thin layer of putrid flesh. May I inquire, with a smile masking his uncontrollable expression and clutching the grenade tightly, Anson asked, who exactly are you now, Krog Bernard, or the blood mage who perished centuries ago? A smile emerged on Krog's face, the viscous substance oozing from the decayed corner of his mouth. Oh, you truly ought to pay close attention to my words, Anson Bach. I mentioned that this is most beneficial for us. Dragging the torn sword, now seemingly animated by the amalgamation of flesh and blood, Krog, with his blood-red eyes fixed on Anson, began to approach him. I also said that you arrived too late. Krog Bernard had consumed the corpse of the blood mage, gaining the boundless power of regenerative flesh, but these remnants alone were far from sufficient for my rebirth. Curiously, Anson Bach, it seems you possess the gift of bloodline power? Upon hearing this, Anson's pupils constricted once more. Krog, with his decayed right face contorting into a chilling grin, continued his slow advance. So, you have arrived just in time. Chapter 48. Blood Dance. As Anson beheld the approaching figure, dragging the torn great sword, his mind remained lucid, yet his body felt ensnared, as if pinned to the ground. Amidst the decay and crimson, the ghostly silhouette drew ever closer. With a click, his trembling right hand pulled the pin from the grenade, and a thick plume of white smoke erupted forth. Fixated on the oppressive figure, Anson began a silent countdown in his mind. 1, 2, 3. The shadow was hurled from his grasp, hurtling towards Krog's face. The right side of Krog's face twisted into a sinister grin as he rolled his eyes upward without lifting his head. He halted his advance, raising the great sword in an attempt to deflect the projectile. Almost simultaneously, Anson, now freed from his restraints, raised his gun and aimed. The Leopold rifle, already loaded, locked onto the descending shadow as he decisively squeezed the trigger. Smoke billowed, and a straight trajectory of bullets surged forth from the muzzle, colliding with the white trail of the shadow in midair. Boom! The explosive fireball instantly engulfed Krog's figure, and the heat wave crashed into Anson, propelling him backward into the gradually cooling pool of blood. It seemed that not all the grenades sent by Roman were of inferior quality. Immediately, Anson rolled back to one knee, instinctively yanking the bolt and swiftly reloading his weapon. The surrounding blood mist surged violently as acrid fumes filled the air, and amidst the decay, flickering flames could still be seen dancing within the blood-soaked remnants. Beads of cold sweat dotted Anson's forehead as he steeled his nerves, focusing intently on the center of the blood mist, where Krog, now devoid of humanity, was clearly not a foe to be vanquished by a mere grenade. At that moment, a piercing shriek shattered the silence as Krog's great sword sliced through the blood mist, directly aimed at Anson. Thud! With no time to contemplate, Anson fired at the oncoming shadow and rolled to the side in a desperate evasion. The fleeting firelight barely grazed the sword's tip, which veered slightly off course, piercing the wooden door behind him. In the next instant, Krog's figure surged forth from the blood mist, lunging at Anson with inhuman speed. Crash! The elongated bone blade erupted from Krog's right arm, descending with a force aimed at puncturing Anson's skull, narrowly avoiding the strike. Anson watched helplessly as the ground beneath him shattered upon impact. Following the explosion, Krog's once handsome visage was reduced to a grotesque ruin. The right side reduced to mere bone. The viscous liquid vanished, replaced by the grotesque, oozing flesh that writhed and festered around the skeletal remains. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity as Krog swung wide, Anson fired his gun, piercing Krog's neck. Splatter! As blood gushed forth, the pale shadow of the bone blade drew near from the right. Anson, trembling, relinquished his Leopold rifle, pushing off the stock, propelling himself backward. In that instant, the wooden gun was cleaved in two by the bone blade. The severely deformed barrel and mechanism lay scattered like scrap metal in the congealing pool of blood. Krog, lifting his left hand, gracefully extracted the dagger from his gushing neck. Clang! The crisp sound echoed as the steel dagger snapped in Krog's grip. Anson gaped in disbelief. If an explosion and a throat shot couldn't fell him, was a headshot the only solution? In that moment of desperation, Anson's mind was a blank slate, without a plan. Facing his adversary, he could not conceive of viable strategy. Yes, that expression, as I feast upon flesh, may you experience this same despair and helplessness. Clang! In a frantic roll, Anson exerted every ounce of strength to distance himself from the bone blade's arc. It was fortunate that he had chosen to be a sorcerer, allowing for such precise predictions, though he now deeply regretted not opting for a less human existence. Before he could regain his footing, the towering figure wielding the bone blade was upon him once more. With no time to dodge, Anson chose to duck, the pale blade whistling past his head, the sound threatening to shatter his eardrums. Kneeling, Anson drew his sidearm, desperately seeking a breakthrough. Above all, he must avoid close combat until he could ascertain Krog's weaknesses. Yet, he couldn't venture beyond 20 meters, or his predictions would. Anson watched helplessly as Krog's clenched fist bore down upon him. Bang! The gunfire erupted. The spinning bullet piercing Krog's chest, creating a gaping wound. Knocked back by the force of Krog's punch, Anson crashed against the wall of the main hall. Dust billowed, and the cracked wall behind him exploded, his slender form collapsing to the ground like a rag doll, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Anson leaned against the wall, struggling to rise, his trembling right arm lifting the revolver. Bang! 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 Without a hint of hesitation, he fired 5 shots at Krog's figure. The bullets struck Krog's chest, causing explosions of blood mixed with pus, momentarily hindering his speed. Yet, it was merely a momentary delay. In the next heartbeat, Krog, like a specter, closed the distance once more. Gritting his teeth, Anson instinctively sidestepped, the shrieking bone blade narrowly missing him. Slicing cleanly through his right sleeve, blood gushing from the wound, and staining the fabric crimson. Had he miscalculated the angle or distance by the slightest degree, the mere wind from the blade could have severed his entire arm. No, he needed to devise a plan quickly. Was there any feasible strategy? Even one to temporarily stall Krog? Even if it was just a momentary distraction to seek an opportunity. Thud! Anson, sprawled in the pool of blood, rolled in a desperate bid to evade. But Krog offered no reprieve. As the bone blade missed, a new assault was already upon him. Thud! A kick sent Anson soaring across the main hall, rolling through the blood until he finally came to a halt several meters away, his face pale. He lay on the ground, blood continuing to seep from his mouth, the searing pain in his chest rendering even breathing a Herculean task. Clang! Until those blood-red eyes, oozing with pus, reappeared in his line of sight. Despair gripped Anson as he watched Krog raise the torn greatsword. the scene of his entry into the main hall replaying before him. It was the end. With a chilling voice, Krog pronounced his grim verdict. Just at that moment. Bang! The gunfire rang out. The fleeting bullet scar transformed Krog's sinister grin into a mist of blood and shattered flesh. Chapter 49. A desperate struggle with a resounding clang. The colossal sword struck the ground, accompanied by the thud of a headless body collapsing onto the floor. The main hall, thick with the stench of blood and decay, lay silent as a grave, gritting his teeth against the pain. Anson turned to gaze at the massive figure sprawled in a pool of crimson, its shattered skull leaving only a remnant connected to the neck, from which putrid flesh and blood oozed forth as the still-twitching corpse bled profusely. Is it over? The remains of the Blood Mage, intertwined with the old god cult, had been regarded as a formidable threat by both the Dark Mage and Colonel Roman. Was it really possible that Krog Bernard had been felled by a single shot? Staring at the corpse that continued to twitch in the blood, Anson found it hard to believe, yet the undeniable truth lay before him. With its head obliterated, it could hardly regenerate, could it? Anson, I'm here. I'm fine. Lisa. The petite figure cowered behind the wall. And if not for the lingering smoke surrounding her and the gun barrel protruding from behind the wall, Anson would scarcely have perceived her presence. Even though he had suspected her identity at the sound of gunfire, seeing her there brought a complex mix of emotions. He had clearly instructed Carl. Well, never mind that. Winching at the pain radiating from his seemingly broken ribs, Anson forced a self-deprecating smile and struggled to rise from the ground. He felt he had little room to complain, considering how close he had come to death. Observing Lisa's frightened form still hiding behind the wall, he recalled the Dark Mage's mention of the ancient surname August, which could be traced back to before the foundation of the Clovis Kingdom and was likely linked to the old god cult. In light of this, Carl's decision to send Lisa August alone did not seem to violate his orders, as it did not expose the existence of old god cult members within Thunder Fortress. Or so he hoped. Reassuring himself, Anson stumbled toward Lisa. Just then, click, the little girl, fixated on Anson, nervously pulled back the gun's mechanism and deftly loaded ammunition into the chamber. What? Anson froze, astonished. In the next moment, suppressing her trembling, Lisa bit her lip and, as if resolute, aimed the smoking gun directly at his face. Lisa, remaining motionless. Anson clenched the revolver loaded with flash rounds in his right hand while discreetly concealing a lead bullet in his left palm. Anson. Lisa. Her lips pressed tightly together, her pupils quivering, suddenly inhaled deeply and shouted with all her might. Anson. Get down. Without a moment to think, Anson instinctively hurled himself to the left. Bang. In the instant the gunfire erupted, a spiraling bullet collided midair, exploding into a shower of sparks. Krog Bernard, who should have been dead, had somehow risen from the blood pool, brandishing the grotesque, blood-soaked sword once more. His head was obliterated, leaving behind only a ghastly gash. The charred remnants had long since fallen away, and the rotting flesh writhed violently, feverishly mending what was lost. With a swing of the now reanimated sword, the air was filled with a soul-chilling shriek. Having narrowly evaded a fatal blow, Anson did not have time to ponder. Gripping the lead bullet tightly with his left hand as he activated his only spell, Flame Convergence, while attempting to swiftly maneuver behind a nearby column to evade Krog's pursuit. However, Krog ignored Anson entirely, pivoting sharply towards the still reloading Lisa. Lisa run. In that frantic moment, Lisa, unable to finish reloading, decisively abandoned her gun and fled in the opposite direction from Anson. It was then Anson noticed that Lisa was strapped with 3 or 4 different rifles on her back, with revolvers hanging from her thighs. Clearly, Carl had not sent her unarmed. The headless figure lunged forward, the shrieking sword crashing down. Boom. In the swirling dust and blood mist, Lisa, fully armed, narrowly evaded Krog's lethal strike. Her airborne form leaped off the wall, landing behind the headless figure. Krog, missing his target, whirled around, and the sword grazed the wall, sending sparks flying as it aimed a horizontal slash at the freshly landed Lisa. Bang! A bullet struck true, spiraling from Lisa's armpit to penetrate Krog's right shoulder. The impact caused Krog's right arm to sag, and the sword fell to the ground. Yet, in the next instant, the headless Krog, driven by the writhing flesh, forcibly reattached his severed arm and swung the sword once more. Wide-eyed, Lisa stared helplessly at the incoming blade. It was too late. There was no time to reach him. In agonizing pain, Anson gritted his teeth and raised the revolver, decisively pulling the trigger. Bang! In the next moment, The lead bullet aimed at Krog's chest ignited in an eerie blaze, trailing a long tail of fire through the air. Boom. The spell, flame convergence, engulfed Krog in golden red flames, while the shockwave sent Lisa tumbling into the blood pool, where she landed safely, sustaining only minor injuries before losing consciousness. With his ability to accurately gauge distances and react instantly, this was the hallmark of a spellcaster. As the flames subsided, Krog stood unscathed amidst the blood, his sword still brandished. Anson, with a stiffened expression, stared at him, his lips twitching slightly. The headshot had failed, the lead bullet was ineffective, grenades had no effect, and his only spell had proven futile. He was out of options. Dragging the sword, Krog advanced once more. To flee? No, it was too late. Anson furrowed his brow. In his current state, he feared that the moment he attempted to escape, he would be impaled from behind and torn to shreds. He did not intend to die, nor did he wish to perish in this place, even with the faintest glimmer of hope. He was determined to defeat the creature that sought to devour him. In that case, he would have to employ a more daring strategy. Taking a deep breath, Anson, still panting heavily, retrieved lead bullets from his ammunition bag, methodically inscribing flame convergence upon each one before loading them into the chamber. Then, he aimed at the headless figure. Boom, 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 boom. Unceasingly, Anson, with an expression of cold indifference, fired 6 shots in rapid succession. Golden red flames erupted repeatedly around Krog, and the deafening explosions caused the entire hall to tremble, while the dancing tongues of fire ignited the blood-soaked floor and walls. Amidst the roaring inferno, Krog's form was once again consumed by the flames, his body stripped of all clothing and hair. As chunks of flesh turned to charcoal and fell away, quickly replaced by proliferating blood and pus. Where his head once was, a grotesque lump of flesh, formed from countless oozing boils, emerged, at the center of which a blood-red eyeball grew. If it could still be called an eyeball. If Krog Bernard had once resembled a semblance of a normal human, he was now a grotesque monstrosity. The tearing sword, along with his right arm, was blasted away. Yet this did not deter Krog. From the severed stump, a pale bone blade emerged, stretching forth from the writhing mass of flesh. As the looming figure approached, Anson, his expression devoid of emotion, discarded the empty revolver and unsheathed his blade from his side. With his left hand behind him and his body angled forward, he adopted an offensive stance. Thrust. The gleaming edge of the knife plunged into Kroger's chest. Thrust. A jolt coursed through Anson as he clenched his jaw, fixating on the bone blade that pierced his own torso. Blood surged uncontrollably from his mouth. Son, struggling to awaken from the pool of blood. Lisa's wide eyes reflected the sight of Anson collapsed in his crimson fate. Tears streamed down her dust-laden and blood-streaked cheeks. Chapter 50, Unleashed. The petite figure erupted in a heart-wrenching wail, resembling a frenzied beast, as Lisa recklessly roared at the monstrous Krog. Die. Sensing the commotion, Krog paused, his blood-red eyes, enveloped in grotesque tumors, turning towards her. The pale, bloodied bone blade, manipulated by his writhing arm, was raised above his head to meet the oncoming small silhouette. Clang! The thrusting dagger collided with the descending bone blade, producing dazzling sparks that danced through the air, brushing against the girl's flowing hair. Yet Lisa, with her reddened eyes, did not falter. Instead, she braced herself against the impact, aiming the gun at Krog's head and roaring as she pulled the trigger. Bang! The crimson orb of Krog's eye, fused with grotesque flesh, exploded into fragments in the blaze of gunfire, sending him staggering back 2 steps. Kill it. Tear it apart. Make it pay for Anson's death. A piercing cry erupted from Lisa's throat, echoing like a banshee's howl as she lunged fiercely at Krog's chest. The creature, with its head shattered, lost its balance and was knocked to the ground by her forceful charge. In the next moment, still gripping the steaming, smoking rifle, Lisa thrust the weapon deep into Krog's chest. Splatter. Blood and flesh gushed forth, splattering across her anguished face. As the fallen Krog lifted his bone blade, Lisa retaliated with a shot that shattered his arm. Tears streaming down her face, she drew a revolver from her side, its dark muzzle roaring amidst her cries. The gunfire erupted from her hands, a relentless barrage of lead bullets striking Krog's chest, reducing it to a pulpy mess amidst his violent spasms. Amidst her incessant wailing, Lisa's vision was engulfed in a sea of crimson. A peculiar compulsion surged within her small frame, and her furious heart honed in on a singular thought. Obliterate it. Shred this mass of flesh. Annihilate it. Click, click, click. with her ammunition exhausted. Lisa instinctively continued to pull the trigger. Simultaneously, Krog's left arm began to writhe violently, its swollen flesh crashing into Lisa's chest like a cannonball. Thud! The impact sent her crashing into the wall behind, her ribs crying out in agony. The empty revolver fell from her grasp, landing in the pool of blood. Yet, in the next moment, the small figure rose once more, her reddened eyes fixed malevolently on the writhing mass that was Krog, now resembling a grotesque mound of clay reformed. Krog, with his chest pierced by the gun barrel and dagger, began to fill the shattered remnants of his head with pulsating flesh. His eye sockets, punctured by bullets, became gaping wounds. Anson, who had sheltered her, was dead. Anson, who had fed her, was dead. Anson, who had given her a place to sleep, was dead. Anson, whom she promised to protect, was dead. Anson, who had shielded her, was dead, killed by that monster. Monster! Die! Sobbing and screaming, Lisa once again hurled herself toward Krog, her eyes now a vivid scarlet. In the burning sea of blood, the small figure and the headless mass of flesh clashed once more. Thud! In the boundless darkness, a powerful voice jolted Anson's consciousness from its haze. It felt familiar, yet somewhat alien. A presence he often heard yet frequently overlooked. What could it be? Gradually awakening, his consciousness groped through the darkness. Chaotic memories transforming into an endless stream of fleeting images. Each drop of bloodline power is a testament to a gifted individual. As the somewhat familiar voice resonated, Anson sensed his awareness sharpening. What had just transpired? This is a force embedded within your bloodline, or more accurately, a part of your being. Krog Bernard had decimated the old god faction in Thunder Fortress, devoured the corpse of the Blood Mage, and harnessed their blood to awaken the power within his own decaying flesh, transforming into a monster of infinite flesh. He had nearly perished at Krog's hands, only to be saved by Lisa's timely arrival. But what could she do against Krog, who remained unharmed even after having his head blown apart? And then? Why could he not recall the slightest detail? Thud! The familiar voice echoed once more. It sounded as if something encased was fracturing, slowly tearing open a rift in the darkness before him. Awakened, Anson ceased to ponder and began to listen intently to the voice. Every individual's bloodline power is unique and diverse, intricately linked to one's self-awareness. Thud! Anson finally remembered. It was the sound of his heartbeat. His heart still beat. He was not dead. Wait, why did he assume he was dead? What had he forgotten? Thus, I speculate that your bloodline power cannot be activated under normal circumstances. Or perhaps it is so feeble that even an inadvertent use goes unnoticed. Thud! A crisp, powerful sound reverberated, and the darkness before Anson shattered, blinding light seeping through the cracks. Then, he felt his heart engulfed in flames, burning fiercely. It was as if something long sealed and suppressed was desperate to rend apart the darkness that enveloped it. Regardless of the type of bloodline power, it fundamentally requires intense focus to manifest its effects. It is a part of your body, akin to limbs or organs. Bear in mind, many gifted individuals have faced irreversible consequences due to neglecting this principle. Boom. The darkness constraining his consciousness was replaced by roaring flames. The flames coalescing at the center of his heart began to spread through his limbs, igniting his entire being under Anson's conscious command. His once icy blood gradually warmed. In a trance, it felt as if his body was undergoing a metamorphosis. He sensed his bones regenerating, his vigorous heart pouring forth fresh blood. The decayed flesh and shattered bones dissolving under an unknown force, as the blood and flesh of his form renewed. Gradually awaken this power within you. It will begin to fortify your body. You will discover significant enhancements in both physical and mental faculties when activating your bloodline power, alongside the emergence of special abilities. Though I do not believe there exists a hierarchy among bloodline powers, the manifestation of various abilities often surpasses human imagination. Some focus on physical enhancement. Others influence those around you. Some exist on a mental plane, while others can even foresee certain impending events. This process is unparalleled in its agony and does not occur instantaneously. It is a relentless tide, gradually reshaping one's body alongside the blazing fire. As the flames waned, Anson once again heard his heartbeat, felt the blood coursing through his veins. The power ignited by the flames, akin to ash after the fire's glow, dissolved into his being. He felt it, sensed that force, that was granting him a rebirth. Chapter 51: The Final Plan in the dimly lit interior of the main fortress's top floor. Over 100 soldiers huddled against the walls, facing each other in pairs, trembling as they clutched their rifles, their eyes wide open like mice hiding in a cave. Beyond the sturdy wooden door, the cacophony of battle mingled with the relentless downpour, filled with the sounds of clashing steel and anguished cries. Below the staircase lay an impenetrable darkness, a place they had been strictly ordered to avoid. They found themselves trapped between the two, mere mice seeking to survive. Observing the fearful expressions of his comrades in the shadowy corridor, Carl Bain could not suppress a sigh. In his neither long nor short military career, he had never endured a battle as grueling as this one. With a cheap cigarette clenched between his teeth, he searched his pockets for a matchbox. Yet his frustration grew as he failed to find one. Suddenly, a flicker of flame illuminated the darkness, drawing the attention of most soldiers in the corridor. The feeble flame quivered as it inched toward the cigarette's tip, releasing a cloud of acrid smoke, while the burning tobacco glimmered in a tempting golden red hue. Lieutenant Carl Bain. The soldier holding the match spoke cautiously. Are we really not going down? What is the matter? Carl, slightly irritated, turned to the soldier who had offered him a light. Nothing. I just feel it seems a bit dangerous here. The soldier, biting his lip, wore an odd expression. Why are we left here? I mean, if it's really perilous below, or... Soldier, I've served in Clovis's army for several years, engaged in numerous battles, both victorious and defeated. Do you wish to know the secret of how I have survived to become a lieutenant? The soldier, interrupted and enveloped in Carl's smoke, nodded vigorously despite his coughing. Just one thing. Carl raised a finger. Do not say I think. A soldier like you will always be the first to fall. The frightened soldier shuddered, and the gazes of those around him quickly averted from Carl's. When did you join the First Legion? Carl asked, observing the soldier's frightened demeanor, the corner of his mouth curling into a smirk. On the day of the cavalry charge, or was it the day we reinforced the artillery? The soldier replied earnestly, a hint of pride in his expression. The foundry that forged this batch of cannons is near my home. I worked as a laborer there. Ah, that explains it. Carl nodded, then looked solemnly at the soldier. Listen closely, lad. I don't know why you enlisted, but remember, in an army, the most crucial thing is not the grand victories, nor the annihilation of the enemy, but survival. As a soldier, you must unwaveringly follow your commander, while doing everything possible to ensure both your lives remain intact. Sometimes you may lose, sometimes you may win, but as long as you are alive, you still have the chance to lose, unlike those fallen conquerors who have truly lost their chance. And you are fortunate to have a rather extraordinary commander, Anson. This man is akin to a madman, crafting plans that are increasingly insane, yet time and again, bloody truths reveal that his methods are the key to survival. Each time you think he has lost his mind, recklessly leading everyone to their doom, you cannot fathom the extent of preparation and consideration behind those seemingly deranged plans. Therefore, regardless of how you feel, execute his orders precisely, allowing this battle to unfold as he envisions, for this is the most likely means for you to survive. Also, I am not his adjutant. The soldier gazed at Carl's righteous demeanor, somewhat perplexed. But I didn't ask that. Carl was taken aback, staring incredulously at the soldier, cigarette in hand. The soldier, with an innocent expression, nodded, utterly oblivious to his implication. After a moment's contemplation, Carl turned away and took a deep drag from his cigarette. I was merely cautioning you, to prevent you from truly asking. What is the most critical aspect of a plan? Foresight? Targeting? Feasibility? Constraints? Anson deems each of these vital. Yet every time he formulates a plan, he compulsively forces himself to devise a hypothetical scenario in which the entire plan fails. What then? Should one succumb to despair? That is not his style. Always have a contingency plan. Always consider how to secure a sliver of hope in the face of complete defeat. The bloodline power serves as Anson's contingency. After acquiring ample information about the bloodline power from Louis Bernard and conducting numerous trials, Anson has surmised that his bloodline power likely falls under the category of extreme conditions. The most extreme scenario posits that this ability may only activate when one is on the brink of death or in a state of unconsciousness. Regarding this, Anson has unearthed two pieces of evidence from his memories. Firstly, according to Louis Bernard, Anson must have undergone sufficient training and awakened his bloodline power. Otherwise, he would not have been able to perceive its existence nor recognize himself as a gifted individual. Secondly, amidst Anson's inherited memories, aside from the absence of any related recollections of bloodline power, he also lacks all memories of the moment he was slain, surely not a coincidence. This explains why he awoke unscathed, surrounded by blood on the table and his body, with a bullet lodged in his throat. If that is indeed the case, then in the face of desperation, as long as he can avoid a fatal blow that leads to immediate demise, he can at least strive for a chance of redemption. Simultaneously, considering the possibility of amnesia, he must devise a means to leave behind critical traces and evidence before being eliminated, to inform his reborn self on how to proceed. Gasping, Anson awoke amidst a pool of blood, his mouth agape as he inhaled deeply, as if he were a drowning man. Anson Bach, has returned to life. Plan successful, Chapter 52, within the plan clang. In a sharp metallic clash, Lisa leaped past Krog, who wielded a pale bone blade. At the moment of the fiery explosion, the already battered dagger tore through Krog's shoulder again, spewing forth a foul mixture of pus and blood from the rotting flesh. In the next instant, the petite figure that had rolled to the ground quickly aimed her gun at Krog's back and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet exploded behind Krog, tearing through flesh, and the imposing figure collapsed to the ground as if struck by a heavy hammer. Not enough, this was still insufficient. It had yet to be torn to shreds. It must pay the price. The tear-streaked girl let out a low growl between her clenched teeth, her legs springing from the ground as she lunged at the fallen Krog. Clang! Just as the dagger came bearing down, the pale bone blade, controlled by its writhing arm, crashed onto Lisa's rifle with the force to snap an arm. The forged steel barrel twisted in a terrible wail, breaking the wooden stock in two. In that moment of imbalance, the whistling blade grazed past Lisa's head, and her unguarded petite form toppled forward. Then, she collided with Krog's knee. Thud! The forceful knee strike sent Lisa soaring like a cannonball, crashing heavily against a column engulfed in flames. Bricks shattered, and dust filled the air. The battered Lisa crawled from the pool of blood beneath her, her trembling legs struggling to support her frail body, bruised and battered from countless impacts, nearing her limits. Yet her reddened eyes remained unchanged. Retrieving the last loaded rifle from behind her, her small hands gripped the weapon steady, devoid of tremor. As Krog rose again, the gaping wound on his back was now replaced by writhing, grotesque flesh. Accompanied by a roar that tore through the air, his hulking figure approached Lisa menacingly. Almost instinctively, Lisa deftly dodged the descending pale blade. In the instant the bricks shattered, the terrifying and bizarre blade altered its angle, sweeping towards her. In that fleeting moment, with her eyes blazing crimson, Lisa chose not to retreat, but instead leapt directly at Krog's chest. Her rifle was raised high, resembling a great sword as it aimed for the grotesque head. Thud! The burst of pus and flesh splattered across her, transforming her tear-streaked visage into one of ferocity. She drove the dagger, along with the rifle's muzzle, inch by inch into Krog's body, seeking to tear it apart, to annihilate it. To die, damn you. Roaring, Lisa pulled the trigger. Bang! In the instant the gunfire erupted, it was Lisa who was sent flying. In the final moment, Krog grasped the rifle's barrel, hurling both the gun and Lisa into the roaring flames. The bullet shot forth, piercing the flesh that connected to the pale blade. The petite figure, tumbling into the sea of fire, managed to roll and evade most of the Inferno, emerging with only traces of ash and burns, yet she had lost her last rifle. Barehanded, she rose once more from the pool of blood, like an injured cub, growling across the burning expanse at Krog. Clang! Krog picked up the torn greatsword again. As if some memory had awakened within its consciousness, the bloodied flesh gripping the hilt writhed violently and activated the mechanism atop. The nearly 2-meter greatsword transformed into a fearsome whip. In the next moment, Krog swung the sword, the shrieking blade slicing through the flames towards Lisa. The agile figure evaded the lethal strike, the spinning blade pursuing her like a living beast. Though her heart was consumed by rage, Lisa understood that without a weapon, she had no chance to confront that terrifying blade head-on. Evasion was her only option. Leaping, rolling, sliding, dodging. Within the not-so-spacious hall, the young girl, like a small beast, utilized her diminutive stature and swift steps to evade Krog's relentless assaults. The tearing greatsword repeatedly missed her by mere inches, causing deafening explosions against the bricks. Yet Krog showed no signs of ceasing, the arm wielding the torn greatsword continuously writhing with new flesh. The terrifying weapon had seemingly become a part of its being, launching new attacks without respite. However, such one-sided evasion could not last indefinitely. Upon landing once more, Lisa found herself cornered, realizing she had lost her escape route. The shrieking greatsword swung up again, targeting her small frame. In that instant, Her eyes widened as Lisa suddenly abandoned her attempt to evade, her astonished face reflecting disbelief. Boom! Gunfire erupted, the flames exploding in midair, intercepting the descending blade. Gasping for breath, Anson stood behind Krog, unarmed but resolute, having discarded his smoking rifle into the pool of blood. Anson! At that moment, as Lisa screamed, the redness in her pupils gradually faded, surprise and joy flooding her dirty little face. Anson, you're still alive. Just moments ago. She had witnessed Krog's pale blade pierce Anson's chest, watching him cough blood and collapse at the creature's feet. Yet now, he stood before her, seemingly unscathed. With only tattered clothing and hardly any visible fatal wounds, even fewer scratches and injuries than she bore. Confusion flickered through Lisa's mind, quickly replaced by elation. Regardless, Anson was alive. Alive meant he could eat. Yes, it seemed so. With a gentle smile, Anson nodded, his gaze sweeping to the now-turned Krog, dragging the great sword towards him. Fixing his gaze on the extra bayonet and rifle barrel protruding from Krog's chest, a thought occurred to him. Lisa, here. The summoned girl immediately stood up, though unarmed. She struck a posture of readiness against Krog. Listen carefully, my next command concerns you. Me, Carl Bane, the First Legion, and the lives of thousands outside. Though his words were grave, Anson spoke as casually as if discussing the weather and dinner, staring intently at the approaching Krog. Inform Ludwig, at the artillery position. In 5 minutes, to signal for all cannons to concentrate fire on the fortress. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. The excited response from Lisa suddenly faltered. But what about you, Anson? Anson, unarmed, smiled lightly. Do not worry, for it is all part of the plan. Chapter 53. The heart of Krog. In the moment Lisa turned and sprinted towards the stairs, Krog abruptly raised his great sword, striking at her petite figure without warning. Clang! The bullet collided with the sword's tip, sparking a brief flare, while the chain sword veered slightly off its course, crashing into the wall outside, narrowly missing the fleeing Lisa. Observing the girl's retreating silhouette, Anson felt a slight sense of relief. Yet his expression grew increasingly grave as he methodically began reloading the revolver he had just retrieved from the pool of blood. 5 minutes. This was the entirety of time Anson allotted himself to make a desperate attempt. If the clues left by his dying self could not eliminate Krog within these 5 minutes, he would have to prepare for the exposure of the old god's cult. Aside from Krog, Anson would also need to explain how he acquired this information and why he attempted to conceal it. The Order would undoubtedly hunt him down for his amateurish involvement with the heretical old god's cult, and the Archbishop's favored son would readily place the blame for the failed siege of Thunder Fortress squarely on his shoulders. The ensuing life would require him to live in hiding, evading the relentless pursuit of the Church and various official factions, seeking a glimmer of hope within the Dark Sorcerer's malevolent underground organization. Unless, of course, he failed to vanquish this monster bearing the name Krog within 5 minutes. As he sensed Krog's imminent attack, Anson's body stiffened momentarily before he instinctively propelled himself to the left. Almost simultaneously, the dark, rending greatsword surged toward him with astonishing velocity, while Anson's right hand, guided by reflex, raised the gun and aimed at Krog's head. The gunfire erupted, and the crimson eye at the center of the grotesque, pulsating mass burst into fragments. Boom! Amid the rising smoke, Krog's silhouette emerged, dragging the great sword, while a fresh blood-red eye reflected Anson's startled visage within its depths. Unlike before, when losing its head would have rendered it momentarily unconscious, this time it exhibited no response at all. A bullet to the head proved ineffective, and there was no expectation that lead could inflict any harm. Was it for this very reason that he had discarded all firearms before his demise? With a jolt of realization, Anson scarcely had time to ponder further as he lunged forward to the left. Thud! Almost the instant he moved, the chain sword's afterimage whizzed past the spot he had just occupied, raising a cloud of dust against the wall of the grand hall behind him. As the haze dissipated, the sword's tip was embedded deep within the wall, pinning the entire chain sword in place. Seizing this opportunity, Anson dashed toward Krog's figure, stepping through pools of blood. Krog, having anticipated the miss, twitched violently as though devoid of bones, launching a powerful punch aimed directly at Anson's face. The gust from the punch ruffled Anson's hair, and he could almost feel the sharp pain resonating within his eardrum. Instinctively, he turned and raised his arm, colliding his elbow against Krog's fist. Crack! But Anson held firm. In that fleeting moment of impact, he distinctly felt an unusual force surge through his arm, allowing him to withstand Krog's iron fist rather than being shattered and sent flying. Was this the power of bloodline strength? His expression filled with astonishment. Anson had no time to contemplate further as he witnessed Krog's arm, now freed, moving in a manner beyond human capability, crashing toward him like a raging torrent. Drawing upon that sudden influx of strength, Anson forsook his own offense, focusing solely on blocking and evading. The sorcerer's precise judgment of distance allowed him to narrowly escape lethal strikes time and again, employing minimal shifts and turns to evade Krog's relentless onslaught. At that moment, Krog seemed a completely different entity, impatient and ferocious, leaving Anson no room to approach or catch his breath. His frantic demeanor resembled that of a wild beast sensing danger. Bang! Bang! Once more, Anson blocked Krog's cannon-like punches with his elbow, wincing in pain, as he swiftly drew his revolver and fired twice at Krog's lower torso, with both thigh and knee shattered. Krog lost his balance, his grotesque form teetering back from the impact of the bullets. With a flick of his wrist, Anson discarded the spent revolver magazine to the left. Grasping the remaining bullets tightly, he inscribed the conflagration rune upon them. Just then, as he prepared to pursue with his weapon, a chill ran down his spine, prompting him to roll away without hesitation. As Krog fell, the rending great sword was wrenched from the shattered wall, emitting a terrifying shriek akin to a living creature as it lunged toward Anson like a venomous serpent. Almost simultaneously, Krog, now rising, lunged toward Anson's position. The pulsating mass of flesh, with its blood-red eyes, greedily fixated on Anson like a famished predator eyeing its quarry. In the next heartbeat, facing the reflection of that dark silhouette in Krog's eyes, Anson, maintaining his composure, raised his gun and fired. The lead bullet, imbued with the power of conflagration, shot forth, igniting into flames as it neared the sword's tip. Boom! A golden-red blaze erupted in the air, the shockwave not only repelling the rending greatsword but also sending Anson flying. Yet, rather than away, he was propelled directly toward Krog's chest. The gust howled past his ears, and Anson curled his body, launching himself like a cannonball at Krog. Thud! The iron fist, pulsating with flesh, detonated against Anson's chest. With wide eyes, Anson found himself clinging to Krog's left arm, blood gushing from his mouth. Trembling, he secured his left arm around Krog's limb, while his trembling right hand grasped the hilt of the dagger embedded in his chest. Krog burner. Feeling the violent convulsions within his chest, Anson slowly lifted his gaze, locking onto that blood-red eye. You say? A creature like you, whose flesh can proliferate endlessly, and even a headshot cannot bring it down. If I were to crush your heart, would it ever regrow? I suspect we are both quite curious, so let us find out. At that moment, Anson inscribed the conflagration rune onto the dagger piercing Krog's chest, and the hilt became searing hot, a strange red glow emanating from beneath the writhing flesh. In the next heartbeat, a golden red flame erupted from the flesh, piercing through Krog's chest like a blazing spear. Boom! As the roar echoed, disregarding the pain, Anson threw himself to the ground, pressing his body against the floor. The explosive flames first pierced vertically, then engulfed Krog's form, the writhing mass of flesh transforming into a colossal torch, radiantly burning amid the blood-soaked grand hall. When the cacophony subsided, Anson cautiously lifted his head. Among the roaring flames, a charred figure remained. Encased within that scorched shell was a heart that still pulsated. Chapter 54. Triumph. Thud. 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 Anson's gaze froze as he beheld the pulsating heart before him. Its bloodied surface, marred by searing burns, bore an engraving of a six-pointed star identical to his own. Unlike his own, which appeared to be the result of a branding, this one resembled a mark inflicted by a sharp instrument. Was this six-pointed star, carved into the heart with a blade, the insignia of the blood mage? Just as Anson was lost in thought, the still-beating heart suddenly erupted with a foul-smelling pus and blood from its gaping wound. The torn flesh began to writhe uncontrollably and sprout grotesque tumors enveloped in pus. An abundance of these pus-filled sacs soon encased the heart, swelling outward as if they were forming a boneless torso. Was it attempting to resurrect itself? Thud. 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 Startled, Anson sprang into action, his pain-ridden body lunging toward the charred remains of Krog, aiming his revolver at the heart for rapid fire. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets struck the tumors and heart, exploding and showering the area with a mixture of flesh and pus, akin to a gushing geyser. The shredded flesh revealed the heart, still pulsing in the center of the mutilated torso. Now was the moment. Gritting his teeth, Anson dove into the flames, his outstretched hand piercing through the expanding tumor, forcibly extracting the heart from within. Clutching the still-beating heart of Krog, his right hand was drenched in blood and pus. Almost simultaneously, pain surged through his palm as the heart's oozing pus began to corrode his hand, visibly spreading the ever-growing tumor across his arm. Anson's pupils constricted sharply, and without a moment's hesitation, he drove his searing military knife into the heart, tearing away the flesh of his palm and forearm. The heart, still throbbing, spewed forth pus and blood while ravenously consuming the flesh that was ensnared by the tumor, slowly corroding and dissolving it into the proliferating mass of pus and tumors. Was this the so-called secret of infinite flesh proliferation? It was not mere multiplication, but a ceaseless hunger, a flesh sack that devoured all blood and flesh that drew near. Even a mere touch would lead to rapid corrosion and assimilation, and its host would gradually lose their own flesh, organs, and mind in this relentless process of consumption and enhancement. When Krog Bernard, who had once been shot in the head by Lisa, rose again, how much of him remained that was truly his own? Gazing at the heart, still beating and pierced by a blade, Anson slowly raised his right hand and with a soft snap of his fingers, ignited the heart marked by conflagration. Under Anson's silent watch, it gradually lost its vitality in the embrace of flames, withering into dust and billowing black smoke that dispersed into the air. It was over. Observing the dissipating remnants of Krog Bernard, Anson, who had fought tooth and nail for survival, felt no joy in victory within his hollow heart. Only blood could achieve immortality. This was the ultimate fate of Krog Bernard, who had succumbed to the path of the blood mage. And what awaited him? Who had chosen the path of the cursed mage? In the dimly lit main hall, silence reigned. A minute later, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircases on either side of the hall. Before they even descended, Carl caught the acrid scent of blood and gunpowder. As the soldiers burst into the hall, they were immediately taken aback. The colors of blood and flames filled their wide eyes. The walls were smeared with foul-smelling pus and blood. Dismembered limbs and scattered corpses lay amid pools of blood that soaked the floor, while flames flowed like liquid through the blood, sizzling ominously. Faced with the hellish scene before them, the pallid faces of the new recruits turned, and they began to vomit uncontrollably. Carl Bain, feeling queasy, furrowed his brow as he surveyed the hall. Aside from his commanding officer, he could not find the one person who should have been present, Krog Bernard. Among the scattered bones and corpses, the commander of the Imperial Guards was conspicuously absent. Not even the uniform that would have identified him remained. Only a colossal, torn sword that no ordinary person could wield, quietly lying in the pool of blood beside Anson. What on earth had transpired? Even if blown to bits by grenades, there shouldn't be nothing left, right? Recalling Lisa's animated gestures when she sought him out, Carl decided it was best not to inquire further. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the multitude of questions that swirled in his mind, adopting an expression of ignorance as he approached the stunned Anson. "What are you thinking, Commander?" "Ah, nothing." Coming back to himself, Anson slightly turned his head to glance at the strained smile on Carl's face. "Where's Lisa?" "Following your orders. I sent her to relay messages to the artillery positions. Only someone as inconspicuous as her could slip away from the chaos of battle." Carl shrugged, his keen eyes immediately noticing Anson's blood-soaked right hand and the obvious burn on his left. Yet, amidst the blood-stained uniform, there was merely a small, inconspicuous bruise on his chest. "So, did we win?" Anson nodded. "What about Krog Bernard?" Carl asked deliberately. Anson's expression turned melancholic. "He is no longer significant." "All right." Suppressing his urge to pry further, Carl nodded. "What now?" "Outside, the fighting continues fiercely. We may have thousands of conscripts driven out by the Imperial scum again. What shall we do?" "Simple." Anson picked up the torn sword from the ground and casually tossed it to Carl. "We triumph." "Triumph." Carl barely caught it, nearly dropping it in panic. "Yes, triumph." Anson nodded vigorously, a smile spreading across his face as he strode toward the soldiers retching on the ground. "Soldiers, listen closely. The 1st Infantry Corps. We have conquered the main fortress of Thunderhold, slain the commander of the Imperial Guards, and secured the most crucial victory in this battle. Tell me, what do we do after victory?" "Triumph." The soldiers, still gagging, weakly echoed. "Louder. I can't hear you." Anson shouted, raising his sword high. "Triumph. Triumph. Triumph." Well said. Clenching his fist to his chest, he swung his sword toward the main entrance of the fortress. "We have won." and we shall triumph. Therefore, we shall march out through the front door with dignity, delivering a fatal blow to the imperial scum who still resist. 1st Infantry Corps. Form 2 columns and follow me. Target: Thunderhold. March toward victory. Chapter 55: The gunfire that ends the torrential rain at 12 minutes past 3 in the morning. The siege of Thunder Fortress was underway. In stark contrast to the relentless downpour, the fiercely escalating battle between offense and defense began to reveal a discernible trend. Initially, the unprepared Imperial defenders suffered devastating losses. The city gates fell, artillery was destroyed, and due to the early misjudgments of the frontline commanders, nearly 1/5 of their forces were squandered in a futile defense of the gates, overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the conscripted army in 2 waves. The immense disparity in troop strength, coupled with a fragmented defense, quickly led to the isolation of the Imperial forces stationed at various points. As thousands of conscripts breached the fortress, severing communications between units, several smaller detachments were encircled and annihilated following the deaths of their commanding knights. However, as the battle reached a fever pitch, the scales of victory began to tip away from the conscripted forces. Despite being cut off, the Imperial defenders maintained a solid command and organizational structure, and the morale of the Imperial soldiers remained relatively high until the fall of their officers. Conversely, the conscripted army had descended into chaos the moment they breached the gates. Mid-level officers could scarcely manage a single company, with some unable even to locate their platoon leaders, let alone comprehend the orders. The highest-ranking commanders had lost all control of their forces from the outset, rendering any sophisticated tactics utterly impossible, leaving them to await the inevitable outcome. With both sides deprived of their top commanders and the soldiers equally rigid and lacking in discipline, the Imperial defenders began to showcase their greatest advantage. While their tactical acumen was average, their combat prowess was exceptional. The knightly officers, driven by an insatiable thirst for glory, were unyielding and reckless, showing no regard for the lives of their subordinates. These knights, often of humble origins who could not afford horses and thus served as infantry officers, longed for achievements far beyond those of their peers, even those of higher rank. In a conventional line battle, their outdated swordsmanship would be of little use. Yet amidst the chaos, against the untrained conscripts, these knights became nearly invincible. Drawing upon their extraordinary individual combat abilities, they withstood the initial wave of the conscripts' disorganized assaults. Although lacking any effective commands, these lower-ranking officers adhered to the traditions of the previous era, rallying towards nearby banners after routing the enemy before them. The disorganized conscripts were utterly powerless to halt them. Even if they tried, 1 or 2 companies could not withstand the resolute charge of the elite knights. By the time the mid-level officers, who had initially sought to capitalize on the situation, recognized this, it was far too late. The battle line, organized by the Imperial defenders, despite its rigidity, was not something a mere band of scattered soldiers could easily breach. Nonetheless, the Imperial defenders, having lost their artillery and heavy firepower, lacked the ability to completely expel the conscripts from the fortress. They could only repel wave after wave of futile assaults to maintain their lines. Both sides, ensnared in an impasse, could no longer afford to prolong the conflict. Within Thunder Fortress, as yet another chaotic assault was repelled by the volley fire of the Imperial defenders. Colonel Roman, witnessing the fleeing soldiers scatter, clenched his teeth in frustration and roared to the officer behind him, "Order the troops." A bloodshot-eyed officer staggered but quickly straightened his posture and responded loudly, "Yes, sir." Sound the call for the Grenadier Corps to take position. After a brief hesitation, the officer instinctively obeyed the command. The rallying call pierced through the downpour, as a formation advanced against the tide of retreating soldiers, stepping in unison into the turmoil of the front line where collapse loomed. Despite their disheveled appearance, the palpable aura of lethal intent and the imposing military presence of the Grenadier Corps halted many fleeing soldiers in their tracks, compelling them to veer away from a direct confrontation. For they were the Grenadier Corps, a stark contrast to the hastily trained conscripted soldiers. They were the regular elite brought over by Ludwig from the central province. Observing his determined troops, Colonel Roman was acutely aware that forcing them into battle after a march in the rain was an immense strain, likely diminishing their combat effectiveness. Yet, it was already 3 in the morning and dawn was imminent. Should they maintain their formation and face the enemy, he would not be surprised if the conscripts, with their low morale, disintegrated on the spot. He had no choice. Resolute, Colonel Roman turned his back to his comrades, pointing his saber at the enemy. Grenadier Corps, advance. The Grenadiers transitioned from a formation to a looser line, advancing through the rain and the retreating tide towards the defenses of the Imperial forces. The Imperial defenders, having just repelled a wave of attacks, quickly took note of their presence. The knightly officers brandished their swords and urged their soldiers to retaliate immediately. Bang! Bang! The hurried and chaotic gunfire erupted, a dense smoke cloud enveloping the Imperial defenders' ranks. In an instant, 1/10 of the Grenadiers fell. Yet, not a trace of panic or hesitation crossed their faces. Even as comrades fell beside them, struck by lead, they pressed forward, as if strolling leisurely across the rain-soaked battlefield. Grenadier Corps, take position. At Roman's command, the Grenadiers halted, their slender line raised their rifles in perfect unison. Almost simultaneously, the Imperial defenders completed their preparations, aligning over thrice the number of rifles against the Grenadier Corps. A profound silence fell upon the blood-soaked battleground, both sides awaiting the moment the other would fire. With a grim expression, Colonel Roman raised his slightly trembling saber high above his head. Boom! In that instant, the silence was shattered by a thunderous sound. Staring intently at the enemy lines, Roman's face suddenly reflected disbelief. It was not the sound of cannon fire, but rather, the main gates of Thunder Fortress being breached. Emerging from the gates was not the Imperial commander Krog Bernard, but rather, the First Legion. Anson. Stunned, Roman nearly forgot to lower his saber. He was not alone in his astonishment. As the crimson banner of Clovis appeared beneath the fortress gates, countless soldiers gaped in shock, friend and foe alike. Bang! The thunderous volley rang out, and the unprepared Imperial defenders collapsed in droves. Through the thick smoke, Anson stepped forth from the formation, followed closely by Karl Bane, wielding a massive sword, both shaken as they beheld dozens of rifles trained upon them, fearing they would be riddled with bullets at any moment. Yet they had overthought it. Upon seeing the massive sword in Anson's hand, the faces of all the officers and soldiers displayed a look of stunned disbelief. That sword, was it not the rending greatsword of Lord Krog Bernard? These wretched scum of the kingdom of Clovis, had slain Lord Krog Bernard? Gazing upon the silent battlefield of Thunder Fortress, Anson confidently raised the corners of his mouth. In the name of victory, I, Anson Bach, hereby declare that Krog Bernard is dead. This city has now been claimed by the kingdom of Clovis. Chapter 56. The New Year gift. As the torrential rain subsided and the sun ascended in the east, the first rays of sunlight, heralding a century of sanctity, illuminated the tower of Thunderclap Fortress. The banners of the Clovis unicorn, fluttering in the cold wind upon the shattered city walls, alongside the Imperial Iris standard, now cast into the muddy puddle strewn with bones, jointly declared the conclusion of the siege. The truth, however, was that the battle had already reached its end the moment Anson Bach burst forth from the main fortress, wielding the torn great sword to proclaim the death of Krog Bernard. At that instant, the vulnerabilities of the Imperial army were laid bare. Just moments prior, their spirits remained steadfast, engaged in vigorous combat with the conscripted forces. Yet, upon the revelation of their commander's demise, morale plummeted precipitously. Except for a few valiant knights who fought to the bitter end, only to be swiftly struck down, most officers and soldiers opted to abandon their weapons and banners. 10 minutes later, Ludwig Franz, who hurriedly arrived on the battlefield, accepted their surrender and, in his capacity as the commander of the conscripted forces, assured them that until the ransom was received, he would guarantee the safety of every officer's life and property. This promise from the son of the archbishop provided a sigh of relief for the knights, who felt fortunate not to have chosen martyrdom like their fallen comrades. However, the fate that awaited the remaining few hundred surviving Imperial soldiers was far less agreeable. Traversing the muddy terrain of Thunderclap Fortress, Ludwig, though weary in demeanor, spoke with an unexpected lightness. Before anything else, these men must be overseen by our conscripted forces. Therefore, Colonel Anson Bach, I now require a proper post-war management plan. Even without glancing, one could sense Ludwig's fervent desire to restrain his exuberance. How about we let them handle the siege positions outside? Anson, fatigued and distracted, suggested. The battle was over, and the entire conscripted army was preoccupied with assuming control of Thunderclap Fortress, or rather, dividing the fruits of this hard-won victory. While most of the spoils had to be secured pending inspection by the rear army officials, the conscripted forces possessed a significant advantage over the regular army in terms of the high standards of plunder. Anson, however, could not fathom why Ludwig, as the supreme commander and the largest stakeholder of the conscripted forces, was not hastening to claim his victory's bounty, instead of dragging himself into discussions about the prisoners. What was his intent? The siege positions? The battle had concluded, and the positions outside were certainly to be filled. After all, it was a project completed over several days by thousands of men, and leveling it entirely would not prove a simple task. Thus, perhaps we should let the prisoners do the work, Anson articulated cautiously. Ludwig murmured, his thoughts wavering between intrigue and concern. But wouldn't that be inefficient? The army won't allow us to linger here too long. New orders will arrive in a month at most. What will we do if it's not completed by then? We could implement a performance-based method. Anson continued to feign engagement. Performance? Yes. Akin to farm overseers with their laborers or factory supervisors with their workers. After a moment's reflection, and confirming that such a term existed in Anson's memory, he proceeded without hesitation, promised the prisoners that they will be released after the war, provided they toil diligently for their sustenance, establish certain benchmarks, such as a daily quota of work to qualify for additional rations or for a day of rest. Of course, monitoring and supervision are imperative. Particularly indolent or incapable individuals could be made examples of, subjected to punishment while performing arduous tasks in plain view of all. There is no need for excessive cruelty, merely enough for all to witness and hear. Should time run short, a few compliant individuals could be selected to assist in their redemption, informing the prisoners that they would be handed over to other forces post-evacuation, likely stimulating some motivation. Ultimately, as long as a system of rewards and penalties was established, ensuring that every prisoner could witness it firsthand, even the most reluctant among them would. Anson, fatigued to the point of lowering his guard, rambled on until he noticed Ludwig had halted, casting a peculiar gaze in his direction. What was wrong? Nothing. Ludwig shook his head, surveying him as if he were a new acquaintance. I just suddenly thought that if you hadn't enlisted, you would likely have become a particularly ruthless entrepreneur or foreman. Anson. However, the reason for summoning him was not to indulge in a discourse on life's aspirations. The brigadier swiftly regained his usual composure, his stern gaze returning to the matter at hand. We have arrived. Arrived? Anson, startled, slightly raised an eyebrow and followed Ludwig's gaze. This is the supply warehouse of Thunderclap Fortress, the largest among the 6 warehouses outside the stronghold. More importantly, it is the only one that has remained untouched by the Imperial garrison, including, but not limited to, 20,000 rifles, 10,000 crates of lead bullets and propellant, 40,000 uniforms and marching packs. Emergency reserves. A rough estimate places its value around 150,000 in gold coins. With a subtle smile, Ludwig extracted a key from his pocket and presented it to Anson. Now, it belongs to you. Anson's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed at the brigadier. Wait a moment. Are you implying indeed, according to the laws of the kingdom, you may only take 50%. The remainder must still be secured. As he thrust the key into Anson's astonished hand, Ludwig's smile deepened. Consider this a New Year's gift from me to you, Colonel Anson Bach. Although it is somewhat regrettable that the Burner brothers were not captured alive, this bounty is rightfully yours as the victor of the Thunderclap siege. I, Ludwig Franz, understand better than anyone had it not been for your assistance, had it not been for your plans. The conquest of Thunderclap Fortress after 19 days would have remained a mere fantasy. Most importantly, without your unwavering resolve compelling me to act decisively the moment the storm began, I doubt I would have possessed the courage to defy my father, the Archbishop of the kingdom. In that moment, a hint of self-deprecation crossed Ludwig's icy visage, a sigh of relief escaping him. So, harbor no reservations. There are no debts of gratitude here, and if there were, let it be my sincerest appreciation to you. As I mentioned, accept it as a New Year's gift. Gazing into Ludwig's earnest eyes, Anson, recovering from his shock, nodded in acceptance of this extraordinary gift. The low creak of the heavy door resonated, and the tightly sealed warehouse swung open before the 2 men like the fabled treasure troves of elves. At that instant, both stood breathless, contemplating the monumental sight of 10 infantry regiments worth of equipment amassed within that warehouse. Bang! The heavy doors swung wide, golden sunlight flooding into the towering, magnificent warehouse. Tall, grand, and expansive, then empty, not merely appearing sparse, but truly devoid of anything. There was not even a speck of dust. The cavernous warehouse contained only the diminutive figures of the 2 men. The pristine floor reflected the morning sunlight, almost blindingly so. Anson, struggling to find words, remained silent for a full minute before finally uttering in an unusually cheerful tone. Happy New Year. Chapter 57. Cheers, my esteemed commander. What are your thoughts? In a chamber within the Thunder Fortress, after hearing the entire story, Carl Bane, the local overlord, was not only unperturbed but even found it amusing. If that warehouse had not been emptied, how could the Imperial scum remain utterly unmoved? Yet, this is Thunder Fortress, the largest logistics hub and supply station north of the southern stronghold. Anson, visibly perplexed, still struggled to comprehend. If the equipment of those 10 infantry regiments has vanished, where could it possibly have gone? It's simple. A certain veteran smile appeared on Carl's face as he magically produced a bottle of rum from behind him, placing it steadily on the table. Whoever pays, possesses. Anson paused, glancing at the bottle. Are you suggesting arms trafficking? Or perhaps, this stockpile never existed to begin with? Carl shrugged. He gestured explosively towards Anson. In that spacious warehouse, there exists a substantial amount of invisible military supplies. Such blatant actions, how could they go unnoticed? Anson remained skeptical. Which of the clerks issuing the orders, the inspecting officers responsible for the transport, the accountants tallying the accounts, or the fortress commander do you believe would refuse a bribe? Swearing eternal loyalty to the kingdom? Carl retorted. I am not certain about the southern stronghold, perhaps in such a military stronghold near the border and front line. Integrity could still be upheld? Ignoring Anson's dazed expression, Carl continued. When I served as the militia company commander, the militia division established by the garrison commander squandered a third of the annual tax revenue, and in the end, fewer than 200 beggars and vagrants were sent to the barracks, and I had to find a way to procure the firearms. Compared to those who would even encroach upon the very structure of the regiment, Thunder Fortress is already relatively conscientious in merely siphoning off supplies. Merely siphoning off supplies? Anson, taken aback, could hardly believe his eyes. Are you implying that this is not the only warehouse, but that others are also involved? Clearing his throat, Carl nodded vigorously. Though unaware of the exact figures, information gathered from other infantry regiments indicated that the summoned army had suffered significant losses from top to bottom. Shaking his head, Carl sighed softly. Aside from the cumbersome artillery that is difficult to transport, the remaining supplies, whether arms, ammunition, daily logistics, or the essential food reserves, are all severely inconsistent with the records. Considering the losses incurred during the chaos and the consumption by the Imperial scum over the past 20 days, the fortress's reserves amount to at most 1/10 of what is documented. The supplies listed in the accounts for 15 to 20 infantry regiments consist merely of a pile of desiccated meat from who knows how many years ago, barely sufficient to sustain a full regiment for more than a day or two. With a sense of melancholy, Carl uncorked the bottle, sighing as he poured a glass of rum for both himself and Anson. Wait. Holding his glass, Anson suddenly felt that something was amiss. You mean to say Thunder Fortress's supplies can only sustain a few hundred people for a couple of days? Nearly so. It might even be worse. Nodding, Carl remarked with a slightly gleeful tone. In any case, our esteemed brigadier and those commanders have all suffered greatly. So, the Imperial forces can only hold out in the fortress for a day or two at most, before they surely must break out? Anson pressed on, feeling his brow twitching uncontrollably. Certainly, unless they plan to starve to death here. Realizing the implication, Carl's expression mirrored Anson's astonishment as their gazes locked. If that is the case, the summoned army need not even mount an offensive. They merely have to continue surrounding Thunder Fortress for another 2 or 3 days to secure victory. With a furrowed brow, Anson inwardly shook his head. No, it cannot be that simple. In addition to the nearly 1,000 defenders, Thunder Fortress also has the Old Gods faction and Krog Belna. At that moment, Anson vaguely grasped Krog's plan. From the day he arrived at Thunder Fortress, he recognized the severe depletion of supplies, but still maintained a stance of resolute defense. The purpose was to instill confidence in the Kingdom of Krog, mobilizing forces for a massive siege. Yet the reality was that he had prepared from the very beginning for a retreat, or perhaps he had never considered the lives of his subordinates. Waiting for the supplies to run out, morale to plummet, and the defenders to crumble, thus enticing the summoned army to attack. Awaiting Brigadier Ludwig would be an army on the brink of collapse, easily capturing the fortress, along with the emergence of monstrous creatures that multiply endlessly. The victorious summoned army would have no room for explanation, while Krog Belna would be remembered by the world as an innocent victim, fighting to the last breath as an imperial knight. Furthermore, Any suspicion regarding his allegiance to the old gods would be completely washed away, and no one would ever mention it again. Shaking his glass of rum, Anson silently resolved. Enough. There is no need to dwell on such matters. We have won. We are still alive, and that outweighs everything. Carl Bain remained his usual practical, yet despondent self after the siege. I will probably have to stay with the 1st Infantry Regiment for a while, most likely. I will be left here in the fortress as a militia company commander or something similar. What about Lisa? Anson's heart stirred, realizing he had not seen the girl since saying farewell in the main hall. Not sure. She is probably waiting to be dismissed like those new recruits at the garrison. Carl shook his head, speaking in a tone tinged with regret and helplessness. Even if she could, she is merely a girl of no status or identity. Who doesn't even know where she came from? Even if she were to shoot Krog Belna, she would only end up being dismissed after the battle. There is no helping it. After all, she is not a noble and she is a girl. The more he spoke, the more miserable he felt. Carl took a swig of his drink, glancing at Anson. And you? Will you continue as the commander of the 1st Infantry Regiment? How could that be? The 1st Infantry Regiment is a summoned infantry regiment. Without the Army's approval, Ludwig allowing me to command until the end of the battle is already the limit. More importantly, I cannot afford to bear the cost of an infantry regiment even if I were to exhaust my entire fortune. Oh, then where will you go? The royal capital. The Royal Military Academy. Anson replied calmly. By the way, I also need to meet a certain history professor who claims to be a black mage. So, you truly intend to leave? Yes, why do you ask? With wide eyes, Carl clicked his tongue in envy, pulling a letter from his pocket and slapping it onto the table, sliding it towards Anson. Instinctively lowering his gaze, Anson noticed a ticket tucked within the letter. What is this? A steam train ticket from Oakwood Town to the Royal Capital, 2nd-class compartment. Carl's eyes sparkled with increasing greed. A letter of introduction? Picking up the envelope, Anson appeared somewhat taken aback. Although he had understood from the moment he received the rank of major that his future was intertwined with the Franz family and the Order of Order, it was still. No matter how powerful, the Archbishop of the Church could not possibly interfere with army arrangements, could he? With a hint of doubt, Anson tucked the envelope into his pocket. The train departs the day after tomorrow at noon. The name of the train is Iron Sky. Oh. And Ludwig has apparently arranged for someone to meet you at the station, so be sure to pay attention when boarding. Who? He did not tell me. Saying that you would know when the time comes. Carl shrugged. In the quiet atmosphere of the table, the two fell into silence. This was the moment of farewell. Taking a deep breath, Carl looked at Anson, raising his glass, to victory. Anson, raising his glass in unison, revealed a faint smile upon his face, to life. The two, their gazes locked, lifted their cups and drank deeply. Chapter 58 Ludwig's letter. In the master bedroom of Thunder Fortress, Ludwig sat alone at his desk, igniting a kerosene lamp. He pushed aside all of his work and with a solemn expression, placed a sheet of paper before him. This was a letter that required his utmost seriousness. It could not be treated lightly. His right hand, firmly gripping the fountain pen, descended gently, producing dark, bold characters reminiscent of chiseled stone. To His Excellency, Lord Ludwig Franz. My esteemed father, I sincerely apologize for not remembering to write to you until I received your letter. The military operations besieging Thunder Fortress have consumed my every moment, and the multitude of matters requiring my attention far surpasses my expectations. I have encountered numerous setbacks during this time, yet after a harrowing siege akin to a gamble, I successfully captured Thunder Fortress at dawn on the 1st of January in the year 100 of the saintly calendar. The blood-red unicorn banner now once again flies over the lands of the Clovis Kingdom. Please forgive your son for disregarding your wishes and making a reckless yet bold decision. However, as you have taught me, war is a science. It demands a profound understanding, meticulous planning, and the courage to act decisively at critical moments. Thus, despite my unwavering faith in your intuition, I have, in the capacity of a frontline commander, made my own judgment. It has proven to be somewhat correct, though perhaps not entirely so. I still recall your admonition before my departure. We live in tumultuous times, in an era seeking change and breakthroughs. Since the Second Council of Order in the 47th year of the saintly calendar, following the canonization of Isaac Rand, who pioneered steam engine technology, the balance the Order Church has strived to maintain has reached its zenith. Indeed, I have come to understand that the war between the Empire and the Clovis Kingdom will not conclude simply within months or even a year, as many might hope. On the contrary, it serves as a signal, a marker, and the inception of a larger, more brutal, and protracted conflict. The empire, with its chivalric and feudal systems, remains vast and decayed, boasting numerous knights, while we, the Clovis, with scarcely a few hundred years of existence, can assemble an army far exceeding the empire's scale, thanks to the foremost railway network of the order. Under these circumstances, a defeat for either party would not merely signify its own failure, but rather the collapse of a power, a system, a structure. The empire seeks to maintain its hegemony, while the burgeoning Clovis kingdom strives for survival, the acquisition of resources, and trade shares. To contend for resources on land and sea, it must shatter this dominance. Neither side will choose a dignified end after just one or two costly battles. They will pursue the war to its bitter conclusion, regardless of the consequences. The recent Battle of Thunder Fortress exemplifies this. The Empire's exhausted defenders and my own cut-off supply lines both pinned their hopes on a final victory. This hasty and brief encounter, fraught with uncertainties, may well encapsulate the entirety of the war. In a conflict destined to ensnare all powers involved, it would be exceedingly imprudent for the Order Church to persist in maintaining a balance of power or adhere to antiquated principles. For the sake of the Franz family's interests, we must not remain passive observers, nor can we afford to be mere victims caught in the crossfire of others' disputes. To this end, allow me to recommend a certain Colonel Anson, a graduate of the Royal Military Academy. He is the architect behind the entire strategy for the siege of Thunder Fortress. Though young, his meticulousness and discernment of the battlefield far surpass those of officers who rely solely on noble titles. With my influence, he has risen from a mere captain to a colonel and has joined the ranks of the Franz family. I have included further details of his background and credentials at the end of this letter. Furthermore, while lacking direct evidence, it is believed that he may have connections to an ancient deity cult. Should you find Colonel Anson to be of value, it may prove worthwhile to explore this avenue, as it might yield unexpected insights. This is merely a modest suggestion, and I trust you will consider it judiciously. Your humble son, Ludwig Franz. Having completed the final stroke, Ludwig let out a sigh of relief. Carefully folding the letter and sealing it with wax before handing it to the ever-patient Colonel Roman, who had been waiting nearby. Deliver this at your earliest convenience. Yes, Roman replied, his countenance stoic as he accepted the letter and turned to leave. However, just as he reached the door, he abruptly halted. Is something amiss? Ludwig inquired, sensing an unusual tension from his longtime friend. No, merely a trivial curiosity, Roman replied, his tone betraying a hint of intrigue. Curiosity. It is rare for anything to pique Roman Walton's interest. Ludwig paused, then smiled lightly. Speak. What is it? After a moment's hesitation, Roman turned back to Ludwig with a furrowed brow. General, as the son of Ludwig Franz, having grown up within the Order Church, you must have encountered numerous cases involving practitioners of the ancient deity cult, correct? One could say that, Ludwig replied. Then, in your recollection, is there any instance of an ancient deity cult practitioner who simultaneously possesses the gift of bloodline power? How is that even conceivable? Ludwig laughed incredulously. To follow the ancient deities and their malevolent powers is tantamount to abandoning oneself and betraying one's faith, thereby forever forfeiting the right to become a gifted one. Moreover, who among those with bloodline power, inheritors of the Seven Knights' legacy, would forsake their acquired strength to chase after the so-called ancient deities despised by all? Roman nodded slightly, pressing on with his inquiry. Then, have you ever heard of a bloodline power that could grant resurrection? Resurrection? Ludwig furrowed his brow, hesitating before responding. The bloodlines of the Seven Knights are the very origin of all bloodline powers. While the Church debates the reasons behind the emergence of bloodline power, this much is undisputed. Even the Holy Grail Knight Lauren, closest to the notion of resurrection, merely possesses a vitality more resilient than the average person. It hardly approaches the concept of revival. Surely, as a gifted one of the Wild Hunt Knight, you should be more aware of this than I. Indeed, Roman replied, his expression composed, though his voice carried an imperceptible tremor. Yet, it is merely a trivial curiosity. Chapter 59. Departure on the border between the Kingdom of Clovis and the Empire, within a certain Order Church. Louis Bernard sat alone on a bench, his pallid complexion marred by an expression of profound distress, as he gazed vacantly at the relief sculpture of the Order's ring on the wall. After a long and arduous journey to this town under imperial control, the station commander, having received news of his arrival, swiftly summoned the 3 finest physicians available and arranged for his accommodation at the local Order Church's sanatorium. Even the cavalrymen who accompanied him were similarly housed in this picturesque location, equipped with gas, hot water, clean beds, and private bathrooms, enjoying a life that allowed them to sit by the bay windows and admire the sunset. In that moment, clad in freshly pressed military garb, Lewis could not detect even a hint of gunpowder or blood upon himself. Two maidservants, dispatched by the warm-hearted commander, were quarreling outside the door regarding the color of the tablecloth for lunch. The muddy trenches, crumbling city walls, and the cacophony of battle filled with the acrid scent of gunpowder felt like distant memories, as if they belonged to another world entirely. Yet, all of this was mere illusion, a deceptive facade. This was the border between the Empire and the Kingdom of Clovis, and despite the short march from Thunder Fortress, the spread of war to this place was merely a matter of time. He had not truly escaped the battlefield. He was merely evading it. After experiencing initial trepidation, confusion over his brother Krog's arrangements, and feelings of grievance and anger, the composed Louis Bernard was left only with self-reproach. Deep, profound self-reproach for the situation before him, along with his brother's decisions, were all consequences of his own making. It was his naivety, his hubris, blinded by the allure of glory, that led him to believe he could single-handedly bring an end to this war, without considering the repercussions for the Kingdom of Clovis, naively trusting that the enemy would capitulate simply due to his strikes. His foolishness had cost Krog and thousands of valiant soldiers dearly. With a numbed expression, Louis crumpled the battle report in his right hand into a wad of useless paper. Krog. He must have sensed the lies behind the conditions exchanged between Anson and Ludwig, compelling him to leave the battlefield on the eve of the siege. He understood that his naive self was ill-prepared to face the realities of war. Remaining at the fortress would only serve as a burden, distracting him from his duties of concern and protection. You have your own path, and all I can do for you is to ensure you unwaveringly walk along it. To protect his naive younger brother, Krog chose to sacrifice himself. Was it worth it? Accomplishing nothing, never realizing he was a burden to others. Could he truly bear the honor of the Bernard name? As he gazed at the sacred order ring on the wall, Louis repeatedly questioned himself inwardly. My lord. Sensing the other's presence, Louis instinctively rose to salute. No. Sit down, the middle-aged man sighed, placing a hand on his shoulder. I followed your father, Duke Adelon, and fought alongside your brother. To me, you are like my own kin, so there is no need for such formalities between us. Reluctantly, Louis nodded in compliance. This morning, the latest battle report from Thunder Fortress arrived from the front lines. The middle-aged man's voice grew hoarse as he continued. On the first day of the first month of the saintly era, around 1 o'clock in the morning, the Clovis army launched a full-scale assault on Thunder Fortress. By around 2 o'clock, they breached the outer walls and destroyed the artillery. At 3 o'clock, an infantry regiment infiltrated and occupied the main fortress, launching a surprise attack from the front gate while coordinating with the grenade-throwing regiment to defeat the last defenders of Thunder Fortress. By 2:20, the surviving hundreds of soldiers and officers surrendered to the Clovis forces. Thunder Fortress had fallen. Upon reading this, the middle-aged man paused, casting a concerned glance at Louis's calm demeanor, which resembled that of a marble statue. Commander Krog Bernard, his fate unknown. In that instant, a subtle tremor coursed through the bewildered Louis's body, his pupils contracting sharply as he stared at the order ring. This report primarily contained official information from the Clovis army. It should be reliable, except for the absence of Krog's distinctive sword. The middle-aged man pressed his lips together, speaking with conviction. The barbaric Clovis people are notoriously arrogant. They would never use the phrase fate unknown unless they had evidence. Therefore, dear Louis, your brother Krog Bernard is surely still alive. We have merely lost him temporarily. We may receive news of him tomorrow or in a few months. The present hardships and pain are merely transitory. The more unsettling the circumstances, the more we must pray, for ourselves, for our loved ones, for the, my lord. The emotionless tone interrupted the middle-aged man's lengthy discourse. Louis turned numbly to face the somewhat bewildered, yet earnest face attempting to console him. You did not rush from the barracks merely to tell me this, did you? The young knight, handsome and composed, bore a tranquil gaze, devoid of anger or joy, resembling a sculpture stripped of emotion. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, sighing inwardly. Your arrangements have already been made. He pursed his lips, speaking softly. According to the opinions of the Empire's Supreme Arbitration Court and His Majesty himself, you, Louis Bernard, have been granted the title of Royal Attendant and are to be sent as an envoy to the Elven Kingdom of Isle. Isle. Indeed, the very kingdom that, in the 50th year of the saintly era, it seems to have been the 47th year, in any case, abandoned its decayed beliefs to become part of the Order's world. The middle-aged man subtly nodded. This nation, nestled among mountains and dense forests, borders the southeastern part of the kingdom of Clovis and has been accumulating strength for the past few years, attempting to expand southward. However, to restore the glory of the elves from a millennium ago, the elven king of Isle must confront a neighbor also intent on establishing hegemony, the Clovis people. Of course, Lewis interjected without hesitation. Indeed, a war between these two nations is simply a matter of time, the middle-aged man continued. However, the military of the Elven Kingdom is woefully outdated. Their ignorant traditional supremacy mindset renders their army utterly impotent against the Clovis. Thus, for nearly 2 years, the Empire has been dispatching instructors to the Isle Elven Kingdom, assisting in the procurement of rifles and artillery to establish a modern army. And, dear Lewis, your task is to help the Elven King of Isle solidify his confidence and intervene in this war at the most opportune moment, in coordination with the Empire's multifaceted offensive. We will strike the kingdom of Clovis from both the east and west. Observing the motionless young knight, the middle-aged man forced a somewhat stiff smile. Of course, I understand this may not sound particularly glorious. As an envoy, you may not even have the opportunity to appear on the battlefield and earn your own glory. But enough, my lord, Lewis interrupted once more. To earn His Majesty's trust is an honor for me and a privilege for the Bernard family. A hint of reluctance flickered across the middle-aged man's face. Just as he grasped the doorknob, he suddenly turned to gaze at the still-seated Lewis. May I ask? The commander of the infantry regiment that stormed Thunder Fortress, what was his name? Chapter 60. The station on the morning of January 3rd. In the year 100 of the Saints' calendar, Oakwood Town stood under a clear sky, the aftermath of a torrential downpour evident in the muddy footprints that marked the ground. Anson, clad in a black trench coat, trudged towards the train station, his suitcase in tow. The radiant sunshine illuminated the scattered rooftops of the town, while a brisk, chilly breeze swept through, dissipating the foul odor of the mingling refuse and stagnant water. Small clusters of townsfolk emerged from taverns, houses, and the misty corners of the streets. Outside the inn, a drunken man, bleary-eyed and clutching the last remnants of his bottle, gazed longingly at the inn's closed door, pitifully extending his hand towards hurried passers-by, only to be met with disdainful glances. A yawning soldier lazily leaned against his rifle, dozing off, only to be startled awake as children playfully knocked over his weapon, causing it to topple into the mud amidst the laughter of onlookers. Ragged children darted through the crowd, evading the irate soldier's pursuit. Brandishing the tattered scraps they had scavenged like triumphant adventurers returning from a dragon's lair. Observing the bustling throngs around him, filled with merriment, trivialities, and myriad concerns, Anson couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. If not for the patrolling soldiers, the charred remains of a few houses, and the sentry posts outside the town, one might scarcely believe that just days prior, this place had been ravaged by war, nearly reduced to ruins. In a matter of days, the townspeople seemed to have forgotten the conflict, resuming their lives with unruffled composure. Ironically, the influx of people and goods due to the war had attracted even more merchants, rendering this already bustling town even more vibrant. Navigating through the throngs, Anson made his way towards the town's centerpiece, a fortress-like structure, the Oakwood Town Steam Train Station. Established in the 95th year of the Saints' calendar, the Railway Committee of the Kingdom of Clovis sought to expand the Iron Cross transport network of the central provinces, ultimately linking all major cities, trade hubs, and strategic fortresses within the kingdom. This ambitious plan, which stirred the royal court and even compelled the Order of Order to intervene, was known as the Kingdom Regional Transport Plan of the 95th year. Common folk referred to it by a more resonant name, the Grand Cross Project. From the southernmost hills to the northern ports, the journey would take only a month. At a meeting of the Royal Council, the head of the Railway Committee proclaimed with pride, "The wealth of the entire kingdom shall flow unceasingly along the tracks to your palace. The kingdom shall be united by these iron rails, truly becoming one." Encouraged by this vision, the Kingdom of Clovis, having tasted the benefits of the initial rail network, resolved to blanket the entire kingdom with steel tracks. Thus, the Oakwood Town Steam Train Station was born, the first platform in the kingdom's southern expansion. However, with the outbreak of war between the Kingdom of Clovis and the Empire, the Grand Cross project was abruptly halted. The much-anticipated Oakwood station transitioned from a vital southern transport hub into a neglected relic of an unfinished dream. Stepping through the pristine entrance, Anson was struck by an inexplicable sense of familiarity as he observed the bustling waiting room filled with people. From the rows of wooden benches to every corner teeming with travelers. Following the steady stream of passengers and the directional signs on the walls, he navigated effortlessly to the ticket gate, as if he were a seasoned traveler at such places, despite this being his first train journey. Welcome aboard the Steel Canopy Steam Train. Departing from Oakwood Town Station to Central West Station in the Royal Capital. This train will not stop at any platforms along the way. Your seat is in compartment 3 of car number 10, by the window. We will provide complimentary lunch and dinner during your journey, with announcements from the train attendants regarding meal times. Should you wish to prepare gifts for family or friends, worry not. We have mobile vendors aboard offering local specialties and commemorative items for this trip. Rest assured, each item is of exceptional quality and thoughtfully selected for you and your fellow travelers. The train will traverse many regions of the Central Province, including renowned rivers, pastoral fields, and hilly valleys. Enjoy the scenic views from your window, and feel free to seek assistance from our staff for any inquiries. We strive to ensure your journey is as comfortable as possible. After reciting this lengthy announcement, the young attendant, maintaining a flawless smile, regarded Anson with arms crossed. Excuse me. Anson finally seized his chance to speak after several attempts, exhaling in relief. Could you tell me if anyone has recently inquired about passengers waiting here? Or can you inform me who else shares my compartment? According to Carl Bain, Ludwig had arranged for someone to accompany him, yet he had yet to see the individual in question. The young man in uniform smiled at him, remaining silent for a full minute without any intention of responding. Well, thank you. You've been quite helpful. Just as Anson began to turn away, the attendant's enthusiastic voice rang out behind him once more. Welcome aboard the Steel Canopy Steam Train, departing from Oakwood Town Station. Navigating through a series of staircases and a nearly non-existent baggage check, Anson arrived at the platform and made his way toward the central rear of the train. In this world, or rather, this era, certain conventions sharply contrasted with those of his previous life. The more luxurious compartments were situated towards the back, with first-class and private carriages for royalty and high nobility often at the very end of the train. Casting a glance around at the increasing number of passengers on the platform, Anson cautiously retrieved his pocket watch. It was 11:45. To his surprise, a sharp and resounding whistle echoed from afar. The gleaming steel train, illuminated by bright yellow gas lamps, billowed forth clouds of thick white steam, coming to a steady halt amidst the clamor of metal clashing against metal. In an instant, passengers on the platform either stood frozen in place, coughing lightly as they perused their newspapers, or, overwhelmed by fright, screamed and scrambled for safety, while others knelt trembling on the ground, fervently praying to the heavens. Some opportunistically seized the abandoned belongings of those fleeing, slipping away amidst the swirling smoke. Amidst the cacophony of cries, wails, and desperate escapes, the platform, shrouded in steam, became more raucous than the market of Oakwood Town itself. Uniformed staff members, smiles plastered on their faces, casually patrolled the platform, appearing utterly unfazed by the scene before them, as if they had witnessed such chaos countless times before. In the thick white steam, Anson hesitated for a moment, then stepped toward the train door. Just then, an exuberant, youthful voice called out, halting his progress. Anson, Chapter 61, on the train June 10th. The royal capital of Clovis City, a grandeur that surpasses my wildest imaginings. The central train station, the Royal Theatre, the Ice Lake, Clovis Cathedral. St. Isaac Academy. Before my eyes lay a panorama that leaves me in awe and wonder. My heart brims with an impulse to kneel in prayer, to extol the miracles wrought by this circle of order. I am suddenly reminded of the question I posed to my brother at dinner the night before my departure. How magnificent was Isaac Rand, who was martyred by the Order Church, yet canonized. On that day, for the first time, my all-knowing brother revealed a hint of hesitation. He changed everything after a lengthy pause. He spoke. Only upon witnessing it with my own eyes did I truly comprehend his hesitance. Anyone who sets foot in Clovis City will grasp the greatness of St. Isaac and will be awestruck by the city he has forged. In the distant northern seas, sailors commanding sailing warships have established colonies across the waters. In the mountainous and hilly southern lands, our kin have already been incorporated into the kingdom's domain. In the eastern regions of grasslands, swamps, and forests, valiant cavalry, and ancient elves have acknowledged the supremacy of the kingdom of Clovis in the west. Illuminated by the imperial banner, an increasing number of free cities and principalities extend olive branches, symbols of friendship. Clovis City is the very heart of all this glory. This is the best of times. This is my time from the moment I departed the military camp. I began to devise plans for the journey ahead, securing stable employment and navigating the treacherous waters involving the dark sorcerer and his underground malevolent organization. The former was not particularly challenging. As a graduate of a military academy, the greatest benefit was the guaranteed job placement during wartime, where the unemployment rate for officers was virtually non-existent. Even if the army might deliberately neglect my service due to my betrayal to the Order Church, it is understood that a lieutenant colonel's monthly salary would be comparable to that of a mentor at the academy, sufficient to sustain daily life. And there were also the withheld military wages, along with the 1,000 gold coins gift check from Ludwig for the new year. The real dilemma lay in the latter. The Dark Sorcerer's position as a professor at St. Isaac Academy presented both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit was that I, having been familiar with the academy, would find it effortless to locate him. The conundrum, however, was that he knew me all too well, which meant that none of my movements within the royal capital could escape his notice. From the moment I set foot in the capital, I had to be prepared for him to come looking for me. An organization willing to meddle in wars for the sake of a so-called grand plan could hardly be considered law-abiding citizens, could they? Gazing out at the swiftly passing scenery, my expression turned contemplative. As the latest model of the Order Church's dual-purpose steam core train, the Steel Sky boasted direct routes and speed as its greatest selling points. Even without refueling or replenishing water along the way, it could travel from Oaktown to the royal capital at a speed of 90 kilometers per hour, if necessary. It could even reach a staggering 150 kilometers per hour, 3 times that of the finest warhorse. Yet, it still felt somewhat slow, muttering to myself. My gaze inadvertently shifted to the little girl beside me, her wide eyes filled with fear, yet unable to resist pressing her face against the window to gaze outside. Ever since boarding, she had been filled with an overwhelming curiosity about this world that was so different from her own, incessantly asking questions that left me scratching my head. After much effort to decipher her overly simplistic words, I began to understand the situation. On the day after the siege of Thunder Fortress concluded, Ludwig had commenced the process of disbanding the new recruits. Although he himself was reluctant, the reality was that the army, having suffered tremendous losses while capturing a fortress already hollowed out by false accounts and corruption, could not maintain its current strength. Lisa Auguste, she was one of those being discharged. While this seemed somewhat cruel, I understood. Even if the conscripted army appeared disorganized, it was indeed quite strange to accommodate a girl of such small stature as the commander of a skirmish unit. However, upon learning that Lisa was the commander I had appointed, the aforementioned brigadier general had evidently overthought the matter, preparing a train ticket and even instructing her to arrive at the station a day early to await his arrival. It certainly aligned with his penchant for surprising others. The royal capital. Where is the royal capital? The royal capital is Clovis City. Lisa suddenly understood. Then what is Clovis City? Clovis City is the royal capital. And the royal capital? Clovis City. And Clovis City? Just as I thought this dialogue would continue indefinitely, the compartment door was abruptly pulled open. A young man entered, his face gaunt yet proportionate, appearing rather disheveled. He wore a somewhat worn light-colored trench coat, a poorly tied tie, mismatched buttons, and trousers that dragged to his heels, topped off with unruly, fiery red hair tied in a ponytail. Even the most disheveled recruit from the trenches would appear more gentlemanly than he. My apologies, my apologies. I mistakenly boarded the wrong compartment, the young man explained with an apologetic smile as he struggled to hoist his tattered leather suitcase onto the luggage rack. I showed my ticket to those attendants. But strangely, no matter how much I explained, they refused to believe I had purchased a second-class seat and nearly had me arrested as a thief. Well, this indicates they are still quite dedicated. Observing the still grumbling young man, I maintained a polite smile, entirely at a loss for words. Beside me, Lisa sat quietly, her small hands clasped behind her back, obediently perched on the seat, akin to a plush cat witnessing an unexpected visitor in its home. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Draco Verthes. The young man, smiling and engaging in small talk, straightened his back, crossed one leg over the other, and placed his hands on his knees. My profession involves writing travelogues and biographical novels for the local newspaper, traveling extensively, and occasionally resolving minor troubles for those in need. I barely qualify as a novelist, and what is that term used in newspapers, detective? Detective? I raised an eyebrow, feigning curiosity with a smile. Well, primarily a novelist. The smiling young man fished out a crumpled card from the pocket of his tattered coat and handed it to me between two fingers. I'm currently gathering material for a new novella for the Clovis Truth Gazette. Here is my business card. It is a pleasure to meet you, His Excellency Anson Bach of the Thunder Fortress Conscripts. In that moment, the pupils of my eyes constricted, reflecting Draco Verthes's keen gaze and the hint of surprise at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 62. The novelist. Excuse me, Mr. Draco. How did you come to know my name? In that moment, Anson, still smiling, subtly raised the corner of his mouth while his right hand, casually placed at his side, inched closer to the gun at his lower back, all the while making an effort to shield the well-behaved Lisa sitting beside him. Every detail of this encounter was etched in Anson's mind, as he had taken to journaling ever since he discovered that his bloodline power could induce amnesia. In light of this, when a stranger, someone he had never met, uttered his name so readily, Anson felt compelled to remain vigilant, regardless of how minimal the danger might be. My sincerest apologies. This is merely a professional habit. Draco, initially taken aback, soon erupted in quiet laughter, gesturing dismissively toward the two individuals across from him. As I mentioned earlier, I am a travel writer. It is instinctive for me to observe and comprehend current affairs. Though your military uniform and the overcoat you wear bear no insignia, the conspicuous traces of washed blood and mud tell a different story. If a serving officer were to appear on the train from Oakwood Town to the capital, I could only surmise it to be someone from the Thunder Fortress's conscription army. Of course, this does not entirely eliminate the possibility of coincidence. A recently returned officer might indeed have chosen this route to board the train, thus necessitating further evidence for proper identification. Draco adjusted his posture, his gaze drifting toward Lisa, who was quietly observing him. Your attire bears no insignia. Yet this charming young lady is adorned in a noticeably ill-fitting officer's uniform. I surmise your relationship is quite close, making it likely this is an old garment of yours. My conclusion is that you may still be, or once were, a promising young army captain. Next, regarding your age, you appear rather youthful. The likelihood of a recently graduated officer aged between 22 to 25 being present in the second-class compartment of the steel canopy is quite low. This ticket would be a significant burden on your finances. Draco raised an eyebrow and shook his head. If you were in a hurry, you would not have specifically chosen the comfort of a second-class compartment. Conversely, if you were seeking enjoyment, that contradicts my earlier deductions. Thus, I envision you as a young officer, possibly having served in the Thunder Fortress's conscription army, now urgently heading to the imperial capital with ample financial means. Then, a report I came across in Oakwood Town resurfaced in my memory. The conscription army had seized Thunder Fortress, led by a newly promoted army major who audaciously captured the stronghold with his infantry regiment. With a deeper curve to his smile, Draco placed his business card on the table by the window, gently nudging it toward Anson. The name of this officer is Anson Bach. Anson, whose pupils reflected Draco's slightly smug expression, concealed a tempest of emotions beneath his calm demeanor. As he restrained his feelings, he discreetly accepted the card, his gaze swiftly scanning its contents. Mr. Draco, do you instinctively observe every person you encounter in such a manner? I am a writer. It is my professional integrity. Draco replied with a smile, shrugging. Of course, I usually exercise restraint regarding my, shall we say, desire for expression. The newspapers today have certainly invented an abundance of new terms. In fact, even if you wish to strike me at this moment, I would not be the least bit surprised. Similar incidents have occurred numerous times before. Oh, so you possess self-awareness? Anson remarked with a slight twitch of his mouth, attempting to lighten the mood. You mentioned you were gathering material for the Chloe Truth Report. May I inquire what sort of novel it is? Draco's expression initially registered shock, quickly transforming into a radiant smile. Have you read the Chloe Truth Report? Once, yes. And what did you think of it? Mediocre? You flatter it too much. Draco shook his head, his shoulders shaking as he struggled to suppress a laugh. Trite street news, poorly crafted short stories, and the scandals of prominent figures, all sustained by catchy headlines and gimmicks. As a newspaper, it is a failure. As reading material, however, it succeeds splendidly. Its sales figures are impressive, prompting many newspapers to attempt imitation, all of which have failed, for the allure of truth lies not in facts but in the story itself. With a smile, Draco crossed his legs and snapped his fingers. To put it more succinctly, it lies in the people. Our current era is rather dull, igniting people's curiosity. For instance, our meeting today is hardly a coincidence, is it? Or perhaps, as you might speculate, I have been meticulously pursuing you all along? Anson, still smiling, felt a slight twitch in his eyelid. Really? Lisa, who had been quietly observing, suddenly leaned forward, wide-eyed with curiosity. That is of little importance, Draco replied, spreading his hands. I am a novelist. I chase stories to serve my readers. No one cares for the truth of it all. They are only concerned with what happens next. For instance, continuing our previous conversation, I have clarified your identity to my readers, yet the reasons for your sudden departure from the army toward the capital, along with the presence of this lovely young lady by your side, remain shrouded in mystery. I am on my way to the military academy to collect my graduation certificate. After a brief moment of hesitation, Anson opted to weave a small, harmless lie. As for her, she is my sister, Lisa Bach. Lisa's eyes widened slightly, her initial impulse to speak dissipating as she resumed her composed demeanor. Draco's gaze flickered with realization, a smile spreading across his face. I see. Well, I have already conceived a delightful story. It merely requires some refinement. How about this? I plan to visit the dining car to see what today's menu offers. We shall discuss further at lunchtime, and I hope to elicit some smiles from both of you then. With that, Draco rose, pulled open the compartment door, exchanged a few polite pleasantries, and then turned to walk down the aisle. Watching his retreating figure, Anson exhaled a sigh, his feelings slightly complicated. Lisa glanced at the closed compartment door and then at Anson, who gradually relaxed his grip on the gun handle at his back. Tilting her head in contemplation, she pondered for a moment and then leaned in closer with her innocent, wide eyes. Anson, do you need me to help you get rid of that guy? Chapter 63. The beginning of the story. In response to Lisa's concern, Anson could only smile in gratitude, fervently assuring her that he would never impede her should the need arise. Reflecting on her demeanor before the novelist known as Draco, Anson felt a subtle change in the little girl beside him, as if she were not quite the same as when they first met. The Lisa he remembered would never remain quietly at a bustling station, patiently waiting for his arrival, nor would she so easily utter words about eliminating someone. Had something transpired during his resurrection that he remained oblivious to? As Anson stared out at the passing scenery, he resolved to document his thoughts in a journal before retiring for the night. With a loquacious novelist absent, the ensuing minutes were marked by a tranquil silence. He even scrutinized the business card handed to him. The creased, stiff card bore only the individual's name, profession, and the address of the Clovey Truth Report. A shabby leather suitcase, an old coat, and a wrinkled card. What kind of free-spirited writer, penning second-rate biographies for the lower-middle-class press, would choose to travel in a second-class compartment? Contemplating this perplexity, Anson instinctively retrieved his pocket watch. It was 11:10. In 20 minutes, the train would serve meals. Hadn't Draco mentioned wanting to check the menu in the dining car? Lisa, he called. HM. The little head resting against the window lifted. Stay put in the compartment and don't move. I'll fetch you a cake. A cake? Lisa's eyes sparkled. Is it that beautiful, sweet thing called fruit preserves? Carl, that miser, only gave me one on the day we left. Something like that? Aha. Before that. Regardless of who knocks, be it the waiter delivering meals, do not open the door, understood? Yes. Taking the pocket watch from her, Lisa wore a serious expression and saluted him. Anson nodded, fastening the 3 buttons of his coat over his military uniform, ensuring he concealed it adequately before double-checking that the compartment door was securely locked. He set off toward the dining car. The distance from his location to the dining car was merely 2 compartments apart, but the corridor was empty. The iron canopy offered meal services exclusively to first and second-class passengers. Inside the spacious, brightly lit dining car, men clad in similar formal attire, of comparable age, occupied the window seats, smoking and engaging in casual conversation, or somewhat dejectedly drinking alone at the bar. There were no women. Moreover, there was no sign of the so-called novelist who claimed to be checking the menu. It was hardly surprising. Anson muttered to himself as he approached the bar attendant. Considering past experiences at Thunder Fortress where the Blood Mage Krog had detected him, he refrained from using his abilities for a direct search. Though the likelihood of detection was low, practitioners of the old gods were closely monitored by the Order Church. And even if discovered, they would not dare expose themselves in broad daylight, including Anson himself. A glass of rum, and a piece of cake, please, packaged nicely. Having previously negotiated with attendants, Anson smiled at the bar attendant while retrieving coins. May I ask you a small question? Naval issue, the attendant replied. Anson shrugged slightly, knowing that was the only kind he recognized. 3 silver coins, 1 cake neatly packaged, and for this gentleman, a glass of Tirpitz rum with ice. Moments later, a glass of dark red liquid, filled with ice cubes that occupied about a third of the glass, was placed before him. Had he known, he would have requested it without ice, a merchant's trick. With a smile, Anson placed 6 silver coins beneath the tray of the glass. I'm looking for someone. Who? The bar attendant, nonchalantly wiping the counter, swiftly pocketed the silver coins. A friend, Anson replied, toying with his glass. His name is... Bang. At that very moment, a loud crash echoed as the dining car door swung open. The once murmuring car fell silent. Anson, holding his glass, followed the attendant's gaze, catching a glimpse of 3 men in military uniforms entering the compartment. Their attire resembled that of the army, but with distinct differences: silver buttons instead of the standard brass ones, and an accessory on the right shoulder reminiscent of imperial military garb used to secure a shoulder cloak. As Anson observed intently, the trio advanced toward the bar, and the foremost individual positioned himself beside Anson, glaring menacingly at the attendant. A red-haired man with a ponytail has come this way. Have you seen him? Aye. The attendant stammered, eyes wide with fear. Have you seen him? Speak. And no such person has come to the dining car. The frightened attendant recoiled, nearly toppling backward. The officer furrowed his brow, exchanging glances with his 2 grim-faced companions, taking a reluctant deep breath before slamming a bulging leather wallet onto the table. 20 gold coins. This wallet contains 20 gold coins. The officer's voice rang out across the dining car, his cold gaze sweeping over every pair of eyes that either averted or peered curiously. Draco Vilters, red-haired, wearing a tattered light-colored coat, who can tell us where he is? In the name of our king, I swear this wallet belongs to him. In an instant, the atmosphere in the dining car shifted slightly, yet the majority maintained their silence, feigning ignorance. Anson, seated beside the officer, continued to toy with his glass, deep in thought. No, that is not right. The novelist left the compartment around 10:50. It's now 11:17. If he knew someone was after him, why linger so long in my compartment? Taking a sip of rum, Anson appeared lost in contemplation. Just then, the once trembling attendant, now regaining composure, approached with a small cake cradled in his hands. Sir, your cake is ready. By the way, what were you about to ask? Nothing, I was just... As Anson instinctively raised his gaze, his words faltered. Standing before him, cradling the cake, was Draco Vilters, smiling in his service attire. Chapter 64. Opening the door, a crisp knocking sound echoed from outside the compartment. Who could it be? After a brief silence, a rustling noise and hushed whispers emerged. Ahem. A somewhat heavy middle-aged voice called out. Hello, we are the attendants of the Iron Sky. Could you please open the door? We need to. Attendants. Lisa exclaimed with delight. Are you here to deliver lunch? Yes. The middle-aged voice hesitated momentarily. So could you please? What is for lunch today? Lisa joyfully interrupted. The voice outside fell into a long pause, the rustling becoming more pronounced. There are garlic sausages, tomato beef stew, buttered bread. Oh, and oyster soup. Oh my, all of these are things I've never tried. They sound delicious. Lisa clapped her hands in excitement, her cheeks flushed with joy. She pouted slightly, speaking in a bashful tone, but I promised not to open the door. Could you please leave the food outside? This time, there was complete silence outside. Simultaneously, the storage room of the dining car was equally quiet. Lord Draco Verster, I believe you owe me an explanation. The amiable Anson maintained a minimum of restraint, smiling down at the novelist before him. Haraha, I think so too. Draco, crouched in the corner with his hands on his head, managed a forced laugh, his trembling gaze darting between Anson's face and the gun aimed at his forehead. So, where should I begin? The gun tapped sharply against his forehead. 2 things, Anson coldly stated. First, why did you approach me? And who are those people? All right. Draco, with a strained smile, pressed his lips together. I did not intentionally seek you out. Believe me, from the moment we met, I have not uttered a single lie to you. My name, identity, ticket, purpose, all of it is true. Naturally, I understand your current doubts and wariness. To some extent, that is also my intention. The cause and reason is quite complex, but to put it simply, I need your help. Moreover, I must ensure that you truly possess the ability to assist me. Please don't hit me. I know saying this will surely earn me a beating, but it is indeed the truth. If you were just an ordinary officer traveling to the capital with your family, I would not want to trouble you in the slightest. However, it proves that you are not ordinary, correct? Whether it is from noticing issues in my actions and words or remaining composed when facing those individuals, you are not a typical person, and I, truly, need someone like you. This is excessive, unreasonable, and utterly perplexing. But a dying person will grasp at any straw, won't they? He sniffed, slightly choked up, mainly due to speaking too quickly and feeling a bit breathless. Does this explanation satisfy you? Anson, with a cold expression, pondered for a few seconds. The second question. They are officers of the Royal Guard, Draco quickly replied. The so-called Royal Guard is the most elite professional army of the Kingdom of Clovis, though that is a thing of the past. For the past decade or so, they have been responsible for the capital's defense and security, mostly maintaining public order and managing riots. They belong to. I know what they do, Anson interrupted, suddenly pressing the gun against Draco's forehead again. Then, Draco grimaced, the pain causing his mouth to twitch. To make a long story short, the public security in the capital has been deteriorating in recent years. It started off bearable, but now, facing a population of 800,000 in Clovis City, the Royal Guard is increasingly overwhelmed. Thus, the Privy Council has issued the Urban Public Management Act to disband the Royal Guard and establish a more professional security force. However, the Royal Guard does not intend to wait idly for their demise. They have been looking for ways to prove themselves or resist. Looking up at Anson, Draco lowered his voice, and their method is to drag powerful figures into the water while creating cases that can stir the entire kingdom, forcing the newly established security force to flounder and rely on them. Isn't this courting death? Anson, momentarily stunned, blurted out. Blackmailing powerful figures and stirring up trouble during wartime. Even if they can endure the present, aren't those making these decisions afraid of retribution afterwards? Who isn't? Draco sighed. But a dying person will grasp at any straw, won't they? Anson ignored him and coldly continued his inquiry. But how does this relate to you? Draco blinked and gave Anson a knowing smile. I am a storyteller for the newspaper, currently gathering material for my next story. I am also an amateur detective. Another gunshot rang out, this time striking his chin. Speak like that again. And next time I will shove the barrel in your mouth, Anson said bluntly. Do you have evidence of their extortion? And do you know their next plan? Draco nodded vigorously. They plan to orchestrate a train robbery, complete with murder and smuggling. The plot is all set. Do you remember those 3 officers? According to the script, they will be the first witnesses of this case. As for me, I am just the scapegoat, aren't I? Anson nodded. That much was not difficult to guess. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Draco exhaled quietly, his previously jovial expression replaced with seriousness. Dear Lord Ansonbach, I am aware of how excessive my previous actions have been, and I also understand that you are under no obligation to assist me. So if you genuinely do not wish to become involved in this matter, you may simply stand by. Given your capabilities and status as an army officer, the Royal Guard will not dare to touch you. In your compartment-S luggage rack, there is my suitcase, containing all the evidence I have gathered regarding the Royal Guard's extortion. They will certainly come looking for it. You just need to pretend to know nothing and hand over the suitcase to them. With his hands spread wide, Draco sighed and lowered his head. Anson, however, was taken aback. Did you just say you placed all the evidence in that suitcase? Yes, that's correct. And they will come looking for it? Probably, as long as they are not completely foolish, though they are already quite foolish. Draco sighed, lifting his head to find Anson looking increasingly troubled. What's wrong? Then he realized he was too late. The compartment door, forcefully broken open, creaked ominously as 2 burly men in slightly worn jackets stumbled inside. Beside them was Lisa, arms crossed, glaring furiously. Upon seeing the 2 figures, Lisa's expression brightened with a mix of surprise and a hint of triumph. These guys. They lied to me and tried to barge into the compartment to capture me. So I took care of them. Chapter 65, The Turning Point Sitting by the Window. Lisa hummed an unfamiliar tune, carefully extracting a small piece of cake with her fork, her expression and movements as delicate as if handling a cherished treasure. Beside her, 2 individuals hastily spent over 10 minutes cleaning up the body, finally sitting down, breathless and weary. So, what do you intend to do? Draco, with a bruised forehead, forced a smile, his eyes warily observing Anson, who sat deep in thought, head bowed. I regret to say that we are now, well, we are in the same compartment, so to speak. Of course, you could blame the deaths of these 2 on me. That would be understandable. I had prepared myself for such a possibility. Be quiet. Very well. Draco leaned back in his chair, lowering his head in silence. Anson, lost in contemplation, felt a tumult of emotions. He longed to shoot the novelist before him, yet reason reminded him that even if he did, the officers of the guard would not spare him. Moreover, now that he had become an informed party, they were even less likely to let him go. How many guards are on the train? Draco immediately replied, glancing at the two bodies stuffed beneath the armchair. Currently, there may be fewer than 10. Most of the personnel are lying in wait in the two third-class carriages, leaving only 3 officers and, well, the esteemed Miss Lisa, who has taken care of these few. They did not establish a precise time or specific carriage for action, as this was a spur-of-the-moment plan. However, I believe the dining car and our 10th carriage present the best probabilities. As for the reason, I shall spare you the details. The novelist who pilfered their extortion plan is presently in the 10th carriage. Observing the increasingly nervous smile on Draco's face, Anson felt the corners of his mouth twitch once more. He reached for his pocket watch, its ticking hands just crossing 11:40. If memory served, the 3 guard officers had departed the dining car at 11:15. Raising an eyebrow, Anson turned his gaze back to Draco. How long does it take to make a round trip from the front third-class carriage to the dining car? 50 minutes. However, I did not anticipate that one of the staff was a guard, the very waiter I had swapped positions with, who nearly recognized me. Even more surprising was that they knew my ticket seating arrangement. As for what happened afterward, well, you already know. Yes, I am aware. And I have also come to realize that you possess a unique talent for self-destruction. Suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, Anson let out a long sigh. 50 minutes. He had at most 50 minutes to devise a plan for handling this predicament. The guards aimed to orchestrate a grand train heist, necessitating a scapegoat to bear the blame and conveniently perish aboard the train. If he were to assist in this unwelcome trouble, his thoughts diverged into 2 paths. The first option was to stealthily eliminate the guard officers before they could act, for while murder would not erase the trouble, it could eliminate those who caused it. The second option aligned with their intentions. Since they sought chaos, why not escalate it further? Suppressing the impulse to begin drafting a narrative, Anson began to formulate a plan. Very well. I can assist you. Before Draco could display any semblance of joy, Anson coldly interrupted. But first, you must enlighten me on one matter. Why would a novelist writing for a second-rate tabloid, unable to afford a new coat or leather bag, dare oppose the guards who maintain order in the capital? Seeking a sensational story, he possesses both the narrative and the scandal. As for evidence, this world and era differ greatly from my previous life. Newspapers publish news without the need for oaths, and slander is a bare minimum of professional conduct. Money? He has already procured extortion materials. What has to stop him from acquiring funds? So, what is his true aim? Revenge. Draco replied nonchalantly, I seek retribution against the guards. 2 months prior, I received a job offer from the Clovey Truth newspaper, along with recent issues of their publication. In the October 22nd issue, there was a tragic incident reported. A young man, while wandering the streets, encountered a robbery. Acting impulsively, he subdued the robber, only to be wounded himself. Yet as he tended to his injury, the guards, summoned by the victim's cries, mistook him for the assailant and shot him dead. In the aftermath, the guards faced consequences, while the young man was blamed for being in a danger zone. Quite a regrettable tale. Draco blinked, studying the pensive Anson. In the narrative, for individuals, the victim, the robber, the young man, and the soldier, who is the true culprit? The victim? He was merely trying to save himself. The robber? In the current capital, even those with legitimate jobs resort to theft, as survival demands it. The soldier? He was unaware of the events, only seeing one person down and another injured, holding an object. As for the young man, he is perhaps the only one among them who can claim innocence. With a smile, Draco's gaze sharpened. None of them are the culprits. The guards, powerless against the chaos plaguing the capital, a relic organization of bygone times, are the true offenders. To dismantle their scheme, to restore order in Clovey City and ensure that its 800,000 inhabitants no longer live in fear of robbery, either as perpetrators or victims. That is my revenge. As he concluded, Draco straightened himself, crossing his right leg and resting his hands on his knees, locking eyes with Anson. By the way, that young man was Miller Vilters, my last remaining relative in this world, though I suspect you have already surmised that. This is my purpose and my rationale. Lord Anson Bach, I am aware my actions are extreme and disrespectful. I know all of their plans, yet candidly, I lack the ability to escape them, let alone thwart them. I require your assistance. Of course, not without compensation. Very well. Anson sighed, tilting his chin slightly. But, Lord Draco Vilters, as a precaution, I must warn you. My price is quite steep. Chapter 66. Behind the scenes in the spacious and brightly lit first-class compartment. A middle-aged man clad in a black trench coat and scarf, adorned with a high-crowned hat, scrutinized the officer seated before him, who had his head bowed in silence. Lieutenant, am I mistaken? You and your 12 men, with the intelligence, resources, and contacts I provided, allowed a powerless newspaper writer to disappear on a steam train with no means of escape? And no, we didn't. The stuttering lieutenant buried his face deeply in his chest. The plush comfort of the sofa beneath him now felt as uncomfortable as a bed of nails, as beads of cold sweat trickled down his temples and forehead. Nothing? The middle-aged man's tone was tinged with irritation. We haven't lost him. Gathering his courage, the lieutenant suddenly raised his head. In fact, we have confirmed his exact location. Oh? The middle-aged man feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow as he retrieved a pipe and matches from his coat pocket. Do elaborate. Seizing the opportunity to share his newfound information, the lieutenant, who had been trembling just moments ago, declared with fervor, I believe he is most likely in compartment 3 of carriage 10. The middle-aged man nodded expressionlessly. Continue. Huh. The lieutenant was taken aback. Continue what? The middle-aged man, biting down on his pipe, retorted with a hint of mockery. Since you already know the target's exact location, why are there only the two of us in this room? This is mainly because I came ahead to report to you, the lieutenant stammered. Oh, so it is my fault that you were unable to apprehend the target immediately, is it? Yes. The lieutenant instinctively nodded, only to realize his mistake. And no, that's not it. With a long exhale, the middle-aged man expelled a cloud of smoke into the lieutenant's face. Coughing, the lieutenant struggled to maintain composure, his face turning red as he lowered his head to cover his mouth and nose. At that moment, he suddenly felt a powerful force pressing down on the back of his neck. Bang! The unsuspecting lieutenant's face slammed onto the redwood dining table covered in a velvet cloth. Crack! The lieutenant's nasal bone shattered, and before he could even let out a cry, blood mixed with broken teeth gushed from his mouth as he lay sprawled on the ground, terror-stricken, gazing up at the middle-aged man whose expression remained impassive. My lord. A kick from the middle-aged man silenced him, driving straight into the lieutenant's abdomen. I have had enough of your ineptitude and your penchant for excuses. Looking down at the lieutenant, who writhed on the floor like a worm, the middle-aged man, still chewing on his pipe, picked up a cane from beside the sofa and pressed its cold tip against the lieutenant's forehead. I can tolerate a competent subordinate who makes excuses, and I can also endure a loyal fool, but I cannot abide a traitor who is both foolish and full of excuses, jeopardizing a plan I have invested so much in. Lieutenant, you have sufficiently proven yourself to be a rotten orange. So do not let me harbor even the slightest doubt about your loyalty. From now on, I shall take charge of the entire plan. Your only duty is to obey orders. Do you understand? Why, yes. The lieutenant, bloodied and trembling, nodded repeatedly, terrified to show any hesitation. Very well. The middle-aged man, disinterested in looking at him further, disdainfully discarded the bloodied cane and reclined on the sofa, savoring the aroma of tobacco. He then produced a silver pocket watch from the inner pocket of his coat. Inside are crucial pieces of evidence regarding bribery and extortion involving the guards and members of the Privy Council. Should this be exposed, the downfall of the entire guards will be far beyond mere dissolution. Why, yes, sir. The lieutenant, his face smeared with blood, struggled to rise, not forgetting to pick up the discarded cane, meticulously wiping it clean with his sleeve before offering it back with a sycophantic smile. But, my lord, if the train robbery plan cannot proceed smoothly, won't the Privy Council? That is none of your concern. The middle-aged man scoffed, snatching the cane back and casting a disdainful glance at the lieutenant's quivering face. Firstly, I have never supported this absurd plan to rob the Steel Sky. The guards were entrusted with the entire case to prevent the Privy Council from acting hastily to dismantle us. It sounds appealing. But what if the Privy Council refuses to let the guards handle the case? What if the royal family decides not to side with the guards, but instead placates the nobility by handing the case to someone unrelated? This is a critical moment for the survival of the entire guards. We cannot place our hopes on an elusive train robbery. If the Privy Council is truly preparing to take action against us, they must first understand the price they will pay. Holding the pipe, the middle-aged man's lips curled into a slight, cold smile. Lieutenant, have you ever heard the name Ludwig Franz? Cautiously raising his gaze, The lieutenant responded, "You mean the son of Archbishop Ludwig?" "Indeed, that is correct." The middle-aged man nodded slightly, gazing out the window. With a father who is an archbishop, his reputation in the capital will reach unimaginable heights, allowing the entire Franz family to ascend further, and the army will have no reason to suppress him. However, I have heard some rather intriguing rumors. The middle-aged man smirked. Regarding this astonishing victory, it may not be as straightforward as it appears. It is highly likely that Ludwig Franz's army is intertwined with some old god sect. The old god sect. The lieutenant gasped in shock. Just then, a sharp knock echoed through the compartment. The silent middle-aged man remained quiet, while the lieutenant, nursing his wounds, turned around. His eyes filled with resentment as he grasped the doorknob. As the door swung open, a slender young man with dark hair and brown eyes smiled at him. The lieutenant, momentarily taken aback, soon wore a look of disbelief. You are the one from the dining car." Puff. Before he could finish, the smiling Anson plunged a dagger into his throat. Chapter 67. Reflections on publication. It is somewhat astonishing for Kong Kong, as it was entirely unexpected that the manuscript of 180,000 words would be published so soon. How premature. There remain numerous narrative threads yet to be woven. The entire plot has only just begun to unfold. Ahem. In any case, Kong Kong is acutely aware of the reality of being an aspiring writer and is profoundly grateful for the multitude of readers who have steadfastly supported Kong Kong from The Wizard Comes From Afar to this latest work. It is heartening to even encounter readers from the joyous journey of the night. Words cannot adequately express the depth of my gratitude. For those sincere readers willing to support Kong Kong in crafting more and better tales, I find no other means of expressing my appreciation than to continue writing. Moreover, I would like to clarify a minor convention. Kong Kong has a penchant for utilizing names of characters from previous works in subsequent stories, though there exists no direct correlation between the characters or the narratives. However, if one insists, an indirect connection may indeed be discerned. For instance, the East referenced in the Wizard's Authority is, in fact, the kingdom of Turin from the joyous journey of the night. This book follows a similar vein. Kong Kong enjoys playing with such literary allusions. Lastly, to the readers who are encountering Kong Kong's writing for the first time, please rest assured that regardless of this book's reception, Kong Kong is committed to completing the story. This is a promise, an unwavering commitment to ensure that readers are not disappointed and that no regrets linger on my part. In the first volume, The Siege, I provided an overview of the world's beliefs, circumstances, and power dynamics. In the second volume, The Traces of the Storm, the ignited flames will burn even more fiercely, as the factions lurking in the shadows will emerge one after another. Therefore, I invite you all to anticipate the unfolding adventure. Chapter 68. Quite understanding in almost an instant, the middle-aged man, undisturbed, noticed the lieutenant collapse. With his left hand reaching for the inner side of his jacket, he leaned back against the sofa, utterly disregarding decorum. "Well, is this not in accordance with what we initially agreed upon?" Clearing his throat a couple of times, Draco Wiltess, standing at the doorway, wore a somewhat awkward expression. Chapter 70. The Detective at 1315. It had been a full hour and a half since the lunch service on the Iron Canopy had concluded. In the Kingdom of Clove and throughout the entire orderly world. Chapter 71. Blind spot. Before formally solving the case, I would like to pose a small question to all of you. Within the spacious first-class compartment, the smiling Draco picked up the lifeless body from the floor. Chapter 72. The train murder case. 1 minute. I shall grant you but a single minute. The soldier of the Imperial Guard, drenched in cold sweat, held his firearm aloft, his trembling gaze straining to avert its gaze from the lifeless body sprawled upon the ground. Chapter 73. Anson's reward. The piercing sound of the steam whistle resonated through the train station, enveloped in a cloud of steam. Beneath the flickering glow of the bright yellow gas lamps, the iron behemoth stood tall. Chapter 74. The news of the capital. After bidding farewell to a certain novelist, Anson deliberately lingered on the platform for another 10 minutes with Lisa, before finally departing the central west of the capital, as the crowd gradually thinned. Chapter 75. The Bank for Anson. The Order of the Church and the teachings of the Order, as recalled from his past, were perhaps the most perplexing aspects he encountered initially. The Saint's Calendar. Chapter 76. 55 Boulevard Bowman. As Anson gently held Lisa's small hand while departing from Clovis Cathedral, he found himself in possession of a brand new suitcase, although he had previously harbored a strong desire to. Chapter 77. the good-natured security company almost at the moment the elderly woman finished speaking. A deafening roar erupted from below the building, causing the entire living room to tremble in response. Particularly, Chapter 78. Clues. After a brief yet spirited negotiation, Anson adeptly reduced the half-year rent from 700 silver coins to 600, which included the share belonging to the ever-accommodating security company. Chapter 79. The prisoner's bang. A heavy iron fist struck the solid conference table. Within the shadowed confines of the command center of the Imperial Guard, dozens of officers sat rigidly at either side of the long table, their demeanor one of solemn formality. Chapter 80. The Royal Military Academy. After enduring a rather restless night, and casually consumed some cold, hard bread to stave off hunger. Having prepared breakfast for the still slumbering Lisa, he donned his coat. Chapter 81. Mace Hornad. Chapter 82. Reward. At the very moment he opened his mouth, the professor paused briefly, lifting his gaze slightly. His gentle eyes swept across Anson's cheek before finally resting upon those deep brown. Chapter 83. The non-existent officer. On the congested Friedrich Street, an unassuming vintage four-wheeled carriage moved slowly. Mace Honored leaned quietly against the seat as the. Chapter 84. Kindness. May I inquire? I am a student of Professor Mace Honored. The expressionless young scholar stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his icy blue eyes. Chapter 85. Routine inquiry. 10 minutes later, two officers of the guard entered the parlor and took a seat opposite Anson, who was forced to squeeze onto the small sofa, the only long sofa in the parlor. Chapter 86. Heroic sacrifice. At the moment the question was posed, Madame Bogner, who had remained silent until then, furrowed her brow for the first time. The hawk-nosed officer, with an unwavering gaze, fixated intently on the elderly woman. Chapter 87. Former husbands. In the narrow attic, Anson sat beside a drafty window, cradling a copy of the Cloverdale Truth. The candlestick on the table flickered incessantly in the cold breeze. Chapter 88. St. Isaac Academy. In the early morning, the weather in Clovery City remained shrouded in a dense, melancholic fog. After indulging in a warm breakfast of hot water and crusty bread, leisurely. Chapter 89. Divination. In that fleeting moment, an unperceived chill coursed through Anson's spine. Someone stood behind him, yet he remained blissfully unaware. How could this be possible? Chapter 90. A unique existence. As Braun silently led the way up the quiet and pitch-black spiral staircase, holding a kerosene lamp aloft, Anson followed behind with a rigid expression, remaining utterly speechless. Chapter 91. Indeed, you are extraordinary. No one knows precisely what they discovered, but on a certain night 30 years ago, Professor Horst and Professor Mace Honored undoubtedly embarked upon. Chapter 92. Lack of interest. In that fleeting moment, the expressionless Anson gently caressed his forehead, remaining silent. It seemed as though she regarded me as some loquacious novelist. Chapter 93. Three questions. The gentle and refined voice seemed to possess a certain enchantment, instantly silencing the bustling hall. Pairs of curious and astonished eyes turned toward the seated figure. Chapter 94. Performance. In the dimly lit, enigmatic atmosphere of the crimson carpet hall, the young girl observed a novelist who averted their gaze, a playful smile curling at the corners of her lips. Chapter 95. Anson's escape route. After exchanging a nod with Professor Mace Hornad, which could barely be considered a farewell, Anson closed the door. Only after meticulously ensuring that the door was securely locked did he turn and proceed towards the cloakroom. Chapter 96. I Want to Live. Chapter 97. Two groups of people. As the voice fell, for guards emerged from the corners and shadows, their dark gun muzzles simultaneously aimed at the man with his hands raised, Anson, observing the scene that had already been. Chapter 98. Harmonious cooperation. At the moment he caught sight of the other's smiling face, Major David's expression abruptly changed. Without hesitation, he leaped forward, taking cover and concealing himself. Bang! The golden red. Chapter 99. An inevitable explanation. The battle concluded even more swiftly than the Anson plan. After the last unfortunate soul was shot in the head by the young girl, her remaining two guards had already decisively. Chapter 100. Speak without reserve. On Red Brick Street, within the Clovery Cathedral, in the prayer room. At 8:30 in the morning, alone, Anson sat on the cold wooden bench, engulfed in tedium. Chapter 101. Anson's tall tales. In the protracted silence, the girl, her gaze vacant, remained entranced as she observed the composed Anson Bach. She almost stumbled while carrying the tray towards him. Chapter 102. A job. The elderly man sat silently behind his desk, observing Anson. His expression appeared rather neutral, scarcely qualifying as serious, with a deep and frigid gaze. Chapter 103. The Good Girl. As Anson departed through the side door of Clovey Cathedral, snow began to fall beneath the overcast night sky. Fluffy, gray-white snowflakes danced through the air, illuminated by the warm glow of gas lamps. Chapter 104. A significant incident. In the early morning, the biting cold wind howled through the overcast skies of Clovey City. The snowfall, which had commenced the previous night, showed no signs of abating. Rather, it seemed to intensify with each passing moment. Chapter 105. The surprise of Mace Hornad. Do not be in such a haste. Please. Take a seat. Gently closing the biography of Isaac Rand in his hands, Mace Hornad's expression softened, and a smile graced his lips. Chapter 106. The 5 stages. With a smile of acknowledgement, Anson graciously accepted the steaming cup of coffee from Blown, the delicate aroma wafting gently from the exquisitely gilded bone china cup. Chapter 107. Cake. After a flurry of erratic thoughts, Anson swiftly brought his mind back to a state of calmness, offering a somewhat awkward smile as he said, "I apologize, Professor, I." Chapter 108. The Undercurrents of Ambition. Chapter 109. Alan Dawn. In the ensuing 2 days, Anson devoted his mornings and evenings to Professor Mace Honored's tome, Research on Curses and Magic. The remainder of his days was spent outdoors, immersed in various pursuits. Chapter 110. A new position. The secretary raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the youth before him, whose height certainly did not exceed 5 feet. He gradually settled into the chair beside the desk. Chapter 111. The commander. Starting from scratch in the quiet study, Alan Dawn, seemingly unaware of his own words, stood politely behind the desk, smiling as he gazed at the astonished. Chapter 112. Father's Chit-Chat. The Storm Group. In a lavishly adorned bedroom, Sophia Franz, clad in lace-trimmed silk pajamas, perched on the edge of her bed, her eyes shimmering with incredulity. Chapter 113. Sophia understood in that moment. Sophia's eyes widened in realization. Anson. Buck. Indeed, it was the same person who deceived you that night, compelling you to bring him to me. Chapter 114. No Rivals Ahead. Frederick Street, Royal Military Academy. 8:30 a.m. As Anson alighted from the hired carriage, the diminutive figure of Alan Dawn was already standing. Chapter 115. Unraveling misunderstandings. Although Anson remained unaware of the enigmatic confidence that Alan Dawn possessed regarding him, it was highly likely that this individual was an informant planted by Luther Franz to keep a watchful eye on him. Chapter 116. A minor misunderstanding. Gentlemen, I believe there exists a slight misunderstanding among us. Seated upon cushions fashioned from leather bags. Chapter 117. The emergence of the great detective. On a gloomy Tuesday, the town of Clove City was once again enveloped in dark clouds and heavy snowfall. The winter of the Saints' calendar, a century long, seemed to be more. Chapter 118. Old Wall Street. After transferring to a cab and hiring an old coachman who claimed to know the way at double the fare, the 2 individuals finally set off after nearly 10 minutes of delay. Chapter 119. The gang traversing the desolate streets. Anson, stifling a laugh, and the disheartened Sophia arrived at the firmly shut doors of the newspaper office, on the muddy ground, littered. Chapter 120. A moment of emotion. It appears we have arrived a moment too late. Gazing at the door that has been forcefully opened in the desolate reception area, Blown squinted his eyes, coldly fixating on the gang leader beside him. Chapter 121. Reinforcements. Bang. Chapter 122. I am truly sorry, I exclaimed. Who can enlighten me on how this has transpired? Amidst the thick smoke so dense that it obscured all forms, I took refuge behind 2 lifeless bodies and the remnants of a shattered. Chapter 123. The death horn. The situation appeared to have taken a peculiar turn. Anson, concealed behind the partially ajar door, displayed a vigilant expression as he incessantly observed the entrance of the staircase behind him. Chapter 124. Your sins have been atoned. The old gods. Even after a millennium, these ancient malevolent beliefs continue to torment this world, tainting it with their unique malevolence. Chapter 125. The Invitation of the Tribunal. On the 24th of January, in the year of the Saints 100, at precisely 12:35, a gas leak incident occurred once more within a press building situated on Old Wall Street in the royal capital. A group of rioters. In the fleeting span of 45 minutes and 17 seconds, Chapter 127. The Storm Brigade. In the early morning, a 4-wheeled carriage emblazoned with the emblem of the Order of the Ring traversed the streets of Frederick Street at a leisurely pace. The crowded thoroughfare was flanked by shops bustling with activity on either side. Chapter 128. The interview pushing open the door that was not locked. Anson and Alan stepped through the thoroughly rusted barbed wire and the overgrown weeds that reached half their height, making their way into the depths of the factory. Chapter 129. The Mightiest Bloodline Power. Chapter 130. What are you doing here? The mightiest bloodline power? Observing the young judge's expression, which was serious to the point of being amusing, Anson could not discern whether the other party was merely speaking casually or if there was genuine intent behind it. Chapter 131. The millennia-old family. Anson Bach. What brings you here? Brolin, with his hands clasped behind his back, paused outside the doors of the Truth-Seeking Club, his slender and stately figure clad in a sleek black suit. Chapter 132. The Great Grimoire. Dear Brother Anson Bach, as you read this letter, I hope you are seated comfortably on the sofa by the fireplace, with a cup of coffee and a pipe at hand. Chapter 133. The Captain of the Guard. Once again, a fog-laden morning enveloped the city of Clovis, where winter seemed to have never known a moment of fair weather. On this overcast day, snowflakes danced gracefully through the air. Chapter 134. The Franz family. How terrifying it is. Within the confines of a pink-hued young lady's chamber, the distraught maid, in a fervent crescendo, conveyed her emotions to her mistress. Chapter 135. Anson, the tool man. The dim yellow glow of the gas. Chapter 136. Carl and Jacques. The sound of clapping echoed. A middle-aged man, clad in a tattered merchant's uniform, crouched beneath a frost-laden gas lamp post, a half-burnt cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 137. You have much to tell me. Listening to this call, filled with fallacious reasoning, distortion of facts, and sweeping generalizations, Anson found himself at a loss for words. This is Chapter 138. Sincere Negotiations. Bang. Chapter 139. The card. In the dimming twilight, the weary old horse dragged its dilapidated cab along the secluded streets, coming to a halt, panting, before a black iron gate. Beside the door stood two pitch black. Chapter 140. The toxicity of coffee. As night deepened, Anson, with a rigid expression, clutched his chest tightly, gazing at the carriages hurrying away into the darkness, merging seamlessly with the sparse glow of the streetlights. Chapter 141. The villain. Splendid, truly splendid. On a sun-drenched morning, Sophia Franz savored the rare fine weather of the royal capital while cradling a fragrant cup of hand-ground coffee. Chapter 142. The beginning of a grand scheme. Inner city, St. Isaac Academy. Night. Thick clouds obscured the moon, yet the midnight sky of Clovis City remained sparse with stars. Concerning this phenomenon. Chapter 143. The factory. Observing the solemn expression on Lawrence's face, Anson pondered momentarily before shifting his gaze to the young clerk. What is the current balance in the Storm Brigade's account? He inquired. Chapter 144. Countdown. In that fleeting moment of speech, a subtle smile graced the corners of Not Conan's mouth. This confidence emanated from a once-renowned detective, knowing that the other party was also a spellcaster. Chapter 145. 10 minutes. As the air was filled with horrifying cries echoing throughout the factory, the unicorn military flag was already fluttering beneath the leaden sky, accompanied by the wailing sirens and the resounding neighs of noble steeds. Chapter 146. For the time being, as the officers of the Imperial Guard and their aides stared in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes at the figure they thought was merely an illusion, a surge of individuals poured in through the shattered gates, ravaged by cannon fire. Chapter 147. A report. When the 3-pound infantry cannon shattered the factory gates, the riot came to an abrupt end. Confronted with the artillery capable of reducing solid wooden doors to splinters, faced with a force far superior to their own. Chapter 148. Side income. One sincerely apologize, Your Excellency Anson Bach, for burdening you with the necessity to carve out time from your busy schedule to visit a rather dreary and uninspiring room, accompanied by a. Chapter 149. The invitation. With the sincere blessings of the elderly gentleman, Anson cheerfully departed, briskly carrying his black suitcase. Although the outcome was entirely different from what he had initially anticipated. Chapter 150. The price of a shirt. Although it was not the first time, when Anson held Lisa's hand, standing outside the Alfred Taylor shop, he could not help but feel a sense of. Chapter 151. Railways and war. As night fell, a gentle drizzle began to descend upon the streets outside St. Isaac's Academy. The cold, biting raindrops mingled with a soft mist, enveloping the brightly lit academy in an ethereal shroud. Chapter 152. Loyalty is so difficult it is well known that in the 40 years preceding the era of saints, the esteemed Isaac Rand, a revered cleric, accomplished the design of the first generation of steam cores, thereby ushering in a new epoch. Yet, his contributions remain largely unrecognized by the world. Chapter 153. Courage is the prerequisite of loyalty. In that fleeting moment, Anson, desperately concealing his emotions, stood frozen in place. A certain sense of impending peril activated a mechanism within his being, awakening his mind. Chapter 154. The Elven Ambassador. After careful consideration, Anson decided to observe for a while. Of course, this had nothing to do with cowardice. It was merely a matter of following his heart. Chapter 155. The final creation. As Anson gazed at the host operating the differential machine under the stage lights, he found himself momentarily taken aback. How was he to recreate this? Chapter 156. Morris's despair. Soon, the entire banquet reached its zenith amidst resounding applause. The Elven Ambassador, Maurice Perigord, held aloft a glass of wine. Chapter 157. The opening of the banquet. Ah, is that Ambassador Maurice Perigord? In the bustling and vibrant banquet hall, a young lady clad in a turquoise gown stood before. Chapter 158. The plan is flawless. Almost simultaneously with the piercing sound of the silver whistle echoing above the castle, both judges exhibited grave expressions, gazing at Lawrence and Cole. Chapter 159. Sophia's smile. Where on earth is this fellow hiding? Sophia murmured to herself as she traversed the staircase of the castle, the dim light casting shadows behind her. Chapter 160. The King's Authority. Clovis City, Inner District, the Australian Palace. Midnight. Drenched to the skin, Archbishop Luther Franz stood before the door of the drawing room. Chapter 161. Anson. The all-knowing Bach. With a resounding boom, at the moment Anson's exclamation echoed, Sophia promptly took refuge beneath the round table, tightly embracing Angelica in her arms, gripped by fear. Chapter 162. Preparations. Before the plan commences, as the inky darkness of the night enveloped the surroundings, the torrential rain began to subside, with cold droplets gently cascading from the shattered remnants of the crumbling walls, creating delicate splashes of glistening water in the craters formed by 6-pound solid projectiles. Chapter 163. The Outer District. In the Outer District, on West Gate Street, lies the Crown Tavern. At 4:30 in the morning, seated before the greasy bar, Anson indulges in garlic sausages and dry noodles. Chapter 164. Living life. We have guests. In the banquet hall on the second floor, several guests are gathered around a round table laden with exquisite delicacies and fine wines. They are dressed. Chapter 165. The Hydra. Beneath the shattered walls, the bloodied Hydra stood resolutely amidst countless suffocating gazes, its gaping maw heaving with labored breaths. Chapter 166. The Great Business. The cold jest about cigars rendered the dining table utterly silent. In the bustling hall, the lower level was filled with a raucous crowd, while the upper level was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 167. Do not be surprised. In the inner city, on Frederick Street, at the Truth Seeking Club. What brings you here? As I gazed upon Anson, who had unexpectedly entered, dressed impeccably. Chapter 168. Black eats black. In the narrow compartment, which still emanated an odor of sweat, Anson and Cole exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a slight bewilderment as they communicated their sentiments to one another. Seated between the two. Chapter 169. Who is it? Is everything arranged? Chapter 170. The dead do not lie. Apologies. Could you please wait a moment? Outside the pitch-black factory gates, Cole Dorian suddenly raised his hand to stop his trusted confidant beside him. Chapter 171. Mutual trust. Bang. 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 The gunfire erupted without warning, 6 bullets striking the back of the cigar's head with unerring precision. Chapter 172. The Last Man. At midnight, 10:40, 2 streets away from the Leighton Armory. Covered in blood, Cole Dorian limped through the alley, leaning on his cane. Chapter 173. Is it necessary? At the moment when Anson aimed the gun at the astonished Tang Xian, the old pocket watch, which had been breathing softly, gradually revealed a smile. Indeed, just as I. Chapter 174. Encirclement. Bang. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, brilliant flashes of light illuminated the streets on this moonless night, mingling with the acrid smoke of gunpowder that filled the air. Chapter 175. Final touches. Everything unfolded according to Anson Bach's plan, albeit with slight deviations. At 5 minutes past midnight, the storm squad commenced their encirclement. Within a quarter of an hour, the gang. Chapter 176. Nocturnal Conversations. My dear Lord Anson Bach, we have finally reunited. In the cramped confines of the attic room, the creaking of the old window is accompanied by the biting cold wind and the gentle patter of. Chapter 177. The onset of the storm. Angelica, what are you doing here? Within the Franz estate, Sophia Franz, awakened by the light outside, stepped out of her bedroom, bewildered. Chapter 178. Sophia's coffee. In the inner city, on Red Brick Street, stands Clovey Cathedral. After concluding a leisurely conversation with the novelist, Anson hurriedly led Lisa away from the palace. Chapter 179. The wrath of the Archbishop. Sophia fixed her gaze upon Anson, who sat awkwardly, yet smiling on the sofa. She could hardly fathom that she, despite her pride, was in the presence of her idol. Chapter 180. March 1st. Although the kingdom of Clovis has amassed a plethora of grievances due to its rapid expansion and the capital's construction lagging behind its developmental pace, it has not yet reached the point of imminent collapse. Chapter 181. Anson, the friend of women, Bach. Once the final figure and footsteps faded away into the distance, the fervor and madness that once adorned the dark sorcerer's visage dissipated, leaving behind a pair of crimson eyes, calm and penetrating. Chapter 182. The Catalyst. Chapter 183. From the darkness, from the corners. March 1st, midnight. A thick blanket of dark clouds enveloped the skyline of Clove City, while howling winds intertwined with gray snow galloped wildly above the city. Chapter 180. For the Clovis uprising. Amidst the earth-shattering explosion that reverberated through the land, the city of Clovis, shrouded in dense fog, finally greeted her dawn, accompanied by. Chapter 185. The throat choked everyone. Prepare for a coordinated volley. With a resounding echo of gunfire, figures across the street began to collapse in droves. From. Chapter 186. The St. Isaac steam differential engine, cloaked in an air of trepidation, Selah Vigil stood before the grand facade of the Clovis Cathedral, her body trembling as if ensnared by invisible chains. Chapter 187. Miscalculation. Where is Anson? Leaning against the battered doors of the church, Lisa shouted at the subordinate judge while grasping the Borny rifle. Chapter 188. Indifference to betrayal. In the fleeting moment when the gunfire erupted, Braun, with his pupils suddenly constricted, could scarcely comprehend what had transpired. In that brief instant, within his icy blue gaze. Chapter 189. At the end of the road. Do you wish for me to take your life with a gunshot? Chapter 190. We are even with his entire being taught. Anson locked eyes with Mace Hornad, unwavering and resolute, desperately restraining his trembling legs in an effort to regain his composure. Chapter 191. The blood of Auguste. Amidst the piercing, prolonged sound that penetrated his eardrums, Anson, with his eyes suffused with a crimson hue, valiantly fought against the encroaching dizziness. He struggled to rise from the wall behind him, as scorching liquid incessantly streamed from the tip of his nose. Chapter 192. Showdown. The moment Anson heard the excited shouts of the Dark Sorcerer, he immediately realized that a grave situation was unfolding, one he had most fervently wished to avoid and dreaded to witness. Chapter 193. Your downfall, here at an end. Anson Bach. As if a palpable scream detonated in the air, Anson's gaze fixated intensely on the grotesque mass before him. Chapter 194. Survive. Anson. Anson, are you alive? If you are, please awaken. A hurried male voice echoed in my ears, accompanied by the sound of slapping. Chapter 195. Invitation. A dense gray fog enveloped the dome of Clovis City. Although it was broad daylight, the entire city resembled the depths of midnight. Devoid of any glimmer of light, the streets lay in utter silence. Chapter 196. The Franz residence. As the first and only Merovingian among the archbishops of the Clovis kingdom, Luther Franz held a position of nearly unparalleled authority within the upper echelons of the realm, second only to the king. Chapter 197. Lund Manor. March 7th. In the northern suburbs of Clovis City, at 7 in the morning, seated in the carriage en route to Lund Manor, adorned in a double-breasted black formal suit and a high silk top hat. Chapter 198. The true world of the old gods. No, that is incorrect. She is not Lisa. Although at first glance, she bears an uncanny resemblance. Even her smile is strikingly similar. She is indeed not the same. Chapter 199. When, the true old god world. The incredulous Anson was nearly breathless, as words failed to encapsulate the shock reverberating within him at that moment. May. Chapter 200. Return and new endeavors. Seated within the smoothly traversing carriage, Anson scrutinized the rune ring in his hand. The pure silver band harmoniously complemented the scenery beyond the window, where ancient structures were shrouded in a delicate veil of mist. Chapter 201. Promotion. Although it was anticipated, the atmosphere in the city of Clovey took Anson by surprise upon the formal declaration of war against the Isle Elven Kingdom. In the inner city, on Frederick Street, at the Ruby CAF, Captain Carl Bay, dressed in a freshly laundered military uniform, occupied a seat by the window. Chapter 203. March 13th. With the Kingdom of Clovis officially declaring war on the Elven Kingdom of Isle, the capital, which had recently endured a tumultuous uprising, no longer bore the signs of its former despair, the disarray. Chapter 204. The prerequisite for establishing an army is securing sponsorship. Having bid farewell to the novelist who had brought him countless troubles, Anson, finally exhaling a sigh of relief, did not linger at the train station. He turned away and intercepted a. Chapter 205. The train to the Snowy Mountains. March 14th. Inner city, the Australia Palace. A unique banquet is taking place within the Royal Palace, where exquisite carriages are lined up along the. Chapter 206. On the Snowy Mountain. On the 20th day of October in the 99th year of the Saints' era, during a patrol organized by the commander of the southern fortress, I, a humble lad from Clovis, embarked on a journey in my life. Chapter 207. Bit by bit. Chapter 208. A warm welcome. Chapter 209. The unicorn soars. Alas, it seems I have struck something. Holding a lengthy monocular telescope, the young knight gazed with excitement at the distant explosions and the rising plumes of black smoke amidst the trees. Chapter 210. Collapse at a touch. Everyone advance. As the resounding sound of the military horn echoed successively, I beheld dense lines emerging from the woods, drenched in crimson. Chapter 211. He is a relative of the Duke. With the deafening sound of simultaneous rifle fire, Anson Bach's first battle beyond the dawn's icy peaks came to a close. How should one describe it? Chapter 212. The city of gold and stone. Having hastily cleared the battlefield, they received their first resupplies since departing from the morning twilight mountains, courtesy of nearby villages. In the process, they also rescued a few unfortunate scouts who had been held for ransom by the villagers. Chapter 213. The banquet. All troops, halt your advance, roared Carl Bane, his pupils constricting in a moment of fury, echoing across the clear skies of Genshire City. Chapter 214. Collaborating with the devil. As the sweet and crisp wine flowed smoothly down my throat, the atmosphere within the smoking room began to improve significantly. With the assistance of the deputy commander of the Southern Legion and the son-in-law of the Rune family. Chapter 215. Under the Eagle's Horn. While Anson incessantly painted grand visions for Duke Thun in Stone Gold City, indulging himself in feasts and revelry, Ludwig, commanding the main forces of the Southern Legion. Chapter 216. Acquaintances. Within the palace of Jinshiching, Anson, who had just risen from his slumber, sipped his coffee while sharing breakfast with Lisa, casting his gaze upon the documents recently delivered by Carl Bane, along with Thun. Chapter 217. Anson's good news. Beneath the crystal-clear dome of the sky, not a cloud in sight. Only a majestic eagle soars straight into the heavens, gliding gracefully among the snow-capped peaks. This is the Dawn Mountain Range. Chapter 218. The work of the deputy commander. Beneath the boundless expanse of a cerulean sky, the scattered ranks of the Storm Brigade infantry trudged along a rugged path, burdened by their cumbersome marching packs and an array of weaponry. Chapter 219. Fabian's Confusion. A contingent of Isle elves, adorned in their distinctive golden insignia, diligently escorted a convoy of heavily laden carts along the rugged mountain path, beneath the banner of the Golden Order, clad in crimson. Chapter 220. I knew it by the time Anson and Leon Fran Ois arrived at the battlefield with the main forces. The battle had already concluded, after enduring 2 minutes of intense artillery fire. Chapter 221. The birth of the Storm Master. It has been demonstrated that the Isle elves, who hold a deep reverence for tradition and possess a profound sense of pride, are equally capable of abandoning their companions in times of trouble, provided they can shift the blame elsewhere. Chapter 222. The Battle of Allendon. For Allendon, the burden of a demanding workload is both a source of anguish and delight. South of the Morning Light Mountains, in the Duchy of Thun, lies the city of Jinjishi. As the Iserl elves and the Clovians engage in a fierce struggle for dominion over each fortress beyond the walls of Eaglehorn City. Chapter 224. We are different. To the east of the Dawnlight Mountain Range, at the Eagle's Horn Pass, lies the temporary encampment of the Stormbringers. After a grueling day of trekking along the rugged mountain paths, weary and dust-laden, they found themselves. Chapter 225, The Ultimatum on the 1st of May. 100 years into the era of the Saints, after being besieged for nearly half a month in the city of Eagle's Corner, the core elite forces of the Kingdom of Iser, the formidable Imperial Guard, stood before the Emperor's military officials. Chapter 226 Negotiation. I inquired, is this truly acceptable? Chapter 227 Night Raid. At 10:30 at night, at the Eagle's Horn Fortress, South Wall, the soldiers were fully prepared. On the summit of the tower, the cold wind howled the divine. Chapter 228 The Midnight Cannon Fire. What did you say? Ludwig, disheveled and with bloodshot eyes, sat before the map table, so taken aback that he nearly struck his head against the surface of the table. Chapter 229 The Crimson Tail Flag for the Empire. More precisely, for all the believers within the order of faith in the world of order, who revere the culture of chivalry, the Crimson Tail Flag symbolizes. Chapter 230 Entering the city. As the dawn's light rises from the mountains, the acrid smoke finally dissipates, along with the thunderous roar of cannon fire that persisted throughout the night. The vast army of the Clovis. Chapter 231 Where to begin? Thud, thud, thud. Chapter 232 Come. Silence. A deathly silence. Louis Bernard's mind plunged into a void, while the expressionless Roman, who had come at the invitation, was utterly. Chapter 233 The Greatest Challenge. In the Dawnlight Mountains, within the stronghold of Eagle's Horn City, in a modestly sized side chamber, Anson sat at his desk, leaning back in his chair, diligently reviewing the legions. Chapter 234 The Cage of the World. Once everyone comprehended the current circumstances, reaching a consensus or resolutely obeying the orders of Major General Ludwig became significantly more effortless. Chapter 235 The Rebellion of White Tower City. Chapter 236 The Conspiracy of Isel. On the 6th day of May in the year 100 of the Saints' calendar, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the horizon, the elongated procession of the Storm Brigade traversed the winding and rugged path, having departed from Eagle's Point. Chapter 237 Beneath the White Tower. What on earth? Within the military camp outside the White Tower, Claude Franois's expression changed dramatically after reviewing Anson's proposal. Bang. Chapter 238 An unrefusable condition. On a secluded hill outside the city of White Tower, Count Brandenburg and Ambassador Matthias dismounted from their horses at the designated location, guarded by a small contingent of elven infantry, and Chapter 239 The Peace Enthusiast. Upon catching sight of the Ring of Ruin, the expression of the elven ambassador mirrored that of the former Duke Thune, transitioning from astonishment to a sudden clarity. After a brief silence, a sense of wonder. Chapter 240 The Declaration of Thune. As the sun rises in the east, the sky is a canvas of clear blue. With the night gradually fading away in the cold wind, the faint morning light pierces through the horizon. Golden rays of sunlight pour forth. Chapter 241 Spring in Clovis. In the western outskirts of Clovis, at the West Gate Street, dawn breaks. Clad in a black clerical robe, Carlin Jacques rises early as usual, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Chapter 242 Publicity Plan. As they descended the staircase accompanied by the young maid, before even entering the parlor, Sophia had already caught sight of those who had been. Chapter 243 The Chronicle of the Battle of Eaglehorn City. After making a resolute decision, the ever-action-oriented Sophia displayed remarkable efficiency. In the realm of journalism, the competition revolves not only around sources but also the essence of time. Chapter 244 The Smoke of War. In Eaglehorn City. On the 14th day of May, in the year 100 of the Saints' calendar, Eaglehorn City. In the desolate wilderness, a few vultures soar in the clear sky, emitting mournful cries. Chapter 245 The Assault. Beneath the setting sun, the resounding call of the military horn erupted from the stronghold of the Imperial Guard, accompanied by a golden-red wave surging forth from the undulating hills towards the city of Eagle's Beak. In a sudden turn. Chapter 246 The Astonishing Battlefield. Such a relentless and intense bombardment. The Clovis Southern Legion truly exhibits extravagance. From the vantage point of the Imperial Guard's position, one gazes upon the battlefield. Chapter 247 Astounding News. Why halt the offensive? Louis Bernard exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury as he grasped the messenger by the collar, gesturing vehemently towards the battlefield beside him. Chapter 248 The Flag of King Clovis. On May 16th. Following an inexplicable and devastating defeat, Louis Bernard made a swift resurgence, promptly orchestrating yet another assault on the city of Eagle's Corner. Chapter 249, Betrayal. The Thunder of Iron Hoofs. Beneath the radiant golden-red sun, 500 cavalrymen maintained a conical formation in the narrow passageway, their countless iron hooves striking the ground like the resounding beat of war drums. Chapter 250. A wager as the forces of Inaris seized the artillery fortress. The main contingent of the Thun army, commanded by L. on Fran Ois, had already arranged their formation, engaging the Imperial Guard assaulting the southern walls of Eagle's Point. Chapter 251. Their objective is outside Eagle's Corner, the command center of the Imperial Guard. As the southern offensive completely collapsed and the right-wing artillery bastion once again raised the banner of King Clovis, the entire command center was engulfed. Chapter 252. Victory before dusk. At 1425, the Thun army, having decisively defeated the southern Isle Elves, shifted its direction and commenced an assault on the eastern front, where the Isle Elves were engaged in combat with the Southern Legion. Chapter 253. Lewis's destiny. Anson Bach. Although he was aware of who it was, the moment Anson laid eyes on Louis Bernard, he could not help but be taken aback. Chapter 254. Monocular glasses. As soon as the words fell, a brilliant flash of the blade accompanied by a piercing shriek rushed forth, unsettling the very core of one's being. The edge of the sword, so swift that even its shadow could scarcely be discerned, struck with a force that preempted any attack, guided by Anson's. Chapter 255. An imperfect victory. As night fell, the stars shone brilliantly. The frigid winds of the morning frost ice peak dispersed the smoke of battle over the Eagle Horn city, yet the air remained laden with the repugnant scent of blood. Chapter 256. Division of spoils. The celebration of victory lasted an entire night, as they reveled in the unrestrained joy of their hard-won triumph, once bitter enemies, the Clovis and the Thun. Chapter 257. Farewell. After numerous fruitless attempts, Inaris, who desperately sought to capture Louis Bernard, ultimately relinquished his pursuit. More precisely, it was an absolute. Chapter 258. Talia's reply. He is now filled with doubt regarding Lou. Chapter 259. Our undertaking. On May 24th. After completing the reorganization and collective re-equipment of the troops, the significantly strengthened Storm Brigade officially departed, advancing towards the south of the Dawn Mountain Range. Chapter 260. Shared interest. Logically, Leon Fran Ois returned triumphantly with his army, effectively neutralizing the most significant threat following the rebellion in White Tower City, the potential intervention of the Isle Elven Kingdom. Chapter 261. 1,000 Miles of Sunshine. Duke Toon's Principality. White Tower City. Chapter 262. The Southern Road. On the following morning, Anson, who had awakened naturally after a restful slumber, sat by the window savoring a cup of coffee. On the table lay a plate of specialty Honta meatballs accompanied by a raw egg mingled with breadcrumbs. Chapter 263. Skirmish. May 30th, Southern Tun. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the vast expanse of scorched earth lay shrouded in a crimson twilight. The golden wheat. Chapter 264. The Treaty of Amity. The blazing flames painted the dim evening sky in hues of crimson once more. The acrid smoke mingled with the anguished cries of soldiers, while the sporadic gunfire, at times fervent and at others sparse, permeated the atmosphere of chaos. Chapter 265. The Conquest of the Vast Land. On May 31st, the day following Anson's annihilation of the Paya Principality coalition forces, coincidentally marked the same day that Duke Lagal arrived in White Tower City, 5,000 Storm. Chapter 266. Each their own gamble. As anticipated, the meeting concluded in an atmosphere laden with discomfort. Throughout the proceedings, not a single officer dared to utter a word, and even the final hand vote was omitted. Chapter 267. Charity Gala in the outskirts of Clovy City, at the Benevolence Welfare Institute. As evening fell, the invited Viscount Bogna arrived at this institution, a joint venture between the royal family and the church. Chapter 268. Donation. In the next moment, the unease of being watched abruptly vanished, as though it had never existed. Was it merely an illusion? On the platform, Sophia. Chapter 269. I have yet to fire. Beneath the glow of the midnight streetlights, the golden-red carriage glided slowly, as the esteemed Baron Bogner, holding a painting, appeared to be deeply immersed in the strokes of the elven artist Iser. Chapter 270. Sincerity and Conspiracy. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy. In the military camp's map room, Carl forcefully slammed his hand on the table, pointing at the map as he spoke loudly to the crowd. The light. Chapter 271. The Conspiracy of Calindia. Reluctantly, Yet ultimately acquiescing to Anson's request, the envoy from Calendia agreed to travel in the carriage specially arranged for him by the Stormmaster, accompanied by 2 guards. Chapter 272. Victory is within reach. In the verdant valley of the Republic of Calendia, south of the Morning Light Mountains, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, accompanied by the tumultuous cries of the people. Houses blazed with fervent flames, while shattered walls lay in disarray. Chapter 273. Conquering the green fields. Meanwhile, on a road located to the east of Calendia Port, I pondered aloud, is it truly acceptable to proceed in this manner, riding upon the gently undulating terrain? Chapter 274. The plan went awry. On the 13th of June in the 100th year of the saintly calendar, in the early morning, Calendia, accompanied by the thunderous roar of cannon fire and the fervent cries of soldiers charging forth, the Battle of Green Meadow Valley erupted once more. Chapter 275. News from the port of Calendia has finally arrived. At the southern gate of Greenvale, Duke Aiden, polishing his dagger, stands beneath the iron fist of the Emmanuel family, gazing coldly at the ground. Chapter 276. The Battle of Green Valley. The equal, friendly, and reciprocal wartime agreement of the Stormcaller, the Emmanuel family. Firstly, the Duchy of Aiden must surrender 30 to 40 hostages to the Stormcaller. Chapter 277. The gunshot behind the door. Chapter 278. What is happening? A searing lead bullet struck Anson's chest from behind, creating a gaping wound in his torso. Dark red blood mingled with bits of flesh and bone, cascading down as he collapsed to his knees. Chapter 279. Just beginning. What is going on? A shocked Carl Bain stood outside the door, his eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld the scene before him. The light was dim. Chapter 280. A letter arrives in the early morning at Green Meadow Valley, South City Wall, Deputy Commander's Office, temporary. Embracing the warmth of the radiant sunlight that bathed him, Anson held his breath, his gaze intensely fixed. Chapter 281. Interrogation. A sudden gunshot echoed, startling 2 sparrows perched atop the Green Valley warehouse, prompting their frantic flight for survival. The resolution of 2 skilled. Chapter 283. Victory. Ethan is a misfortunate soul. As a soldier with 3 years of service, he stands out as a rarity among the ragtag assembly of conscripts known as the Storm Brigade. Chapter 284. Offensive. Under fire. Accompanied by the cacophony of gunfire, the warehouse stronghold reverberated with the hoarse roars of Carl Bain. As. Chapter 285. All tactics are 4. At 10 minutes past 2 in the morning, in the heart of the town of Greenleaf Valley, in the desolate streets littered with rubble and debris, a diminutive spellcaster, with a cigarette nestled between his lips, exhaled wisps of smoke. Chapter 286. 2 bets. Fire. 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 At the northern city wall position, Knight Aiden shouted hoarsely, his right hand flailing like a madman as he wielded his saber, directing. Chapter 287. The final gamble. Duke Aiden sat calmly in his chair, allowing the soldiers of the guard battalion to search him thoroughly, confiscating all weapons and any metallic items that could be fashioned into a weapon. Chapter 288. The skies clear. The rain ceases when the panicked soldiers of Aiden beheld the fluttering banner of the thorny flower. It was already too late. Hundreds formed a conical formation, charging into the verdant valley. Chapter 289. Unaware of one's own worth, 1,800,000 gold coins is an astronomical sum for any city or nation. Even in a prosperous locale such as the port of Calendia, it is an amount that would compel one to hesitate before parting with. Chapter 290. Bargaining under the luminous full moon, as the splendid lights began to illuminate the surroundings. A grand banquet unfolded in the second largest establishment of the port of Calendia, following the culmination of the magnificent triumphant ceremony. Chapter 291. War is the primary productive force. June of the 100th year of the Saints' era was a month steeped in darkness for the people of Calendia. Within a mere span of 30 days, they endured. Chapter 292. Is it truly coming to an end? Before one war has concluded, must another begin relentlessly? Carl Bain felt a throbbing in his temples, his head. Chapter 293. The Mr. Strategy. Meanwhile, in the western expanse of Hantu, at the border between the Aiden Duchy and Calendia, the fields of undulating wheat swayed gently, while the cawing of crows echoed repeatedly through the air. Chapter 294. Cinderella though. Chapter 295. The pacifist. On the 2nd day of July in the centennial year of the Saints' era, the Storm Division, having spent 2 days assembling its forces, unexpectedly breached the border between Calendria and the Grand Duchy of Mist, leaving a trail of blood. Chapter 296. Our era Luca Vizarinia was utterly astonished, left speechless. Prior to his genuine encounter with Anson, he had gathered considerable intelligence. Chapter 297, which is more important under the relentless persuasion of young Leon. Renaud Emmanuel, unable to endure any longer, finally acquiesced to the role of deputy commander. He agreed to persuade his father, Duke Aiden. Chapter 298. Leon's diary. The two men, enveloped in silence, indulged in several more drinks. Observing Anson casually discard the empty wine bottle onto the ground, Carl's expression grew complex as he retrieved another bottle from behind him. Chapter 299. Excitement gently patting the shoulder of the dazed Leno, the contented Leon strode out of the tent, making his way towards the trench outside. The Cerulean. Chapter 300. The siege of Iron Bell Fortress. Despite Fabian's unwavering opposition, or rather, his expression of discontent on behalf of the majority of the Storm Master's officers towards the deputy commander, he incessantly alluded to the so-called Wiser. Chapter 301. Victory in sight. As the horn of the final assault sounded, the last remnants of suspense surrounding the Battle of Iron Bell Fort began to dissipate. The Mr. Army, the first to breach the defensive walls, despite. Chapter 302. Duke Mr. It has become evident that Ruko Vicinia significantly underestimated the combat prowess of the Storm Master and the Allied forces. Or perhaps he was overly optimistic regarding the unwavering resolve of the defenders of Iron Bell Fortress. Chapter 303. Requests and commands. Due to various reasons, the research on the three ancient gods has encountered a bottleneck since modern times. True high-level spellcasters often shun the secrets they possess. Chapter 304. Ludwigian conversations. On the 21st of June, in the 100th year of the Saints' calendar. In a desolate wilderness within the western borders of the Ishal Elven Kingdom, a surge of. Chapter 305. To speak the truth under the persuasion of Colonel Roman. A certain novelist narrowly escaped the fate of being shot by a hail of bullets and, while still alive, encountered the Southern Legion. Chapter 306. Fire descends from the sky beneath the resplendent silver moonlight. A golden-red blaze surged upwards. Under the cloak of night, it resembled a towering pillar of fire, illuminating the earth in an instant. No. Chapter 307. The Queen. Amidst the thunderous cries of battle, the dust and gravel upon the ground trembled in response. Beneath the shroud of night, countless Ishal Elven soldiers advanced along the broad. Chapter 308. They have arrived at the very moment Roman fired his weapon towards the sky. The young grenadier, hidden within the trench, promptly obeyed the command and exerted every ounce of strength to sound the bugle tightly clasped in his hand. Chapter 309. The Hospitality of Miss Talia. Clang. The splintering sparks halted the slender knight's sword mere centimeters from Draco's throat. He is your friend. Chapter 310. The sun. As the thunderous roar of the explosion reverberated through the forest, Freya's figure was engulfed by the rising flames. It resembled a flickering kerosene lamp. Chapter 311. Victory is not the end. No. I oppose the immediate deployment of troops to support Major General Ludwig Franz. Chapter 312. The waits. The moment young Leon staggered into view at the door, Anson's heart shattered. For among all those present, he alone was aware, of course, that Carl. Chapter 313. Ruthless elimination. Dearest Miss Talia, your arrival has truly taken me by surprise. Gradually composing myself and suppressing my earlier discomposure, Anson awkwardly descended from the table. Chapter 314. Bad news. Gazing at the radiant smile of Talia, Anson felt an unsettling chill rise within him. Despite his composed exterior, the girl's words conveyed at least two underlying messages. Chapter 315. The Calendian uprising. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the resounding cannonade, the flames of the ship's artillery relentlessly pierced through the dense fog. Chapter 316. Assassination. In the Iron Horse Hills, north of the Night Rose River, lies a region at the northwestern corner of the Kingdom of Clovis, adjacent to the border with the Empire. This area is enveloped by expansive forests. Chapter 317. Close friends. In the instant of a thunderous roar, the two individuals locked in confrontation instinctively turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. Over there, it seemed to be. Chapter 318. Misfortune is just the beginning. On the 15th day of July in the 100th year of the Saints' calendar, a relentless stream of ill tidings continued to unfold. The main force of the Southern Legion faced setbacks deep within the heart of Iser, the Empire. Chapter 319. The third step, the intelligence regarding the 200,000 troops of the Empire stationed at the border, poised to invade the Han territory, did not stir any tumult during the military conference of the Storm Masters. The reason, however, was Chapter 320. The artist Lieutenant Jason Fruhau, the commander of the cavalry unit, epitomizes the quintessential Clovis soldier as articulated by Fabian. This statement implies that he is a rustic individual. Chapter 321. The kind-hearted Clovis. In the outskirts of Clovis City, on the West Gate Street, stands the Crown Tavern. As dawn breaks with a gentle light, Carlin Jacques, clad in a black worker's jacket, faces the wall, his hands tucked into. Chapter 322. The professional. The words of Carlin Jacques left the tavern owner momentarily stunned, as he gazed in bewilderment at the man before him, who was indulging in hearty gulps of stout beer while helping himself to a plate of garlic sausages from the cupboard. Chapter 323. Lord of the vast land in the hall of Iron Bell Fortress, within the Grand Duchy of Mr. Duke Thun, with his eyes firmly shut, knelt before the main dais, adorned in a pristine white linen coat, his hands. Chapter 324. The Supreme General Staff. My objective is quite straightforward, to annihilate the Empire's legions. Raising his hand to tap the map behind him, Anson addressed the assembly. Chapter 325. The advantages of the astute, which you do not comprehend. As the saints traversed a century and approached the latter stages, the curtain slowly rose on the second act of the Great War of the Expanse. In early August, with Claude. Damn it, what kind of battle is this? Before the immense map table, the Chapter 327. Tell a good story at dusk along the coastal shores of Rocktown. The Republic of Calandia is marked on the map as a port town. However, in reality, it is merely a place where merchants occasionally gather. Chapter 328. The Trap. August 12, 2023, Rocktown. 2035, clear skies. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 329. The fleet's demise. All gunners, take your positions. Prepare for the first round of calibration for all artillery, marking the designated targets. Ammunition handlers, get ready. All cannons are to be fully loaded. Chapter 330. Disobedience will earn punishment. Boom. Chapter 331. Only you as the smoke of battle dissipates. The sun rises in the east. A brand new dawn leaps over the horizon, painting the tranquil sea and the ravaged battlefield with the golden hues of morning light. And also, Chapter 332. The torrential rain at the port of Calendria on the 14th day of August in the year 100 of the Saints' calendar. A torrential downpour struck the port of Calendria. Tumultuous, roiling clouds stained the heavens, a foreboding shade of slate gray and the boundless. Chapter 333. Victory in sight. What did you say? The siege has already begun. Anson gazed in astonishment at the cavalry lieutenant before him. Was it not agreed that they would first encircle the city while I? Chapter 334. The confidence of the victor Lawrence Igor was utterly bewildered, completely at a loss. As a seasoned general, or rather an aging officer awaiting retirement, he found himself unexpectedly summoned by the Emperor. Chapter 335. The swaying balanced cannon fire. Everyone, take cover. Take cover. Take cover. Leno's terrified shouts echoed through the torrential downpour. But by the time he realized the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. Chapter 336. Blood of the Frenzied Hunt. Are you referring to the deputy commander of the Clavanin Southern Legion? The one who is said to have shone brightly at Thunder Peak? Lawrence Igor furrowed his brow. Chapter 337. The frantic plan. Long live the Empire. Amidst the resounding shouts, 8 battalions comprising over 1,000 infantrymen, along with 2 fully staffed regiments, advanced along the vast. Chapter 338. Foolish sun. At 4 in the morning, the port of Calandia lay shrouded in torrential rain and the echoes of warfare, transforming the once vibrant city into a near ruin. The assault initiated by Reno marked the beginning of the chaos. Chapter 339. Hear that thunder, fire. The hoarse voice was drowned out by the relentless gunfire. Faced with the Imperial vanguard surging towards the lighthouse palace like a tidal wave, the vast land. Chapter 340. Before the storm ceases. Amidst the billowing smoke, a chaotic streak of brown surged forward, traversing the remnants of the northern city gate, as it boldly breached the ruins and plunged into Karen. Chapter 341. The late fleet. As the excruciating pain throbbed in his head, Reno Emmanuel awoke from his stupor. The first sight that greeted his eyes was the crystal chandelier of the lighthouse palace ceiling, alongside the sight of Lisa S. Swollen. Chapter 342. Thank you. Beneath the vast, clear sky, the tranquil sun sets, immersing itself in the azure horizon of the sea, casting a somewhat mournful glow over the war-torn port of Calandia. Chapter 343. The Feast of Goldfish. It has been proven that the disparity in memory capacity between humans and goldfish is remarkably minimal, particularly for the inhabitants of Calandia. When? Chapter 344. The pinnacle tower's carnage. As the words faded into the air, a subtle shift crossed Anson's countenance. He swiftly tucked the missive into his coat pocket, maintaining an air of composure as he departed the brightly illuminated grand hall of the lighthouse palace, clutching his wine glass. Chapter 345. Respite and appeal for aid. It has become evident that Anson has gravely overestimated the communication capabilities of Hantu, as well as the efficiency with which the newly established Hantu Supreme Staff handles information. Chapter 346. The Curse of Carl Bane. How could I have been so foolish as to trust that scoundrel and venture into this wretched place? Despair enveloped Carl Bane as he gazed with his enormous, shadowed eyes. Chapter 347. The decision before the Great War. My dear Carl Bane, do not be so anxious. Following an intense conversation, Claude Franois turned to retrieve a cigarette case and... Chapter 348. Utterly boring. On the 23rd of August. In the 100th year of the Saints' calendar, in the western region of Aden, within the domain of Count of the ruined stone fortress. As dawn's light gently illuminated the desolate plains, a torrent laden with swirling dust. Chapter 349. Never in response to the Commander-in-Chief's complaints about the enemy being too weak to ignite his enthusiasm, all the knights of the Expeditionary Army, led by Vice Commander Bernard, chose to disregard him entirely. Even. Chapter 350. Suffering from seasickness? Despite harboring a myriad of objections to Claude Franois's plans, the Duke of Aden, after an incessant barrage of persuasion, found himself reluctantly compelled to take command and lead his forces. Chapter 351. Everything is going smoothly, soldiers. Many of you have likely heard whispers and various rumors regarding a certain bothersome neighbor who has intruded upon our friend's home. Chapter 352. Salted Village. The damp sea breeze caresses the morning haze, allowing the vibrant dawn to illuminate the beach, dispelling both the gloomy weather and the somber emotions that accompany it. Chapter 353. A single glance. The Storm Master prepared for battle. After enduring an initial shock and a brief period of chaos, as Anson's furious command echoed through the air, all. Chapter 354. Welcome banquet. The moment the Hantu fleet appeared, the outcome of the battle was devoid of any suspense. In the face of the naval artillery and the bombardment from the artillery positions, there were only 4 lines. Chapter 355. He has arrived indeed, they have come. Beneath the dim glow of the kerosene lamp lies a map of vast lands, spread across the cargo box, with several white and black items haphazardly strewn about. Chapter 356. The loyalty of Leno Emmanuel. In the early hours of the morning, in the village of Salted, the land beneath the pitch-black sky is shrouded in a delicate veil of humid mist. From the summit of the hills, one can only faintly discern the presence of AI. Chapter 357. The siege of the ruined stone fortress. Amidst the deafening roar, the ancient and sturdy walls of the ruined stone fortress trembled precariously, causing the very earth to shudder in response, accompanied by the furious cannon fire. Chapter 358. The true trap. The whereabouts of Anson remain a perplexing dilemma for all, according to the highest command of the Hantu, the majority. Chapter 359. Reality and illusion. Without waiting for Claude Franois's messenger to arrive, the moment he perceived the rapidly approaching golden iris flag behind him, he resolutely abandoned his ascent. Chapter 360. The outbreak of war. As Fabian found himself in a predicament, contemplating a gamble, the primary forces of the Northern Coalition, under the leadership of Anson, advanced towards the battlefield of Stone Fortress, utterly bewildered. Chapter 361. Gunpowder, steel, and courage. Fire. At the moment Inaura's roared, 15 6-pound infantry cannons, lined up in a row before the vast army, erupted in a series of deafening blasts, releasing thick clouds of white smoke. Chapter 362. Victory within reach. Amidst the thunderous sound of hooves that shook the earth, the Imperial cavalry, having successfully executed a flank maneuver, surged forth like an unstoppable black tide towards the rear of the vast Earth Legion. The momentum was overwhelming. Chapter 363. The true bloodbath. The resounding roar of cannon fire persists, unleashing the fervor and wrath of the Hantu Legion upon the smoke-filled battlefield. The cacophony of slaughter and the thunderous commands reverberate incessantly. Chapter 364. The fortune of Karl Bane on August 31st, 100 years since the saint's calendar. At Iron Bell Fortress, a gentle rain drizzles. Today marks the 42nd day of my tenure as the Chief Logistics Officer of the Grand General Staff. Chapter 365. Unity and sincerity. Though the situation has escalated to a perilous peak, Karl Bane has not entirely lost hope. This is partly due to the robust defensive structures of the shattered stone fortress. Chapter 366. The routed troops. Aiden, ruins of stone fortress, outlying positions. In the shadowy gloom, silhouettes emerged abruptly against the dim, overcast horizon. Chapter 367. The victory declaration of the despairing. It has been revealed that everything was merely a figment of Karl Bane's imagination. The formidable Imperial Expeditionary Force possessed no flawless strategy too. Chapter 368. The 10th day. On the 5th day of the 9th month in the year of the Saint's calendar, a century has passed. 3 days have elapsed since the grim tidings of the Imperial expedition's disastrous defeat and the siege of the Crag Fortress reached the Iron Bell Fortress. Chapter 369. It is never too late. What? The Tower of Ascension has already been breached by you. Staring intently at the individual before me, who claims to be the commander of the 1st Infantry Regiment of the Storm Brigade, AI. Chapter 370. The return in stark contrast to the fierce and relentless offensive that had persisted for over 10 days. The retreat of the Imperial Expeditionary Forces can only be described as abrupt. They did not encounter. Chapter 371. The conclusion. Confronted by the unexpectedly emerged Clovis army, which obstructed their path, the Imperial Expeditionary Forces found themselves in a state of disarray, utterly unprepared for such an unforeseen encounter. Chapter 372. The price of the crown. Depart at once. Upon exiting the cell that held the captives of the Imperial Expeditionary Forces, Fabian, his expression devoid of emotion, immediately commanded. Chapter 373. Where are the reinforcements? The Imperial Expeditionary Force has descended into utter madness. As the infantry line finally reached the central position, it was ruthlessly torn apart by the armored cavalry, creating countless breaches in the organization. Chapter 374. Fireworks. As they gazed at the girl charging towards them, rifle in hand, everyone was momentarily stunned, their eyes wide open as they stood frozen in place, resembling fools. Charge. Chapter 375. What I have done. Everyone, steady yourselves. Almost concurrently with Arthur Herod's furious roar, the angel bearing the Borny was already preparing to unleash. Chapter 376. Breakthrough. At least we have arrived, have we not? In the face of Anson's biting sarcasm, the Duke Aiden, undeterred, appeared remarkably composed, even exuding a sense of. Chapter 377. The significance of leadership. Why? Lewis was utterly astonished and profoundly perplexed. It was because I am the commander of the Expeditionary Force, and due to my deputy commander, Bo. Chapter 378. Treading through the sea of flames. Boom. The blinding firelight erupted from the cannon's mouth, spewing forth thousands of tiny, fiery lead pellets, surging towards the oncoming. Chapter 379. Anson's faith. Amidst the thunderous cries of battle, the unstoppable Imperial cavalry closely followed the Golden Iris military banner, tearing through the central lines of the Allied forces with an almost overwhelming force. Chapter 380. Surrender, revelry. And the curtain falls. The acrid smoke of gunpowder had yet to dissipate, yet the battle had quietly reached its conclusion. The battlefield, shrouded in crimson twilight, bore witness to the gradually diminishing echoes of artillery fire. Chapter 381. The second step. Outside the Allied camp, medical tent. Late at night, beside the flickering campfire, Elonfrin OIS, with reddened eyes, lowered his head, fixating intently on the tent. Chapter 382. The prerequisite for a win-win situation. The following day, within the confines of the Allied prisoners' camp, Bernard Morvis leaned against the bunk in a cramped tent, weary and seated upon the ground. Chapter 383. Bad news in the Duchy of Mister, at the Iron Bell Fortress, within the esteemed office of the Supreme Command of the Han Soil. Late at night, at 22:35 hours, clad in a blue floral robe. Chapter 384. The one who saves the world. After clarifying that General Ludwig was innocent, the astonished Anson finally regained his composure. With the reluctant farewell of his aide, Alan, he departed. Chapter 385. The war of news in the heart of Clovis City, at the Franz residence. At 5:30, the sky remained shrouded in mist, and the entire estate lingered in slumber as the young maid. Chapter 386. Tears of surprise 10 minutes later, Carlin Jacques, attired in a black clerical robe, timidly pushed open the door and stealthily entered the room. As a competent violator. Chapter 387. The fleet address having bid farewell to Carlin Jacques, a devoted worker. Sophia Franz's battle was only just beginning. The following day, upon receiving this significant. Chapter 388. The great turnaround on the Western Front in the Kingdom of Hantu. West of the Summit Tower lies Hyen Village. What, are you all leaving now? Chapter 389. The tale of saving the world. What does it signify for a conscripted army to transform into a standing force? Within the military framework of the Kingdom of Clovis, there exist a total of 4 fully staffed legions. They. Chapter 390. Freya, I in the evening. The Royal Court of Isle. This is the capital of the Isle Elven Kingdom, the very birthplace of the Isle Elves, 1,000 years ago. It bid farewell to its eastern brethren. Chapter 391. Thunder descends from the heavens. On October 3rd, under clear skies, it became evident that I had committed a grave error. Chapter 392. The glory of Isle on the 23rd of October, in the year 100 of the Saints' calendar. At the Horn Fortress. Amidst the thunderous roar of cannon fire that reverberated throughout the fortress, the entire structure quaked with the intensity of the battle. Blood. Bureau Matthias was exceedingly fortunate, for Anson had no time to meet with him. Of course, in a certain sense, this was also a misfortune, as it indicated a trial. Chapter 394. Where there is a will, there is a way. Beneath the blood-red sunset, cavalrymen brandishing the Clovis banner led the way, silently escorting a carriage adorned with the ring of order into the Horn Fortress, without attracting any attention. Chapter 395. Value amidst the cheerful laughter of Cole Dorian. This meeting of unity, a triumphant gathering, concluded in an atmosphere of profound awkwardness. Certainly. Chapter 396. The calamity of the royal court. After bidding farewell to the benevolent judge, Anson sat alone in his chair, lifting the now-cold cup of coffee, and calmly contemplated the conversation he had just shared with the other party. Chapter 397. The relics of Saint Isaac. The thunderous roar of cannon fire shattered the profound silence of the pitch-black world, as countless flashes of light intertwined with dark columns of smoke, rising recklessly beneath the moonless night sky. 20. Chapter 398. Smoke at 21:31. 40 minutes had elapsed since the feigned assault commenced. In the pitch-black surroundings, Anson held Lisa's small hand, trailing behind Lewis. Chapter 399. The old gods must perish at 21:50. Within the inner-city fortress, the resounding roar that pierced through the eardrums intertwined with the haunting cries of anguish, creating a cacophony in the pitch-black realm, accompanied by the metallic clang. Chapter 400. Non-cooperation at 11 o'clock. The siege position at the West City Gate. Beneath the dim moonlight, the trails of gunfire continue to streak across the sky, showing no signs of abating, accompanied by a deafening roar. Chapter 401. Opportunity. With a crisp snap of fingers, a faint glow ignited within the dark corridor, followed by the acrid smoke that began to rise. To be honest, Anson. Chapter 402. Unyielding resolve. 11:25 p.m. The Royal Palace. Chapter 403. The resolve of the Elven King amidst the anguished cries of the cloaked priest, Lewis, standing resolute with his blade, collided with the oncoming force. Chapter 404. Anson's reminder clang. The moment the words fell, 2 blades collided unexpectedly, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks. Chapter 405. Time is of the essence. Bang. The moment the gunfire erupted, Lewis could scarcely believe his own eyes. The searing lead bullet surged forth from the muzzle, tearing through. Chapter 406. The heart of compassion in the Isle Royal Court, at the Western City Gate. The Storm Master's siege position. At 23 hours and 50 minutes. Esteemed Lord Phyllis, with the noble lineage of the Clovis royal family. Chapter 407. The sky falls and the earth crumbles. Is that an airship? Staring in astonishment at the enormous warship floating in the sky, Anson was rendered speechless, according to Anson's previous memories. Chapter 408. A desperate flight. Clang. Chapter 409. The True Night. Isle Royal Court, West City Gate, outskirts woods. 1:15 a.m. Beneath a starry sky tinged crimson by the flames of cannon fire, Anson and Lewis stood amidst a heap. Chapter 410. The report of Carlin Jacques. The ring of order unleashed its wrath, obliterating the sinful city along with its transgressions, all engulfed in the resounding roar of the trembling dome. If the order. Chapter 411. Ludwig's gift beneath the radiant morning light. The airship, compassionate heart, gracefully adjusted its course above the royal court of Isel, sailing steadily into the distance amidst the watchful gaze of countless onlookers. Chapter 412. The welcoming ceremony. Despite their profound dissatisfaction with Major General Ludwig Franz's overtly vindictive actions, the Storm Brigade dutifully set forth. There was no alternative. Chapter 413. The long night. Late at night, at the Franz residence. In the smoking room, where candlelight flickers, Luther Franz sits by the bay window, quietly savoring the moonlight as he exhales wisps of smoke. Chapter 414. The true reason. Beneath the moonless midnight, a solitary steam train raced across the desolate terrain, heading towards an unseen abyss of darkness. Observing the joyful indulgence across from oneself. Chapter 415. A place where spring prevails. What is the good news? Under the flickering gaslight, Anson leaned back in his chair and cast a casual glance at the pitch-black scenery outside. Chapter 416. Northport. My first visit to Northport occurred during the summer of the 75th year of the Saints' era. To speak candidly, this city, which embodies all the maritime fantasies of the Clovis people, left. Chapter 417. Fishing vessels. If Anson were to compile a list of the 10 things he least desired to do in his lifetime, embarking on a boat journey would undoubtedly rank among the top 3. This aversion does not stem from his position as a member of the Royal Army, but rather. Chapter 418. Across the sea. A battleship, of course, could not transport the entire Storm Brigade to the colony. Yet this did not prevent Brigadier General Taro Cecil from using it as a pretext to extort exorbitant prices from Anson. Chapter 419. Breakfast time. To the north of the Kingdom of Clover lies the surging sea. In the early morning, a delicate mist envelopes the azure waters, and the tranquil surface of the sea resembles a crystalline mirror, as if. Chapter 420. The imminent loss of war. At the moment the girl's voice resonated, Anson, who had been laughing and conversing just a second ago, suddenly stiffened, almost succumbing under William's perplexed gaze. Chapter 421. The abyssal sea. Although it was already apparent that the position of the commander of the White Whale Port's garrison was far from a noble one, after coming to a clearer understanding of the situation, Anson couldn't help but feel a tinge of. Chapter 422. You may give it a try. The tempest roars as torrential rain descends, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, the inky droplets stirring the boiling waters, continuously rising. Chapter 423. Silently. Without a sound beneath the shroud of a pitch-black night, the Crown, leading the Clovis fleet, bravely navigated through the relentless waves of the storm. The dimly lit cabin. Chapter 424. Embodiment of fear. I have a minor question. Amidst the tempest, standing at the heart of the crashing waves, Talia August Rune let out a delicate laugh. Her exquisite little. Chapter 425. An unacknowledged existence. I inquired, should we venture outside to take a look? Within the humid confines of the ship's cabin, the pallid-faced Carl could not restrain himself from speaking to Fabian beside him. Chapter 426. Silencing. Bang. A blinding flash of fire erupted amidst the downpour, forcefully deflecting the descending blade. Thud. The fortunate crew member. Chapter 427. Unusual similarities. When Anson awakened from his daze, it was already daytime. It turned out that conditions akin to seasickness, which are both congenital and possess a subtle psychological component. Chapter 428. Gaze in the city of Clovis. Within the inner district, at the Franz residence, Sophia sat languidly on the living room sofa, her slightly vacant eyes contemplatively gazing at the flickering flames within the fireplace. Chapter 429. The land of rest. The surging sea. Aboard the warship Crown, in the early morning. In the brightly lit officer's mess, Anson sat at the dining table, gazing at the steaming cup of hot coffee before him. Chapter 430. Taking shortcuts. The grave of the 3 ancient gods? Upon hearing this name, Anson was suddenly struck by an inexplicable chill in his chest, causing his breath to become somewhat. Chapter 431. Advancement. Chapter 432. The traditional countryman. On the 1st of December, in the year of our Lord 100, it was a clear day. Today marks the 3rd day of Miss Talia August Rune's appearance. Miss Talia. Chapter 433. White Whale Harbor. Despite the lackluster reputation of White Whale Harbor, the fleet was profoundly captivated by the breathtaking scenery of the city as they finally arrived at the harbor dock, alongside Clovis City. Chapter 434. The Governor's Proclamation. Chapter 435. The Speaker's visit. In a port city with a mere population of tens of thousands, any rumor or event, once it surfaces, spreads with astonishing rapidity. by the time evening approaches, the garrison. Chapter 436, Cooperation and Alliances. Why? Before uttering this phrase, Speaker Herald hesitated for quite some time, to the point where he nearly burned his fingers on the ash. Chapter 437, a reliable candidate. The reason for selecting the more formidable universal patriarch, rather than the seemingly innocuous wealthy Whistler family, is quite simple. There exists a fundamental connection between myself and him. Chapter 438, Colonial Agricultural Survey. Despite Carl Bain's profound reluctance, he ultimately had no choice but to watch Anson and Lisa, surrounded by the guards, depart from the station towards the desolate outskirts of Walesport. Chapter 439, Immigration Plan. The term indigenous people instantly sparked an insatiable curiosity within Anson as he began to keenly observe the figure lying in the barn. Chapter 440, The Armed Sect. Chapter 441, New Year's Eve on December 31st, in the year 100 of the Saints' calendar, within the city of Clovis, at the residence of Franz. Beneath a somber canopy, this opulent mansion, adorned in a shroud of silver. Chapter 442, Power and Responsibility Reclamation. Speaker Herald inquired with a leisurely demeanor, lifting his wine glass and chuckling softly. I am quite curious. What led you to entertain such an idea? Chapter 443, The Lighthouse of the New World. It must be acknowledged that you are absolutely correct. Safeguarding White Whale Harbor is my solemn duty. How could I possibly shift this burden onto those whom I am meant to protect? Chapter 444, A Promising Beginning. It must be said that the New Year's Eve gala celebrating the 101st year of the Saints was exceptionally successful, at least in the eyes of a certain young secretary. Almost. Chapter 445, Benevolence in White Whale Port. After finalizing the plan, Anson hardly enjoyed a complete New Year holiday, primarily because the headquarters had yet to be repaired. Moreover, the conditions in White Whale Port were dismal. Chapter 446, In a quandary. The debate surrounding which industry is of paramount importance to a region is perpetual. However, there is no doubt regarding which industry possesses the loudest voice and the most profound influence. Chapter 447, The Remains. As the door swung open, a palpable wave of iron-scented blood assaulted the senses. The mingling of plasma and the putrid stench of decay intertwined with the ashes wafting from the braziers, permeating the oppressive heat. Chapter 448, I disagree. All storm masters mobilize immediately to seal off White Whale Harbor, preparing the fleet stationed at the port to be ready to fire upon the city at any moment. This is Anson. Chapter 449, The Eternal War. Not only he, but the entire. Chapter 450, Patiently awaiting the moment Anson officially announced the candidates. A wave of astonishment swept through the entire hall. The expressions of the guards present were nothing short of remarkable, their faces reflecting a myriad of emotions as the hall erupted into discussions. Chapter 451, Please call me Sheriff Lisa. Whale Bay, Teapot Street, 6:30 a.m. The snowfall that had persisted throughout the night was just beginning to wane, cloaking the tranquil streets in a seamless white. Chapter 452, Suspect? Shot dead. At the moment the gunfire erupted, the fleeing suspect instinctively looked up, astonished to see a girl soaring into the air, clutching a shotgun in her hand. With one hand. Chapter 453, In the Name of the Sheriff. Bang. The slightly reddened muzzle erupted with a fire reminiscent of a dragon's breath, as a barrage of bullets, akin to fireworks, mingled with the smoke and struck the suspect, carrying the weight of lead. Chapter 454, The Unfaithful Nights. Within the span of a single day, the incident on Teapot Street echoed throughout the entirety of White Whale Harbor. Chapter 455, I am truly sincere, cold, weary, frail, and bewildered. These are the sentiments that now envelop Philby, the tavern keeper. This sensation mirrors the one he experienced many years ago when he first. Chapter 456, Mason's gamble. Upon leaving the prison, the cold and damp air immediately enveloped Anson, causing his recently relaxed body to tense once more. Generally speaking, the northern. Chapter 457, Restoration of the Old System. Regarding Mason Whistler, Anson only guessed half correctly. He anticipated that the other party would become anxious due to the exposure of the Order of the Unfaithful Knights, but he did not expect that the other party. Chapter 458, The Freedom of Choice in the Port District. At the Whistler residence, Anson strolled past the street corner, observing with keen eyes the three-story building enveloped by a courtyard across the street, its right side gleaming with silver. Chapter 459, Reconciliation Port Area, 10:30 p.m. The night in White Whale Port, particularly during the winter, is exceedingly frigid. The biting cold sea breeze sweeps across the tranquil water surface. Chapter 460. The Smoke and Entertainment Family Bang. In the instant the gunfire erupted, the glass in Mason Whistler's hand shattered into a myriad of flying shards. The splattered liquid reflecting. Chapter 461. The shot that pierced the night sky. The icy, damp chill of the night wind howled through the air, meandering recklessly between the streets and edifices of White Whale Port, whisking away the last remnants of warmth from the atmosphere with a cloak of darkness. Chapter 462. Citywide Search Boom. That was a sound akin to the collision of a 6-pound solid projectile against the Iron City gate, reverberating with a thunderous roar that pierced the eardrums and resonated throughout the surrounding air. Chapter 463. A toast in White Whale Harbor at the stroke of midnight. While the entire city slumbers, welcoming the dawn of a new day, the desolate streets echo with the sound of countless iron hooves and military boots. Chapter 464. Anson's kind heart Mason, his cheeks twitching, set down the letter in his hand and withdrew a second sheet of paper, reading the contents inscribed upon it. Before we officially commence. Chapter 465. A small gift in the early morning. Anson awakened from his slumber with utmost ease, his eyes fluttering open. At 5:30 in the White Whale Port, the surroundings remained enveloped in the embrace of night. Chapter 466. Win-win. After acquiring first-hand intelligence from the young clerk and promising to procure a pair of glasses for him promptly, Anson refrained from hastily seeking confirmation from the captives of the Order of the Faithless Knights within the prison. Chapter 467. Who agrees? Who opposes? Just as Bishop Roper finally made up his mind, the believers of the Order of the Ring in various communities of White Whale Port had already begun to gather spontaneously at the church, waving. Chapter 468. The restructuring of the Parliament. Before he could finish his last sentence, his remarks had already stirred a tremendous uproar within the hall. Mason Whistler, have you lost your mind? Chapter 469. Voting. The distinction between reconstruction and reorganization lies in a single character, yet their actual implications are worlds apart. The former entails a complete overhaul, a thorough and total destruction. Chapter 470. Care for a drink? Despite possessing unwavering confidence in the outcome, Anson could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when Herald, with a somber expression, announced the unanimous approval. Chapter 471. Ian Clements. Amidst the unremarkable murmur of conversation, the tranquil atmosphere resembled a serene while disturbed by a stone, as gentle ripples unexpectedly emerged on the vacant seats, revealing a. Chapter 472. The Redbeard Tavern. Sauntering leisurely through the streets, Anson, blending seamlessly with the crowd, did not hastily pursue Ian's figure into the tavern. Those adept in the art of concealment typically possessed a mastery over their surroundings. Chapter 473. Delegation. Upon leaving the tavern, Anson did not immediately head to the Port District. Instead, he opted to meander aimlessly in the vicinity, all the while utilizing the unique ability of a spellcaster to alter the shape of his casting range. Chapter 474. Why not ask? In the quaint two-story building opposite the church in the parliamentary district of White Whale Port, this establishment was originally the private residence of Bishop Ripper, ever since the church in the parliamentary district was besieged by the storm. Chapter 475. All as connected. The room fell into an immediate silence. Ian stood frozen, as if turned to stone, his expression entirely rigid. Meanwhile, Drake and Carno were tense all over. Chapter 476. Shall we have a drink? Duck. The familiar voice sent a jolt through Anson's body as he shouted loudly to the other three, then immediately threw himself backward. Ian and Carlo. Chapter 477. Good news. As the artillerymen responsible for the cavalry cannons prepared to load their second round, the battle at the Redbeard Tavern had already come to an end, no matter how fearless the mercenaries were. Chapter 478. The value of the dead in the White Dove Market at the Honest Hearth grocery store. Under the cover of night, Ian assisted the injured Wild Hunt Knight, skillfully evading the Tempest Mage and the Trustworthy. Chapter 479. The significance of the funeral. With the meticulous orchestration of Anson and Carl Bain, coupled with the tacit collaboration of the good people of Whalesport publication, an article entitled Outrage, Heretical Miscreants in the Port once again emerged,